until today. The Cathedral of Counter-Strike awaits a new champion.
Let's get it on!
Talk big, but I rebel none. Old school, but in my prime like Amazon. Gold belt on my shoulders like a champion. Still running the game, you started cramping on. Hoping that I'm losing a step. This ain't what you can help. Yo, they call me a zombie, cause I do this to death. Can't take nothing from me, man, I'm constantly hungry. At my best where I'm comfy, like a sofa that's lumpy.
This cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans. Are you ready?
Finds a flash, turns it nicely. It's Blame on the swing, and Dexter is handling business. 4 from Dexter. It could be 5. That is sensational. Needs help now, and it's 1 and done. Farley quick on the draw with the oh yes, that's it. Blame and Astralis roar into action in a 3-man affair.
On the floor, this a runaway train, unstoppable. Started from the bottom in the grain. Won't quit, it's like it's wired in my brain. This is something that I never will explain. Right up in a place where I'm supposed to be. Based like a rosary. Stay up on the glass so the skies feel close to me. Cameras that surprise when I realize they close to me. Like with a pictures, no limits, no jokes to me.
It's going to be Nav trying to get the job done, and instead, it's Movistar riding Spanish Counter-Strike into the history books right here tonight.
We have 4 teams trying to win, to get a place on the stage tomorrow, to take a little notch of history.
And now it's down to that last MP9 on Twist. 14 seconds, so NAVI has a tough choice to make. Do you hunt him? The AK comes out just in time. Twist fighting it. Oh my God! Twist is ready, and it's a 1-tap! They win the opening map in an absolutely ridiculous clutch. Kerrigan up on the high ground, he takes down 1, nearly hit the bullet. Goes straight for the bomb plant. Sunpayer's on his own, gonna be found by Kerrigan, and FaZe will smite Movistar and get to the grand final.
Against the odds, NAVI face down Astralis and walk away the victors.
They have taken down the juggernaut. Nobody thought Astralis would be dropped out of the semis. This is a different NAVI than we're used to.
NAVI Astralis, but the script has changed. It's 2022. Astralis needs someone, and it's Sipex that steps up. SDY has to do it all in the 1v2. Catches Farley, can play with the doors now. Blame F in the clutch, looking for his 3rd. Quick on the hunt is SDY, he's not ready! And SDY holds his nerve. It's just Blame. Very light on time, and there you have it, NAVI. Dominant in the debut in the Cathedral. 2 of them bleeding internally. Oh, what a spin! Config, he's just held it! He holds his nerve! And Bit does not challenge! What is that? Have the Danes got the tenacity to close? Perfecto and Bit set up. Oh, it's a good flash! There's nothing left! NAVI to force OT! Sipex trying, but Bit refuses! And NAVI secure the grand finals!
Those teams, the first wanting to lift that trophy for the 3rd time, containing the GOAT. They take on a team that has won everything recently. Katowice to the Pro League, the major, but they want this because they've never won that trophy. Not only does the winner here win this, they become the best team in the world.
Simple though does give us something to talk about. Oh, another headshot, and he does it. No way. Perfecto's gone. They're all there. Brokey. Robs onto SDY, and Perfecto demanded to do it all. FaZe remain undefeated. This has been magical. He's got a second AK, and he hits Bane off the bomb. They have to run him down. Twist, you've got no hope. Can Perfecto close? He's quite the clutch at low HP. Coop keeps his cool.
Is there time? Is there time?
I think there is. Again. He does it. Perfecto pulls NAVI into the equalizer in the grand finals. Electronic options very limited. The whole assault on the way. Electronic. Oh, no one can touch him. Cash injected, but there should be no hope. NAVI working as this team. Cathedral into the taps. Oh, Twist with two. Insane! Rookie of the year. 1v2, but that smoke and a kit chatted quite the pairing. That's going to get the nerves going. Round the world. He's baited him in. They can't find him. Twist distracted. If he could just do it again. He's on it. Robs nervous in the big stage. As Biggs closes it out. A monstrous clutch pulls NAVI into the lead in this grand finals. Come up clutch against Perfecto. Looking for info. And he's that's a banger! No kit, and in a couple of seconds, no hope. And I will see you at map 5 of the grand finals. All the way, baby!
Info play from Electronic Team. Consider that.
He did it. And he slaps him down. Back of the skull. Twist breaks NAVI's backs. And FaZe Clan complete the triple.
FaZe Clan are the best team in the world.
Lexus, I want to fucking hear you. Never before seen. You're champions. It's FaZe Clan.
Match point FaZe, they are on the cusp of winning this major.
And you said Cloud9, if they wanted to do it, they'd have to do it the hard way.
And he's taken down. Tarek is not done with this major yet. Here it is, Tarek! They stay alive for one more round.
And Cloud9 again they stay alive. Timeout here from FaZe. And they definitely need it. Cloud9 are dangerous no matter the situation.
Comes in, but so does the rotation. A lot of Maestro has been taken out towards the B bomb site. Nothing else is going on. He's got to go back. Stewie's on his own. But look at the time. Look at the time. There's 7 seconds of front of us. They're trying to go for it, but it's no more play. Stewie's on the roll. We're going to overtime.
They came back all the way.
shine. A little bit of damage. Double from Twist. He loses carry in a third and fourth. The Magician.
Get it out when he reacts faster, Twist. Oh, baby, what is that? The King of the North has claimed his stake to NA. Procedural into the taps. Oh, Twist with two! Insane! Insane! Concerns, the sound is there, the spray is two, he's got a second AK! And he hits Bin off the bomb! They have to run him down, Simple's posted, Twist, you've got no hope! No! No way!
We're here at Bristow Potteries in Malta ahead of the playoffs of EPL Season 17, and I'm here with Chief Pothead Jackie. Jackie, do you like clay?
I love clay. It's my favorite thing in the whole world, Hugo.
That's fantastic news, and that's what we need here. We've got 4 teams ready to build. Who knows what? We're going to have to find out. We're going to have to dive in. I think there's a bit of creative freedom being taken today. We've learned the different strategies, such as the coil, the flatten, getting your fingers nice in there. Jackie, what's your preferred technique today?
I like the Japanese approach. We've been learning about that, folding the clay into itself. There's a lot of little intricacies, but I'm sure we'll learn about that as these teams get into their clay making.
Spinks has already started strong. He's rolling a nice snake size. What are you going for, Spinks? What's your goal here?
I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't know.
This is a nice looking bowl though. Have you done this before?
Yeah, I used to do this like every second weekend with my grandmama when I was 7 to 14, so I'm really good at this.
Damn, so you've actually done this a lot.
Just kidding.
Oh, Matt, you literally could have fooled me.
Jerry, what are you going for, my man? You're building something quite specific here. You've got some shapes.
Yes, I wanted to build a building, you know, but it seems like that those things are really weak, and maybe I will do some kind of exposition and museum. I don't know.
You sound like an expert already. You're talking about exposition. Have you done this before?
No, I didn't. Only in school.
I've heard word on the street that we've got some CSGO players making guns from the game. Let's go check in. They can't escape the game, or the game can't escape them. I think Zywoo's making a P250. He wouldn't make dualies, apparently. He wouldn't make dualies. There's too many pistols, one at a time, huh, bud?
I'm ready to fight now. Yeah? Yeah, it's between P250 and Zeus. I don't know yet.
I think you need, Zeus, actually, that would be it. You need to add some details. You got to get carving. If I get you a little knife, will you do some carving there and make a barrel?
I'll do carambit after, I don't know. I'm just being... Yeah, of course. I'm just taking my time.
Lovely stuff. A lot of bowl making by Heroic. Yeah, Jabby was making a bowl earlier. We've got Tessas and Shush bowling up as well. That was last week. Well, that was a few weeks ago we had the bowling. They can't escape it, guys.
No, they love it. They absolutely love it. I think actually Cadian's up to some shenanigans. Maybe we should check in with him, Freya. Should we get in there?
Can I go with my
go for
hands?
It.
Right, let's go. Cadian, I've heard you may have a little bit of a potter's hand. Is that true?
Of course.
Absolutely nailed it. 2 other Danes who look hard at work. Are you going to decorate it, or is it all about the sort of shaping for you?
Let's see if I can build something first.
Axel's making something beautiful over here. Can we get a shot of that? That's beautiful, man. I didn't know you had it in you. Is this a rose?
Yeah.
Is this your first time making pottery?
Yeah.
Well, I can't tell, man. I can't tell. That's beautiful. Well done.
Oh my God, oh no. He's wobbling. This is real teamwork here.
Jackie, we've seen some incredible competitors today. Who's taking the trophy from the top?
You know what? KD in number one, because of the sheer confidence he had. I see him throw in the dough, acting like it's pizza. It was mad. Zaiwu number two, the guy's literally making pistols. Like, it's insane. And then you know what? Third place, I'd say Yabi. He's in there with both fists. He's punching. It's crazy. It's crazy.
There's been some tendency for, especially the Heroic side, to make bowls. They've been kneading the dough, as it were, and even getting some logos in there as well, repping the brand. I've also noticed, as you mentioned, Zaiwu's pistol. Zorti's made an orb. Some of these players can't leave Counter-Strike at home, can they, Jackie?
They just can't get it off of their heads. It's all about CS, but it's all about pottery today. And I'm really impressed with the fact that everyone's just been going off, Hugo. They've taken it in their stride.
That's true. Some people have really come in and championed this. I think KD is a large part of it, right? He's coming very confident to this afternoon. He says he's done this before. Most people are new to the craft. There's even a Pasha biceps there. I'm seeing the abs getting grilled out right now from Buster, but overall some incredible competition going on this evening. We're going to hand out some trophies without a doubt.
I've completely ruined my hands actually putting in some legwork here for the talent representation at the Pottery League. Now your challenge is to decorate this bad boy.
I'm not very artistic. I'm not known for my drawings. That's why I brought my special guest here, Jackie. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's one with the blade, as you say.
I am from London.
And I know you two I mean, you say you're not artistic. Surely you have some sort of inspiration. We've had so much going on over the past 4 weeks. Anything standing out? Any memories, highlights, if you will?
I think right now, Freya, I think I'm living in the moment. I think these players are inspiring me. I've seen some people who I never expected to be able to, really craft such creations. And so if they can do it, hey, maybe we can too.
Okay, you know what? Let's get started. Jackie up first with the scalpel.
I'm trying to think if maybe I could, if I could shape, like an ESL pottery logo, something like that, right? Like, I'll work it in.
We need some branding for the league, yeah. This could be the plate that you win,
Look at the microphone, Jackie, and maybe you can create something like this and go for this logo. You're going to have to start with a circle. We've got that at least. Thank you, Freya. Oh, yeah.
That's not looking like a circle. Oh, no, it's...
You have to do both halves.
Right, true. Very true.
What's he doing here, Freya? What's he doing?
I don't know, man. A circle?
He's ruining your creation.
It kind of is. I don't know why I put him up for this. Hours I've put into this. But that's looking good. It's better.
Yeah. It's not a straight line, but... Oh, okay. Okay, he's got more. That's a lot of lines. I'm not sure if that's... Is that quite the logo?
How many lines we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5 lines.
5 lines. Too much pressure. I mean, we could leave him to it and then see what everybody else is getting up to. Should we do that? Okay, Jackie, we're going to leave you to it. Good luck, man. Good luck.
We've had some snowmen at some point. I don't know. Some people have started some creations and then they've shredded them and gone back to stage 1. So people are really going through their artistic repertoire, as it were.
You know what? It takes... You didn't build Rome in a day, is that the phrase? Yeah. Snowmen, though. We're in Malta. Snowmen. I don't want to disturb you too much, but I heard there was snowman going on, but it doesn't look like a snowman anymore. What is it?
It's snowman.
It is a snowman. It's a very detailed snowman.
I think it's killer snowman.
Those eyes, man. I can't stop looking at them.
Jerry's Colosseum is coming together nicely. He built a building. He has some poles, not poles, that's the wrong word. Arches, not arches. What are those? Columns.
Columns, obviously.
Holding it up, it's quite a creation.
Shush looks like he's taken a seat. He's done the Heroic logo in his bowl.
I did tell him to do it. I will say I feel like I had some input on this one creatively. The bowl was his idea, the logo, I'll take 50% credit.
Yeah. The lady was talking to us about, having these separate parts. And you've actually really gone with this. So can you walk us through your creation so far?
Yeah, so what you see here is obviously a ball here. You can put whatever you want in it here. I would prefer snacks or, stuff like that. But some people, they just want to go home and drop their keys. You can use it for whatever you want.
Multi-purpose, love that.
And then what I have requested to the lovely lady over there is for her to burn this in separate parts. So I get this part that I can use to keep all the goodies.
Well, that concludes the EPPL. Of course, we have a lot of incredible creations made by our 4 quarterfinal teams here at ESL Pro League. And I wanted to go through with Freya and Jackie and maybe give a quick recap, go over our favorites, our highlights, our lowlights, and what has impressed us most. Guys, where do we want to start here? Should we just immediately, I'm drawn to Buster. I don't know what you guys think about this. He's made so many different creations this afternoon.
It's so intricate. Like, even the detailing on the hair, you can't see it, obviously we're facing the wrong way, but the keys on the keyboard, everything going on with this. He's even got the wires. He's got the wires for his whole setup. That PC could actually work. I love that.
But also, Jackie, I mean, over on this side of the table, we have some weapons being created, some Counter-Strike guns, Zai with the P250, Zorti with the AWP. What do you think about the weapons?
I think they're impressive, man. Like, ZywOo, when he first started, it was a bit like, I don't know where this is going. But by the end, like, he's owned it. He's made the trigger, he's put his name on it, we got the AWP. But, Hugo, it's not all about violence. It's about romance as well. We got the rose.
Yeah, Axel, he was very humble about his creation, but I think visually it's one of the more appealing ones. It even lifts out. It's interactive, so quite nice from Axel. That goes along with the bowls, the pots that we have from Magician Dupree. Lots of little lids that you can lift off as well. So I'm loving the interactive ones. Those are getting special points from me. Now, I'll notice Jerry created the Source 2 Sanctuary. Some say that if you pray in the Sanctuary, Source 2 will come. Is it true, Jackie?
It very well might be, Hugo. There's some condiments in there. I can smell them. I can smell them. Burger sauce. Burger sauce.
And Heroic as well with the home brand. They've put out their logos today, Freya. They've done well.
Yeah, I think I'd say Shush's is maybe slightly better. I think the indentation, yeah, he's done a good job with that. Obviously, FORZE also going a bit mental again. This was meant to be the team manager in a hot tub. I don't really know what the law is.
I actually thought this was Shrek.
He was being rather insulting about his manager, but he did put him in a hot tub, so there's worse places to be. Crab with a beautiful bowl. He's worked hard on the slicing here. I like that. More lids, more pots, some shishas in here as well, guys. FORZE love shisha, who knew? Now let's get to the elephant in the room. It's Spinks. We can let the art speak for itself, maybe, Freya?
Yeah, I was actually next to him, you know, for the duration we were crafting our collaborative effort, and then he was just letting the creative juices flow. He's made a statue on top of what I think was a sort of Greek Colosseum vibe. I don't know, this was meant to be filled with people, ran out of time, unfortunately was a bit too over-enthusiastic with that one. Then I don't know what on earth this is. Maybe a tree, maybe a Demogorgon, I don't know. He's been creative though.
He tried, so points for efforts. We're giving points for efforts out, but talking points, let's get to the end and look at maybe the most glorious, Freya, the most incredible, a team effort from you two, the bowl made by Freya, the logo with EPPL and the ESL logo in there, Jackie. How hard did you work on this one?
Look, I think it started off kind of shaky. You were all judging me for the ESL branding. I think I've owned it. That's pretty good, right? It's not bad. Like, I'm an artist. I'm in there somewhere. I've got a brush in my blood.
Maybe this should be what we give to the winners. Maybe this is the winning plate, you know, and actually the EPL trophy also behind it. So, yeah, maybe this is what the players will take home if they come first.
Well, if we want to find out the winners, let's bring in Alex, Commissioner Alex, to maybe give us a bronze, a silver, and a gold for this afternoon's work. We've had, you know, these are some of the best Counter-Strike players of all time, Alex. Who are you thinking is taking bronze, silver, and gold today? Any thoughts?
I worry that Spinks' therapist needs to have a look at what that represents, what he's trying to say here. There's a lot in there, but I love the Heroic guys are on brand. There's a lot of branding going on there. But for me, I would say, I think the bronze goes to Buster. I love how expressive he is. He's very ambitious on gaming. I love it. My silver, I would actually give to Dupree for his pottery. He was very meticulous, very ambitious with the kind of engineering. So I quite enjoyed how focused he was on that. But for me, the gold has to go to Axel. I think a perfect Mother's Day gift, Valentine's Day gift. It's beautiful, frankly. It brought tears to my eyes when I saw it.
Beautiful. I mean, true art is right there. Final comment on Resalt's creation, obviously the latest acquisition by FORZE. What do you make of this phallic object, Alex?
I mean, it's mesmerizing, isn't it? You want to look at it, you want to handle it. But I'm going to leave it where it is for now and let him take it home and explain it to his family.
Yeah, he can explore that in his own time. It's not going on the podium, but I'm sure many of these will be. Thank you for joining us for another season of EPPL. I'm sure we'll be back. Thank you to everyone here as well in this beautiful building that helped us make some incredible creations that the players can take home this season.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Asus Republic of Gamers, DHL, US Air Force, 1xBet, Monster Energy, and Gaming Malta.
All right. FaZe Clan. They're really taking care of me here. It's a Grand Cru Classé 2022, of course, one of the most prestigious awards that wine has to offer. You can smell that bouquet. It's complex, it's mature, it's deep. It's truly something special. Full-bodied, different aromas coming in, traces of hops lurking in the back of your palate, splashes of twists that surprise you a little bit. They're here looking for the ultimate award, and they might just get it.
Making magic when they need it most. He can still sing it. He can sing it. Oh no, Mouse, they've done it. Absolutely rocked. Full-time steal.
Well, who's ready for some Counter-Strike? Because I surely am. It is time to get another day of the playoffs underway. Yanko, hit it. Playoffs. There it is. Thank you very much. That's right. Welcome back, everybody. They've let us on the sofa yet one more time. My name is Trace. I'll be guiding through the first portion of the day, sort of, kind of, because there are a lot of drivers on this ship, or, well, captains, I guess.
Drivers on the ship. Yeah, lots of drivers.
The gas, and then it's like a whole
I'm
thing.
not the captain. I'm the first officer.
Fair.
The captain always goes down with the ship.
You're
out like that. That doesn't sound really cool to me.
It goes Yanko, then the women, then the children.
Someone needs to take care of the women and the children, Hugo. Yeah, it's gonna be you, Lieutenant Weinberg.
Maybe.
Reference game, never mind.
No. Where's that from?
A Few Good Men.
Oh. I thought it was like a...
It's a good-
I mean,
good film.
there are Titanic references in there, but that's also a very grim thing. Oh, no way to really spin that in a positive light. Other
This
than the fact
segment has
that-
been the Titanic so far.
No, not quite. But we are in the playoffs. It's been a long couple of weeks, gents. We've arrived at day 2. We did send some teams home yesterday. Anybody want to grab the horns on that one?
Day 3. Yes, we have to. Yeah, definitely not day 2.
Yeah.
Day 4.
That's what I said.
Day 12.
See?
The eternal
22.
playoffs.
Yeah, forever.
We've sent some teams home. Yes, Trace. Yes, indeed.
Thank you.
G2 we've sent home, courtesy of Ends, and Ends dispatched Vitality too. Last night, that series was just insane, man. Like watching that third map, I was glued to the screen. You could tell how invested emotionally all 12 people in that match were. You know, the shouting, the screaming. ZywOo with 9 kills in 2 rounds. You're thinking, that's it. He's won it for Vitality. What we wanted to see finally. And then Ends as they do with bish bosh sort of a buy, like MP7 doing work with nerds and pistols, and just their mental fortitude has been incredible so far this tournament.
And it's now set themselves up to play Cloud9. But, you know, all things considered, we still have some really big names in the bracket. And we have even bigger names in our play of the decade. Now, we started this just a few days ago and looking at plays that were impactful. Winning, I think, is a very important thing. Even perhaps the round after and the game after.
Winning is great.
Which we did find out as well. We had a Shocks clip up there. And it looks like we'll have another one perhaps as well. But this one At the Fnatic side of things, this
Cash as well.
Dennis?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Dennis again.
The Dennis
Bringing back the
pistol.
Dennis pistol.
Impact. That's what we're calling this.
Dennis with the USB now.
I think
That was
this
the
is
deal.
the round that led us to say Dennis was the best pistol player for 5 years.
Yeah.
Like we literally just
Stayed alive for a long time.
It did. It stayed alive. We couldn't stop talking about it. And actually turns out, looking at the pistol stats, ZywOo might actually be the greatest of all time in those pistol rounds. His stats are nuts. Like for 470 something pistol
Do you know who has
rounds.
better stats than ZywOo?
Yeah.
Freaking Kaylee.
Really?
Your old teammate.
I can't make it up. It's a fact on HLTV.
Oh,
I looked
Kelly.
that up because I was looking that ZywOo pistol kind of storyline, and I just see Kaylee's name above ZywOo, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't know
from the grave reaching
why
out.
isn't his name scrubbed from the
I saw
records?
some USB
Yeah.
shots from that guy.
Yeah.
Some of them.
Why isn't his name scrubbed from the records?
I mean,
A
I'll
good
take it off
question.
myself.
Well,
Give me
if
a
we
code.
start doing that, where do we stop? You know, of course, there are several names that we could probably censor. You guys think of any off
Probably
the top of your heads?
anyone that was, accused and caught cheating would probably be where I'd
Up
draw
on the
line.
list?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's fair enough.
That would probably
Yeah.
be the line,
It's not even like a
Yeah,
soft line
just
in the
like-
sand. It's like
yeah.
a hard drawn paint line in the sand,
Yeah.
even perhaps. But not nearly as clear as what we're talking about when it comes to our play of the decade. Here's our next candidate, and this one's got a little Polish geo.
Oh, yeah.
Look at the old heroic logo.
Oh dear.
The green heroic. Oh, bloody hell.
Well,
Wait, this is not it.
That's
No, I
that's
mean,
the
funny.
play.
It's a candidate.
That's funny if I
That
know.
is
This
one
is the
of the
candidate
plays in
of
the
the
last
play
decade.
of the decade.
It
It's
was
a
A
candidate.
play of the decade. Someone thought it's a good idea to put in an anti-eco SMG ace.
Yeah, but he was
It looks
behind them
cool.
all,
Give
Yanko.
that guy a raise, man.
It
But
was
it
an
looks
idea. It
This
was
is
a
my
funny
this
one,
is my
yeah.
play of the
Yeah,
decade.
yeah, let's nominate
That's
it.
employee of the decade too.
Let's take a look at it again. Really slow it down. No, I'm joking,
no,
I'm
please
joking.
don't do that. Please.
Can you
don't
break?
do that.
Let's do it, and Mania can break down this round for
You
us.
want me to
Okay, yeah.
analyze?
You know what? Run that one back.
Run it
Let's
again.
see.
G2
Okay,
Okay,
next
that's
one.
better. Let's move it.
Luminosity
Actually, we
G2.
changed.
We're
the
back
best.
with Smiths and Shocks.
It's the same grand final from the Shocks Inferno round.
Smiths.
Oh, good catch.
Oh.
Somebody wants to say
So
it.
who's about to go absolutely cream cracker?
Shocks, of course.
Always Shocks.
Who else?
1v4 against LG? That's a Shocks round, right?
Oh, what? With match point? Sure.
With the FAMAS as well to
Been here
start things
before.
off.
You could never see someone win this round today.
No.
Like,
Well, they've got two
supposed to
all.
be
let's
it,
see
you
how
know.
they
How do they
screw this up.
screw
Fellas, is this
this up?
Source 2?
He's got 2 flashes and he's small.
Yes.
Oh, if you had a HE.
Oh.
Okay, but there's still 3
Let's
of
just
them.
peek him. Let's just peek him as fast as possible. Oh, he's gonna kill him over the
Oh.
I remember this now.
Dear.
Oh no.
And then he just jumps away. Oh.
Oh.
Spicy.
To be fair, it's really poorly played by LG there.
Yeah.
Like, it's really poorly played.
Yeah.
Shocks is
It does
amazing,
seem it.
but
They have
counter
kinda
peeks
given
alone,
it
then
to him,
following
haven't
peeks
they?
behind the smoke, but Taco is hiding. It's like,
But what's
there was
cooler?
one way to lose it.
What's cooler, that round or when Dennis is shooting people in cash with a pistol?
No,
Dennis.
the
I think
Dennis
the
is kinda-
SMG ace.
The
was better
SMG
for me,
ace.
yeah.
The
That's my
SMG
vote.
ace. Is that what we're going to do
I
here?
vote for the SMG
It's
ace.
voluntary.
Yes.
Okay, fine. The SMG ace is the play of the decade. Yanko is the one that selected
Do we
that
have to
personally.
rewatch it then?
I think we should, just on the principle
Yeah.
of Yanko selecting it.
What makes a good play, right? He
Kills.
got into position where no one knew where he was, and he eliminated the entirety of the opposing team with them being completely unsuspecting. Like, that's a brilliant play.
And it's kind of funny.
It is very funny.
And the impact is tremendous, like on the economy. He got 3,000 plus the round win bonus. He
That's
got
a lot of
6K,
money.
Watch it
6K
again.
in that one round, man. Like, look at this. They don't know. Heroes cast it, Alex.
Hago, they need this round the back of the door.
Oh my God. Play of the decade right there, Alex.
We won't see that ever again in the history of Counter-Strike.
It was this
my
round that propelled the
God.
comeback. They're down 12-6 against Heroic.
And then they won
came
the
back
major.
16-14 because they had an op on 14-14 that Spero dropped to Cuban.
His money.
That's incredible context. I can't believe you remember that random Pro League matchup.
Top of my head, man.
crazy.
5 years
How
ago.
can you forget that? That was legendary. That was play of the decade.
Yeah, well, it's funny you said that because we will revisit this tomorrow. But currently, we need to revisit the Grande Finale, which is a word we kind of made up at some
We
point.
made that one up.
Yeah, our 1xBet tier list, guys, is it panned out? Because I'm
Dude,
seeing a G2 at the
I'm
top
taking-
there, Machine. Take some of these guys
I'm
with you,
taking the
please.
yellow and the red card just in case any funny business occurs in the transition. But I'm going to go walk over towards the one.
Who else you wanna take?
Would you,
I'll come with you. I'll
Yanko,
come
would
with
you
you.
mind?
I'll come with you.
Of course,
Come
Alex.
hang out. Come hang out.
Let's see.
Don't get lost, guys. Be careful.
But the
I'll be
Grande
here.
Finale, yeah, I mean, we definitely had a couple of misconceptions upon review. I think let's start at this era. We definitely kind of saw Pain Gaming quote
It was
unquote
better than a +1, yeah.
overperform, but I think we actually kind of did, during our discussion, talk a bit about what Pain were capable of, and they continue to impress. Obviously, no Liquid. The Flower Boys.
Yeah.
What did you make of Liquid's exit here? Are we reading into it?
It was unexpected. I mean, I liked how Pain played, but I thought Liquid, after those first 2 rough games, they stepped it up. Apparently wasn't the case. They regressed in the playoffs, and it's unfortunate. They were in the semifinal in Katowice. They were hoping to build on that, and actually it was a disappointing exit.
Yeah, 0-0 Nation, of course, we saw a little bit of summon. A little bit of a summon.
Could have won 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, it was better than what we expected. Most people expected as well. Really forced Navi into their last resorts. You said it, 16-14 the first map. Then we know how the second went down. It ran out of steam a little bit in that series. I think you could see a little bit like lack of experience of the rest of the crew, not only Coldzera. But I was surprised. That's a positive impression.
But for more of the Boomer fans, like Coldzera having a 6 series and a good tournament, then you're thinking like, ooh, maybe he still has it. Maybe he should be more of a space taker in that team. So interesting to see how that unfolds moving forward.
I think the responsibility suited him. Like, it didn't immediately, and you saw some of their T-sides struggle, but I think perhaps giving him a little bit more of that voice in the team. He was always been a second caller anyway, so it's not like it was completely foreign to him. Big standout right here. Ents obviously still in the tournament, and none of the others have managed to make it this far.
It's not a big surprise. We said evening guests, right? So they're coming in late, but they're staying until the end. So, they're still here. Again, knocked out a couple of really, really strong teams in G2 and Vitality. You can see how far up G2 is.
Yes.
We consider them a contender for the whole thing. And especially considering they made the roster change like so recently with adding Nerds instead of Valde, look how good that decision seems now. Like after Katowice, the player break is over. Most time you had to practice is over. The major is coming up. You pull the trigger on that change. I think it paid off tenfold already.
Yeah,
they keep making good decisions when it comes to recruitment. You have to think about finding Spinks, like Nerds, and Pius.
I mean,
rolling.
Wait,
who else
for
would be in
all
that
the
conversation?
criticism we give EG for their management and decision, that's like Ants is on the opposite side. Like they're on the other side of that coin. Like with a way smaller budget and not enough resources that they managed to build. Even you go back a year and a half ago, a super contending team, a super good team. Right, and now they're building on top of that. So shout out to
Well,
Ants.
while we're talking about
And our boy
talent
Natu.
and undiscovered talent, FORZE is still in this competition as well. Of course, that's our first game of the day. We've got FaZe versus FORZE. And it seems like, they're in the same pool as Vitality, Navi, Liquid. We've lost Vitality, we've lost Liquid, but FORZE a conversation.
And obviously, we're about to see them play today, so their story is yet to be written. I don't know if I'm resisting the hype or if generally people are exaggerating a little bit FORZE's position, because you look at the results prior to EPL and there's nothing really to write home about. And I personally, I haven't played CS for a while as well. I know that regional matchups are the best space to create an upset.
Yes.
And that is a fact. When you have beaten Navi, when you have beaten Spirits, you've taken down people from your own region.
Fair.
And this is where you can have these moments. So now they can prove me wrong. They can make a fool out of me today by taking down FaZe Clan. But that would be a different story.
I hate to see that. I'd hate to see anyone making a fool out of you, Matthew.
have to accept sometimes.
But I agree with you. Like it's been a couple of domestic matchups that got them into the top 2 and everything. I think now you're in the playoffs. You have to play against FaZe.
I know.
That's a whole different.
Good thing we have the mics
animal.
open. Thank you, Trace.
Yeah.
No problem.
Well, actually, Trace, funny you should arrive here. I heard the word on the street is we get to hear a little bit from the crowd. That's right.
Yeah.
We have started to get people boots on the ground here at the event.
I heard you guys talk a lot about FORZE, and as you can see, they have like some last-minute discussions. Obviously, they have players that have a lot of experience and some newcomers, so winning this trophy would be pretty big. On the other side, we have FaZe Clan, and obviously getting another trophy is real nice, but the Grand Slam. The Grand Slam is what they're looking for, and the most important thing is that this is not just an offline event. This is not also online. We actually have a crowd. People are slowly arriving. It is only a Friday.
Hello, everybody.
It is still working hours, but people are already here, and they're eager to see if FaZe Clan will actually be able to get that Grand Slam, guys.
Yeah, work sucks.
man.
Source 2 rules. Ain't that right?
Get on a t-shirt ASAP.
ASAP, like Rocky. Hey, FORZE FaZe. We're talking about a FaZe that's obviously still in contention for the Grand Slam. Would be a shame if they went out this early.
It would be indeed a shame, but also, you know, for FaZe, we talked about it multiple times during this tournament. They were in a weird situation where they won so much at the start of last year, right? Major, Katowice, Cologne. No one's ever done that in the history of our circuit. And then in the second half of the year, they fell off a little bit, but they still played good CS, right? Post-major especially. They made it to the couple of grand finals. You know, they lost to Heroic in the final in Copenhagen. They lost to G2 in the semifinal of Abu Dhabi after beating them in groups, right? Then they get knocked out by G2 and Liquid in Katowice. So it's, you know, teams that are up there, they're all playoff teams or teams that won tournaments. But for someone like FaZe, they're not going to use that as an excuse. You know, they feel like they should be beating those teams. They should be the ones lifting trophies. And they were just missing, you know, 5% basically is all that's missing for FaZe. So we'll see if they manage to, you know, draw it out of somewhere in this playoff run.
Yeah, and that does make... Oh, is it those telemarketers again? Jesus Christ.
Hello. Hello.
Good morning.
Oh,
wait, it's the afternoon.
Is that Mr. Bardolph
Ladies and
there?
gentlemen.
What is
Hello,
going
how
on,
are you
Dan?
guys doing?
James Bardolph, are you on Prodigy in 1.6?
That's Assault.
Am I on Prodigy? I'm on Assault.
Assault, okay, sorry. I get confused.
Yeah. I'm like Ceiling Cat. I've got the little cameras here.
He's in the
I'm
control
everywhere
room.
now.
Huh. Well, what's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm trying to buy grenades on eBay at the moment. I've got the
Like
flashbang.
actual
I'm trying to
grenades?
find, I've got the flashbang here.
Trace has a couple of tips.
I'm trying to find a smoke grenade now that's in CS2 to see if I can find one.
What's that made out of? That looks pretty rigid, pretty
Is that
solid.
aluminium or aluminum?
No, this is pretty metal.
Oh, it is.
It's like I'm scared to pull the pins because I don't know if it's
do it, man.
Try live.
You can only find out one way, live on air. So just pull the pin and
I'll wait till you're here, Trey, so we can do it together.
nice. Let's flashbang ourselves. That is the ultimate not goal
Do
of
it
my
with
life.
an HE.
James, you were doing the playoff B stream games already, so I guess you saw the rise and the fall of G2. How'd that go? They fell to Ents. They got eliminated. What happened, James?
Yeah, I think it's easy to call out G2 and be like, you know, they're such a high-ranked team, they should be winning, etc. But really, you have to give credit to Ents. They played amazing. I think it's really hard to make a change like that so early. Have a guy step up like Nerds and just delete everybody. You saw it yesterday as well. Like, he's just performing straight out of the gates. It is crazy to see. I honestly think, especially with how the brackets looking, Ents might have a good run of things. If FaZe lose today, I would honestly pick Ents as a potential surprise victor for the whole thing. I think it's going to be hard for FaZe to lose today, though. But Ents played fantastic. All credit to them. They were really, really aggressive. And we saw in some of the earlier games from G2 as well. They were, you know, if you gave them space, if you gave them too much respect on your T side, they would take that space away. They'd play the CT side and just hunt you down. It was glorious to watch. But Ents were ready for it, man. They came with that savage aggression and matched them.
So that's FaZe FORZE, but I'd love to know your take on this Heroic Navi matchup because, I mean, a lot of us are struggling to commit to the Heroic call just because even though Heroic in the head-to-head most recently did pick up the victory, it's Navi, you know? It's Navi, albeit not necessarily in the best form. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a tough one with Navi because obviously form has been a little wobbly for Simple here and there. I feel like you're only going to regret picking against Navi most of the time. Yeah. But Heroic are a team which, you know, you have to respect as well. I think it's a coin flip, honestly. It's a hard one to commit to. I would flip a coin and pick based off that. Flip something and decide.
All right, I'll flip this ball. Does that work? Okay, so green side up, Heroic win.
Can't believe that
Heroic win.
That was quite a clock.
Sorry.
With the
saw that one coming.
Hey, Bardolph, what do you think of Source 2?
Ooh.
It's okay, so I'm looking at the fine detail. Like, I'm nerding out on the small stuff at the moment. I think the movement is interesting, especially the way you strafe cancel. I feel like the movement feels a little exaggerated. If you're strafing a little bit one way, then you move like, I feel like the hips are almost like a bit of a meme at the moment.
You're seeing too much motion is what it is.
Maybe. Like, it's different, but it's different bad, not necessarily. So I think it needs more time to flesh out. The smokes are fascinating, though. I think we... For a long time, have had maps like Inferno where smokes go up and you have to wait it out. And I think from a spectator point of view, from a commentator point of view as well, there's fatigue associated with that. But the way the smokes work now, where you can blow them away with the HE grenades or fire some shots through them and create some little plays, they've got little gaps and so on. It just allows the game to be more dynamic and not get stale in parts where it might be stale at the moment. So that's definitely fantastic going forward. I think there's lots of quality of life upgrades that we've seen. We could draw on the map That bit's fantastic. So there's lots of interesting things, but the directional sound definitely needs to be sorted out at the moment, because we've been doing some tests where, again, like I think in current CS and older CS, you can like use one ear to basically figure out where someone is. You can just point one ear in the direction of someone on the other side of a wall or something. But at the moment, you could stand still and have somebody run from back here to there, and it would sound like almost you're in mono sound. So that needs to be fixed.
Hey.
That's the main thing I'm focusing on at the moment.
We actually have a guy who prefers to play with one earphone on. I don't know what his deal is. Harry Russell, they call him.
I've heard that. That is true.
What's up, Hugo?
Oh yeah, James, you have a mad inventory. You've got the skins, and Source 2's made look a lot prettier. What's your have you tried the skins in Source? What's your best combo right now? The Dopplers, Yanko's Dopplers look unbelievable.
They look good.
All right, so as far as skins are concerned, we'll put stickers aside because they're all broken at the moment. If you've got a sticker on an orb, that stuff is all just busted, and that will be fixed in due course. But if you have like a FaZe 3 Doppler, they've basically gone up about 30% in price. I know that in the Chinese market, all the Kato stickers have just come off the market immediately. If you've got a Dig Hollow, for example, you can inspect it. In the inspect, you'll see how different it looks, and that looks absolutely crazy at the moment. So everyone's trying to buy everything in that regard. So FaZe 3 Dopplers now have got this kind of like this oceanic blue to them. So those are going absolutely crazy. Dopplers are definitely stonks. If you've got a Black Pearl, I think those are going to get even more expensive because there's a tier of them that don't have too much different like contrasting colors in them. So those are going to be even higher because you can see so much more in the skins now. So they're going crazy. Things look really good. Fade knives are amazing, especially the way the sun is as a source. Even on your gloves, everything just glows really, really nicely. So the game is much more attractive.
So what you're saying, Bardoff, before we get you out of here, is that gut knife holders are rejoicing right now in the streets that their investments may or may not pay off.
Dude, everything is stocks. Gut knives, flip knives, everything. Even the little salad knife flicky thing, whatever that thing's called.
The salad knife.
Everything.
What is this?
No, the picnic knife. Okay, so there's like an Opinel knife in the game, right? It's like a flick-out picnic knife. Like, if you go to France, have a picnic. That's the kind of knife.
To cut your cheese.
No. You guys are doing it wrong. If you're not going to a picnic with your Karambit, I don't know what you're doing, really. Let's be honest. Thank you very
I
much,
have one of those
Bardoff.
in my kitchen.
Bardoff, we'll get you out of here. See you later, dude.
Cheers, man.
See you later, James.
That's James Bardoff, and he has been casting with Hawko.
So there is hope
the
for
B-Stream.
Hugo's gut knife safari mesh.
Oh, beautiful.
It's been years since I've had a gut knife. It's been years. My inventory's not as stacked as it once was.
Is it now?
But, no.
You huddled, and now you have it.
I don't. There's better knives, man. There's better knives. Butterflies, Karambits, M9s.
I did the worst trade deal of all time.
Oh, no.
Like 2 years ago, I traded a vanilla butterfly.
Been there.
For, what was it? A
Bowie.
A Bowie and something else. Oh, and a skeleton knife.
Oh, skeleton's quite nice.
The skeleton's not bad. But I missed my butterfly so bad. I looked at the price now, it's like 1,600 euros.
Hindsight is always 20/20. Think about the Titan sneakers I could have had.
With
exactly.
With a butterfly.
And speaking of in the back, here's us from yesterday, hungover from Source 2 released. As you can imagine, everybody came in just a little tired, I suppose is the proper word.
Yeah.
Fatigue.
Only the people that had Source 2, of course.
Oh, no.
Of all the places.
I know.
This is actually how Harry gets out of bed. He rolls out of bed.
Oh, no, not again.
Pushes Trace's arms off him.
Yeah. Well, usually I
mornings.
And puts his
relapse
underwear
and
on.
crap.
Yeah.
Anyways, Mouse
on.
versus C9. What happened there?
This is a bang. Yeah, go ahead.
No, just...
Literally anybody. You guys can paper rock to
C9 won. This was a banger, right? Like, Mouse showed up on first map Inferno. They had a really good CT side. They let one round in the second half. I thought Mouse were ready to 2-0. I thought they were ready to do it again. What they did already in the last quarterfinals in Rio, taking down Cloud9. But this is a game Cloud9 had to win. They had to prove themselves, and they eventually, swept it out in 3, Yanko.
But as it should, Maniac, it was the Hobbit who came to the rescue one more time for the fellowship of Cloud9, right? During that Vertigo, we heard from Nafani and Gru. He really stepped up in terms of leadership, just, bringing the guys back together, saying, hey, we're better. Let's just not overthink. Let's just get in their face. Let's win some fights.
Yeah, the last map was a little cleaner from Cloud9, although you'll see by the scoreline, they had like a 10-1 lead that ended up being a little bit of a skirmishy affair. You say they had to convince. I don't think they've done so. I think it was still very complicated.
Couldn't lose that, though.
Absolutely, and I mean, we had the best cameraman in the business trying to film them in
Resident
action.
cameraman, that's a new one, actually. But it was fun, guys. You guys should try it at some point. Not all this stuff. I feel a little, now looking back at my own
But funny,
antics.
like you nailed it. That's how every cameraman looks at us when he like does a close-up.
He just turns and looks behind the camera like, you got this, man. You're
Yeah.
good. And then Natalia like sings.
Oh. Do we have to watch this again?
Vitality.
Game of the day.
Yeesh.
Absolutely. Game of the day.
Maybe game of the playoffs so far.
Heartbreak of the day
think.
as well.
I think that's
so.
fair, yeah. Honestly, I mean, when you got to that third map, I mean, when you were watching Overpass as well, you got to see, I think it was some Pius who had some crazy stats.
He's
like
like 23 and 4 or something. 20,
Yes,
25.
Yeah, like a KD of like 8. It was just mad. But over the course of those 3 maps, yeah, we really learned a lot about what Nertz's brand is.
This
you know,
round,
this,
man.
Unbelievable.
like, and for the context that's missing, like the integral context for those that missed the game was that he let Magisk not trigger discipline, just I'll come to you later. He let him leave his site, cross into the site, and unfortunately, even though he must have communicated, I'm sure he said, I've let one go, D had got caught off guard, and he ended up saving the round all on his
get all
own.
agitated.
What you saying there here?
Yeah, you got some.
That's aggressive.
That's like a rap video.
Man, you know,
I mean, in that moment, I don't really know what I was saying, but I guarantee you I can't say it again, or I'm getting at least 3 red cards.
they thought you were
There we
finished.
go.
They thought I was finished? I'm not finished.
Can anyone teach me how to juggle?
I teach you how to
Yeah,
doggy.
man.
You any good at throwing? That's a.
What?
Oh, wow. Ooh.
Well,
That's
No,
when
I
the
guess-
match-
I guess-
Actually,
you just need to catch them as well,
Ah, okay,
right?
okay.
But you just throw them all in the air and then catch them as they fall down.
Oh, I just throw them all in the
It's
air.
easy,
No,
man.
The first step,
Start with
the
one.
first step is just to throw both
climb-
and
I've
let
seen
them-
people do like where you take 2 and then you go
And
like
you just-
1, and then you throw the other one before the other one. It's like
Yeah, I don't know the
like,
timings.
And then you're going to alternate.
You know
Basically,
that.
when,
good, you
no,
do
I
that.
can't. I don't know.
Oh,
It's probably
don't
not a
hit
theory. When
yourself.
the ball is in the
You're
air,
right
the other
there,
one
buddy.
just switch it.
I've always wanted to juggle. I don't know. I've had these 3 balls in my hand for too
You can
long
try
now.
to do 2 balls in
Nice.
one hand, then just do this if you want.
I'll
Do
take
what,
you for a
sorry?
ride in my clown car.
run that
mate.
one
What do I do?
Go on.
Demonstrate?
Technically, you can actually just try to do this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
You
you've got to catch it.
I want to
yeah,
go.
yeah,
I want to go. I want to go. Okay, we can. Sorry, I sidetracked.
No, it's a good thing. It's a healthy thing. People need to know how to juggle. We're kind of juggling.
Don't really
a few
feel
things
like I'm
here.
juggling.
you have to
But
throw
we
the other
don't
one
have
while
to
it's in
juggle
the
this.
air.
Order.
Mike's going to teach
Order.
me to juggle. I'd love that.
Let's
Okay,
talk.
by the end of the day, I might be juggling.
All right, live juggle segment.
No one cares about juggling. Relax.
Hey,
We
I
need to
care
go to
about-
interview.
I care
Shout out
about
FaZe.
juggling,
We're
man.
going to figure out how to
I
juggle.
care
by
about
then.
that. Like, why are you yelling at him?
I'm here with Carrigan ahead of his quarterfinal against FORZE. But firstly, let's talk about the hot topic, Source 2, Carrigan. How much have you played, and what are your first initial thoughts?
I haven't played that much, actually. I think I just went in to see if I had it, and I'm happy I have it, but I saw the other guys play it. I heard that the movement is a little bit different. There's still some small child mistakes, like in the game. But as a beta, I think it's a great start for the game, and hopefully we can improve our time, and hopefully Valve is opening the line for us to communicate really good with them and give some good feedback and make the game even better than it is.
For sure. Jerry is an in-game leader who's risen a lot of CIS players over the years. He's always been on the cusp of these big tournaments, but now he's here and he's playing great, and they've already taken down some big teams as well. As an in-game leader, what do you make of Jerry and his history?
I think I really got to know Jerry when I joined Mousesports, when we are in that kind of tier 2 layer, and we played a lot against him. And I think he's a very hardworking guy. And when you do hard work, you're always going to achieve results at some point, right? So what they're doing right now is obviously stepping a big step into the tier 1 scene and trying to challenge everyone. And the group stage they played really good, So I'm super impressed by them, and it's not an easy game in some way. Like it's a strange veto, all that kind of stuff. So we're just playing into our strengths and trying to play the best CS we can. And the last month we have played really good. So hopefully we show up today as well.
Yeah, and just quickly as well, you mentioned it's not an easy game. FORZE are a team who've played 86 maps in the last 3 months, right? They've been grinding. How hard is it to take on teams who have been putting in so much time playing all these officials on the grind, on the come up?
Yeah, I mean, they played more Overpass the last 3 months than we played all maps in the map pool, right? That says a lot in how much they play. And therefore it's also hard to kind of anti-strat because you have way too much information. And what they're really good at when you play the much is playing the basics really good. So they're shooting hard, playing the basics good. So there are not really many new strategies. But you have to figure out they had 5 days now after Google Days to update their playbook, right? So I think they come in very fresh to this game. And we just have to play the basics good against them because that's how this game going to be. It's going to be a brawly, a simple game, and we have to make sure we are on top of that.
Final question, yes or no, are FaZe winning the Grand Slam at EPL Season 17?
Maybe, maybe not. We'll see.
Thank you, Kargan.
Making magic when they need it most.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
But the truth is that I robbed them. I'm in the zone. Can you imagine having a piece of the magic? I'll throw you a bone. Let it be known. I can't miss when I'm on one. They came with their guns, but I bombed them. Thought they was too slick, but the truth is that I robbed them. I'm in the zone. I'm in the zone. Can you imagine having a piece of the magic? I'll throw you a bone. Let it be known. I can't miss when I'm on one. They came with their guns, but I bombed them. Thought they was too slick, but the truth is that I robbed them. I'm in the zone. Can you imagine having a piece of the magic? I'll throw you a bone. Let it be known. I can't miss when I'm on one. They came with their guns, but I bombed them. Thought they was too slick, but the truth is that I robbed them. I'm in the zone.
Who knew I would make it this far? They hated, they never believed me. Yeah, I would never drop the ball. I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic got to say. I got them picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with your life. I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitting for it, cause you all cap like. Hold up, I shoot my shot. Wait, hold up. I'm really about to run this go up. You know it's all net when it go up. Ain't got no other plans, you don't need to understand, ayy. We on overtime, you don't need to understand, ayy. You just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play the same.
Moving fast, already gone, yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog, just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving, what we doing. Cause it can get dangerous. Cause it can get dangerous. Cause it can get dangerous.
Ay, please don't play no games with me, I promise I'm too much. Ay, I can never let up even if you had enough. Ay, this ain't for the faint of heart, we always playing rough. I had enough.
Making magic when they need it most.
So Zorte, right now you're gonna have a big match against FaZe, but maybe we have like a few viewers that did not see your groups. Can you give us a summary how like this underdog managed to finish in top 1?
Actually, before this tournament, it's hard to believe that we didn't go to qualify so far. I don't know, just go match after the match. Just when we beat NAVI, we just feel confident that we're able to beat any team in this event. Just, yeah, that's it.
That's it. Well, there's not a lot of IGLs in the CIS region, but Jerry is definitely one of them. You have been playing with him for already like 2 years, but are there still like some things that you're still learning?
I think it's more profit to, for example, for new players, it's gain some profit for sure. But for me, I don't know. I knew him perfectly. What is his person, what his personality is inside the game and out of the game. For me, like he's a good guy who just communicate out inside the game. Nothing that I can learn from it.
And as I already mentioned, today you have like a big game you're going to play against FaZe Clan. Is this going to be just another opponent, or is this in any way special?
I think it's special because they're going to win the Grand Slam. And as I said before, that we knew that we can beat any team. We realize that if we if we're gonna play confident and push them out to the limit, we can beat them. But we'll see how it's going.
Well, definitely, we'll see. Thank you very much, Zori.
Thank you.
That's the FORZE side of things, and of course they sit opposite of FaZe. Now, a very interesting tidbit has emerged itself. Are you guys ready to do a little bit of reading?
I do love a tidbit.
And I do as well. That's why we pulled this one up on the screen for you all, because we are in tune. We do have our ear to the streets. Someone want to read this out loud?
Today, I'm counting number of rounds in which Grand Slam will be mentioned in FaZe versus FORZE match. I will count every round with any Grand Slam, fourth win, $1 million. How many do you think it will be? Type below number of rounds and percentage of rounds. Winner will get an honorable mention in the summary after FaZe ends the event, one way or another.
And Hi-I'm You replied with 3 rounds.
How many do we think, boys?
He's
It's
underestimating.
one of the better threads.
I reckon 32.
That's a good number. I'll
What,
go 30
32
whole
rounds?
series.
Just 32 times that we mentioned. We've already at 1.
Yeah.
Zordy got us at 1.
Thank you, thank you,
Okay.
Zoe. I appreciate
I think we're going to get a couple in there. We're going to get double digits.
But
for
I,
sure.
I just want to understand, is that coming from a place where he's upset that we're mentioning that there's $1 million?
He's genuinely just curious about it.
Okay.
Like,
No,
you know,
he knows he's
funny.
reading us like a book.
Yeah, but I mean, it's
kind of cool.
It's kind of a necessary component. It's like, it'd be weird if we didn't mention it.
It is the
Well,
Grand
he
Slam
just made us
stat
all
track
set
now.
to wear.
That's 2, Trace.
That's 2.
That's two.
Are we,
That's
are we
two.
waiting till the game goes live? He's
So
talking
what
about
if I just
rounds.
keep saying those words over again? Do I just keep
That's
ticking it
cheating.
down?
I'm not sure how it works.
Grand Slam, Grand Slam, Grand Slam. Okay, so we got it 4 times to my knowledge.
That's
You just
5
said it.
now.
Yeah,
Okay.
but you said it 4 more times.
He found a way to have
Alabama.
5 times
Yeah.
it is. Could be 5 times. Nonetheless, let's talk about FORZE and sort of the task they have at keeping FaZe from this Grand Slam. Does anybody want to take the charge and tell me about Jerry and company?
Well, I want to talk about who Heckel had by her side. Zorda.
Okay.
Absolute beast, not only in the group stage, netted me 1,000,000 points in the fantasy, but just against Spirit. If you watch the game against Spirit and you see them just running away with it, there is one man who turned everything around at the end of the first half and is sorted with back-to-back clutches. He was an absolute beast. Someone I personally didn't really have on my radar, but I thought he could be interesting as well. But the level that he's delivered so far, I don't even know where to start. I don't know if he can maintain that against FaZe.
And that was absolutely a turning point in that game. They weren't just getting beaten by Spirit; they were getting, destroyed.
Yeah.
Really, the rounds weren't close, and he pulls out, 4K clutch. It was a 2v4 situation. Then soon after, he won them a couple of gun rounds, and this is where the veto is a little bit interesting because neither team plays Vertigo. So I was thinking, FaZe surely after their experiences with, letting it through, they're just not going to go for any funny business. Anubis pick for FORZE? No way.
Or Overpass.
Ah, yeah.
Kerrigan was saying in that pre-game interview, they've played Overpass more times in the last 3 months than FaZe have played matches.
FORZE have played 23 overpasses.
I was going to tell you, Alex, FORZE have played 91 maps in 23 already. 91 maps.
I remember
already, that's insane.
They played something like 85 with this roster, and when you think that FaZe played Blast groups with S-Tag and not Rain, they've only played 17 maps with Rain so far this year, right? And there is definitely something to just having more official, more reps as we see that the decide. I'm surprised FaZe vetoes Anubis, man. We've seen FORZE on Anubis in their game against Spirit, I believe it was, they were looking a little bit lost. And Jerry was very honest with us saying, we just need more time for Anubis. We didn't have enough time to practice it and add things. And they did look better against ENCE, but
Wow.
Yeah, keep in mind as well. I think it's wow. Yeah, keep in mind they took down Ents on Anubis, and Jerry said, yeah, we haven't even practiced map coming into this like last game of the group, and they took down Ents, boys, 2-0, the team that eliminates G2 and Vitality.
Look at all the people that have come under Jerry's sort of cape, if you would. I mean, these are a lot of known names here. Face Crack, that's a always been
How many different generations do we have on that graphic? Because they have Kutcher as well there, and that is a throwback.
Who's like 40 now.
Since 2017.
This guy's been in FORZE for 6 years now, and he has had so many good players go through the teams. And, you know, he's always been on the cusp. He's never quite been, you know, we always say bridesmaid, not the bride, but he's never quite been that consistent, you know, tier 1 team. But that's because his pieces get sniped every 6 months.
Yeah, man, but it is cool to see FaZe Crack's name on the screen again. And speaking of which, will FaZe get their stuff cracked into? That's what we kind of have to ask ourselves is, I did hear the joke you told yesterday, and honestly, the build-up was the best part. Yeah. Like the whole thing, I was just like, wait, where are we going with this? It was a wild ride.
Trace, get that counter out, baby, because we got a Grand Slam tracker.
Oh, there it is.
3
Race
trophies
for
right now.
$1 million United States dollars.
And 4 chances, 4 trophies needed, but only 3 chances left. FaZe, are they going to take it, boys?
Yeah, I mean, isn't that the question? I can't help but feel like, you know, Katowice, when they kind of bombed out a little bit, I think that was because they started putting additional pressure on themselves with the feeling of that, like we're running out of events. And now it was a very clear difference in the interviews whenever it was brought up. They made it really clear, Twisted, especially in his interviews, was saying it's not something we're thinking about. They're deliberately trying not to. Obviously, we saw the energy they brought into their first playoff head-to-head. Like FaZe impressed us when they were playing against Furia. They were just so animated and loud, and I think that's the way in which they're communicating how important these games are. They're not directly mentioning it because it's it's kind of voodoo, it's witchcraft. It's something you can't quite.
It's like a taboo almost.
Yeah, you don't want to talk about how close. It's a fugazi. It's a woozy.
Fugazi.
Yeah, I guess. Look, no team. Redo this.
It's not real. It's fairy dust.
Okay, tell me what the real odds are here, Hugo. We just have a few seconds, minutes even, perhaps. I think it's more so seconds.
I'm gonna let this guy take it.
No.
Who's winning this?
If we short, I'll just say FaZe wins it. We short, we send it.
Everybody going FaZe here?
The Kingslayers are in the building. FORZE 2-1.
Bro,
it's a woozy. It's a woozy.
FaZe is going to own them 2-0.
Okay.
If they get double
Contrast
digits,
now. I like that. Alex, what are you thinking?
I think we get 3, but I would be backing FaZe on this one. FORZE definitely.
You have been smoking that fairy dust, you two.
It's delicious, man. It's delicious. Sipping that monster, try and stop me.
Jackie, do you want to put your card?
Hey, man, I'm thinking FORZE might be able to do it. I
he's
think
the
3
upset
maps,
caller,
but I'm saying FORZE. I reckon they do
So 2 for
it.
FORZE, and then everybody else is feeling a little bit of FaZe. And that's okay, too, because we do need to go to a break. We can get this matchup underway. A quarterfinal, nonetheless, FaZe versus FORZE. We're looking at Inferno, Overpass, and should we need it, Mirage. But first, we need to go to a break. We'll be right back.
Inter Grand Slam.
Gotta stay on guard, and I know that's hard, cause I don't know what's in store. Maybe I'll go where to, don't know. But when I'm back against the wall, I'll be good. Now with my back against the wall, see I never fall. One of the greatest stories that's never ever told. Man, I'm different, I've been gifted, but sometimes I be tripping inside of my mental, it happens in an instant. Man, I'm striving for freedom. I get hate from the hecklers, good thing I don't need them. It's just me and the ones that I came with all of my homies around. I promise that I can't miss. Climbing up high, never look down below. Gotta get the prize, telling the vomit knows. The pain temporary, man, I never been scary, just a little apprehensive, but I've been fine before. Struggle is part of the process, it's hard to digest, but let me digress, and maybe I'll press on to the next journey. I've been yelling for some help, and I know that they heard it. Rock solid all times, and I'm down 10 toes for the ones that deserve it to earn it. Sunshine through the blinds, and my life feels straight, but I know I'm for sure not perfect. Patience, hustle, got everything off the muscle. Pain, love, those are the things that I juggle. Hey, go win. Through the pain and the struggle, I survived top 5, now I'm going with the win. Hey, I'm going in. Right here, right now was a whole lot better than the place I've been. Man, I gotta be stronger, wiser, better than I was before. Gotta stay on guard, and I know that's hard, cause I don't know what's in store. Maybe I'll go. Making magic when they need it most.
FORZE versus FaZe. I've got Fasha. You see, we're doing the Fs. That whole thing was, you know, we had Furia, we had Fnatic, we had the whole thing as Hugo Byron continues to get his headset sorted. Hey, mate.
Hey, thanks for having me here. Hello, Fasha. Welcome to the cast, and thank you for joining us for what is a massive quarterfinal. I'm going to catch my breath.
Ben jij goed, jongen?
Ja, ik ben hartstikke goed. Jij ook?
Heel goed, ja. Niet zo slecht.
Niet zo slecht.
Is that Dutch? I did it? All right, great. Well done. Thank you very much. But we have got a big one here, right? Like, a lot of people were impressed by FORZE, but it's a different kettle of fish when you find yourself up against FaZe Clan Fasha. If you were putting percentages on this, how much would you give FORZE? Like, as a chance to take the champ down in a best of 3?
Ooh, well, they look pretty solid.
They do, don't they?
So I think they're still like 35.
35? Okay, that's generous. I like that. And Inferno to start. Everyone loves a cheeky Inferno. We've got Overpass and Mirage, should we require it. And this one, the pick of FaZe. So obviously they've been in the lab working this one out. CT start for FORZE, FaZe on the attack. And 2 smokes for the CT side on a pistol, no less.
So tell us what you see, Fashion, when we get in. Feel free to talk over any moment, any round. And I was wondering, firstly, have you practiced either of these teams as of late? Have you been part of FORZE's come up, part of their grind?
No, not really, actually. We haven't practiced FaZe either because they're in our RMR group, so we don't want to give that much away.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah, nice.
But I always hate tracking against FORZE because Zorta's really good.
Yes.
Like, he doesn't miss.
That's what we've been learning the hard way. A lot of teams have. Spirit were part of that factor as well. Right now, FaZe looking for this A pop. Got a couple of flashes on twists. A man in the apartment, but FORZE triple set. Are they going to go with these flashes? It's a fake. They're going long.
Yeah, Zorti. Oof, a quick headshot, but it's traded, and that's Result taking down the bomb. They have to wrap around. Awkward smokes and good taps. Does chip at Brokey, and lethality onto a double long shutdown. Robs. He's no slouch, but Result the same. Lovely quad kill to start off proceedings. And, you know, we are all hyping up Zorti, but Result has also impressed me over the course of the group stage. And coming into the playoffs, obviously, this is our first look of FORZE since that impressive run, of course, securing top spot in their group. But now we get to see if they can keep it up against FaZe.
Yeah, and Result was a guy that Jerry gave a lot of credit to and was talking about his mechanics. I saw this guy in the Academy League. He didn't stand out near as much as some of the other players there, but whatever he's done since joining this FORZE team has been very impressive. He's come a long way very quickly. So that's part of the reason we have FORZE this deep in the tournament, despite none expecting it. Even FaZe respecting their opponents. When we talked to Carrigan coming into this matchup, you know, he was mentioning just how many matches these guys have played and the effect that can have, how many tricks you're going to have in your pocket, how many rounds you're going to have to just pull out at a moment's notice. And FORZE have been prepping hard for this matchup.
Whose pick is this?
This is FaZe's.
Okay.
We have Overpass next, a map that FORZE have played more times than FaZe have played matches this year. And then we have Mirage to finish.
So they've definitely got their reps in, and it looks good for the first, but look at this.
Wow.
3 in quick succession into the A site. As easy as that. Crad and Jerry, yeah, likely just going to want to hold on to what they brought into this one, but never a good feeling, Fasha. Absolutely never a good feeling.
No.
The second round FORZE buys can be a nightmare. I mean, that was quite simple, right? I guess FaZe's call was walk up short.
I think it's just the hardest round to CS right now after you win the pistol. It's like, if they have a bomb plant, they can have like Galils and everything, even AKs. And now as well, like Deagles are just so annoying and Tech 9's running at you. It's really hard to hit.
Are you a big Inferno fan? Are you a fan of this map?
I used to be, but not anymore.
What changed?
I don't know.
The meta?
Yeah, I think it's really hard to take Banana now as a CT. Well, in the past, like 1 year ago, it was like really meta to take Banana control, and it was like you got it every time almost. At least in tier 2 I was playing it.
Yeah.
And even there it just swift around and just like the T's just double molly car and you just can't do anything anymore.
Well, hey, you managed to take down IHC on this map, their home map, the best team in the Asian region right now. There's something to be said for that. And of course, we saw you guys in the playoffs just the other day taking on Furia. What were the maps there? Anubis and...
Ancient.
Ancient. Close games all round.
Yes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
You can't win them all.
No. I wish I could.
No, you want to take banana control? Well, there's an attempt from Shalfie. Let's see how punished he gets. Do you think it became less popular because teams got better at retaking it safely?
I think so.
Yeah.
Even now, like they burn the util, right? They still have banana control, but just one flash and they have banana again probably.
Chance, good shots out of Zorti. Double dig, dink, no finish. That's Shalfie.
Oh!
And another dig in the feed. Look at this. This force by war will continue. Unless Rops can come up clutch. He's got a swing on long side. Jerry has a look, catches him in transition. And FORZE is happy with that one, as are the support staff.
And hey, getting rid of the anti-force buys goes both ways, right? FORZE come in with even less than FaZe, and they still manage to flip it back on its head. These wars, the back and forth nature of it, the momentum, it's so hard to establish at the start of the game.
Even now in CT, right, they can just buy the smokes and just block banana off or top car or like whatever. It's so hard as T to come through that.
Yeah, they got locked out fully. And now back in with more guns. 2 AKs, a couple of pistols here for FaZe. Should be slim pickings. Twist looking for one, but Jerry takes a deep fight. What a ballsy peek for the captain to make.
Monster a day, hey, Hugo.
Keeps the energy up, Alex. Helps your voice box talk faster, I hear.
I heard about that. And Ressolt's going to get a bit of a rude shock. I tell a lie. A very quick adjustment from Ressolt.
2 AK players have been killed already.
Yeah, I mean, the potency of this round is waning. Not to say that it's not impossible. Brokey, the counterpart in the Zoom banger department to Zorti. He's been having somewhat of an individual resurgence as well. Getting back into that form that we grew to expect from him. Oh, and Robs,
He's
the robot.
An incredible tournament, has Rops so far. So I think if anyone was going to be activated today, it would be Rops. 2 more. Carrigan set up for the clutch.
Is he though? A nice adjustment straight to the dome of Zorti. Does get that bomb down. A 1v3 now, 1v2. He's anticipating a duel on that library. He'd like to be able to isolate these duels. He's expecting Krad's walk up, but he's just missed his window. Still, an opportunity for Carrigan. Needs to track the head, couldn't follow Krad, and now we will finally see the battle for economic control won. FORZE taken 2 in a row. FaZe was stubborn about that, and actually a full team ace out of FORZE, everyone contributing.
Of course, and you know, you got to at this level, right? We have so many hungry young players on this FORZE team, and I think, you know, we heard Zorti in that pre-game interview as well. It's like, it's not just another match. This is a special game because just the idea of get your counter out, taking FaZe when they're on the precipice of a Grand Slam with a Mirage 3rd map, I think back to Rio and the BNE game. A little bit of triggering in the back of my mind, and maybe for FaZe as well, but they've got to keep their heads strapped on straight today.
Yeah, the BNE game, and then you continue to kind of not post the win or get to the playoffs that you're already kind of theory crafting, you already kind of put yourself there. You're already expecting to be in that top 8 and you don't get there. Yeah. That's when you go, oh God, we've got 3 events left, lads, you know, and it can get in your head.
But hey, Rio, a pretty sick event for you, Fasha. Obviously, you guys have gone on such a run. How long have you been in Fnatic now? Not more than 18 months.
Since August, I joined.
God, that is very fresh. And what's that transition been like, right? Because obviously we saw you in Ecstatic playing on the Bird from Sky at the start of last year, and then boom, a pretty worthy pickup into Fnatic and straight to the major playoffs.
Yeah, it was an amazing experience. I mean, you were there, right? We saw each other a lot. It was like unbelievable. It was actually like I couldn't believe that I was sitting in that arena, and like the major before, I was in the grand final in Antwerp because it was really close to my home. Oh. And then I couldn't believe I was in a major playoff, like the next major. Like, who would have thought that?
That's special, bro. That's
a guy
special.
Who's making Reddit posts saying, "Why is everyone calling me a cheater? I'm new."
Yeah.
Kind of fun experience. I really enjoyed it. I hope we can qualify again for Paris.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll cross all my fingers and toes. And I mean, I'd love to hear about how the trial process goes. You know, like, do you just get like hit up like, hey, want to come play some scrims? Or was it more of an official approach?
I think it went both ways. Like, they reached out to Ecstatic, obviously, and they made an agreement that I could play like 3 or 4 practice games with them to see how it felt. And then after that,
You got...
They got convinced.
Yeah, they like what they saw.
I bet those practice games... Ooh, hang on. This was supposed to be a little close. Crad did so much work, but now they have a post plant, and it's an awkward retake. Wrestle has the kit. Salty has the smoke. Flash through. Rop's low. Carrigan and Rops, though, they didn't quite get the finish this previous round. Oh, he's got full vision, and it's an easy headshot. Rops just tracking heads, popping heads, and it will be Carrigan to close, but a quad out of Rops. And I thought the battles were done.
Yeah.
FaZe didn't seem to think so.
I like that they brought up there, right? They got the bomb plant in the previous anyway, and they brought it down to 2 players. So that's just a confident call for FaZe, right? They believe they're the better team, and they have to. And coming into a match like this, you want that momentum early. FaZe will take it right back, won't they? More peeks right down Banana.
Watch these.
And Rops, spamming through smokes. I mean, he was about to hit that ace. Let's be clear. If Carrigan didn't get that kill, Rops would have. So stolen, but FaZe will not be complaining.
Well, like this.
Feeling it today.
What a mad play.
Yeah, especially considering the state of the economy. This is actually super interesting. You have to be the playmaker in a scenario like this. It's just Armored Deegs and MP9, and no hunting as Carrigan just slips into the corner. And they're going on this, or at least throwing the util to force a full rotation. Yeah, it's a fake, but Jerry, he's going to be asking for confirmation.
The one unarmored player on the wrong side, but Crad has thinned the herd. That's a gun. FORZE, man, they've come in, and they look very hot right now. Jerry, if he can get 1 kill in this position, that would go a long way, but the Molotov should make his position useless. Flashed out, dropped in, Rops gets that kill. This is the top-rated player from Group C as well. Rops is in form this year.
Rain's in such a powerful position to end this round, and he's not going to let it go. Tough, near impossible as the rifles have been retrieved, and it's going to be tempting, considering their finances, to just walk away from this one. You can see they have accepted that it's a pretty damn good round, all things considered. Just coming in with some pistols and that AWP. Zorti wants to keep hold of that, and they'll get some AKs as well.
Yeah, they got a pretty good buy next, so good call to save here.
This has been a weird round timeline.
Has there been a full buy versus full buy already? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Unless you consider, well, I guess the next round is the closest we're going to have to it, right? And even then, there'll be some lacking weapons on FORZE. So no, they're not going to be more than 3 rifles. FaZe have managed to take control back with that sick round from Rops on the B site. And now we're even odds, 3-3. And yeah, Jerry and Riso can't even upgrade. So again, pressure's on Zorti, but that opening play, that pick, Broky's going to be ready for it this time. Buys up his own AWP. If we see that deep G2 mid-smoke, he's going to be holding the gap.
Yeah, Rob's already 10 frags to his name. He's come in top form. This time, Zorti just going for a bit of a mid-line. They want to get up on that half wall. Broky flashed off, but Carrigan will start his crawl. Oh, so aggressive. Yeah. A double from Carrigan. The round dissolves in front of FORZE right out of the gates. Just going to try and... Oh, poor Resso. I just noticed he is. Yeah, it's just Nakey on the USP.
Yeah, I like that, though. I think they can buy next round anyway.
Right.
So this is kind of a bonus round. If they win it, it's nice. And now they can still buy.
And they make the gamble as well. They put everyone in the same place. They know that either they save or they fight for the round. FaZe's patience. Will it pay off? Rob's holding for ult mid aggression, but because of how passive he is, it does look like this B hit. Boost up. We've got a man waiting for it. Molly is a problem. That's going to isolate this AK at Sandbag. Shalfie, nothing to help him right now. The pistol's gone. Trying to sell his position, but Shalfie falls off the one. And Zorti missed shot. That will cost you. He's just trying to run away now, and they're chasing through the smoke. I love that play. Brokey knows he's got him right where he wants him. Zorti doesn't bite. Brokey jumps. Zorti's so patient. This is hard to hold your nerve right now, but the flank is what they were waiting for. Rob's behind enemy lines. Finds phase 4.
Fantastic. And yeah, it's not going to be ideal. There's probably a conversation happening right now. Fasha, what do you think about that?
Can I see
Tough.
the bonus?
It's not enough money.
I don't know. I don't know. Zorti doesn't have an AWP, but...
No. I mean, if he'd have saved, they might have been tempted to go, but Yeah, just hunted down. And actually, they will take a time. I'm probably having a similar conversation to the one we're having right now.
How vocal are you and your team, Fasher? Because in terms of energy and like bringing the hype and getting loud, we have a lot of quieter players on your team, but we can always see you in the player cams, screaming, shouting, bringing energy. Obviously that's your job, but in terms of like calling in rounds and like making mid-round decisions, is it just down to Mezzi, or is there a little more freedom there when it comes to talking?
There's everyone can make a call whatsoever, whatever they feel like, but it's mostly Mezzi and Roy at the moment who are like really vocal. I'm less vocal than I was in Ecstatic, but I'm trying to bring the hype instead. Roy and Mezzi are the usually callers, but everyone can make a call if they ever feel like, or overcall even. It doesn't really matter. We're all smart enough to know what needs to happen.
Definitely a good atmosphere. I feel like we've seen that in a couple of the teams here, the younger teams in Pro League, for example, like Maus, where it just seems like they're all mates, they all get on, and there's no tilt, everyone is on the same page. And the same can be said, I feel, for you guys. I feel like I see your whole squad in the gym every single time.
Oh, he's in trouble. Rain has gone down. Is it really going to keep going crazy?
Yeah, this game.
This game is already, we are just 8 rounds deep. And already it is just topsy-turvy, Alice in Wonderland. It's crazy. Especially because it looks a bit too quiet on B, but Crad is there. Make no mistake.
He's hit some Ds, hasn't he?
He's hoping for this little
crawl.
Oh, too good. Two. Needs help. Flash is there. Brokey in the pool. It's actually Twists who stands tall, and that's only one. It's an eco. I can't believe it. Like, who needs a buy? Who needs a full buy when you can just steal your opponent's weapons?
That's Inferno sometimes, right? It's so annoying when this happens. You can't build confidence, you can't build economy, because every round you need to be careful that you don't lose guns, and then you lose against pistols again.
Yeah, and there's always that extra component of when people are on like those halfer buys, those lesser buys, you tend to go for more crazy, low percentage risks because you need that edge in the risk reward.
It's also such a hard map to deal with against anti-eco because of stacks, right? It's so much harder to get info as a solo T. Say you're on Vertigo, right, and you're trying to find a stack. You can send one player into a bomb site. You can find that info. It's a lot harder on Inferno where it is just very choke point heavy.
Yeah, I agree.
So what do we have here now? Finally, a full buy on both sides. An Orb for Zorti, none for Brokey. An Exec on mid. This is very heavy for FaZe. They're going to send it through the smoke.
Alfie sticks around and does catch one. And now Grid
2
maintains the control. Yeah, it always feels like there's 2 on Arch. Just as they get through 1, second fills his place. Now, Resalt's already started incredibly strong. A quad kill on the pistol. And he's got more on his plate. Nice trade, Brokey. Keeps FaZe in it, and he's ready to build upon it. Great spray, manages his Crad. Zorti playing on that cross. He should hit that shot, knowing Zorti's very quick on the draw. Rob's anticipating a late flank, but just playing to contain is Jerry.
Yeah, nice patience for Jerry.
Yeah, Robs is always so aware. It's really hard to play against.
Oh. Can Jerry stop it? I don't think so. But maybe Rob's caught in the post spot. He hits the shot. Jerry ran into the wall. And now the AWP. Surely you save.
Yeah, you're going to be tempted to. He wants to try and flush Robs out. What a volley! Doesn't matter. Robs is here, and he's in definitely, added to the counter, Grand Slam form.
Yes.
There's no denying it. 13 in our first 9 rounds of play. Certainly shaping up very nicely for the Estonian. We get to watch this one again. I mean, Brokey started it up, he laid it up, and it was Robs with a slam dunk, really. I mean, this one especially, I think Jerry would have that frag, but gets his gun out in time and clean onto Zorti as well. I mean, damn, that man is close to his monitor.
Brokey even saved the AWP as well. And I think money has been the name of the game to begin this matchup with a 5-4 lead for FaZe. FORZE still winning ecos, making these rounds interesting. But it also hurts on CT. They've never had their money established. Now they're buying again. 2 players won't have a rifle. It's all over the place.
I don't think FaZe are going to be complaining about the way this is being shaping up, especially after that round win. They've got every bell and whistle they could desire. Certainly shaped up okay. Definitely lighter on the defensive utility, so we might have to see something quite aggressive or coordinated.
Would you say that your game plan changes massively depending on if you're like a favorite or an underdog, or is it generally you just bring a game plan into match specifically for that match?
Yeah, I think specifically for that match, we don't really look at different underdog or like the overdog, how do you want to call it?
Yeah, I guess there's also, you know, the skill gap is so tight right now anyway.
This is a great call from Carrigan. I mean, it's like the path of least resistance. Ooh, I say that is, yeah, Result does deliver the first.
But Brokey's so patient here, and he spots legs as well. They're going to get the plant. I mean, 5v4, even that on this map could be hard enough. Do they go for it? No kits.
Would be mad to go for it as they consider it.
I'm not sure if they should go for this, to be honest.
Now you're smoked off. Like, that's on both fronts. Like, short smoke, long
That's the
smoke,
call,
get out of there. It's threatening, for sure. And I think you could see Result was already considering a save, and then you saw Jerry just, like, stampeding up mid and assumed there might be more to be done.
It's an economy round. You know, you get away with all these guns. You're actually all the better for it. You take one out. They're looking for more kills at the end. Some exits would go a long way.
That's a really important kill, actually, this one.
Just to keep the AWP especially.
Yeah, and keep their money low. They need to rebuy 2 guns now.
Okay.
I like to call the 5-man save.
Yeah,
it's so hard to retake A as well. Like, they can be everywhere.
And the re-smokes.
Yeah, and the re-smokes.
In a post-prod. That's the benefit of going for apps pops as well. You're going to have so much more util for that post-prod. You haven't just done your defaulting for 40 seconds, taking banana, smoking long on repeat. You've got everything. And so FaZe holding control of their map pick right now. But we seem to have a banana spawn for the AWP.
Going for a look. Action on both fronts. The AWPs on both sides find themselves here. And up into Brokey, pre-aiming. He's watched his demos, he knows. And immediately Zorti handed a bitter pill to swallow.
This is stubborn. Swap out, maybe the best move, but it's a bit of a beating on the retreat. Carrigan v Jerry at the top of B, and Brokey v Zorti. We've got all the head-to-heads we would have wanted. And these are very hard rounds now. FaZe can just throw a flat-out execute into B. There's one smoke available on the site. Jerry's got nothing.
Yeah, good timing on his smoke at least. I mean, they're going to try and go through this. Oh, one slipped the net. Crad will have to communicate that. He's gypped rain low. Jerry will finish. No bullets left in the M4, but Brokey, a near impossible clutch. He's already known and spotted. Nails the first shot, trying to get a plant away, but it looks like that CT push could be coming through. Yeah, Shalfie secures it. FORZE will take 5, and they're going to be happy with that one. An early casualty and recovered. 2 alive, no less. Now they should have probably the best feeling buy we've seen in some time. Brad well handled on this one. He saw that acknowledgement. He did.
Yeah. He called it out. They were super ready for it as well because the CTs had full mid info, so they knew a B-pop was coming probably.
Oh, dude, ugly buy as well.
No, these are the best ones. They're judging by the...
And that's as well, right? What I said, an important kill on Rain. Because he needed to rebuy last round. He now has a Tech 9 instead of saving that other AK and can buy an AK again.
Good point. That Zorti frag that you were, yeah.
Oh, these volleys, though.
Leave him alone. Leave him alone.
They have to smoke it just to get Twist out of danger. He was blind as well. He didn't even know what was going on. It's
diligent.
A bit of a beating at the beginning for FORZE. Salty's AWP short side.
But with Robs alive, I'm never going to write FaZe out.
No. And with an AK as well. Dude, he's been unbelievable. I said highest rated player of the group. I meant, you know, of the teams left in, obviously Zywoo and Jax were up there, performing great in Group C. The matchup, the Vitality even won over FaZe somehow after 14-1 down on Anubis. but Robs was right behind. He was in Grand Slam form, Alex.
There's no denying that one, Hugo.
Don't give him the fights, boys. He's been picking up banana round after round. Now he's looking for mid. Crad cheesing in the smoke. This position, everyone seems to be playing it right now because often you don't get flashed and you don't get cleared because the smoke is right in front.
Yeah, that is an opener. Doesn't need a rifle, Fasha. He can do it with a Tech 9. He's already running, pushing the limits of what was acceptable, but Resol ready to receive on short. They tried to find the gap, but he's here and he's causing problems. How? Beautiful work from Resol. Will go down, but Robs only the one. And Twist, we talked about that damage, and with 13 seconds, the man is up the creek without the paddle.
Oh my God,
Oh,
5 seconds, can he find
He
it?
actually
Shelfie's
might. He actually
backside.
might.
3,
He might.
2,
Oh,
1.
dear! FORZE give it up!
No way he waited for that one.
I don't know why he started walking out the library there with 7 seconds left.
Desperate.
Bomb on the floor.
Yeah, could have hidden, would have won the round.
Oh, that's a
Maybe the
timeout,
nerves.
maybe?
The nerves, how the
Let's
nerves.
see that. Who is
6
it?
seconds.
Crad, yeah.
Boy.
No, because they probably weren't even communicating, right? Like they'd
At
assumed
that
they'd
point,
won.
you don't even think there's a way in. But Twist made the perfect move. If he routes any differently, he loses. I mean, he should not win that round.
That's a robbery.
Ever.
No, that's a straight robbery. Yeah, he had his balaclava on for that one. Yeah, it doesn't feel good. It's definitely a conversation they'll be having after the match.
Yeah, probably.
Is that a tilter? Does that drag you down in the mud? Depending on the team.
You need to have a strong mentality anyway, but I feel this is a round where you, after the game, you talk about for 20 minutes, I think.
Right.
I mean, how much is there to even say?
Yeah. But still needs to get mentioned. I really like the call Kerrigan made, though, with the... I think he watches some Bird from Sky demos, because it was a call Bird always liked to do as well, like send me into CT on B, and then just run CT, kill the guy, and then you guys run onto A.
Yeah.
Always worked.
Because by the time someone's saying there's a dude pushing CT, you are going to have to be rotating and acknowledging.
Especially when he gets the kill, right?
Right.
Yeah.
You don't know how many there are.
It drew the long player back immediately as well. He was suddenly in CT spawn, expecting that you're getting wrapped ruins. You see that play, you often think it's a ruins wrap on a B hit, but no, FaZe went right back up A, win a ridiculous round thanks to Twists. And he's had a quiet game, but it's the impact that speaks volumes. Zorti spamming smokes, laying down damage one way under the boxes. Shelfie gets one, Result falls at the back of the site. Shelfie needs to survive, but he's on 10 bullets now and they're picking him apart. How does he find a third kill? Still playing with the A1S, the nade lands. Rops needs an unbelievable clutch, but it's what FaZe are known for.
If he gets this one. Oh, dear. Robs is happening. I thought he'd lost it on that first spray, but just caught his breath, catches the timing, does hit the second. Now, Jerry. He knows the bomb was down, hey, Beos. With 45 seconds, Robs plays things slow.
Really slow, always.
Yeah. I mean, he uses every second given to him.
That makes him so hard to play against.
He's robotic clears. He's considering the balcony. Jerry just needs to practice some restraint here. You get nervous about B, right? You're just like, oh my God, he could go. Oh, no! He tagged him to 5 HP. Can he make it?
No way, he's
Does he
running. He
make
got
it?
it?
Yeah, he makes it.
Oh my
okay.
God.
Longer for Jerry if he goes through banana. 9.
He can even blend a bit safer on first box.
Takes the time for the incendiary and a second to spare.
Oh dear.
5 HP though.
I like this though from Jerry.
Just running. Rushing.
Yes.
That's
really
nice. Very well played.
No time to get in a post plant right. No time to move.
Really well played. Well played by Robs as well. Like just the patience this guy has is so annoying.
To make that call at 17 seconds when you've been shot in the back, I'ma just run B.
I remember playing on Nuke against them, and we always know, like when they're T, Robs likes to lurk lobby, right? Comes through radio behind ramp. There was a round, I think it was on the RMR even. I checked radio 2 times, and I'm like, he's not there, he's probably going vents. And then we go 3 guys down ramp, and then Robs comes behind us. And I even checked for it, I waited longer, I fake stepped, I'm holding him, and he just doesn't move. And then last second he comes and kills us all.
Arrives precisely on time every time, does Robs, but not enough for the clutch. 1v3 that keeps FORZE's money on the brink of defeat, and FaZe want to try and slam it into the dirt here. If they win this, they have a phenomenal half, and they might just take it. That molly is lovely. Krad's still going to keep the round active. That's a 1 rifle dropped, and Zorti gets bludgeoned in middle.
Whoa, that was a good tap out of rain. At range.
Swap guns now with Result, right? Give him the AK.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
Good job.
Where do you even play, right? You know, you can't even sit in pit, facing the lob nades.
Just hide, hope for the best.
Yeah. Take one with you.
A 7th would be very welcome for FORZE, I'm sure, as well. That 9-6 can sometimes feel a little bit larger than it should be. Rain's Tech 9 continues to farm up, but Shelfie with only the 1. Bomb in.
No way they're going to win this.
They could, and they probably will. Krad and Shelfie, though, certainly have a whole lot more health and a whole lot more weaponry. But look at this forward position. Rob's actually second-guessing it.
That's not passive.
No, quite the opposite.
The only one with HP as well.
He was trying to cheese it. Extra frag over the top is Rain. What a round out of the Norwegian.
That's a save.
And that's a save. Xiaofi not interested whatsoever. FaZe will take the 8th here, and it was just a lighter buy. Tech9.
Yeah, that was a bank and a back-breaking round for FaZe because FORZE already lost 4 players to that, the ROPS 1v3 brought it down to a 1v1. FaZe forced buy. They made some crazy buys in this game that if they lost them, that's what we'd be talking about after the match. Oh, all these buys. FaZe have picked them up every single time. 1 health after the bomb goes off. Karrigan just survives, and FaZe get out with a smile on their face and a chance of a 9-round half.
Oh, really screwed the options for them there, and a nice peek around that smoke from Rain. He did seal the deal. Yeah.
Nice shots by Rain already. Like the first one from mid.
Right.
Headshotting sword there. Now double headshot on pit with Tech9.
He's been practicing. It's just that slight moving accuracy. As long as that first tap is good, the Tech9's deadly. And now the aggressive smoke. Now this can be used to push, and it's a boost. Interesting. Brokey's housekeeping for it. Second.
Will
he be aware?
Oh, Brokey jiggles it out. That's enough from him. He'll chill.
I like the aggressive play though with the 1 and 4. You need to try to get a pick, right? If you just sit back, they probably run over you.
Makes sense.
Just got to pre-rotate B as well. Try and make a gamble. Hope the FaZe execute. It's kind of like having an AWP, right? An M4 in a round like this. You want to show it one place and then suddenly you're somewhere else. Get the best timing possible. Sat in the smoke, but FaZe are nowhere near. They are taking their time with this default.
It's gonna get flashed in.
Twists.
I like how FORZE is moving around though, trying to get an opening. Did you see him? Oh.
Yeah, just one spotted out towards the logs, but the rotation will be there in time on A. Just keeping him looking, keeping him guessing. Oh, the shotgun's in the right spot. Oh, baited out. Well handled by FaZe. Zorti unable to connect with anything, and it was the rifle as well. So it looks like that 9, just a couple more clicks away. Jerry this time meanders out of the smoke on library.
Oops.
Yeah, Rassalt's been spotted, and now you feel extra helpless. Like a chocolate teapot.
That could have gone so wrong with the shotgun there.
Yeah, both. Oh, a silent drop as well. Both guns on long, and FaZe don't even flash it. They just swing together and get double entry. So right now, this half has gone swimmingly for FaZe. A shaky start, some economical woes, but FaZe come through with 9 rounds on the T side of their map. Things are going well for the Grand Slammers as they look to take this quarterfinal in 2.
Carlton. 2% we wasn't dancing like we Carlton. A product of the system living in our margins. Harvest all the planet. Seeds I've been demanding. Trees taken for granted. Faithless couldn't stand it. Standing on solid rock, now that's a firm foundation. We've been waiting and I'm praying we gon' make it. Face it, this year ain't even go the way we want it. Double jointed, two-faced, but now we on it. Seeing your true colors in this light and it's alarming. But God see the mess and he get clean it up with shaman. Ooh, the boo-boo, ooh, the view. Watching God's playing like a show from Hulu. Who's who? Gon' see it as soon as the snow moves. We roll through, cause all you're together like pork stew. I can't miss, no Beverly, you can't hold me. Knew that it was my time and I ain't need a roll. P139, that's the word. This provision is precision, you ain't gotta see the worth. Every situation different. Trust if you feeling out of luck or if you stuck, homie, you just can't miss this. It's so easy, you be thinking it's absurd. Gotta see the glory in the hurt, see the glory in the hurt. Okay, body still water, I'm playing this so sturdy. I don't need magic to know that he worthy. He coming with the beef for the ones who get jerky. And on the shoe, he in the clutch, Jamal Murray. His plan got a plan, you ain't stressing the thing. You need more than Golden State to put some stress on the king. I don't flex, I just take a step and Elohim do the rest. Please don't think it's sweet, he got a sword, it's for your chest. It's for your soul, you worry about the goal, you can only take it home. Where I'm from, it's not here, so I leave it all alone. Get the lyrics out the spirit, then I put them in a poem. Talk to God, I'm on the phone. He said I need to trust. He be the anchor when the waves is too much. I gotta thank him cause his way is so tough, but his faith is so amazing, so my praise it go nuts, and my praise it go nuts. I can't miss, no Beverly, you can't hold me. Knew that it was my time and I ain't need a roll. P139, that's the word. This provision is precision, you ain't gotta see the worth. Every situation different. Trust if you're feeling out of luck or if you stuck, homie, you just can't miss this. It's so easy, you be thinking it's absurd. Gotta see the glory in the hurt.
Making magic when they need it most.
We're back with the 9-6 half for the FaZe Clan side, and joining us again is the one man, the only man who could do it, who could break G2's nuke streak already in Pro League. It's young Fash on the mic. How did that game feel?
Yeah, that game felt amazing, obviously. We picked Vertigo against them with a really good game plan, but we made so many mistakes, and then we went into nuke. They picked it into us. Well, it's still a strong map from us.
Yeah.
And the day before, we had a really good talk about nuke, and everything just went right.
It's like the stars aligned.
Yes, everything went right that game. Everyone was hitting their shots, so it really felt nice.
Didn't they also have a pretty damn long run on Inferno as well, FaZe, in terms of undefeated maps? Yeah. They got into the double digits for sure.
I definitely believe that. There's numbers in the pocket here. 9 now for FaZe on the half. See this side, rain in the smoke. They're going to hear the span. They hear the connection. They still run right by into him, past him. They have no idea now, and they may have the sight, but oh my God, Rain is set up for the clutch.
Holy schmoly. This is
I thought someone was running against him.
You did.
Got it out, right?
I mean, you can't deny the plant. Jerry, unawares. Now they know he still gets one. Actually, kind of remedy the situation, and Krad's so late from behind. Nice into Twist's head as well. And that one should be cooked, should be. Oh my God, Rops has got 1 HP, but I'm still
There's a kid in pit.
A little bit concerned. Rops starts to hunt. He has got 0 margin for error. But there's no time for this. There's no health. There's no hope. Oh, come on.
Don't you dare.
Rops! Oh! There's a kid! There's a kid! Rops has done it! He's insane! He's inhuman! He is not real!
Insane.
It's supposed to be impossible!
Have you seen anything like it?
I've never, Hugo.
FORZE learned the hard way. You don't peek against this guy.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
1 health.
Let me see that
Bang.
one. And this. Come in time. Look, just wait. Bang.
Oh, wow.
Oh, get
beautiful.
fucked.
What sense, Raz? Crosshair, please.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I mean, we talk about Intel Grand Slam form. Rops is just there. He's got $1 million. He's got the dollar signs in his eyes.
He's got gold bars in his pocket already.
Yeah, I've got one in my pocket after seeing that.
Jesus.
Sheesh.
I cannot believe it. And that's 2 sitter 1v2s that FORZE have faced unnecessarily.
Yeah.
Just don't peek. Don't move. Hands off the
again,
keyboard.
the guy CT, right? Like,
wait for the sound.
Even the 1v1. Even the tucked in the cubby. Just don't move. You can't lose.
He probably got the call that he was being tracked.
Oh, I'm sure they did. Okay.
Yeah. How are FORZE even still in this game with some of the clutches? FaZe and pulled. Twist gets overwhelmed. Jerry brute forces his way up short, but Robs is here. Not for long. Headshot by Zorti. FORZE break back. They always do.
There's your Galils we were talking about.
Yeah.
Get the bomb plant, get Galils. So hard to play against.
Calculated decision. Throw the pistol so we can win the force.
Yeah.
It's all calculated. Yeah, that's what they were always saying. Krad, wide swing, wide swing. There's only 1 HP. Lose it, lose it. Nice. Yeah, well, I mean, if you can win the second round and lose every pistol, then that certainly is
better than
it's better. It's better. I mean, I'm sure that's what every team is saying when they lose the pistol. It's like, nice, boys. Now we win this. Now we win.
And then this round happens, right? You get one lead, Galil shot down, and then it's like,
This is a tight game. Considering the rounds that FaZe have won,
Right.
This is still surprisingly close.
And that's credit to FORZE. I mean, these boys, every time it looks like they've had a tilter sent their way, they just seem to be able to kind of shrug it off.
Rops V9.
Yeah, 22 and 8. Let's check in on how many of those are headshots, because the man's usually, 72%, not too shabby. Him and Rain both with solid kill hauls and popping those headies. This was Jerry.
Yeah, jokes aside though, we do need like a couple of individuals here to step up for FaZe now, because as we saw from yesterday in that Ents Vitality game, one man is not enough at times. ZywOo couldn't drag Vitality over the finish line. He's been there many times before, and as good as Rops has been, we still do have Twist with 5, Carrigan with 6, Brokey yet to break 10.
Did Result have 93 headshot percentage?
Yes, he does.
What a beast.
Especially on CT side as well. They started, right? You have the silencer.
Good point.
That's really nice.
That's really nice.
14 out of 15. He has been clean. He was playing some AKs on A site.
That's
Definitely
true.
got a few rounds there. But yeah, even so, that's madness.
Let's see if FaZe got anything to say about this one. Jerry not committing with the bomb, but Crad and him do find Rain. It's Crad's second, and confirmation of a third here. Carrigan,
ooh, good save.
Saved, fine. Everything's cool and hunky-dory.
Oh, but this clutch, this will be one for the history books. Rops in apps.
That's not going to happen.
No. He will dodge Result, though.
Yeah, and actually Chad prepared a lovely little combination video of Rops' aggressive apps plays. I don't know if we have time, but this might be 30 seconds where we can take a look at it.
Yeah, I'm ready to hit the go button.
It's queued up on your PC there, Hughes.
Let's see if Rops gets anything done.
Yeah.
As soon as he's dead, we can swap, hopefully.
I don't know how long the video is.
There we go.
There it is. Whoa, what's that? That's my screen. Ah, yeah, that's mine. Hello. That's the one. So I guess we get to see just a couple of looks of what to expect from Rops on his CT side. They are just on their USPs in spawn, so no stress. So Twist is going to flash for him. Nice, deep, and then you get deep info.
Yeah.
Wow,
oh,
nice.
okay. Well, it's a cool idea.
We stole that play.
You did?
Really?
Fnatic, yes.
Good move.
And what's this? You just
One-way boost?
one way? Up?
Oh, you can't even see anything. I know spectator smokes are different, but that is crazy.
Cool, really cool. And actually some early damage inflicted to Crad on this light buy. It is just the Desert Eagle, and already Rain's been cut down to 9 HP. We do have a Zeus in play.
Oh. I like that he tried, though. It's a sign of the times.
Yeah, the new Zeus is even more pretty.
Yeah, you played Souls 2, Fasher?
Yes, actually.
You a fan?
It was pretty laggy here. I'm not sure if that's about my video settings or...
Did you go in, change it's locked at 60 hertz, unless you change it in video settings?
Yeah, I changed it. Yeah. And then I played some DM and one short match with Nicolas. But we were like lagging super hard, so...
Chad's been having an issue with that.
Yeah, the Malta ping problem, potentially.
Yeah, maybe.
And people saying don't cap FPS, like FPS max.
Or no, the other thing, cap your FPS.
Cap it. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I think
didn't try that yet.
That was
it felt really good, to be honest. Only sometimes when you spray the deagle, your whole screen starts shaking, so it was really hard to play with the deagle in the end. But
I think that's my theory, because Harry outlined that when we were playing our 10-mans. And one of the theories we came up with was that it's to stop you spamming the deagle, because it only happens, when you do for multiple shots. You know, that like body shot nerf we've already seen.
It felt really clean though when you hit headshots.
Doesn't
the
it?
AK or M4 or whatever. I really like the Glock sound as well.
You do? Everyone's like it.
Yeah.
What about the jump throws though? Oof.
Didn't try it yet.
Not for me yet. I keep hitting my jump throw bind.
I had that as well in the short match. I was like, let's try the smoke again. Oh wait.
It's simply they've made it so if you jump and then press throw, it will do the apex of the jump throw. So it doesn't matter at what point you throw it in the air.
Which I would argue is probably going to be incredible for people watching a stream, booing up CS and trying to throw the smoke the pro just through.
Yes.
You know, you don't have to sit there and learn what a jump throw is, learn how aliases work, create a text file that you have to paste into a different folder, and then you can throw the smoke if you're on the right server. You know, the amount of the list of what you need to throw the same smokes the pros are throwing is just got to one.
Yeah, especially if people watching now who don't really play CS, right? They see a nice smoke now, they load up matchmaking and
it doesn't
work.
land. Yeah.
So that is, sub-tick is, of course, a big conversation and a big benefit, definitely. But we'll see how that develops, I guess. It's also early, you know, still closed beta. So I'm optimistic for the future.
Oh, I think we all are after seeing exactly how the sausage is made.
Yep. Delicious. So here we go. Because FORZE are pulling this back, boys. FaZe 1 pistol, FORZE with 3 in a row. And now FaZe on a full buy with a Mac 10 on Brokey, trying to farm up that money. Rob's making another aggro-apps move. He's a KZ king, man. Yes. He is the KZ king. He's out here at night playing 1.6 KZ. Writing in forums. I see you. So Robs makes that easy jump. Not easy for everyone, though. Rain making moves down Banana behind the smoke.
Wow. He's safe for a while. Made a lot of noise.
They heard that word.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, that's a deep flash.
Whoa, Shalfie. Don't know if he saw it. Definitely does now. And Rob, tracked on the descent, does go down. It's leaving just 2 members of FaZe in a wide open B bomb site. They could take everything away from FaZe here. Resol unsuccessful.
Didn't even take the
not interested. It's literally worth twice the price of his weapon, but he's like, nah, I'm good, man. I'm fine.
Well, he's been forced to take it anyway, and, well, Mac 10 might have done better because Shalfie's finished off the job. 3 kills from this young player, and hey, a lot of the attention coming on, you know, guys like Zorti, and of course Jerry, the captain, but Shalfie as well. He's been a big talking point for FORZE. Fresh hair.
Dude,
don't care.
If after that ROPS clutch, they've gone on a 4-round run, you know, this is where you start kind of maybe ringing the alarm bells in FaZe Clan. You've not really achieved much. I'm just taking a look at how many kills they've had. Yeah, holy moly. A grand total of 6 kills in 4 rounds from FaZe.
That's not a lot.
That's not a lot.
No. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Twist has a shotgun.
FORZE has a really good bank now as well, right?
Oh,
they can lose 2 rounds and still buy.
This Mac 7, 5-7 combination.
Well, they heard it.
And Karraken doesn't quite succeed in tracking the head. Some body shots, some chip damage. Rain responsible for the site. And, well, Krad hands him a headshot. Smoked off. Hopeless for Brokey on the dig. They have recovered one of those AK-47, so Rob's likely not going to be a part of this. Just going to try and maintain that for the next.
Going to go for this. I mean, obviously not Robs, but
Rob saves the AK. They need to do some damage to the economy.
Brokey looking for an exit. Yeah, they're going to run at him though. He's not ready for that. Twist with a shotgun, not the position for it either. Hoping he can take an AK with him, but they just won't save CT spawn. What do you make of this whole region, Fasha? Because we've had just so many insane CIS teams, not just FORZE right now, but Aurora went on that massive streak online.
Don't even talk about that. We tracked against them and we got absolutely destroyed against Aurora. They're really good. Like, they always bring super talented players, right, to CIS?
I mean, it's a large talent pool.
Yes.
A large talent pool, and it's also, I think, you know, it helps that some of the icons of Counter-Strike from the region, it gives you that, you know, I mean, look at Argentina and Messi and their football culture. You know, all it takes is to have a couple of superstars from the region, and it becomes, you know, it becomes like in the fabric of your culture. Look at Brazil, you know.
Even now in CS, like what Fallen's done for the game and the inspiration and the amount of teams that have come up as a result of that keyed run into LG and now, where was Brazilian Counter-Strike in the early Go days versus where it is now. We have so many teams on the precipice, so many teams playing out in North America as well with big budgets. It's come a long way, and yeah, the same can be said about this region as well. But what is it? Is it more than just individual talent? Is it more than just, you know, kids who can aim? Like, they've got the in-game leaders as well, I guess. Players like Jerry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know actually. It's like obviously more to it as well. Like CS is more than just aiming, and I think if that was bad, they wouldn't pick up someone like Result, right? Like, it's a shame we can never hear their communication because we can't understand it. But maybe this guy can communicate really well, or like has a really good game sense. We never really know because we can't understand them.
Yeah. I mean, one of the greatest recent additions to the talent pool has been having Heku enable us to actually get to hear a little bit more of the depth of what these players from the region have to offer. That's FaZe's first gun round. It's took them a while, but they're out of the gate. And doing so rather cleanly as well. But as Fashion was talking about, they've got plenty of cash in the coffers.
They're not even worried right now, I think.
Still, after the buy, you're going to be seeing around 5K on the high end, so very comfortable cushions for FORZE to sit upon. And we might get to see that T-side AWP work his magic. Zorti was such a crucial component of FORZE's finds in the group stage. A deep smoke becoming very vogue. No one behind it, though, and Shalfie doesn't seem to care as he pushes up towards it. As battle for B wages on. Wow, that's a lot of damage. Shalfie, Krad, Jerry, all with limbs missing.
He's dead, yeah.
And now with a nade. Oh, he gets away, gets the kill, and now the timing. Robs pulls out his knife as Shalfie just pushes the smoke.
They've got so much room. Broky's got to close in
This
that
is
right
so
now.
ballsy.
Caught with nades out, easy kill, but they're already up A. Is he going through? He has to. If he doesn't, it's a save.
Nice.
Broky wants to save the round. Save face, 2 shots connect. Up close with a no-scope. He misses, falling off the box, and Jerry finds a double.
What is this round? Carrigan could clutch. Not impossible. Jerry caught out the one-on-one. He's looking at Zorti. One headshot. It's the AWP that closes it. And Shalfie should be happy with that because I think that was a lot of his own initiative. I don't think anyone's told him to do that in the sense that he just felt like he had a gap, took it, and he caught Robs off completely. A really big frag to post. Very cool from Shalfie.
Yeah, of all players to find rotating with your knife out as well, it's Robs. That's got to hurt. He must be feeling so much of the brunt of the pressure.
He walked through 2 smokes, Hugo. He walked through the mid smoke for the aggressive mid smoke and the arch smoke to get that frag. No wonder he's happy.
And important that Zorti hits that final shot as well. He's not been, putting up the superstar numbers we've seen in this tournament. There was a requirement to beat teams like Spirit and Ents. Oh my God, where did this round go?
It seems it was all decided by Resolt's Molotov spray into the apartments. That aggression they were trying to do. We've seen a couple of examples pulled up by Chad, and now one back from Carrigan through the smoke, but that's going to probably lead them into the open A side. Carrigan has to keep moving.
Yeah, it does seem like FORZE have really done their prep right and just being ready for FaZe every step of the way, and they're going to completely avoid this setup as well.
The thing you just said as well, right? He walked through 2 smokes, but I think that was a really nice initiative because probably the call was they started 3B because CT threw so much util, so he just took a gamble. And then once you're up mid and you hear the guy backside like running out, then you probably know long is clear, right? And he just walks through and kills him.
Amazing.
It's just crazy you can have players this inexperienced relatively, right? Like, because Jerry, sure, he's been around for a while, but Zorti, Shalfie, Resolt, these guys have not played on stages. These guys have not played the tier 1s in officials, been in playoffs of $1 million events, and they're making plays like that.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that this is already as competitive as it is with the form that FaZe have been presenting to us at Pro League, yeah, it definitely bears repeating that FORZE are making a statement of intent.
Is nerves something you've ever experienced, right? Like even playing on stages, especially, right, with a crowd or even in your first officials with Fnatic, like is the fear something, or do you just have to look past that?
I think the first event I played with Fnatic was Pro League as well in August. I think obviously it starts a little bit shaky because like you want to prove yourself as well, right? And but after that, I think it's more like once you sit there on the stage. Like we played on stage in Rio, obviously, and in Finland on Elisa, there was a pretty big crowd as well. Once you sit there and play, like you just zone out or something, like just in the game, and you don't even realize. Like the only things I realized in Rio when I looked around in a timeout, I was like, holy shit!
Where am I?
So many people.
I remember talking to Ian Kinder about this, about one of the majors. I want to say maybe it was Stockholm, and he was saying like when the game ended, or maybe it was Anto. When the game, no, it didn't make it to playoffs. Did they? Either way, when the game ended, he didn't even realize. He didn't know that they'd lost, that 16 rounds had been hit. He was so tunnel visioned into the match, so focused on the moment.
Round by round.
Yeah. It's, yeah, you get sucked in by the game.
Yeah, which is a really good point because that means you're like super focused as well.
Yeah, and Jerry's lost his head. That's another one of these setups, just both pre-aiming the top of the stairs. Now it's interesting, does Shalfie find a gap? Because Brokey... Oh, no.
I think he had the nade out, right, in his hand, and then he switched back to the AK.
Ooh, flustered FORZE. Seems like FaZe with 2 early frags can dunk this one.
Yeah, I'm surprised Shalfie, he has a full belt to util. He doesn't use a single bit. He wants to be surprising, but it may have dug FORZE a grave. Rain Shallow, he will fall after one, and Krad's opened up the B site.
He is a headhunter. Krad, every time we think it's over for him, he finds one, if not two. At least Brokey's here, but I don't think he's going to stop the plant.
I like this, that he goes through the smoke.
Are they ready for Ruins, though? Because Brokey's not waiting. He is going for this one, sending it round the flank, and Krad gets caught by the CT rotation. So FaZe keep their head above water for now.
It's very hot and cold, you know. Some of these rounds, they do just go like that. It's Resol, of course, with his triple towards the bedroom position. This time it was cancelled by Robs and Twist. A very potent pair. And Krad just didn't expect Brokey to have slipped through the line. I mean, I get it. He looks at his mini-map. He sees his teammates push through. It was just Counter-Strike timing at its best.
I like the play, though. If like, it could have turned out different as well. Like, if they run CT, he hears it, and they will never expect him 3. Because Brokey just went into Ruins as well.
It's true.
Double AWP.
Dwarping. Carrigan pulling one out.
Yeah. Sign of the times. Don't see this every day for FaZe, and often it can be Twist donning that second as well. Play towards B, though. Carrigan will have a little look-see.
Carrigan AWPing. Rolling back the years.
FORZE jump through the B smoke, but there's still this AWP to get rid of, and they don't have a huge amount of util. I'd like to see anything being thrown here. Carrigan might just get a free shot off. Salty, they find the AWP, don't know how, maybe it was a jump. Carrigan pushed back with a flash. Re-molly to keep Banana intact. Rob's holding apartments while his AWP plays for him. If they get molly, they're in hot water.
Yeah, or hot fire. Flash out. Someone's going to clear it eventually.
Someone's going to die.
And if not, they'll have the info. It's likely B. Smoke down on the B site. Rain will play pool, hoping to catch anyone trying to cheat through the smoke. It's a potent
nice
setup. Yeah, really like this. Ooh, chip on the Krad.
So close.
Not quite on the money.
Do they exit B now?
They look a bit indecisive.
They don't have really control on A, right? They should.
They don't even have a util, man. No flash to get anyone out of the picture here. This
is right.
AWP could be a problem at dark.
Yeah, could be a problem for FaZe as well, because they probably expect flashes, and they, like, you see Twist is anti-flash.
Yeah. When do you turn?
Yeah.
When are you ready? 15 seconds, they creep in. Contact for FORZE. Carrigan wait. He needs to hit that shot, though. Jerry gets the entry. 2 for 1. Twist, can he stop the plant? Yes, he can! 4 massive kills from Twist, and there's not time for the plant. FaZe win it off the back of one man.
Twist, it's his turn in the sunshine, it seems.
These rounds are so close.
Right. And I mean, especially considering how limited FORZE's win conditions were there. You just had to hit some headshots. Yeah. They did. Brokey missing a shot, just caught off guard by that double swing. It's Twist, though. Watch this. Brrrah. They line up for him.
6, 5, 4. Yeah, he couldn't have done it. So close.
Stress. I think
Carrigan took 1 step, and then they peeked him.
Yeah. Dan Twist bailed him out. So that's going to be feeling very good.
That could have been everything, man. That could have been FORZE breaking FaZe's back and finding 14 first. I still don't know how they're in the game, just considering some of the robbed rounds that FaZe have presented us, and Twist is now added to the tally. That's such a reinvigoration, right? When you're having a bad game, Twist had 8 kills prior to that one. You go and you save your whole team at this point in the matchup. That's going to keep you in it.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I wouldn't be surprised if he continues to build upon that for the close. This is FaZe's pick. You know, everyone's been talking about the potential from that underdog, a very vicious underdog.
Yeah, he AWP'd him for 5. You can see the shot through the corner there.
Deep through the concrete.
What do you think? Is this going OT?
It's got all the makings, all the markings. Overtime on Inferno.
I wouldn't complain.
No.
This is a really important round as well. Look at the money. Whoever wins this is probably on an eco. Like the other teams on the eco then.
So it's almost worth 2. Let's see.
Then we play FOTI. I would want to say if FaZe win this round, they break them, they get they anti-eco, they get 15. That's when they should close it, right? But you can never be certain. You can never be sure. Jerry, burning to a crisp.
Oh, full flash in the flames. It's a horrible death to stomach. They're trying to turn the tide with an aggressive mid push, but will they consider Twists? A free frag trade, not there. Nice. It's a clean one from FaZe. And a golf clap from our crowd. They know what that one means. FaZe
Looking to keep it very clean and precise from Crad, but it should just be one blemish on the record. He hasn't got the bomb, and they know exactly where he is. To lock the door is Rops. He's gone all the way to T-spawn to control the exit, but not taking any chances.
Yeah, this is FaZe not wanting to lose any more guns, right? Rain all the way back in CT, not a normal clear, and Crad knows he can't win the round. He just wants damage, wants a path to survival. Who clears this? Oh, and Robs, of course. Right on time.
There's the 30.
Hell yeah. 30 and 13 as well. Robs has put FaZe in his backpack.
Carrying him up the mountain.
And no plant either. So that money that we just talked about, that is a factor now for FORZE. And they're going to almost certainly play for the overtime comeback. What has Jerry got in the tank? They're buying. They are buying.
Well, there was plenty of this going on at the start of the game, but at the end, they want to finish it in regulation, Hugo.
Unreal. You've got to have something for this, right? If you're making this buy, you've got a call, right?
I hope so, at least for them. Some set pop or anything?
Through the smoke.
Crad trying to brute force it. Nice nade back. Punishes Rain for the spray. Gets him down half health.
Yeah,
looking for info.
2 Molotovs, so be execute maybe?
Confirmation of presence as Crad sprays while blind. No smoke, step made, forces the... What a shot out of Carrigan!
Take another heavy hitter as well. That's Crad. He's been cracking heads. Shalfie's going to take it instead.
One way.
Under the smoke, Rain looks for legs. And Carrigan waits for that left side push. They're coming through. Full blind Rain. Swapping off. Carrigan helps out. And it's a massacre of Banana. Zorti, no chance for redemption, you would like to say. But they swing him through the smoke. And they contain this round. And the chance of it getting out of control. That was the risk buy for FORZE. But there's no reward.
Man. You put it all on the line in that one. You go for the full investment. I think losing Crad like that, it just was the beginning of the end. Such a hard-fought game here in round 28, though. It's another clean one for FaZe. Feels like they're just peaking at the finish. Obviously, Rob's, he's been peaking since the first round of the first half, but let's see. 2 required, and they've got nothing to celebrate but 1 AK. And Robs, speak his name, he's here to finish. He's coming. Nose to the ground, he's tracking and looking for blood already. They line up, it's clean. FaZe take their pick. Convincing stuff to close. It is a run of 5. They were elusive rounds up at the start, really strong T side out of FORZE, but there's a run of 5 at the finish. FORZE couldn't get anything moving.
It's experience as well, right? At the end.
Again?
The experience of the FaZe, you see, 13-13, they're not, like, they're full confident how they're going to win this.
But we go to Overpass next, and we've got a whole BO3 on our hands. This is not a one and done. Stay with us.
Careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you. Not every light is gonna guide you.
Yeah, when I blow up, I'ma soar high like Peter Pan. In real life, be living out my dreams. If I'm waking up, it's in a foreign land. Whole wrist covered up in ice. Dealership, never ask the price. I hit the molly ball with my dogs. Yeah, I swipe it once without thinking twice. Cause this what I was made for. Man, I know this what I came for. On a big stage, couple thousand people, and they do whatever I say so. Have chicks that color of the rainbow. Yeah, chains on me like Django. Be a long way from my tank low. Cause my Tesla charge for them bank rolls. And I'm grinding, money on my mind. And I'm headed to the top. I won't stop until I find it. Write my name in diamonds, but all these lights are blinding. I wonder, is it worth it? Feel like I'm losing my mind. Yeah, remind me.
Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let them rain on your spark. Keep it close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy. Cause you rise to the madness. In the morning, it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you.
Since I blew up, everybody telling me that I'm the man. Same people gave me the finger, they reaching out for me to give a hand. In a different city and my pills came, cause this tour don't happen, I feel pain. And the girl with me say she down for life, but she don't even know what's my real name. Just try to get what she came for. And ain't nothing I got safe though, cause when the money go wild, everybody get a piece. But it's looking like I ain't on the payroll. Got a big house made out of Play-Doh, and a plastic crown for my halo. But still a long way from my tank low, cause my Tesla charge for them bank rolls. And I'm grinding, money on my mind, and I'm headed to the top. I won't stop until I find it. Write my name in diamonds, but all these lights are blinding. I wonder, is it worth it? Feel like I'm losing my mind. Yeah, remind me.
Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby.
Making magic when they need it most.
Crad and company tried their damnedest, but ultimately they do fall just shy of even pushing us into overtime. 16-13 the way of FaZe, and I'll say it now, Grand Slam, Grand Slam, Grand Slam, Grand Slam. Somebody's keeping count of that somewhere.
Grand Slam.
Yes, there's another one for the tally. Gentlemen and lady, obviously we're looking at the first map of play.
Yeah, and what a map it was, Trace. It was really entertaining. Didn't really go as expected, right? I expected maybe a little bit more polished, disciplined CS, especially from FaZe, but we got something completely different. Messy, but very entertaining. A lot of, FORZE buys being won, eco rounds being won on both sides. A lot of chaos, a lot of great individual moments. Most of all by your boy from the Baltics. It's not Brokey, but Robs. Well, Robs had the massive game, Brokey had his moments.
33-13 does speak for itself. Not to mention that cool pistol round thing that we saw, which might even lead me to believe that he's the Air Force Aim High player of the match, but I don't entirely know. And there's really only one way to find out. Right on the stream.
Taking a big risk.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God. A game of highlights, honestly.
He does it again.
That's the kind of game that will feed all of the next videos and all of our intros for tournaments. That's the kind of game that gives you these highlights. The pistol, the spray towards the very end, twists 4K as well. You could basically create a frag movie based off of that game and you'd have a nice movie. An awesome AAA Hollywood standard.
Who's directing that, do you think? Like Spielberg, or is that like a
we don't
Stanley Kubrick type movie?
Which is the one like is that Michael Bay with the explosion and all?
Yeah, Michael Bay. Don't know that he's going to be producing anything anytime. Maybe Peter North. It depends what kind of movie that you're into, really, truly.
Interesting, yes.
But nonetheless, Heku, this first map, 16-13, that's pretty close for FORZE.
It is, especially considering that FaZe actually picked this map. And we need to keep in mind that FaZe is a team that already won a major with this lineup. Unlike FORZE, they went through a lot of changes for a lot of those kids. It's probably the best opportunity to get LAN experience because you do get to experience the audience, but it's more like as a family show. It's not a big audience where you're on a big stage. It's super loud with a lot of cameras. So this is their perfect opportunity to actually get that experience.
I think the word I would use to describe what's going on the other side of this stage would be like a very intimate setting. If you're a team and you find yourself on the stage right now, Jackie, there's definitely something to look at there.
Oh yeah, no, there definitely is, right? And it's also quite a loud crowd at times. That's the
Are they
nice bit
proud?
about it. You've got the energy in the room, which is good, because sometimes it doesn't matter the size of the crowd, Trace. It's how you utilize them.
It is.
Where the mics are.
Where the mics are. It's kind of strange hearing
Technically
myself
disposed.
like that.
Yeah.
But it's all good nonetheless. Overpass. Anyone want to get any knowledge nuggets in there? Any thoughts before we do that?
Well, just what Kerrigan said in the interview, right, in the pregame, is that FORZE has played more overpass this year than they have maps. So that tells you, just the reps, the amount of it that FORZE has. And, it's always been the case, and Kerrigan has said this before as well. It's one thing when you practice the map a lot, and they've practiced overpass, they know it's one of the maps they need to work on, but it's different when you actually play it in an official setting, right, in an actual game, especially a playoff game. So that's when you really see some of the things you've theorized about, how do they unfold in real time.
And I think looking at Inferno, you could definitely see that there was some research made by FORZE as well. And they counted FaZe a couple of times. There were a few opportunities where FaZe trying to pick up the pace, they in their faces and double nade plus Molotov into boiler, triple kill in 8 seconds. These are like signals that you send saying, hey, listen, buddy, I know what you're doing.
You're talking about preparation, but Heku, you've got actual preparation.
There's a binder in there.
There is a binder, but the thing is, we need to just remember that, that yesterday ends went through, they're still in the run, and FORZE actually won against them at no overpass with a 16-3. That's probably why they got this confidence to pick right now overpass against FaZe.
That's a strong T side, no? Wasn't that 12 rounds on the T side? Something completely
12
ridiculous.
rounds on the T side,
that was
exactly.
12 T-sided round. Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
That's where we felt like maybe Ants was toying a little bit with the veto, trying to get some practice on overpass before the playoffs. And it worked because they demolished Vitality yesterday. So, hey, it's all about the mind games.
You talk about getting demolished. Are you ready to get demolished yourself?
Always.
You're talking a big game.
Always, always. Why don't you guys go ahead and take a walk over there? My lovely man, Mr. Birchill,
You just keep
will be the one.
me out, Trace.
Yeah, man.
I don't
Sorry,
know, yeah.
singling you out. Not sure why, but
Come on down,
Hello, Chad.
gentlemen. This is
I go
a
here.
nice
You go
quiz.
there.
Pick
One?
a side.
this is
Pick
the
a
better
side.
buzzer.
This one faster?
All right, we've got Yanko.
I might just call a technical. He wanted that buzzer. I just wanna
Immediately.
say.
He did. He
Call
knows
whatever
how
you
to
want,
slide
Take
man.
that time out.
This is, there's no rule books here.
Well, we will do the Intel Grand Slam quiz right now. I've had this prepared for days, gentlemen. Trace,
days.
make sure that you're keeping count of the amount of times we say Grand Slam right now. All right, you
Oh,
two
man.
ready?
Different card.
Yes.
No, but
Ready.
absolutely. Let's go.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. Question number 1. How many previous winners of the Intel Grand Slam are there?
Team Liquid, Astralis. That's it. Navi didn't win. No, Navi won one at Pro League 3.
Correct. Second question. Well, actually, the second question was, in order, name these teams.
I think you got it.
Astralis, Team Liquid, Navi.
There you go.
All right, well.
2-0.
Okay, I'm calling referee
2-0.
immediately.
I mean, the scoreboard
All
doesn't
right,
lie.
here we go. Question number 3. How many days did it take Liquid to win the Intel Grand Slam?
63?
Correct.
Ooh, that was quick.
60 something. I didn't know for sure.
Okay, here we go. So I'm gonna read this, right? And what I need is when I ask I will put a question in here, all right? And then you wanna buzz and answer that.
All
okay?
right.
You put a question and we have to answer.
Yeah,
That's what we're doing, right?
Yeah, that's how the quiz works.
You got it, maniac.
I got it. It just took me a second.
Switched on.
If a team that is about to complete the IGS is stopped in the fight,
You gain an extra $100,000?
Correct. Correct.
I don't need the question.
You
read
said
out-
we needed to wait for you to
No,
finish,
I didn't
Chad.
say that. If a
I'm
team-
following the rules here.
If a
I've
team-
There is no
I've been-
rule book, Chad.
No, man.
There is no rule book.
I've been stung by this multiple times, so
2-2.
there's no rules.
2-2.
Okay.
That's the giant killer
All right,
bonus.
man.
$100,000 if someone beats
giant
FaZe in the
killer for
final.
you
That's
right
even
here.
if they make it. Which team at EPL Season 17 could win the Intel Grand Slam?
FaZe Clan.
Correct. 3-2. Next question. One player has the opportunity to become the first.
That would be Twist winning 2 Grand Slam?
Correct. If FaZe do not win Season 17, how many more chances do they have? Correct.
Rio and Dallas. Give me an extra point for that.
Okay, this is really getting hot and heavy.
4 other teams are currently in the running for the Intel Grand Slam.
Oh, I took a risk. Right. I didn't calculate that one.
Not known to be a risk taker.
There'd be Vitality, for sure. There'd be... I heard that. No,
Hey,
I'm not going to take the win.
what?
He tried to help me. I'm not going to take the win.
Okay.
Who
did?
took the L.
Cheater.
I didn't do anything.
I wouldn't have found it.
Well,
so
let me
I heard
finish.
something in
Let
my
me
ear.
finish the question, and we can try
I know
again.
the answer.
Okay.
Vitality, G2, and Cloud9.
Yeah, but let me repeat the question. We'll try again, shall we, gentlemen? 4 other teams are currently in the running for the Intel Grand Slam. Cloud9, Vitality, G2, and...
Yeah, we actually just said name.
No, wait, but there's one more.
Who won the major?
Oh, cheat. Who won the major?
Wow! Outsiders, correct.
Smokes, dude.
Okay, we
was
got
like a hidden
2 more
burn.
questions here, and then we're done. Who was the most recent team to enter the race?
Most
G2.
recent team.
Correct. And last and final question.
Oh dear.
The Intel Grand Slam is a prize of?
$1 million United States dollars.
Correct.
And 5 golden bars.
Correct. Yeah. Does Yanko win?
I think he won. 6-4.
6-4. It was a close game. Gentlemen, shake hands.
Hey.
Congratulations.
Where's your opponent?
Yanko, a really hard fight put up by Maniac here, and that was the Intel
It's
Grand
the
Slam
buzzer.
quiz.
Yeah, that was
buzzer.
that was the buzzer.
I knew
It's
all
on
the
the
time.
buzzer.
I knew all the time.
That was actually
He wanted the buzzer now.
Well, actually, one of the more competitive quizzes we've had, and honestly, I do appreciate the risk taking there. I do also think that we need to go to a break. Heku, do you think we can go an overpass here real soon?
Definitely.
All right, then let's do just that. A break it is. We'll be right back after this.
Sayonara.
Got the break.
Never smile. Never smile. Never smile.
Nobel Prize winner.
So what do we have here?
Inspector Parler. Looks like 2 joggers found him on their morning run.
Captain Spears.
Oh, that's really close. Oh, that's so close. I'm so close. Oh my God. Oh my God, that was incredible.
I can feel it in my whole body. I want to taste it.
It's Maverick, it's 3, it's 4. Watching my priest to the top berserk. Just like the baby, I pull up out berserk. Man on the edge, and my mind's go blood taking out on my enemies. Slipping or something, and my part the road to success. I know way I could get.
This is good. However, the trade is not went down. Shots while blind. They so fly.
He's still gonna go for it.
Diamonds, dancing on my wrist and ears. I'm shining, just in case it wasn't clear. Real life, all the haters disappear. Feel like I'm the player of the year. I got the money to buy me whatever, and know it's a wonderful feeling. Got me some bread, but I ain't gonna stop until I can go give me $1 billion. How about the coupe or the foreign? My life isn't boring, it's what I imagine. Got me a bag and I'm happy that I can be living a life that is lavish. Making the play, I'm on my way, oh that's a regular day. He ain't working, he ain't on the grind, something they never could say. Run it up, clock still ticking but I still ball. Run it up, ain't no competition, I don't even see no one at all. Know that I came from the bottom, know me a fake when I spot him. Told all my homies that know me, I'll never be phony forever, I got him. New house, finna move out, got a new route to the mansion. Got a pool now, going cool out, everything is right how we planned it. Got 200 on the dash, switching lanes, we don't care about a ticket. Got a free moment, I'm back in my zone, but I'm chilling, so baby, let's kick it. They riding the wave, I try to behave when I'm with the homies on vacate. Got me a bad little mama, she love me to death, but I tell her I can't stay. Diamonds, dancing on my wrist.
Making magic when they need it most.
29 rounds needed, but in the end, the little obstacle proves to be a little too much for FORZE. FaZe take him down on Inferno, and now we get ready to head to Overpass, FORZE's map pick in this series. I'm Harry, joining me, Hugo, Byron, and Fnatic legend Fasha on the microphone again as we get ready to head into this second map. FORZE looking to bounce back here on a bit of a home map for him.
Yeah, and it's your birthday, Harry. We've got the balloons out. We're in the party as well. Happy birthday to you, and welcome back to the cast. We're happy to have you. Overpass, though, a map that FORZE have played, as Kerrigan said a minute ago, more times than FaZe have even competed in this year alone. So it's pretty heavy-handed. They've got the prac, they've got the strats, and they certainly made it interesting on Inferno, Fasha.
Yeah, that was a sick game, to be honest, for how far sick games can go on Inferno, because usually it's a bit of a boring map, but this game had everything.
Man, Fasha's based.
Oh, he's come through with such a good take as well immediately. Oh, it's brilliant.
It can happen, though. You can get those games, and that definitely was one of them. Now we have Overpass, another question mark in this series. FaZe need that 2-0. They want that 2-0. They don't want to take it to Mirage against CIS kids. That's their breeding ground. Playing Face It Pugs till the early hours, eh?
Yes. Always the 5 stacks.
Non-stop, and 5 out long for FORZE. Rain did get a spot in middle, but FORZE are running on Biome. Great timing.
Yeah, they're super quick here. I like the contact long rush, man. Don't get to see it enough. And Rain, he's going to get the info. He's like, yeah, they are all long, guys. And so everyone starts to rotate up now for FaZe. The FORZE are already in the site. Oh, no. Flash goes in, but Kerrigan is burning, and Zorti's going to find him. Now they've got all this room. A smoke down as well. They try to take CT away. Really this is a really strong post plant to have.
Rops with a USP, though. I don't know. I'm counting nothing out. He turns at the right time, but Shalfie decks him, and there it is for FORZE. Pistol picked up in their pocket, and that is the start. But as we learned from the beginning of Inferno as well, pistol means nothing. We had so many force buys broken back and forth. It went on for rounds.
I love that idea, though, of just the whole goal being like, yeah, they're not going to be ready for this. Like, the moment you have that much room down long, you're feeling so safe, so comfortable already, and then they take the bank control. I think the moment it's 5v, I think it was like 5v3 at one point there as they doubled up on the bank push.
Yeah, and
it's like at that point, it's done, right? If you're FaZe, you kind of know that there's no winning that pistol anymore.
I agree. Yeah, it's super hard when they run into bank and you're sitting there with your USP and they're running down the stairs. You can't even see their head at first.
Yeah, they just have like the... Dude, it's such a filthy angle for the Glock push, isn't it? Oh. Okay, so lovely pistol to open up out of FORZE. And now, force buy back on from FaZe. How do you make these forces work on Overpass? Because, you know, you're with Mezzy, and he's a bit of an Overpass player. Something like this, bit of aggression, you like that?
It really depends, I think. Well, if you have Brokey, just give him a scout.
Oh my god! Hang on a second! Brokey is destroying them! Oh man! Brokey!
He was feeling
They finally put a stop to him, but it's too late.
Just do this, like everyone. Just buy a scout, give it to your scout.
The Nikadol's move, actually. We saw him at Antwerp, wasn't it?
Wow. Oh my god. That was dude, it just felt like it was predestined that he was just gonna do that. Every shot connected in a miraculous fashion. Like that first one, lovely. Second one, Jerry's fighting someone else, but then he rounds it out with that. All right.
We were talking about it the first map as well. It's like after you win the pistol, it's the hardest round in the game. And it proves again. It's so hard to
you know,
win
dude, it sucks when you lose versus the force buy, right? Because now, for some reason, your own force buy back just never hits the same, does it? Right?
Yeah.
Brokey's farming. And of course, I think a big reason for that is like FaZe don't just get the free guns that they save, you know, they're going to be reinvesting in M4s. So they've got the extra bit of firepower, the extra bit of range.
You want the A1S hype right now?
I am, yeah. I think I'm better with the silencer and it feels more comfortable for me. I think people are switching a lot still, even in our team. Like people don't know what to play.
Yeah.
And, I think you see it in the Pro League as well. People, one game they play with the silencer and the other game with the A4.
Do you think that's also like map dependent? Obviously, there's like Vertigo especially. I feel like that's just a better A1S map.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. It's just like, yeah, I don't know. It's really weird at the moment because sometimes I was like, I wish I had the A4 here.
Yeah, exactly. It's always the one you don't have that you won.
I remember on Ancient I was standing window.
Oh God, hang on. Oh, wow, a little flock of FORZE players come out the tunnel. Now, Robs.
Hello.
Great game last game. Why not pad those numbers up a little bit more? The backstab timing is good for him. Brokey's making contact, and so Rops is still closing the net. Suddenly, Rops kind of needs to deal with this, because it has gotten a lot closer than FaZe would have wanted. That was a full Glock round, and it ends with only 2 surviving. That's a good result for FORZE.
Yeah, really good for the economy.
Nothing is free.
Now, what I wanted to say, like, I was standing in window Ancient, and they ran out mid, and then I headshot one with the silencer. I body shot him, and I do like 98 and 2. And
that's just the worst feeling.
Pain.
And I feel like that's how a lot of people have decided which one they're using now. Like, did I get BS'd by the A1S in my game? Yeah, well, I'm changing off then for the next map, aren't I?
Yeah.
But I like that, you know, it shows that there is like a little degree of parity there. I think a lot of people were expecting the A4 to come out in full force, the A1S to be like reserved to certain maps. But
it goes the other way around, right? You have the A4 and then you whiff a spray, you're like, maybe I need
to right, yeah, exactly. But yeah, we have just seen a lot of switching. I think that's been a common trend throughout a lot of teams here.
I think it's pretty balanced right now with the gun, because it was way too overpowered with the silencer before.
Yeah, it feels like we kind of hit like a good middle ground on it. Rain, he is one of these A1S users, hidden in the smoke in the bathrooms. He's even staring at his feet, which of course aren't visible.
You can see the shadows here.
You can see the shadows. All right. That's a nifty little trick, Rain.
And I think it's even, the way he was standing looking at the ground, it even gives you more vision of the shadow, like the smoke kind of bugs away, so you have like a more angle in the sun, or however you want to call it.
Now FORZE are going to group for a B hit though. They've got a couple of smokes, a flash, bare minimum here. Still Crad lurking in middle, but not putting on enough pressure. That being said, FaZe still have 3 on top site with the AWP as well.
Not much utility for FORZE right now.
They've just got to frag out, but closing the name. Let's see what they can do.
Oh, the kills come up for FORZE, man. They get both the openers. B-site's already lost. Brokey lands a tag through that smoke, but they're never going to learn about it.
Did he see him? No, he didn't.
Crad might even be able to remove one of these guns.
He's got it.
Nailed
Your
it.
heart stops for a second.
Yeah, right. That first bullet, you're like, please don't 180 me. Because for some reason, everyone's so accurate on the 180.
It's just a feeling, man. This game's a feeling. Don't think, just do.
That's a nice kill to have found, but the buy's still coming in for FaZe.
Unorthodox save spot as well, just in the middle of Divider. Got a lot of angles to watch, but seems like they'll be okay.
I think it's nice that FORZE doesn't hunt as well. Like, just build up some bank, stay 5 alive.
And that they will. 2 on the board. And we're looking for a big T-side here out of FORZE to take this game. If they were ever going to make it a 3-mapper, takeover pass. And they've already proven they can compete with FaZe and go head-to-head back on Inferno. Nothing is guaranteed here. Keep in mind, this is a FORZE that took ENTS down 16-3 on this map. We've seen so many dominant overpass games here at the Pro League as well. I want to say NAVI got 16-3 by Astralis. It's been hard to make these games competitive. So, will FORZE run away or will FaZe regain control? Short flash for Twist. He's taking space. Shelby hears it, but Twist is lightning fast. Rain comes in on the flank above the Molotov, and it's 2 for 1 in favor of FaZe. They reset.
Yeah, man down now as well for FORZE. Gonna need someone trying to apply a bit of pressure, because right now FaZe can sit pretty comfortably in a 2-2. They're fine with this. Zorty's gonna go back and grab the bomb, and FORZE might just group for a hit. You know, they know that no matter what site they're going into, they're still gonna hold a man advantage. They can trade their way into a post plant, but not really what they want here. You're gonna need someone to step up and go big. You've got a bit of util on Result. Flash double nade. Right now it's contact. They don't want to give up the game plan just yet. They're right at the mouth of Monster, ready to take this peak. Carrigan does a lot of damage in that fight there. And with Rops winning his engagement onto Result over at short, Zorty is thrown into the clutch, locked out by the AWP in heaven.
Yeah, not a typical angle at all for Rob, so Resel's not really ready for that fight. And Karrigan saw the shadow as well, first coming out of Monster. Nice bit of damage from the in-game leader. And an important gun round for FaZe. Only 2 left on that B-bomb site. They hold strong. FORZE with a timeout early in this game. And that 5 alive round, hey, it pays off. They've got a full buy.
Yeah, it does.
You know, Overpass is one of the maps that gets a bit of flack, right? It's one of the maps that people think, you know, leans too heavy to one side, can feel a bit tricky to play, especially on T sides. But, you know, you're actually one of the folks who play it, actually. Like with Mezzi in, used to call this map Mezzi Pass back in the day. Like, you know, what are your thoughts on this map as a whole? Like, especially, I guess, with getting T side rounds. You know, how do you view it? Because a lot of people think it's very, very hard to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, I can understand why people think it's really hard, especially when you have like nice skill. Especially when you play against a good CT side, right? And they know exactly what to do. They lock you down. Nice skills here by Resol, though.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. Like, I mean, this is one way to get a T-side round, I guess. Like, just have them out in the open, approach them with such a pace. FaZe were not ready for this speed. This round is suddenly kicked up. A lot of dust, and with Rop swinging over it long. Starts to get a bit awkward. However, Karrigan and Twists have made it flip back the other way. Suddenly, FORZE are having to drop down the connector into a last-minute B play, but FaZe are trying to remain ahead of them. They've already rotated both players down. Karrigan with the call. He put this one together, but now they've got to land the shot. And Karrigan, not a problem. Lines them both up. One man still to beat, but it's Zorti who was tagged up earlier on. 4 points of health. Karrigan has read them like a book in this round.
And he threw the nade as well, so he completely gave away his position in the 1v1. There's no like guess game. Is this a flank? Could he be coming in through heaven? The longer Zorti waits, the more Karrigan doubts. But right now he's on the money. One shot from death. Karrigan looks away. Did anyone call it? No. He didn't see. And now the fear sets in. Could he be above? Zorti's still the one on the clock. This is a nice reposition for Karrigan. Waiting for information. And he's going to get it. Zorti, if he wants to go for the clear, it will cost him all his time. He has to hit the shot. He's not going to go for it. Starting to run, getting desperate now with a stick. Karrigan creeping up on the ramp, and he's got it. FaZe saved by the in-game leader with 4.
Look at him, man. He like sits back in his chair once he's got the clutch. All that tension eases up. He's just won the 1v3 that finds a 5th round for FaZe Clan and stops the FORZE squad from breaking in. That was a 5v3 for FORZE. Resol got the double opener rushing up through Con.
I love
you
how
thought that would be enough
as well on the contact of Twist.
Dude,
we're fighting him lower, and then he just swings through heaven. Really well played by Karrigan here.
I mean, that's like the experience shining through. Like perfect played off the contact of Twist, like you're saying. And I don't know, when you put Karrigan in those clutches where he's only thinking about himself, I feel like you get, you know, a good like 15-20% more out of him in those moments.
And he really put the pressure on Zorti just by resetting in that 1v1, hiding, making Zorti go for the objective. Nice nades. Rob spams through Con. Karrigan's feeling confident now, forcing fights on short side. He's going to go even further as well. Jerry back in the tunnel, not for long. Karrigan did see one more, but 5v2. FaZe are under full control, and FORZE are under the microscope. Test subjects right now to FaZe's sick game. And this should be 6-2 when all is said and done.
It's always just too boxed in to do anything there. Tech9 in a dream, sure, but stolen away by the FaZe boys who keep that round flawless as well.
Yeah, coming back to your point from Overboss on T side, I think on this map especially, it's really important to be in sync with everyone. Like, I'm an underground player on T side, and I need to be in sync with my short player and my A players, because if you leave gaps, they're gonna get shot in the back, right, from the underground. So I think that's a really, really hard job sometimes, because like anything can happen in the underground. I can get smoked off, and then I need to like scream at them, wait, I can help you. Or
Feels like it's like a real test of your ability to default cleanly, right? A T side of overpass, because so much of it is just kind of like, the CTs are kind of limit testing the control they can get away with. And so you need to be ready to respond to that, right? Like even in this round, we only have Shalfie over towards B. And we've already kind of had FaZe like giving this illusion that they might try prodding for the short control. Over in mid, there's this exchange between Result and Rain. Goes 1-for-1 with Jerry caught in the crossfire. Shalfie still holding for B aggro. And actually FaZe decide against it. I'm assuming this is because they've got a man down. They no longer have that three men's worth of resources down towards lower. And they're just going to fully entrust the lower hold to Carrigan.
They've got their kill. They want to group together again.
Yeah, FaZe doesn't really have utility anymore. They have one smoke, an HE and a flash. With 40 seconds left, it's...
And at least it's on B, so it's going to go in like the right place, I guess, because the bomb's coming back down here. Gives Carrigan a little more room over towards Monster. There also isn't flashes to displace Carrigan, so they needed that opener, and Result has provided it. FaZe, they can give this a look in, right? The rotate down's pretty quick. But if they don't get a kill sooner rather than later, they might never give this one a go.
Yeah, they're gonna save. Good call.
All you can really do.
Yeah, if they're under heaven in the water, like it's so hard to come out even. Like you cannot smoke anything off, like we just said, no utility. Look at the crossfires they have as well. It's a really good call to save here, to be honest.
All right, 6-3. FORZE finally break in. They win an advantage round, which something to be said for it. Has not been guaranteed. But they still need to take a couple in a row if they want to actually have some buffer, some money.
What do you think of Overpass, Harry?
Oh, I love this map. I love this map. I think it gets its fair share of stick, and maybe for good reason. But I like it. I like it in pugs. I think it often creates a pretty long, tense match, right? And I kind of like some of the opening moves that are available. Some of the clashes that you can have take place early, like the fight for sure always feels super intense, right? And there's a lot of these very swing engagements, but even me as an overpass appreciator, I can't acknowledge that T-side rounds are hard to come by.
Well, they missed the mid
They
molly.
did miss the mid molly. That's lovely if you're FORZE. Because last round, the whole reason that Jerry died in mid terrain was that he ran through a double mid Molotov to get up through the park. So that put him down to like 30 HP right at the start of the round. When they miss it, it's good. You didn't have to waste the smoke. You haven't had to give up that you're in middle. And you're here a little ahead of the timing that FaZe think you could be.
Yeah, that's why you sometimes see, bro.
No accounting for that, of course.
Yeah, can't play around that. But you'll see a fast spawn will often not smoke the molly and just go through for that exact reason. Like Harry said, you don't want to give away the info that you are through the molly. We've smoked it. We're here in numbers. Right now, FaZe have got 2 picks. Sortie is going to find Rops off the AWP, walking up into Brokey in the toilets. Nice position. He's ready for more. Boxing himself into a little cage. Meanwhile, Rain comes in on a flank and drops that orb. So this should be FaZe onto 7. They're getting picked apart. Some very aggressive setups from FaZe in the CT side. And that, that's why it's the most CT side and why it's so fun to play on the defense. You can take mid and double rush long and get that util in and play very aggressive. But also your fallback options are numerous. So many angles in toilets, so many angles back towards the A site, especially for an AWPer.
Yeah, I agree. I love it. I love to play it as well. It used to be a permaban when I was playing in the Benelux for like 4 years.
How
and
come?
then we just didn't play it in the Benelux. Like a lot of teams just ban it because maybe it's too how do you say it, too hard?
Yeah,
for us.
I mean the whole I always hear players from the Balkans say the same thing. Like Balkan region doesn't play overpass. I know Nico doesn't like this map.
Yeah, it's like now I start playing it in like Lyngby Vikings back then, and yeah, I started to enjoy it. And like once you start to understand it a bit, it's more like okay, it's actually a pretty nice map to play.
Yeah,
the really balanced as well, I think, to be honest.
Balanced? Did you say?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, if you have a good default, I think it's really balanced.
Interesting. I mean, statistically, it is the most CT-sided map in the pool right now and has been for a little bit.
I think we as Fnatic get more rounds on T side than on CT side. Maybe.
Really? That's insane.
I'm checking this one now, man. If this is true, my mind is blown. But also, it kind of wins. If there was ever a team to have that, well, there it is. The proof is in the numbers.
That is true. 52% of your rounds are on T side.
We actually maybe have like the perfect guy up here right now to prescribe some solutions to the FORZE T side. Dude, no, that's sick. I mean, you know, it makes some sense to me when I look at like who's in this team, right? Because even like the Copenhagen Flames guys, they used to like a bit of overpass. We all remember some Nika Doz rounds on this map.
Nico, Roy, and A.
Yeah. So, you know, I feel like it's kind of like the dream composition over in Fnatic, like the perfect storm for the overpass team.
Yeah, we have God Messi now calling.
Yeah, right. And this is his playground.
How's he been finding it, right? Like, obviously, that's a huge change for, at the time, a relatively inexperienced player. Like, it's one thing when you see, like, Apex go to in-game leader. He's played at the top level for so many years. But Messi has only made his come up over the last 3 or 4 years. How's he finding in-game leading? What's it like having him as the captain?
I think he likes it a lot. I think he does it way better now as well than when I first joined. Obviously, he had the experience. He didn't have the experience back then, but I think Roy and the coach Kita like are helping him a lot, and he's like putting in the hours. He's always, let's say we meet 10:30 with practice, and then he's already at 9 just watching demos or with the coach, like just getting better and better.
That's awesome. Dedicated to the cause. FaZe on the flip side, they've missed their mid molly in another round. Not ideal. Brad is all the way up, but will he clear close right here, especially with Twist beckoning him in from the bomb site?
They might have heard him pick up that molly. Well, now they know for sure.
Walking? Yeah, no, definitely.
It's sometimes so random in CS. Sometimes you hear people picking up the nades or the bomb, and sometimes you don't. I don't know how it works.
If you're sneaking, you make no noise, right? But if you're walking over it like just normal speed, you hear the click.
Is it though? Because I was
Did
playing.
you not know that?
No, I was playing a FaZe yesterday, and one guy, like my mate Relax, was in a 1-on-1, and the enemy walked over the bomb, and we heard it pick up like so far away. We're like,
really?
Was that the bomb?
Maybe he stepped last second.
Maybe.
I don't know. That's interesting. Test it out. I'm pretty sure it's meant to be consistent. Twist is he, however.
Oh, there's one. Bit more damage, but couldn't find any more kills. Brokey forgot to shoot. Brokey forgot to shoot, but remembers the second time. And Carrigan can stop this plot. Gets them off of it. Brokey's now tunneled in, looking for even more. Scout over towards Banana, but lands the tag. Brokey finished off, and Zorti holds the line. FORZE pull up. They do everything to make that round happen, and then some. And thanks to a couple of missed opportunities for Brokey, if he was able to get on the board a little sooner, maybe it could have been a different round.
Nice kill by Zorti though. Was it on Carrigan? Really important headshot with the scout.
And he had the plant, but Shalfie got off of it last second and just tucked in tight enough that Carrigan couldn't see him there. FORZE, they've finally done it. They've broken the money somewhat of FaZe, who will be buying up full. No mid-molly even attempted. Brokey goes for a shot, barely committed. It's the AWP and the M4. Oh, is this play? Rops is going to go for jump shots. I heard someone say, when you do this play, maybe you know, if the bottom player jumps at the same time and they hit or like they jump after you rather, and then they hit their head on your feet, you're accurate for that split second.
I have no clue.
I don't know if that's true. That sounds right to me, but we'll have to call an expert. Jerry out Monster flashes into B. There's 4 players here right now. This is a mess. FaZe are just blinding them right now. This is not a round FORZE should be losing, but a pop-out Monster has armed their opponents.
Krad's gotten pretty deep over towards long and might look to take some of this space.
FaZe should realize this though, that they took space on this.
Yeah, he's not going to jump the gun on moving in. He's even holding for the cross. Missed shot for Brokey, and Carrigan's dead as well. Both players that rotate up are fed to the beast. And Resalts put another one in the dirt, a 3v2. As the bomb moves in, Twist and Rops are far too removed from this round on a long flank all the way up Monster. And like, even if they've got all the gumption in the world and they wanted to attempt this, by the time they get up banana and into a position to try and retake, so much time is ticked off this bomb. It'll only dawn on them then that they don't have, you know, bank, that it's a CT post plant. And so this round is already FORZE's.
I think so as well, yeah. I think the best call is here to save again and try again next round.
Yeah, I mean, this was a round when they came in with an AWP and an M4. They weren't supposed to win it anyway, but it looks so good for FaZe. And
5-3 even.
Yeah, that we now have both teams win 3-on-5s. All off of that missed shot and bang for Brokey. And Rain committing, swinging out to try and take a 1v1 to result here.
He dinks him first bullet and then doesn't hit him anymore.
That's the follow-up. It's not easy. And FORZE with a chance to take a decent half at the end. What would you say? I mean, the king of T-side overpass. What's a good T-side on overpass right now? 6?
6? Yeah, it depends how good your CT side is as well, right?
Yeah, of course, right?
It's not their pick. I don't know how...
I mean, you can win a game from any scoreline.
I don't even know. Does FaZe play overpass a lot? I don't even know.
Not in recent memory.
I think 9-6 is a pretty decent half. On overpass, like... Obviously, you want to aim for maybe the 7 if you're like us. We win more T-side rounds, so we're happy with like 7 if we can make it, because we know our CT side is good as well. But I think, yeah, most teams are usually better on the CT side. So I think if you have like 5 or 6, you should be good to go.
Well, FaZe right now are 2-5 in overpass in the last 6 months. Wins over Cole and NIP, and losses not quite as pretty. So the results aren't really there, whereas FORZE, this is their home map. This is their go-to. No question about it. And again, this broken buy for FaZe, round the save. Some good damage from Rops early. Oh, we heard that. The spam is saving him, though. It sets him up. I can't believe Result commits after getting so beat up by that wallbang.
He kind of has to, right? If he stays, he just dies to the spam. So... And he got low already after the boost, obviously. Maybe it wasn't the smartest move, but he did what he could to get to the entry still.
Now he's giving Brokey a gun.
Yeah, that's true.
FaZe with 4 rifles out of 5. And FORZE with only 4 alive. We've got a late mid-lurk for Shalfie. This could be great. There's no con rotation. He's just trying to catch Rain. Rops hits a shot before the smoke comes in. Rain now with his back open. Shalfie's time to move is now. Rain can even get set up. He re-smokes short. Buys more space, more time. 40 seconds, and look at the real estate FaZe have.
Oh, that is a lovely pick. Rob's just moved up onto the dumpster, and Zorti leads him with the AWP. Shalfie's been fed another over in the toilets. This is a 3v5 that FORZE have equalized up. Now they take the lead in. They don't know about Brokey. Still tucked in at the truck. He can stop the plant right now. There's 1 kill and the second. Brokey might have just saved this round after all. Shalfie is running out of time to get this kill. And Brokey dances around the truck to lock in the round. Wins it to time.
I think he even got the AWP there at the end, but what a play for Brokey. His teammate dying first, coming out of dumpster. That's the sell as well.
Yeah,
that's
and they probably won't expect him anyway, because he was in underground, right? He made a long rotation back.
What a play.
Yeah, really well played.
And FaZe needed that as well, just to keep this game clean for them. FORZE keep getting so close, but you'll notice as well, in all these hits for FORZE, they're burning their util very early. They've done multiple contact plays into bomb sites on both sides of the map, because they just don't have the util. They've not been holding on to it. Using a lot of util early to get space, to take toilets, to clear connector.
I think FORZE is playing really well as well from a disadvantage. Like every round we see, FaZe gets the entries, and then suddenly it still gets into a one-on-one at the end.
Neck and neck. Fighting for the semi-finals.
I mean, this round is like the big tipping point for both teams, really. If you win this, it tees you up for a good half, no matter which side you're on. I think, you know, the bigger problem is FORZE, if they pick this up, they're looking at a 7-8 scoreline, and that is a ludicrously good T side. Rops does not want to let them have it. Fighting. from up close to the toilets. And here's the fast flank on the cards
back.
from Rain, but they're coming back, and Zorte discovers him. Rain now dead, and back into an even odds fight. With Rain falling, that actually puts a lot of pressure on FaZe. Now the whole map is a question mark. For all they know, FORZE could be routing back through T-spawn into a B play. That little jump spot onto one man over at long. Bit of info for Carrigan. But he's had to drop down lower. That weakens the A site in doing so. And this boost is far better for anyone coming up short. It leaves you in a really rough spot for the long peak. Suddenly, we're saying Twists needs to multi-kill up close with the FAMAS, or else this could be a done deal. Only one, they've disassembled the boost. But Shalfie picks up the frag on a Rops, and so Carrigan, they're asking him to clutch once again, a 1v2 this time. The captain moving up. For the retake, hidden in that smoke, there is one man right behind him. Shalfie turns, and now it's just Zorti left to beat. This would be another clutch for Carrigan on the tally. And he's hit this timing. Perfect timing. Carrigan's done it again!
Really well played by Carrigan there, faking the sound.
He knew exactly what was up. I feel like someone called that he saw feet in the smoke because he seemed so unaware, and then he just 180'd and ended him. That's such a good round for Carrigan, and Zorti, he's in his head. That's the second 1v1 Carrigan has won against this young AWP sensation. And you can see he gets nervous as well. The bomb's for him. He still crosses towards the stairs. He still jumps the gun, thinking Carrigan's already gone up the dumpster, but he just waits for his prey. All these clutches from FaZe. And it's so hard to quantify fashion when we say the word experience, but you can see it in the server.
Yeah. Like, I think you see it really well here by the clutch Carrigan did. He was like, he knew exactly what he was going to do and how he's going to win this one. And Zorte started to panic a little bit, like, oh, is he up? Is he up? Maybe the nerves again, because you're playing the quarterfinal of Pro League.
Yeah, and the first time that these FORZE players have been here. Brokey, he misjumped as well after he shot. He hit the scroll, and that guarantees his death. Another flank, so many of them. Again, FORZE are ready. They must win this round. There are no excuses. We've had enough 3v5s in this game.
Dude, Carrigan is exuding confidence right now, you know? Like, he's creeping around down towards water, and this is big. It's going to get the info that B is clear, so eventually Twists is freed up. Rain now drops the bomb. He is stuck fighting for his life, trying to fake the fallback, but they don't fall for it. Result. Another opener. Zorte holding for the con rotate. Carrigan might have been quick at taking water control, but if he tries to commit to this backstab, he's a dead man. On the swing, missed shot from Zorte. Carrigan's his kryptonite. Deagle finally gets the better of them.
Needed that.
And so now it's Twists, all alone. Back of A, they're coming his way through the smoke. He looks for that frag, but he can't find it. And so with a low buy coming in to close out the half, FORZE find another, locking in 6 rounds on their T side, on their map pick to try and keep this quarterfinal alive.
Shoes. When I'm in the lane, yo, me and the pirates the same. Cause you know I'm dropping them jewels, popping it cruise. When I was in school, probably wasn't a popular dude, but ever since I got the offer to go with my Abba, I'm proud to say I got the juice. Battery charged, Swan so revved up. We're not kidding, man. Anybody wanna get it, tell them we next up. Gold medal on lock. Until then, yeah, I'ma settle on top. Still don't believe me? Just turn on your TV and tell them to watch. They play me cause my game's crazy, but I came ready with the juice. My game too cold, your game too slow. You hype trains, don't know what to do. New levels, new devils. That means it's time to grind. So what you saying? Hand to the plow. New heights to climb. If this my moment, my time to shine. This little light of mine, I'ma go so hard that I might be blind. We've been working in the off season, getting started when they all leaving. Yo, this finna be a harsh beating. You win for a long evening. Most of y'all could get caught cheating on the real, still wouldn't call it even. If we seen them in the streets, they don't really want beef like all vegans. Lord Jesus, you don't know what you up against. Bro, when? Man, this finna be a breeze like a gust of wind. Trash talk, I'm under skin. Pass y'all, then rub it in. Y'all better hurry. This Stephen Curry versus Shep and Birdie in above the rim. Ragdoll, y'all bad dog. Can't help, I let her win. Highlight real be something like this. Go middle on lock. I'ma settle on top. If they still don't believe me, then turn to your TV and tell them all watch. Tell them all watch. Tell them all watch. Tell them all watch. Get about my way. Get about my way. It's here on lock. It's here on lock. We run with the winners, and if you a winner, then you with the squad. Yeah. We coming to get it. We coming to get it. You ready or not? Tell them all watch. Tell them all watch. Tell them all watch. Tell them all watch. Get about my way. Get about my way. It's here on lock. It's here on lock. We run with the winners, and if you a winner, then you with the squad. Yeah. We coming to get it. We coming to get it. You ready or not? Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy. On the road, here we go, yeah we winning by a landslide. Never see me coming, I'm a landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command like, yeah, you about to see me on demand like, you know on demand.
Making magic when they need it most.
With a grand slam on the line, FaZe Clan need to take this matchup to go forth to the semi-finals where they will face the winner of Heroic NAVI. It's a stacked bracket and FORZE are a part of it. Well earned as well, beating NAVI and ENCE and Spirit all in a big trio to culminate in a quarterfinal placing for Jerry and his boys. But will they be enough to stand up to the FaZe Clan? 6 rounds on the T side. Fasher would have got more, but we'll have to see how the defense holds.
Yeah, we'll find out. Like, excited for this pistol. Duelist and Jerry. Looks like he goes towards Underground.
He's not alone either. A couple of FORZE players up to no good. Spot in middle to keep FaZe honest. Lots of util for them. Not even PT50s on what is a very rangy map.
Yeah. 2 smokes. Looks like they will go into an execute then. With 2 smokes, a molly and 2 flashes. I like the setup though. The kind of baited setup in Underground. Unfortunately, they're not going there.
Yeah, but they will have a fast flank on A once they realize. It's kind of similar to the
I was going to say,
pistol round.
it's it's like they're running back the FORZE long sneak against them.
Yeah,
but
that's the info.
They didn't spot the CT, right? I don't think they're aware.
No.
He knows though.
Maybe.
But this late lurk again for Rops is everything.
Yeah, this is big. I like this. This is planning for the future on FaZe's side of things. Rops floating around in middle. And now the idea of rotating up Con becomes a real tricky prospect. Luckily enough, they run down Rops with the dual Berettas, get the better of him. Twist up close, is also beheaded. Resalt gonna give up that frag to tip the scales in favor of FORZE. Rain in the bank, planted for CT. Lack of kit for FORZE. They're moving in. Rain. Oh, there's the tap. Finds the even odds. 2v2.
Oh,
Run out by Jerry's dualies. Tap on the bomb again. Brokey not tempted in by it. And this is where the lack of kit could come back to hurt FORZE. They're going to get on the bomb. They're sticking it. Crad had to hit that. He had to land the first bullet. One opportunity to make that happen. And he nails it.
Those are the scariest moments, right? Where you know that your teammate's on the bomb and they can't get off.
Yes. Then the shot matters a lot, and he could be back, he could be stairs.
50-50. But nails it, and Jerry, a quiet game from the captain, but he forces some important fights there, chasing down Robs and Rain to win that round. And you can see what it means to FORZE as well. They know this game has now begun. It's on. But
hardest round of the game.
Hardest round of the game. And look at the buy. It's 2 AKs. We haven't had a converted pistol in this series.
Oh, we haven't. Yeah, that's actually true. Yeah, like I'm saying it now. It's the hardest round of the game. You just can't see what buy they have, you know they're probably gonna buy a Galil, maybe an AK, like, Now they have 2 AKs and a Galil. You're basically playing against a full buy.
Yeah. And Brokey on a scout, we saw what he did in round 2, last half, after losing pistol. Flash.
Now they know the AK. Yeah.
Dude, the other thing I think is wild is, like, when you look at the util, it was, like, balanced alongside the buy, right? Like, FORZE have less util left in the round now than FaZe do.
And I love the contact walk. It's very
like this boost as well. Oh, the info.
Yeah, this is nice for Crad. Coin flip which way he goes, but he is going to start to head up towards A, so he's coming in with the backstab as a man in party. But he's just stopped running, and so Crad has got this one for free. Oof. He's heard Brokey drop down into mid. He knows he's got this gap, and there's 2 on his plate. Oh, no! Dear. That is the worst feeling. Twist with the turn, and Carrigan is in B. Up close, bested by Result. More around short. Brokey knocks him out of the round. Zorti here. Teammate tucked in over at Graffiti as well, and they swing it together to regain control.
A converted pistol. For now, there's still one more eco, but that's a weight off your shoulders, a sigh of relief. But you can see the panic in these players, man. You can definitely see the nerves. It's not always as clear. It's 100% here for FORZE. Crad overcommitting to that spray. He could have taken 2 kills, right? He could have gone for the comp player. Goes for the rifle first, makes sense. Lets the second player sneak down. But even Result there, he gets contact, gets a kill, re-swings into it instead of playing the crossfire with his teammate at CT. These are how you lose rounds. These are dangerous decisions. And even though they don't get punished, shows the mindset we're at.
What an HE, nice HE. Yeah, you're right. It's maybe a little bit of nerves. Oh, he got spotted. I think it's a nerves, yeah, not knowing exactly where your teammates are in that situation. Like, maybe not the communication as well. Like, oh, I have your short peek on me again.
Oh, that's an unfortunate timing. You hate that feeling, right? As you hit jump, you see someone swinging you, and you just think, well, I had a good run. I tried. And so now with Rops dead, FaZe just going to group up over here in middle. Zorti and Jerry still waiting back inside of A. They're going to try and boost over the top of this smoke, and maybe they catch a player jumping for info over the dice box.
What do you think of the new smokes, Hugo, in CS2?
It's going to completely change the meta, isn't it? It's going to completely change the way the game is played. I like the shooting through gives you info. I worry it might be a little hard to adjust to. I've had rounds, I've played a lot now, I have rounds where you're just spamming a smoke and you see someone on the other side of the map, you see one like dark texture, you know it's a person, you can shoot them through. So I think
I feel like if you like halved or maybe like 60% of the time that smokes disappear for when they're needed, I think it would be solid, you know? Because it does disappear for a while. That's the one thing I'll say.
True, especially with the nades, yeah.
Yeah,
but
that's way too long.
I'm not going to freak out because I feel like we as a community, we always freak out and we don't always need to. Like droppable nades, we thought that would break the game. It's actually just added another nice layer of depth.
Yeah, it's fun. We had a conversation about that. Oh, is it a B rush here?
Oh, here we go.
All right.
Flex.
All right, into the molly. You're dead. Burning alive is Twist.
Uh-oh.
Cooked. And the round is now 2. Zorti holds on from the short side, and things get really awkward for FaZe. You know, this is actually, you know, on the topic of like smokes and whatnot in Source 2, this is a round where I think, you know, if you wanted to attempt like a B rush on overpass, I think you have more legs to do that now, right? Like with the nade smoke interactions. It's going to be easier. You no longer have to just run through the gray screen out monster and pray that someone throws a flash that's good. And he normally, even if they do and the guy's full blind at monster,
still mouse wanting you.
Yeah, he's spamming into a hole that can only fit players in 1 by 1. So, you know, it normally feels like a really good fight for a CT, even if they're blind, right? You feel like you see them go 1 for 1 more often than not. So, yeah, you know, it's areas like this on maps like Overpass where it does excite me a little bit more. Yeah, you imagine if FaZe could have gotten that smoke out the way and tried to challenge for the pick a little bit more, would have been a very different round.
Yeah, you could, like, have variations on it, right? Like fake a B rush, throw a nade in the smoke, and alt post.
Have like an alt posted, yeah, right?
It's going to be interesting to see at least.
Right, Timeout called through for FaZe.
Yeah,
Your
this
first
is-
buy round was a B rush that falls on deaf ears. Not a nice way for it to go.
4-0 in the half for FORZE. So this is when the game really begins for FaZe. It's when you look to Carrigan to pull out something miraculous, because I mean, he's second top of the team as well in terms of frags. The output, Rop's gone a bit quieter after 33 kills on Inferno. He's bottom of the team. Hard to keep it up. Energy's such a big thing over a BO3, right? You guys know what I'm talking about, especially having played the last day of the group, playing 2 BO3s in a day, and the long one against Eternal Fire that went the distance. Crimson, that 14-14 clutch. I mean, how do you conserve energy? How do you last so long in Counter-Strike playing multiple BO3s?
Well, I think it's really hard to do, especially you could see that the second BO3 we played was really sloppy by us, but we had a really good mindset, like, doesn't matter, we're winning the rounds, doesn't matter how they look like, as long as we win this game.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that matters right now. Everyone was super tired, drunk the second monster. Like, it was hell, but we managed to pull
When you're into
through.
the 9 PM monster, you know you've made some bad life choices.
For the last map, even guys, we have like a policy, no sugar, because then your sugar levels go like this.
They spike.
And then for the last map, Sam Wilson said, take sugar, you need the energy right now, take sugar, take
You
sugar.
guys can crash after the game, it's fine.
Oh, there's a crash and a wallop in the B
like
side.
that. Good flash, tees them up for the opener, but Jerry still holds on, won't let them in, not for free, takes another out of the round. Can Jerry close with the deagle? Beautiful round from the captain of FORZE. He struggled in this game, but right there, he puts up a valiant defense down at the B site. The boys are starting to believe on the FORZE side. They can feel that they're pulling ahead in this game. There's another buy round coming down the pipeline for FaZe. Gonna feature the AWP, gonna have all the bells and whistles that they could want.
What does Mezzy call here? Second gun round. I haven't got a single T-side round now. Where do you go? Default? Do an exec?
Yeah, I think working the map a little bit more. Going into a default, taking everything together, like get short of them, get underground of them, work mid a bit, and then see if you get any picks and work from there.
Rops was using the, was it electronic or perfecto nade combo that he was doing a lot the other day, where you throw it through monster and spam with it.
Oh yeah.
You got a lot of damage from assault.
You should ask Crims what he thinks about that combo, because he keeps dying to it.
He keeps dying. Oh no, the jiggle at wood, it hurts,
yeah, it's really annoying. And then especially, like, I'm there sometimes as well, and then I'm like 20 HP, and I'm like, okay,
round
whatever.
It's
a really nice combo.
Yeah. I mean, he did get spammed back through the smoke, though, so it came at a cost for Rops. And that's a perfect peek for Rain, crouching in. Shalfie shocked at the shot. And a 5v4 for FaZe.
Okay, they get that one, but now they learn about the AWP connector. Now, Krad's here up on... Oh, just hops on down, actually, but that's fine. Krad's still here, trying to help out over in the connector. He's gotten out of there. Could get flanked by Rops in mid. But now Rops bides his time, and his teammates are paying the price for it. But he should be able to get this. Krad has outbrained him big time. Rops is left kicking himself. Zorti's even wrapping long, and Rops is going to miss this timing. This isn't one that he'll pick up on.
Brokey just turned around. He just cleared the flank. This timing's perfect for Zorti. He needs to take the shot now. He's got it. Brokey got
Rops can still get him. Rops can still catch him here on the cross. He can make up for everything, but he's missed the timing. So now Carrigan all alone inside of the site, but this guy's been a clutcher. Rops with the backstab lands, and now it's left to Krad. 1v2, and it's not a round meant for Krad. It's not a round he's meant to win, and he knows it.
They're coming. Ooh, does he die? No, he's going to get out. 10 rounds.
Saying about Rops as well, right? Again, he's super slow, but it makes them win the round.
Yeah, you know, some of you may die, but that's a risk I'm willing to take.
Yeah.
That's the...
Trusting your teammates.
Yeah.
It looks really bad if the other guys die and they're like, what's Rob's doing? But now it works out perfectly, right? Sorty will never expect him behind them again.
Yeah, like you said, it doesn't matter as long as we win the round.
You know, we all saw the timings and how awkward they were, like that we're getting missed, right? Rops was set up to watch the connector. It was that smoke that was actually dropped in that gave Krad the ability to duck in and duck out on a whim.
FaZe finally win a T-side round, though. Very important. Oh, oh my god, he's going for it with flashes as well. They're not going to land because Robs is so passive in the back here. What a clear for Jerry. Eviscerates him through the fence.
Great info here for FORZE.
They lock out a monster. The whole tunnel, the whole T-spawn, smoked out. They don't even need to play it. It just means FaZe have to dedicate time, resources.
Yeah. Really nice that they leave it. Like you said, they need to retake the B lobby control, right? With flashes or anything. Well, Kerrigan is doing it now without anything, but could be still someone there, right? Takes 20, 25 seconds.
And this like little right angle, like underneath the stairs, is brutal. And you can see that like Kerrigan trying to clear all of these has left him vulnerable to Jerry. Yeah. Over towards Monster.
And again, they shut the door. Another re-smoke. A flash through, though. FaZe are coming in, and Jerry mauls Twist. Rain's too low. The pistol's out. Kerrigan trades, but it's a mess for FaZe. Is this calculated CS? What the hell are we watching?
This is CIS CS. No, I think it's really well played as well by FORZE, that they're just giving up the angle and then going on top of the Jill. You see it works out. They need to clear it, and they see the feet, and it's like so uncomfortable for FaZe.
But that seems so desperate for FaZe to just be jumping through the monster smoke one by one. I mean, losing the B lobby control, they retake it, but the force towards B.
Yeah, you know, a part of me just kind of envisions, and maybe Fashy, you can even shine some light on it more. But like, you know, they've given up mid control, right, to go back and retake lobbies. So now they don't want to spend all that time again having to go and re-clear mid. And on top of that, you know that you've gotten one of the smokes out of the B players when they deep smoked you in B lobby, right? So
yeah, I think that's the biggest part, right? If they go back to A and it's 50 seconds left, like they could be everywhere,
it's like
right?
you're spending like 40 of those seconds even getting to toilets, having to clear everything on that journey.
This was the best shot they could get.
Oh, Rob's got wall banged out of the round. He smoked the molly late. And Zorti's pushed long alone with an AWP, but that is FORZE in a 5v3.
I mean, Zorti actually did that, like, towards the mid-round of the previous, right? And FaZe just never even properly saw it. Try that out of the Monster Rush again. The flash is a little nicer this time.
This is winnable.
They will trade away in, yeah. Shalfie gonna play around the plant. Brokey is screwed. Oh, he misses the spam, and so Brokey has been given a second chance at life. Will this be the one that gets away and then lives in FORZE's nightmares, or will they finish him off a little bit later? Brokey pinned in and dealt with.
Twist.
It's gonna fall to Twist. Teed up with a bomb plant, a 1v2. They swing in. Twist nearly nails it, but Zorti stands the test of time, converts that, denies the 1v3 the way of FaZe Clan, and keeps these rounds racking up for FORZE.
And that's the third 1v1 Zorti's been a part of. He finally wins it. Kerrigan took him down twice in clutches, and now he stops Twist when he's 2 out of 3 deep and feeling it. That's a round made for Twists, but FORZE will survive. These are so tight right now. Even though FORZE have a lead by 3, it could be a very different story very quickly. Their money is on the edge. I say that, crowd's at 9 grand. Pre-buy, of course. But still, this is a tight game. Just a lacking T-side right now for FaZe. And that's stressful for Robs as well. You don't even get to play the round. Do we have Mirage on our cards today?
Looks like it at the moment.
Yeah, it does.
Really strong CT side from FORZE here.
Right. Another orb mid. Nades are nice. That is nice. Brokey gets beat up.
Oh, he looked a bit triggered.
On the cam?
Yeah.
Didn't look happy with that?
After the nades.
I'm seeing some stress on FaZe's face. Saw Rops look pissed. And for good reason. FaZe had a great first half. Very committed with the AWP. Kong gets cleared. B water abandoned. But interest lies for Jerry. With a Molotov, he's going to take it. Spamming the smoke, committing to this one. The captain's clash again, but he gets spammed by Robs, leaving the B site.
Good awareness from Robs there.
What a save.
Well, I kind of hope they try to go back A now, right? Because they've given up like the idea that there's players over towards Monster, that there's a lot of attention down towards Water. That's going to keep FORZE with bodies down towards B.
Yeah, great spam. Reading the situation perfectly.
Now the AWP.
Yeah, Zorti's been annoying with this AWP. He has been uprooting a lot of these FaZe rounds. He's sat, you know, near top of the board for his team. 21 kills deep He's been a very consistent piece of the puzzle across this map. And so FaZe try to dodge him altogether. They've kind of double faked this one, right? They up and left B after getting that opening kill onto Jerry there. Pumped Util into the A site, forcing the rotate out of FORZE. And now they play in a B a little later in the round. It's a double fake, and FORZE fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. This is a FaZe round all damn day.
Yeah, great call on saving again. Make sure you don't lose anybody and you're fine. You're still 13-11 up after this one with money. Full buy. Doesn't really matter that you lose this round.
Could have gone a lot worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always think, like, if you're the team in the lead, you're on, like, the more favored side, at least normally within this map's, like, history, right? And on top of that, you know, if you were ever going to, what I was going to say is, like, if you were ever going to lose a round, this is the way you want to lose a round, right? Like, getting out with 4, you only lose one guy, and then you just fully play around that kind of opening move. Forced into a save, sure.
Yeah, we always, in Ecstatic, Bird from Sky always had a philosophy that once we're on 15 and we need like one round and like 15-10 or something, he doesn't mind stacking 5 on the bomb side and just saving, because we just, like, you probably gamble right once, right?
Yeah.
Mid-round, so.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you lose like 15-11, 15-12, 15-30 or whatever.
Do it a couple of times.
Yeah.
How many times can you flip heads, right?
Obviously, it's not
Eventually.
like full random stack.
No.
You go off the information, but like he doesn't. He always like just come over, just stack, and if they go the other side, you just save and try again next round.
Just imagine a Bird from Sky like a wheel in his office that just has A or B on it, and he just spins the wheel, and we're stacking B this round.
It's a nice idea, though.
Nah, man, I don't know. We got to cast a bit of ecstatic. Bird from Sky got the reads. I'll say that.
He got the reads.
He does have the reads on lock. Right.
Only
this
without
round.
anti-cheats, right?
Yeah. That is one of my...
Anything you want to tell us, Pasha?
I'm
Nah,
good.
man.
He's sick.
He's insane. Just saying.
Radar from Sky, I think, was the name that they used to give him. Right, here we are. Util from FaZe over into mid. Gonna force Crad out of the divider. Twist wins a fight down in Con, and this was a 5v4 now. Immediately equalized thanks to Zorti's AWP over towards B. But now that they've spotted that AWP, normally Zorti's taken the big green over towards A and caused problems for FaZe. It's been enough for them to want to avoid playing into this side of the map, but they've just seen it down on the B site, and so now they look to go. Jerry in the connector could find the bomb. Brokey's made a bit of noise, but that nade will seal Jerry's fate. And now it's left to Zorti. 1v2. He's already here. He's already up over the dumpster, and he's been spotted as well. Might want to try and come through this smoke, but they are holding him, and as he jumps across, he falls.
Desperate times, man. He thought he was still behind default, but Rain going wide to cover the bomb's path is perfect.
Nice call to speed up an A as well. When the AWP got a big monster, you can only... how do you say it? You can only see rifles on A side, so it's easier duels, right? You're not afraid of the AWP picking default and killing you a banana.
Oh, it was a smooth peak to begin at all, but yeah, they avoid him completely, and Zorti in another clutch, this time can't convert. Very difficult round. FORZE feeling the pressure now. They had control of this game. They had a flawless CT side. FaZe with 3 out of the last 5, and they've put them on pistols yet. Even Resol buying and boosting, but he will be looking to save if he can't find impact. Jerry on a Zeus. Any Zeus's in Fnatic? Probably not.
No, more knives. Crims likes the knife.
Yeah, true. The knife kills, they do come through.
He always gets so happy when we knife someone in an official.
Some things never change. I mean, economically, it makes more sense. Krad's getting pinched here. Do they clear him from top, or do they go right by? Twist is going to do it on his own. He should be fine, but ooh, that's awkward. Still a trade for Karrigan. Second player ready to activate. Resol's coming in, and Karrigan's going to flash him.
You'll take that if you're FORZE, right? A 1-for-1 out of the CZ down in connector. That feels quite nice. Now you've even got Resol floating around, and this fight on a Karrigan's weighted pretty heavily. Resol moving in, and Karrigan beheads him. So the hero gun is out of the round. Both the guns that are dropped are locked in connector with Karrigan. And so for FORZE, the hope of winning this one has sailed by with that kill there. Nade onto the site. Brokey finishes off the point man. And Karrigan controls the spray in the connector. This is 13. This is a tie game. Shalfie's going to try and grab one of these dropped guns. But you can already see how little Carrigan cares about this P2. He does not want to give over these guns down in connector.
4 more for Carrigan as well. He's had a fantastic map encounter here. He's been winning so many crucial rounds for FaZe. And even just making sure those pistols don't get out of control, trading, twisting con.
This is scary now, right? Because in the little break, me and Fash were having a conversation about, like what separates teams that are on the come up from the teams that are, proven in tier 1, and how the margins aren't super huge, but when you're in the stage environment, when you're on LAN, when it's not your home setting, when the experience really matters, right? And you're able to kind of focus in. This is where FaZe have the edge, right? They're a hard team to put away. They're a hard team to close it out against. They've got so much experience among this roster. And so for FORZE, the pressure must just be monumental in this moment.
Yeah, I think so as well. Especially now again, 13-13, just like last map. The inexperience, maybe you got start shaking a little bit.
Yeah, and we've definitely seen that shake. We've definitely seen the nerves and the unlike themselves plays that FORZE have shown. And keep in mind, there is a crowd here. There are people sitting in front of you, and even just that change of atmosphere, having people cheering on, and people are cheering for FaZe, is a feeling that some of these players will have never dealt with before. Right? It doesn't have to be 20,000 people in Rio.
Yeah.
It still is going to have an effect.
For sure, yeah.
And so FaZe, when they were here in Inferno, as you mentioned, Fasha, they just closed it.
Yeah.
3 straight, ended the map.
FORZE is not afraid to do anything though. Like they're not sitting on site. They're still trying to get for picks, get the info. Sometimes you see it as well, that you just stand on site and like hope for the best. But I really like that they still go out short here.
Ooh. Heavy on short, but FaZe around monster.
This is nice though, right? Zorti and Result have been the 2 power players, and they're both on B in the right moment. Good trade for Brokey. He was full blind as he dealt with Result. But this one, you've tried your opening move. It's not panned out. You're left in a 2v4 with just under a minute left on the clock. Some teams might even think about saving here. But our FaZe, some teams, Util goes over. Rain tries to peek with this. Here's the AWP fire off. As he has a little more room, but dealt with by Jerry, who goes on to double up, and FORZE will not relinquish this lead yet.
Jerry's never scared to wide swing you. It doesn't matter whether he had no one there to trade him, and he just goes for it.
I think it makes sense as to why Jerry, because he had a rough start to this game, but I think it makes sense that he's started to rise back up and feel more influential as to how the last, say 15 rounds have gone down. He had a pretty slow break out of the gate in this matchup, but Jerry is an experienced player on FORZE, right? He's been even just in this organization for over half a decade. So, he's done some serious legwork here. He's been in these spots before. He's been on bigger stages. So he is someone that I think you can rely on in moments like this to still play with the same confidence that he's displayed throughout the tournament so far. I've also been impressed with Result, right? Coming up from the VP Prodigy lineup through the academy system there. He was someone who even back in the Academy League was kind of, I would have described him as kind of somewhat hit and miss, if I'm honest. But here, he's found great form within this FORZE squad.
A comparison is someone like Insani, right? Who, over on MIBR, was on the Academy team, kind of unspectacular, domestically, not doing too much. But then they put him in the main team, and boy, did he show off. And just having that support structure around you, having better teammates, playing better opponents, he rose to the level. So Result definitely comparative in that sense. Zorti making very risky moves right now. If they just peek him con, they kill him, but he's checking everywhere and nowhere.
Again, they're not afraid to take control when they get the space. I really like this by FORZE.
Will this be a stoic setup? Will they stay here at B, or are they going to rotate a third up, though? They have so much info.
I think they will rotate up soon.
Oh, but through con, that's dangerous. Jerry finds out. Twist, a minute, walks through connector with Robs, and they find another entry as well. These are crucial opening kills for FaZe, and keep in mind the money of FORZE is on the line. Do they fight for this?
Got a great angle here.
Yeah, this is
behind him.
This is a power position with the AWP. It's just how long will he go without checking the connector?
Oh, she walks through
Moving up, putting some distance between him and Con, but they peek him over the top of Dice. Shalfie's threaded the needle through the smoke. Shalfie trying to save the round. Zorti is to flick back, and he can't fight into the connector. And so now Shalfie is 1 man against 3. He looks to run for the hills, looks to get out of there. Does not think this is a winnable round, trying to wrap back down the long side while he knows FaZe have middle is scary, but he will just etch a little path out for himself, get out with the AK. FaZe, they find the equalizer again, 14 all.
They're going to play for overtime now. Or
I don't even want to ask the question because last time they...
Oh, no!
They forced last time, didn't they? And that was the decision they came to regret. It cost them everything. Nice. Customize that T-shirt, I see. But 14-14 and a horrific decision to make. What is... Oh, well, they bought.
They're buying.
They're
They're
buying.
3 and 4. It's not even a bad buy. Like,
No,
it's not like 5-7s or something.
No kit. It's still not perfect. No AWP for Zorti. This is FaZe with FORZE right where they want them.
Yeah, this is FaZe's best chance to just get this one over the line, to put it to bed without having to worry, right? This is the easiest path they're going to have. This is the path of least resistance that they're on right now. If they win this round, FORZE are broke up against 15, staring down the barrel of a 2-0 for FaZe Clan in this quarterfinal.
Ooh, I like it.
Nothing, though.
They don't get anything out of it, but again, they're not afraid.
3 rounds in a row, taking short water, taking control of FaZe, working A.
I think Jerry's going to commit this time to pushing through the short tunnel. This is nicer. Last time they didn't get the info that this was all clear till way later in the round, and it felt like it left them with a little less time. Now FORZE are going to start to bring everyone up towards A.
Oh, this is nice, but FaZe still have very good timing there. At the minute mark, they're already up all the way through toilets and long. It looks like they want to go. The stack is just getting assembled. The flank is a question for later. 50 seconds on the clock and FaZe flash through.
Oh, Zorti was blind, but still takes one of the grave, and Crad with a backstab. Crad, this could be the round. They turn around and watch it. Rops is aware. And now Shalfie through the long smoke, once again trying to manipulate these smokes that FaZe have thrown in. Shalfie does all he can. It's Jerry left in the clutch, and he wins it. 1v2 for the captain of FORZE. And they know how important that was.
I swear he had 5 kills at half. This guy has popped off in the second. And FORZE's buy pays off.
That is so perfect, though, because it's in that moment where if you're on FORZE and you're looking at Jerry in the 1v2, that is going to pick you up. Watching them win that with an MP9, the guy who's been leading you throughout this game, throughout this tournament, and you've just watched him keep it alive for you. Now FORZE are on to map point.
I think this is Jerry's round as well, right? He sets it up from the beginning, pushing Monster, sending the other guys to A, doing the flank. I think he called it everything, and he closes out the round. I think it's a really nice call by him.
Start to finish, part of the master plan. FORZE. They've got everything now.
Incoming.
It wasn't spotted, right? FaZe had no idea this was even in play, so why not throw it on?
Get up there, Jerry.
Looking to give out some haircuts. He's with the spray. They get a lot of damage, but now they know FaZe are coming.
Right out through Monster. Brokey can't find the openers. FaZe are getting churned up. That third map is still waiting in the wings. And it's looking like it's going to come through. Carrigan, 1v5 when the round began. And now he falls with that death with the captain removed. A third map is now locked in. Jerry with a 1v2 to keep the dream alive for FORZE. And now we look to run it all back on Mirage, the third and final map of this quarterfinal.
Got me some bread, but I ain't gonna stop until I can go give me $1 billion. How about the coupe or the foreign? My life isn't boring, it's what I imagine. Got me a bag and I'm happy that I can be living a life that is lavish. Making the play, I'm on my way, oh that's a regular day. He ain't working, he ain't on the grind, something they never could say. Run it up, clock still ticking, but I still ball. Run it up, ain't no competition, I don't even see no one at all.
Don't be afraid of the dark, be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let them rain on your spark. Keep it close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy. Close your eyes to the madness. In the morning, it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark, be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you. Not every light is gonna guide you.
Yeah, when I blow up, I'ma soar high like Peter Pan. In real life, be living out my dreams. If I'm waking up, it's in a foreign land. Whole wrist covered up in ice. Dealership, never ask the price. I hit the molly ball with my dogs. Yeah, I swipe it once without thinking twice. Cause this what I was made for. Man, I know this what I came for. On a big stage, couple thousand people, and they do whatever I say so. Have chicks that color of the rainbow. Yeah, chains on me like Django. Be a long way from my tank low. Cause my Tesla charge for them bank rolls. And I'm grinding, money on my mind, and I'm headed to the top. I won't stop until I find it. Write my name in diamonds, but all these lights are blinding. I wonder, is it worth it? Feel like I'm losing my mind. Yeah, remind me.
Don't be afraid of the dark, be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let them rain on your spark. Keep it close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy. Close your eyes to the madness. In the morning, it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark, be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid, don't be afraid.
Yeah. Look, since I blew up, everybody telling me that I'm the man. Same people gave me the finger, they reaching out for me to give a hand. In a different city and my pills came, cause this tour don't happen, I feel pain. And the girl with me say she down for life, but she don't even know what's my real name. Just try to get what she came for. And ain't nothing I got safe though, cause when the money go wild, everybody get a piece. But it's looking like I ain't on the payroll. Got a big house made out of Play-Doh, and a plastic crown for my halo. But still a long way from my tank low, cause my Tesla charge for them bank rolls. And I'm grinding, money on my mind, and I'm headed to the top. I won't stop until I find it. Write my name in diamonds, but all these lights are blinding. I wonder, is it worth it? Feel like I'm losing my mind. Yeah, remind me.
Don't be afraid of the dark, be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let them rain on your spark. Keep it close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy. Close your eyes to the
Making magic when they need it most.
It's ESL Pro League Season XVII Caramba, because you knew that this matchup was delivering in folds and spades and everything that you might need it to, because FORZE pushes to a third. 16-13 in the first map, going the way of FaZe. 16-14 in Overpass. Now we look at Mirage, and now we start to talk about this series in a hyper-competitive fashion, as if, you know, we didn't get enough of that in the first two maps. We're definitely going to find it on the third. Yanko, what are you thinking, man? Like, just anything. Is it lunch? Like, what are you thinking about?
No, I'm thinking about this game, Trace. You know,
Okay.
it was a very entertaining game, very entertaining series so far. A lot of good moments, incredible resilience from FORZE too. I mean, you look at that first half, I don't even know how they got out with 6 rounds, because, you know, they were losing 5v3s. They were losing so many ridiculous clutches too. Couldn't win consecutive rounds early on in that first half. So it did feel like FaZe was going to steal one away and close it out 2-0. But no, in the second half, they stepped up, put up a great defense, and then managed to eke out a win in the end.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I didn't think Jerry was going to win that one. I was already out on the couch. I was already like on my way, and then I just hear in my ears, Jerry, Jerry. I watch it back in the replay. Yeah, cheeky 1v2. And I mean, I think that was just enough of a boon for them to pull it across the line in regulation.
Pretty much sprung into action, you could say. Heku, what'd you take?
I am a bit worried for FaZe because so far they played 4 series and their second ban was Mirage. FORZE, they actually played against Spirit on Mirage and won 16-8. So like right now, if you're just maybe not looking at the odds, but like looking at like what we saw during EPL, it might be like a 2-1 potentially in the favor of FORZE.
Even more so, you look at FaZe, right? Mirage third map against Liquid in Katowice.
Precisely.
Didn't go well. You know, the game wasn't in their control at any point in time. You go back to the Rio Major and the game against Bad News Eagles, who knocked them out in the 0-2 bracket. Mirage was the decider too. It was a close game where they couldn't close it out. So there's a couple of, you know, recent nightmarish Mirage third map scenarios for FaZe. Even though on paper it should be one of their best maps and a comfort zone.
And to build on that, I would argue that I reckon it's super important this period of time right now between Overpass, a disappointing loss, and stepping into that Mirage. I don't know who it is, but someone needs to be having a very calculated conversation. In fact, there they are now, getting ready to get themselves back into the server. But like that conversation is going to be make or break, I think.
Yeah, but watching Rops is fun.
Watching Ross is always fun. It was a little bit less fun on that map than the first one, to be honest. I think he got countered and it was a little bit outside of the action. But we talked about the resilience from FORZE. I want to talk about how level-headed and calm they were in the last 4 rounds. They win 3 out of the last 4 rounds to close Overpass. Kerrigan had Jerry in the box, threw a couple of fakes in there, but you could see like FORZE not overreacting. Not, you know, jumping the gun. Oh, couple of smokes on B, it's all good. Zorta is still calmly looking for information, but they know what they have to do. Round 29, they do the triple boost on B, actually 30. Triple boost on B. That's what, when we talk about play to win and not to lose, that's what it is. Try something. I don't care it's round 30. I don't care you're about to win. You think you have to do a triple boost, just do it. And that is the kind of attitude that I love. And honestly, I probably did not suspect that level.
And it probably starts with Jerry. I mean, in the first half, he was 4-13, right? Comes back in the second half, 18-8, leading the scoreboard for his team. And I think he realized, you know, I need to lead these guys by example pretty much. You know, a lot of young players around him. He's the most experienced one, and you could see how much it meant to them, obviously, right, getting it to a decider. And now, yeah, psychologically, I mean, who would expect FORZE to make it this far even? And now to beat FaZe, they don't really have much pressure on their shoulders, but for FaZe, the room is becoming smaller and smaller.
Yeah, it's a tale as old as time when it comes to the no-pressure team. You know, the teams that are even dead, the teams that have like, yeah, this is our last tournament. Of course, they start hitting like in a new incredible peak. That's just, humans are so fickle and flexible, and we are so vulnerable to these machines that make us all move and work. The brain is our greatest weapon and our worst enemy.
Yeah,
that was beautiful.
That was actually,
that was
I was on stay on the brain conversation. Yeah, I like where this conversation is going. Yanko says they have no pressure. They play against FaZe. That is true, but at the same time, now that they've won Overpass, the actual possibility to beat FaZe on LAN and go to the semis is here. And that is a whole nother level. You know, when you play with your backs against the wall and you're just about to survive in a game, you throw everything you have at it, you don't think about it. There's no consequence, there's no tomorrow, whatever. But now, they know. Like, if they hit 16 first, semifinal, they've eliminated FaZe. And that is a whole new bargain.
Here's your flowers, Maniac.
Thank you so much.
I just feel like...
What was that all about, Yanko?
Well, Trace.
The smiling and all that. Go on, then.
I got a little bit of inside information here from Kaden about the next series.
Okay.
But we'll wait about that for the pre-match for their
They're playing
game.
it on Source 2, Dust 2, only best of 3. It's going to be sick.
I'm going to let it cook a little, let it simmer a little bit before I reveal this to you. You know, I think there's a lot of riding on in this series. I think it's been great. And we should focus on that for now.
Okay, then let's do that. Do you want to talk about Mirage, or do we leave this to be a date destiny? Yeah, something about Frightened, all that.
Yeah, as I said, I really want to. I think it's important for FaZe as a team to win this game on this map right now. You know, because of some of those previous series, and you know, it's just another underdog team. We were giving them excuses. Okay, they'll lose to G2, they lose to Heroic, they lose to Liquid. These teams are winning championships. But FORZE, it's not any of that. So you want to see them come out strong and just take care of business here on Mirage.
Man, sorry to interrupt. Just that BNE result, like just the reminder of it being Mirage third map. I casted that. I remember it vividly and just seeing
they
like
were destroyed.
Yeah, well, precisely. And the Eagles were playing their game, you know. And I think it's a very different opponent for sure.
Speaking of playing games, Yanko, I understand you brought some show and tell.
Well, yeah,
show and tell.
I'm full of surprises. I'm not going to break something. No.
Just bring the whole box out.
So this is my box
of
that
tricks?
there was
That's what
something
you
else in
travel
this
with,
box
it's your check
before,
bag.
but now I had
Okay.
to fill it with other things. So going down the history books,
Wow.
I have a couple of old jerseys here. This is a G2 Esports. Now it's a bit hard to see the
Yeah, who signed
signatures
it?
I get, but you have Shocks, Smith, his best buddy, Body, Existence,
In G2, yeah.
and Kenny S was the
RPK maybe?
Kenny S was the fifth
Kenny-
one. So this was like the last hurrah for Existence, and everyone who
Okay.
was their fan and like, oh yeah, he can do this. He just needs good players around him. It ended up in the bin. Here's one that's probably the most interesting
Yeah,
out
that's
of all.
fascinating.
Optic Gaming. Yes, indeed.
Oh, but they had so many rosters.
They
Who's on
were
it?
a team in Counter-Strike
And the
Global
players in
Offensive.
there.
And this particular team, you have Tarek, Hazed, Rush, Mixwell, the Spanish player, and Nav.
That's crazy.
And funnily enough, these were your E-League Season 1 champions, this new tournament, you know, American TV, high-end studio, everything. Everyone wants to win it, high-profile names there. And then it's the little guys from Optic beating, I think it was Astralis in the grand final.
Yeah.
Something that no one expected came out of left field and just got it done.
Iconic.
That was one of those teams that even got this like baller house and it had like an ice rink in it or something. It was crazy.
Ice rink now.
Okay, I'll have to fact check that one. But while I'm fact checking it, we will be going to a break. First of all, who
we got
signed
on
that one,
there?
Yanko? That's got my attention.
I think this
gotta
one,
have
this is the
the-
NIP one, but this is the one
old
that FaZe
logo.
fans hate the most. I think this might be from Oakland because Rez is on
Draken.
that, right? But I don't know if Draken played.
Draken.
Good old,
definitely on there.
good old Draken.
Well,
Hey, rest in peace.
yeah, wherever he is, still alive.
Definitely alive.
Surely still alive. Maybe even changed his
He's playing
handle.
CS. He's playing
Yeah.
for Godsend or someone like that.
Shout out Draken, wherever you might find
about right.
yourself. For us, we find ourselves in between that weird part. We like go to a break, and we come back with a third map of the series. It's going to be Mirage, a little bit of FaZe, a little bit of FORZE. And of course, the Fs do continue, perhaps even the F-bombs when we return.
Intel Grand Slam, Intel Grand Slam.
Intel Grand Slam.
$1 million,
Intel Grand Slam.
$1 million.
Intel Grand Slam.
Fourth
Intel Grand
win.
Slam.
Making magic when they need it most.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Ruthless. From the top down, can I live? Just wanna ride in the sun with a top down, seat back, one arm on the wheel, like knowledge and pack, no worries at all. Last night had it all, today we gon' ball. Sorta like, say it how you feeling right now, say it how you say it. Show me how I look in your heart. Better look amazing, better look amazing, better look amazing right now. Say it how you feeling right now, say it how you say it. Say it how you feeling right now. Say it how you say it. Show me how I look in your heart. Better look amazing. Better look amazing. Better look amazing right now. Say it how you feeling right now. Say it how you say it. Part of me, I'm here to live it. Side of me, a lot to give here. People want it that bad here. Before they have a pot to piss here. Mattress on the floor, Balenciaga's on their feet. They just keep up with the Joneses, but the Jones he trying to keep. He try to break you, so just fall in line. We know the world is ours, but we gotta say it's mine. Gotta hunt for your own or you get left behind. Since the last will be first, then it's our time to shine. This little light of mine. Say it how you feeling right now. Say it how you say it. Show me how I look in your heart. Better look amazing. Better look amazing. Better look amazing right now. Say it how you feeling right now. Say it how you say it. Say it how you feeling right now. Say it how you say it. Show me how I look in your heart. Better look amazing. Better look
FaZe left on guard after overpass goes the way of FORZE, caught sleeping at the wheel. And now, after spending 5 nights at Jerry's, we head to Mirage, the third and final map in this series. Quarterfinal here, winner going on to the semis. Loser means it's all for naught. Both these squads, a lot on the line. For FaZe, there's a promise of a grand slam at the end of this whole thing if they're able to long it out. And for FORZE, it's carrying forward that momentum they came into their group with, really getting their names out there and looking to take down another Titan on the way.
Yeah, I'm going to repeat the matches that FORZE won coming into this group so you can keep in mind they took down NAVI on their day one. They went and won another regional derby, destroying Spirit in 3 maps and then heading into a game against ENCE, the same team that eliminated both G2 and Vitality since FORZE beat them in 2 maps as well. So they've got some serious skulls in their trophy cabinet and they're about to add one more. David or Goliath, FaZe or FORZE, map 3. Let's find out with Machine.
Hi, this is fun. It's pretty fun. Like, normally I'm watching you guys, sitting somewhere comfy, but this is kind of cool. I get to see it happening live. I'm seeing how the sausage is made. I got Harry Russell to one side, Hugo Byron on the other, and we've got a huge map of Counter-Strike ahead of us. I mean, the ramifications of this one, either way you cut it, is going to be mad. And Result does not seem to be feeling any pressure. Comfortable as he collects one. It's Twist's back. Look at the amount of damage he's inflicted, but nothing substantial. Brokey and Rain, they get away.
We've seen Jerry's dualies already this series, though, but this would be a little bit too much to ask. You'd like to think 2 low players, and Rain tucked in is the key here for FaZe. Just play those numbers. Crab with a tap, doesn't connect. There's 2 on the short side. 1 is dead, but he's not ready for that corner clear. He will die to Rops, leaving Jerry on the clock. 1v3. And they face him together. Pistol round for FaZe, a very important one, especially considering how that started.
Yeah, I'm going to be watching all of the FaZe cams we get with like an extra level of curiosity, just to see, what kind of demeanor they're showing. I think, Yanka really broke it down for me in terms of, the Liquid game, the Bad News Eagles game, 3rd map Mirage, and then going home disappointed. I think that the idea of it feeling like, oh God, it's happening again, that's a thought they want to try and beat to a pulp with an incredible start. If they can get into the swing of things and feel like they've put FORZE in the dirt, we could be on for FaZe shaking off that demon. Oh God, Carrigan, not an ideal start. They've definitely done their homework and it's all fine.
Warm-up rounds for Twists. And finally, converted pistols. We had our first converted pistol in the second half of Overpass. It took 4 for someone to actually stop winning the FORZE by wars, as I'm calling them now.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah. It's been topsy-turvy at the start of every half, but now FaZe find a resolution. 4x3.
Maybe they can use the FORZE Hugh.
I like it.
I like it. You took it one step further at the end there. That really
it.
worked. I could feel that one came to you on the fly. It just felt natural. Much like that little headshot, that little click from Twists, who gets 4 in the round. FaZe, you stick the landing on the conversion. Only losing Carrigan's Mac 10.
Straight-laced. Not looking too stressed right now. They've gotten that conversion, albeit a little threatening. And Twist, yeah, he's gotten himself up to a good start as well. 4 kills in that one, just reminding himself how good it feels to get those early kills in. They're all rocking a silencer. It's definitely much more vogue into the Pro League playoffs. I think we saw majority of teams with 3 or 4, but 5 out of 4s.
FaZe with a late mid-take, but Krad's going to pick one off. And Krad's had a great series as well. He was actually a very high-rated player coming into Malta from the grind that FORZE have been on that we've been mentioning a lot. But when he first got here in Malta and played at that CCT event right before Pro League, he had he had some bad games. He had a really poor performance individually. He stepped up massive in this tournament. And we're talking about Jerry and experience. Krad's in that conversation as well, but he gets cut down by Rops. Jerry getting spammed through the box and FaZe with the sight.
Yeah, a lot of room here. Brokey's going to get the plant in, and it's a wide one for jungle or the ramp side. Twist can even get involved in the post plant as well out of Palace. FaZe is set up nicely here. It's whether or not they're ready for this full force push through the spawn, through the smoke, and it looks like they are. They respond, they deal with it, And now it's just Zorti left standing, late up through the connector.
See ya.
So FaZe on with the third. They stick the landing in this first rifle round.
Not really any wobbles. Double thumbs up. A 3-0 to get this T-side started.
You know, even on like the M4 dialogue, I think it was interesting that FORZE didn't force by second. Oh, they're going to lose the M4. That's sad. But yeah, FORZE didn't force by the second round, which is like very, very common nowadays. You know, you kind of like having the extra util and the chance to upset a little bit earlier. They didn't go for that. They went for rifles here. Having everyone on A1Ss allows for a little bit more utility. That extra $200, you know, arming everyone with a flash lets you make some decisions as to how you want to structure the nades. So I wonder if that was, you know, part and parcel of the idea behind it. But yeah, it didn't work out for them going for that third round buy. And so now, down to pistols. This is already a great start for FaZe.
That's interesting considering the buys that Jerry's called for in this series, right? Not just the constant force buys at the start of Inferno, but in both maps at 13, 14, 14, 14, they've gone for buys when you could justify playing for overtime. FORZE don't want to do that. They want to fight for every single round, and they will now as well. 3 kills, blink and it's done. We need a hero for FaZe.
Oh, they're running out of options. It's only going to be Rain and Brokey who both chip away and win their duel. There's a whole lot more required, though, with the low HP of Brokey. It might have to be Rain.
Yeah, he's forced to reposition out of this backside player, but Krad still delivered that kill. Oh, come on. Rain, a lot of targets on his screen, and Krad deletes him on that jiggle.
Krad's Deeg is something else. He was doing it all over Inferno as well. They won a bunch of eco rounds if you missed it. That first map was extremely exciting. If you were a little late to the broadcast today, I'd recommend you go back and watch it. We had some unbelievable mind-bending clutches from FaZe that pushed them over the line in 29 rounds. Overpass went all 30, and I expect that, if not more, here for Mirage.
How deep did we get? I mean, like, it felt like we had, like, maybe the force buy wars going longer than most. Zorti, though, he's gone straight for the Palace Peak, and there's a lot of bodies about to take a look. Twist, though, not a slouch. He goes in, misses his shot, and already the A defense rumbled. Nice aggress from Jerry. Krad delivers a good one, tracking through, and Krad will build a multi-kill out of that one. Jerry will finish, and given the fact they just gave up an opening frag onto your AWP, you wouldn't know it, taking a look at how it all boils down. That worked out incredibly well, and it's down to Krad and Jerry both finding a pair of frags.
A great read, right? Because Jerry's, he's not just a guy finding, talent. He's not just a scout. This guy's got the calls as well. He realizes FaZe are going to go into a more default round after losing to pistols on B and go for an A attack. They play triple close A. So immediately in FaZe's head. But Brokey with a minute on the clock in a 1v2 now.
Yeah, but Jerry's deep in Palace. This is such a good angle for Jerry.
They've learned their lesson from overfacing in the 2v1.
The thing that's like
set up to be insurance.
Yeah, right. They've had a couple of conversations, I'm sure.
The thing that's kind of scary, right, is as Brokey starts to root in, if he went Palace, he wouldn't want to make noise, so he would have been slow creeping that AWP. The rooting is maybe the best chance he has, but the best chance he has isn't a good chance, right? Can't make that clear enough. He's got so little time, and it's like, even if he kills Jerry, even if he gets the bomb and drops into the site, Krad's there to safeguard the round. And yeah, with Brokey not making any contact, he's going to call this one off. He's going to call the save. It is just, too many odds stacked against him, too many unknowns in this round.
Got to give extra brownie points to Jerry. Just that knee-jerk reaction of Zorti getting overwhelmed, but I think it must have been something calling more than one. There was more than one swinging him. I think he got enough information for that. And it was the kill onto Carrigan. He found an isolated ramp player, managed to get him and build a second out of that onto the balcony. So huge points to the captain of the FORZE squad. It was a cool graphic. I don't know if you caught it, but they brought up all of the players that have played under Jerry, and it filled the screen. I mean, the dude has been in FORZE for years.
Yakindar, Z-Power, Face Crack.
Sviat.
Yeah. So many just household CIS names. Names of teams and rosters that have made runs in majors gone by, be it in this roster or others, often others. But so many familiar pieces from the early days of Go. And Brokey, wow, his days are numbered now. Orped by Zorti.
And it could be confirmation bias, but I'd argue after looking at all of those names, Rops, Hans, Zorti, Heady.
Zorti's not had a fun start to this game. The whiff in the Palace in the previous round, and now getting 1-deed by Rops.
Yeah, it's going to be forcing something. But I was going to say, is Resol and Shalfi have really proven their worth and worth their salt.
Floating on B for Resol.
It's a ballsy angle to take when you're solo. Fortunately has Shalfi short side to react. Oh, that's enough info for him. Shalfi should take next contact and struggles to finish that one. Now they're slipping through the net. But no worries, Resol wrestling with 3 and gets all of them down. Rob's hiding in the smoke. This is nice, actually. I reckon he gets it. Resol's not considered it. He's confused. He's paranoid. He's gonna lose. Oh, not anymore. Gets the info. Very well handled. And Brokey's Orb, unfortunately, hamstrung.
Yeah, it's just going to be another save for Brokey. You know, it's not the end of the world. You're happy that you're going to get out with the AWP at least. Saving it in back-to-back rounds means that Brokey has a nice buy in the next, as everyone else is going to be investing as well. So you definitely don't want to risk losing this. That's why he stayed at the back of the pack. But FORZE find the equalizer here, and a big round from Resol, right? He solos that B site. Sure, he had like the illusion of support from Shalfi over on the short side, but he missed kind of all the opportunities that came his way. And so it was imperative that Resol gave us a big round, and he does. Looks very comfortable.
How? It was just so quick.
Just mad, yeah. Robs is definitely, he's on something. He is cracked as he is jacked. And that clutch especially just confirmed what we all knew, that the man is part robot. But let's get into what seems to be quite a heavy investment of aggression. We've got 2 CTs down into the underpass early. And it looks like they want to contest with 3 of their own. FaZe contesting, and now discovering the setup. Jerry at least provides the trade. Twist will have communicated that, and now maybe Resol's aggression catches Carrigan unawares. There was no support. Rain fired off a shot, but now he's a dead man.
Double nade.
Bowling from Shalfi.
Unnecessary. It was that easy. But FORZE confirmed the kill. And Robs, he's got room here. Jungle player just pulled back. Jerry's holding the cross, probably ready for a player at range, not this close. Shalfi comes back in through CT. And Robs waits for Brokey to get set up in Palace to play off of him. Searching now. Shalfi is opting for this fight. And with no util, this really removes options for FaZe. There's that pickup though, and they don't know about Rops, but he gets picked from afar. Brokey in the clutch.
1v3. AWP on his back. He's had to save the last 2 rounds, but now he's over it. He wants to play for a change. Brokey misses that second shot, ducks out of there, tries to play around ramp. 2 bullets in the AWP, 2 opponents to find, but a smoke in his way. Brokey might have to move ahead of that. The molly keeps him boxed in on a bit of a weird angle. Feels uncomfortable here as they drop in. Brokey does it! And makes it look easy!
1v4.
I love the way you frame that, Harry. You know, like he's sick and tired of saving. Not today, not now, not ever.
And what can you do? They're doing everything they can to not line up, to jump at him, to do everything. Molly, smokes on the ramp. Brokey in a bubble, a pocket.
Oh, he swapped to the pistol, dude. He saved the last 2 rounds in a row to make sure he had the AWP now, and he shows us why in that 1v3.
And that's what FaZe have had all series, right? That's not just the experience we always talk about, it's the clutch factor, it's the individuals. We've had Carrigan with clutches, we've had Rops, we've had Twist, now Brokey enters the fray.
Brokey's 12-2 right now.
Unbelievable.
Like, it's insane.
And again, Zorti, I mean, he was the last guy Brokey kills again with a pistol. This was the constant on overpass. He couldn't close clutches. He was in 3 1v1s. He won one of them, yes, but Carrigan, the Kryptonite, you called him, Harry. And Zorti again falls to the opposing AWP. FaZe. Now for a B rush.
Yeah, I mean, that util is already sailing. There's 3 smokes in the air right now.
He knows.
Resol's reaction is interesting. He'll drop the smoke bench and continue to stick around. He's looking to catch anyone trying to slink into the side. Carrigan gets the first fight, and he does get it clean. That's going to already mark surely the end of round 8. Not a retake worth going for. A 10-second defuse with a single smoke on your belt. That is an immediate save call And FaZe, that's an interesting call. Carrigan clearly had an idea, and it just manifests perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, I love how he played it. Like, just ran in, already firing before he's even out of the apartments. Like, as he's in the air, running towards bench, he knows when he sees that smoke, he's like, yeah, they're playing around this. This is just a little, you know, because it's not like the usual kind of look of a one-way where someone looks to play behind jail over towards, like, peeking over Van on the jump up. You know, it's a little shallower. And I think it made it very easy for Carrigan to be like, okay, he's kind of played his hand here. I know where he is. He's playing around that smoke. And so after the 1v3 from Brokey, it's Carrigan to win them around with one single kill on the back of a B rush. Now, they got out with 4 guns on the side of FORZE. But even this round still has some interesting problems with it, right? You only got out with 2 smokes in tow. You have money to buy in the next round if no reinvestment occurs here. So I don't think you're going to have much in the way of utility, right? Makes a bit more sense in terms of getting the most buy rounds possible to go super light in this one. And so that's going to leave them with 3 smokes, but no kits, no retake util, no flash to make Brokey's life miserable. You've just got to hope for some individual performances here.
Smooth.
Yeah, I do like the angle. I mean, just based off upon entirely the scenario you've just outlined there, Harry. You are going to have to try something, hence a boost, a cheeky window off angle.
Using a one-way very early.
Very early, but understandably when you've invested 2 smokes, albeit weird ones.
I think that's by design. We saw some teams do that a while ago because, you know, if you face over the top, you're
sticking out.
Yeah.
Oh, Brokey, I wonder how aware he is. Oh, gets the info on the jump shelf. He's a dead man if Brokey gets this. Actually twists, steps up, and delivers on the MP9. Zorti Famas this time successful. And
did the M4 stay up there? Okay, he got it. Thank goodness.
Could have been awkward.
Might not be enough to save the round, though. No nades, no kit, nothing but guns in their hands. FORZE need this kill. Jerry gets caught by Carrigan, who again makes that MAC-10 sing and split into B. The bomb will be late, but Carrigan takes space.
He's got no Kevlar. Resol, if he doesn't pull the trigger first, he is surely cooked. Yeah, punched and executed as a double from Carrigan. Converted. Rops with the headhunt onto Crad. And just as he starts to move, that's going to give a little bit of confidence to Zorti in the sense that he can
the bomb, but he won't
out. Yeah, no.
It's fine. It's just good timing, and he'll get a kill probably, but then FaZe will be set up to trade. They have 3 players in the bomb site. Although everyone's low except Brokey. And did he? I think he got that spot. Yeah, Carrigan just takes the fight to finish, and Finn's looking very confident right now, taking a lot of engagements. Was top performer for FaZe for a long time on that map of Overpass. 6-3 for FaZe. They are definitely flexing their muscles a little bit more in this map. You can see the freedom that Mirage is giving them. Lots of lurking, lots of individual plays, a clutch already. FORZE have got another rebuy. No ult for Zorti. FaZe vary up the pace. They go from these quick rounds to a more default. Will be a double push through apps for FORZE. But FaZe have avoided this for now.
Yeah, but the fact that there's 2 of them here, this could get weird. I think Resolt's just going to keep pushing. There's no reason why he shouldn't. He had backup there to trade. They saw that it was clear deep. This isn't just the info that B Apartments is clear, freeing up that early 3-man lead, which is already huge enough. Result very actively has a role to play in this round with the backstab. It's being held, but he still wins that fight. Carrigan dead. The bomb cut loose in top middle. These players in lower are going to try and react by coming back to deal with Result, but he should be prepared for this. Should be cognizant that they never cleared lower. And so he is ready for the fight, but that doesn't make winning it any easier.
Twist has no respect in this map right now. He's the amount of rifles he's beating with an MP9 is ridiculous. Ray needs this kill, but they will manage to snuff him out. Info on 2 there. FaZe have got to retrieve the bomb. That's the mission right now. Brokey going in with the AWP and getting it out.
Yeah, they're also going to try and reset.
Oh, silent drop.
Silent drop. Perfect lineup from Rops, and Jerry none the wiser.
He's so smooth.
Oh, still nails it. Still nails it, despite Jerry pulling the trigger first.
Question now becomes how much attention can the rest of FORZE draw away from Crad in the site, right? You have Zorti fighting behind that smoke, making it look like he's the A player. They don't know about Crad. Will they check for him? Nice. He finds that first man. Another out by the sandwich. Yep. Fight one onto the Palace player, and there's the late push from Zorti. Yeah, that was a very nice A-hold from FORZE. They realized quickly what was happening, what games FaZe were trying to play. And Crad remained one step ahead of them with a little help from his friends. It's a perfect bait and switch for that moment.
Yeah, nice finish from Crad. It was Resort as well, like having the proactivity on that abs push as you highlighted. They went for that double underpass setup, and I think everything just got kind of thrown into a disarray a little. Got FORZE's biggest fan there, loving the jacket as well. If you want to join the fan cams, you can. ESL.gg/fancam. We get to see your beautiful faces.
I'm glad they brought them back.
Yeah.
I think it's great. Yeah, it is historic. It's a little piece of history. Obviously, we started having them over the kind of pandemic era, the online era.
When we were in our green screen spaceship.
Yeah, and I think it kept us all sane. That was like a nice bit of human interaction.
It's true.
I think it was actually very important.
Yeah, it was legit. I mean, we spent about a year straight just living in a house together, talking about Counter-Strike and playing Counter-Strike. Yeah, it got us places.
One of the best years.
Yeah, it was a year.
It was one of the years.
One of the years.
We made it out. We survived. And now we get all the reward for it. Fans here at EPL Finals as well.
Yeah, loving the turnout as well. You know, Malta is one of the smallest islands in the world. Respect for actually having a full packed house for our quarterfinal.
And it's going to get fuller as well. This is the most empty day, I think, of the lot because it's still, you know, a work day. It's still a weekday. So let's wait and see. Crad, he sees through smokes.
He's quick. He is so quick. And this is a big frag as well. Brokey dead. Shalfie delivers. Concerned that he's given up B, and he's right to be so, because Carrigan's forward. Crad's been caught off. Didn't go down, though. Carrigan should finish the job. Oh, Smoko Vision not active. Spots another towards the side, but there's a bit of smoke and mirrors here. Shalfie,
Oh, that's what they wanted.
Distracted.
And
Carrigan.
FORZE were taking like a full lean over to B as well, so this is a serious gap to have found over in middle.
Zorti's a bit of a closer, though. Keep your eyes on him.
He's in the right place.
Oh, does go down. That's the bomb carrier neutralized. Twister's got 40 seconds, and him and Carrigan are going to piece this one together. They're on opposite sides, but planting for him, and wallbang. Oh, not quite significant damage. Crad reports nothing on B.
He's going for the kit. Oh, the uncrouch.
So clean.
Damn, spam all you want. Twister's here to stay. And Crad might have to save, but he looks interested, and Carrigan's waiting for this exact kill. Too many angles and not enough time. FaZe finds 7. A solid T-side being put together right now. All the makings of a FaZe clan win. But we've already learned we can't count FORZE out of a comeback.
Yeah, you know, I think if you're FaZe, you're looking, if you really want to feel like you've beaten your demons, you're looking for like a pretty statement victory here, right? Like this is a team that's on the... or at least have been trying to walk the path to the Intel Grand Slam for the longest time now. And, you know, this is one of the few remaining opportunities they have left. And if they really want to sell us on that, especially with some of the big favorites out of the playoffs already gone. You know, the times never felt more appropriate. And so I think if they really want to sell us, if they really want to sell themselves on that, they're looking for something dominant here. And we are starting to get that across these last few rounds.
Yeah, individually looking very primed. And, like, in theory, this is a map where FaZe, the superstars, the dream team roster, the fantasy team that you wish you could build, should be flexing their muscles and should be looking good individually. We've had a lot of clutches in this series, and they keep coming through. FaZe are looking better. Everyone switched on. We had a very quiet map for Twist to start. It took a comeback on map 2. Rops wasn't really, you know, bringing what he brought on Inferno to overpass. Right now, there's no weak link for FaZe, and that goes a long way.
100%. I think it's especially worth noting that not only is Rops here, Twist here, Brokey's clutching and starting strong. That's the threesome you need if you want to see FaZe catapulted up to the semi-finals. Of course, FORZE trying to build a resistance now, and it's a good shot from Zort to start. That's even better. Crad,
no way.
He finds them both.
He went for 2. He could have left. He could have taken one, gotten out, but no, he crouched and he committed. Still a 2v5 on offer for FaZe. Will they cash their checks?
Just talked about the superstars, lads.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and I think in a lot of these moments, FaZe have at least always found a way to keep these sorts of rounds competitive. Oh, Resol.
Really wanted that kill.
That is a lot of damage dealt by that molly. Good return on investment there with the nade. However, Rops still executes another. This is a 2v5 that's turned into a 2-on-3. Jerry's trying to remedy this, trying to take some control of A to free up an extra pair of hands. Zorti with this AWP moves into middle. Brokey just leaves the angle, but still picks it up. A 2v5 turn 2v2. This is what FaZe do best. It's Brokey and Rops trying to make it happen.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot. Brokey no slouch on the rifle. I mean, trying to really just flip the script and secure a mammoth T side. They've had close near misses before. That 16-13 against Liquid. It was what, double OT against Bad News Eagles on this very map. Tournaments they could have found that fourth notch for that Intel Grand Slam. Into the site, Crad. Looking to disrupt. Rops has gone down. He overextends. Brokey has to close now on his own. Not another clutch. 8 seconds. 7. It's right down to the wire, but he will get that bomb down.
Yeah, no ifs or buts about it. Jerry can't do anything to stop the bomb plant. He's got to win this one in the post. 12 bullets in Brokey's AK. Blessed by Rops. And he swings out, but Jerry holds his own. A 2v5 that culminates in a 1v1, but Jerry is there to close it out.
They had to work for every second of this map and match, every round. Nothing comes for free for FORZE, and you are seeing those little mistakes go a long way. Crad quick switches before he drops his smoke that would have bought him a few more seconds in the site. Zorti walks into window in a 3-on-2 with no flash and no support with an AWP. Of course, Brokey picks him. These little mistakes that FORZE are making are costing them rounds. And even though they win that one, it comes at such a price. They are ripe for reset. If FaZe win the follow-up, we're looking at what could be a 10-5 half.
Yeah, well, you know what Nafni was saying? When they got that 11-4 T-side half on Mirage, they said it was too many rounds. Got too comfortable. Got to find that sweet spot where everyone's still... to be fair, I think the FaZe Clan boys are... a little different in that respect. I think they'll take every C round they can get, considering the history and considering the state of affairs. FORZE, that incredible finish on overpasses. He just locked this in, brought this into reality, but can they go the distance? Can they stay competitive in the closing stages of FaZe's T side?
Yeah, I think it's, you know, really important as well. Like if that 5v2 went against them, I think that would have been FORZE cooked. I think that would have been them done, really. Like I think at that point, that's where it all just becomes too much. You've let too many rounds slip by. And I also think it's very important that it's Jerry, you know, the man at the helm of the ship to have won it out in the 1v1. It makes the words he says in that timeout just hit that much more to the team. He's a very, you know, kind of conversational player. He likes to keep the energy high. And you're going to listen to him after he's just worked hard to pull back a 1v1. However, in this round, things have not gone well for FORZE. Jerry tries to change the tides, but the captain goes down with his ship in the A play. And so FaZe, as quick as they go from, you know, losing that 1v1, they immediately build back up into a new look, into a bit of a faster round. No respect for FORZE. They knew the money was going to be in a weird place with that one coming down to a 1v1. And so they took full advantage of the lack of util by just punishing this A bomb site. And that's not really a pace that FORZE have had to worry about yet either. They want to try and remove Zorti's AWP. They don't want anything to come for free for FORZE. And they'll knock it out of play heading into the closer of this first half.
Double digits would be a gift. Zorti doesn't get to have his AWP denied, and it's always a sinking feeling when you know that the team is in such a good position in the round. They can come and hunt you down. Twist hit a cracker there. Jerry could have disrupted the plant had he not.
Even though FaZe is starting to run away with things now as they should, it's still such a sign of the times of how competitive Counter-Strike is right now. The skill gap between the top and the bottom has never been closer. A team not even in the top 20, taking FaZe to 3 maps and fighting for every single round. It really is a great time to be in Counter-Strike. FORZE forced for the final round as they lose everything in the post-plant, and just Rain tapping heads. He even read that flag. Don't know if Crab made a step. Rain is so aware. 5-on-3. FaZe couldn't mess this up if they tried.
Watch him. Jerry's already called the B-Amps rather quiet, full clear on that. And oh man, Rain's turn in the spotlight. Demands attention to give him that double digit. It's going to be quite a reasonable bar to climb in that second half. Carrigan converts. They're going for the spotless finish. FaZe unfazed by FORZE's win on Overpass.
Jerry probably just chatting about the next half of the boys already. He knows he can't win it. Just catch your breath. Let that heart rate rest.
Yeah, I'm seeing him do a lot of talking on the player cam there. I think he is just taking this. It's a Jerry timeout.
I love this.
Round 15, and he's not saving. He knows he's not winning this one. He's just taking this as a bit of extra time to try and calm down the gang. This is a cool move. I can't say I've seen someone do this before. So FaZe, a 10-round first half of play on the infamous T-sides that have haunted them at events gone by. Is this extra 40 seconds enough for Jerry to have got the boys on side to make a comeback happen in the second half?
Every situation different. Trust if you're feeling out of luck or if you stuck, homie, you just can't miss this. It's so easy, you be thinking it's absurd. Gotta see the glory in the hurt, see the glory in the hurt.
In the club and I can't leave. My sports car outside doing top speeds. You're choosing up and I hope that you choose me. I'll be everything you want plus what you need. No car service I'm driving. Bucket seats for you when we riding. And we high off life, we doing 90. And the highway car right behind me. Paranoia really untimely. Am I going crazy? I might be. Find somebody else like me, that's unlikely. They flashing while I'm driving back home. 11 at night. In parties, but I'm feeling alone. All the stars in the midnight sky look pretty. Baby, you're rolling, can you please come with me? Cause I'm tired of the pop life and I need you. They flashing while I'm driving.
Final half of this quarterfinal, and it is a big one. FORZE, FaZe, and F's in the chat for one of them. It is, of course, the Intel Grand Slam chance for the boys of FaZe, and they've been tested by FORZE, but here on Mirage, they've turned up the energy, and every single individual has continued to remind us why we call this a star-studded roster. Rob's had his moments. We've seen Brokey with clutches. We saw him blistering half out of him, 16 and 5. I'm joined by Harry and Hugo as we get strapped in for one final half of Counter-Strike between these two.
Yeah, this could be the dominant win that we were talking about, right? I think FaZe are really looking for a statement here. I feel like they beat those demons, that they overcome the skeletons in their closet. They would love a clean victory here on the third map of Mirage. The pistol round starts off nicely. They've boxed in 2 FORZE players, but they do pick up the kills. Nothing's certain in this round anymore. Boost Up is spotted. They know that they still reside back in the sandwich, but we see that there is an escape attempt being made. Jerry gets out of there while Resalt waits in sandwich still. Twists with the backstab, arriving on the door. Berettas. That is a clean tap. Shalfie dead. 2 and 12 in this third map. He's been good throughout the series, but here where it really matters, where the pressure's on, he's gone quiet. So now Resalt dead in the round. Jerry's got to do this one all alone. He's getting flanked through ramp. He's got players in jungle and con to worry about, and he won't survive long enough to even pay them mind. FaZe secure the pistol and now sit up 11-5.
This is hyper-focused determination from all 5 of FaZe right now. I mean, experience by the boatload. They've got tons of it, and you can see that perhaps that might be the difference maker. The individuals have just ascended to another level. And in the same breath, FORZE do seem to be getting a little bit out-aimed and out-brained
for me,
in this last one.
I was worried that, FaZe, with the pressure of the Grand Slam and with the fact that they've already lost a couple of easier opportunities, an open Rio, not even making it to the playoffs there, and Katowice as well. I feel like that, I was scared that would tear them down, but if anything, it's built them back up. They look more driven than ever, knowing that this is a matchup. They are heavy favorites and they should be winning. They're doing exactly what they must, chasing down these final kills, finding 12, converting pistols as this game has started to give us that, both for FaZe and the extra spare change on top. So a rifle round for FORZE coming out now in number 18, and it's kind of do or die, boys.
Yeah, I think it's really good that Twist is looking this good, right? Because obviously, like, Brokey was lights out in that first half, but Twist was like just quietly trucking alongside and putting up similar numbers, similar, similar spots. Maybe not as flashy, not as many, like, clutch attempts even looked into by Twist. He's been more of a space creator in a lot of these moments, but he's had so much impact here, and he is one of the guys who stands to gain the most from a Grand Slam victory, right? He would be recipient of 2 Grand Slams, and for someone from Canada, from the NA region, that is a huge win. Twist has doubled up in this round already, right? Speak of the devil and he shall appear.
He's 5-0 in opening duels. He's got 6 multi-kills in the map.
Oh, and yeah, Ross does get caught out by Resol, but fortunately it's Twist's turn in the sunshine for Mirage. All 3 attached to his belt now, and well, there's more to be done. Shalfie boosted up, trying to facilitate a couple of frags out of Shalfie. That's a spectacular tap. Straight onto Brokey. Now, I don't want to be losing that bomb to any flanks from Rain, and looks like he's just managed to evade into the A site. This campaign continues.
I think they're going to be so paranoid, though. They're scared. They don't know anything about A, so they're taking so long on the cross to clear out everything. And FaZe had no one in the site. No one's even coming CT. Shalfie is paranoid about an angle that he doesn't have to worry about. But he doesn't have the info like we do. There's one more, but brought to his knees by Twists, who 4Ks the first rifle round. Russell wants his little piece of history. He wants to be that guy to have won 2 Grand Slams. No one else has got that privilege.
And the scary part is, this is the easy opponent for FaZe. We have Heroic or NAVI waiting in that next part of the bracket for them. Then they've got to fight tooth and nail every single second. So a redemption of a dominant third map would only be a sign of the times, would only be evidence that FaZe are up for the job.
Still focused. Like, there's no smiles here. This is just FaZe wanting to get this across the line, straight-faced and straight-laced. This is going to be a full beeline to 16. They will not let off the gas. They will not celebrate too much. This still can go wrong. And I think FaZe just cognizant of that. They don't want to be letting any little wiggle room for the juices to start flowing for FORZE. And actually, interesting, we are going to be seeing them give it a stab in this one. You know, not necessarily going to make a full investment, but they are going to count on Shalfie. AK-47 equipped, and a Kevlar vest to match.
Yeah, FORZE have been keen to buy in every opportunity really in this series and to differing results, but I don't think anything's wrong with this at a 13-5 scoreline. You need, you know, an ace in the hole. You need, you need a chance to fight for it. You can't be giving away freebies here and taking full ecos. So hopefully Jerry has something cooked up, but right now the individuals of FaZe are proving their worth. Flash to B, Karrigan on the balk, fully blind fires off. Now they know. FORZE don't have the manpower nor the weaponry in this position. Shalfie's looking Palace.
If anything, that's kind of sad, right? They learned about Karrigan being there, but they lack the means and the resources to punish it. So having to go back elsewhere. And I think, you know, even letting Karrigan maintain this position over towards balcony is scary enough, right? Because he's got so much info about the apartments that you don't really feel the pressure to rotate anyone around. Brokey is still on that side of the map. Only just starting to make his way back towards A now, so we will need a bit of an A-hold here out of the 2A players. Rain wins that first fight. And now FaZe start to bring everyone around. They're a man up in the retake. If they trade favorably here, if they trade evenly, they can win this round.
Shalfie could be the difference maker as well. Anything from these Tech 9s was worth its weight in gold. Great snap from Brokey. Twist as well delivers. Shalfie, nothing to report. And it's a clean retake of that ace site. Spotless. And so a 14th is already locked on in. Roban's, he's not going to say anything, but he's starting to think some things about who he might face out of that Navi heroic affair.
How can you even predict that game? I'm not even going to try. I'm not even going to theorize that. It's just who you get, right? Which Navi do you get? The Navi that have been warming up every game, playing better every match of the tournament, already taking down outsiders again in the playoffs, or heroic grand finalists from Katowice, land-proven team with Yabster, who's been getting better and raising the level of heroic every tournament. It's impossible to know. FaZe, 2 more. And this is the all-important. This is essentially the game on a buy round for FORZE. AK's out, Orp on Zorti, fast out mid. That's getting spammed. It's not like Robs can even see him, doesn't need to. Caught on short, Twist does die, and that's a way in for FORZE.
Immediately shut down Robs. Their positions always with trade potential, but look at Jerry. Now, they've got 2 CTs ramp side. They'll get the info off that shot, but it's lethal onto Krad. And Brokey, he's actually gone forward on that. Forced back by the Flames, and a big one for Zorti. Alleviates the threat of jungle.
Okay, this could be huge. Rain can win the whole round. I almost hope that he, because it looks like he wants to go on the back of the timing, but I almost hope he let Brokey fight first. The fact that he goes so quickly, I think it's just coming from a place of confidence and feeling like you have a bit of a timing. But if Brokey fought first, FORZE would have never been ready for a Palace player. They thought it was just that AWP at ramp. Brokey now left in the clutch. It's a 1v3, but this has been his specialty. Still, he's going to write this one off. Knows a cooked round when he sees it. He runs for the hills, looking to get out with the AWP. FaZe have just got full faith that as long as they have everything in these follow-up rounds, they'll be able to piece together the 2 they need to win.
I really like your point there as well, because it's not like Brokey can even keep fighting ramp because it's mollied and then he smoked it, and the timing of him to reset Palace is what FORZE are holding for. They're
exactly, right? They're holding for Brokey, and as far as they're concerned, that was meant to be Brokey coming around the corner.
If, for example, Brokey dies there, like on ramp after 1, Rain still has just the god timing. If anything, it might be more beneficial.
You know, I do just think that's like a missed opportunity that comes off the back of, you know, you're 14-5 up, you're kind of in like the zone. Rain's like, man, my timing's just so good. But yeah, within the context of the round, the fact they knew about Brokey, I think it was always going to be getting held until that AWP was spotted. So that one sails by them. But that's just 1 round amidst this sea of FaZe Clan rounds. They are not feeling the pressure yet.
Yeah, and you can see it flashing right to mid with 2. Twist takes Jerry's head off through the flash, through the wall. Rain now tucked in default, 1 for 1 for 2. Oh, it's going to be Robs instead. Rain gets hard cleared by Result, and there's still an AWP in play here. Brokey meandering his way over. Twist does a lot of damage. The nade might finish the job.
It will. Tickle Zorti.
Yeah, lethal tickle. Alfie, nice for the first, but he needs to clear Robs, and Brokey should have him. If he doesn't, great kill, gets away. Oh, Brokey forced out, takes the fight regardless. He's on 25 HP. Cran can close the gap and run down, but it doesn't matter. Hits the shot, and only one round is all FaZe Clan need.
They won't make it sweaty. They won't get us scared. They won't put the fear in FaZe. They will just end it with ease, and that's exactly what you want to see as a FaZe Clan fan. FORZE fight nobly in this season of Pro League. They don't drop a series in the group stage. They bring FaZe to their knees on overpass and take us to 3, but reality will strike.
Same move. They really like this, just getting that early info, or rather angle as well. Robs holding the underpass, Brokey firing off a couple of shots. There is a timer on this where Robs will look to support middle. Yeah, Twist doesn't have an ounce of info, but does have a kill. Could this be it? It looks like it might be. They got nothing to celebrate. Everything going wrong for FORZE, and FaZe just need one more. Result will give it everything he's got. But FaZe looking to secure that semi-final spot. This is their Pro League. I think the coach of FORZE is trying to will them across the line, or rather the support staff. I can hear it. War cries. And that's Robs, secures it. And you can see it's just business as usual, lads. FaZe keeping a straight face and happy with that one.
Yeah, beautiful scenes, right? I mean, this is the way that you want them to win this matchup on the third map of Mirage, where they've encountered problems at events gone by. They rise up and they don't even let it get competitive. There was never a moment where FORZE are in that. You could tell that FaZe, they were so laser focused, so believing that victory was already assured. And that reflected in their gameplay. This was lights out. Twists with an incredible third map, really came alive. Brokey alongside him. Rops with some great rounds to open up this series, and he kept up appearances. Come Mirage of that third. Really, really well put together here. And I think with a lot of the big competition already copping some L's in the playoffs, FaZe are feeling comfortable. They're feeling confident that this is their one true shot at the Grand Slam.
Yeah, respect shown to their opponents there. FORZE have earned it. They've put their name on the map for the future of 2023. Some great Counter-Strike played this tournament, but it's FaZe who will be celebrating today.
Kerrigan, congratulations. It was definitely not an easy series, and there's so many things that happened. Do you feel relieved?
I mean, I think FORZE played really great. I think they kind of contested us really good on Inferno, but we remained strong on overpass. I kind of feel bad that we threw that 14-14 round 4-2. But that happens, and it's just always an overpass. We do 16-14. So I think they played really great. Coming into Mirage, I felt we were keeping the momentum up, keeping the pressure on them economy-wise, and then in the end it was about closing. And yeah, we played great in moments, but the one bad half, and the series suddenly gets very close.
And that bad half, did it happen because they kind of surprised you?
I don't know. I think they played really great on the city side of the overpass. I felt like we did good executes, played the ABC really good, and then to close out the rounds we did mistakes. And if we did mistakes or they pushed us to do mistakes, it's always hard to say, right? But I kind of felt in control in the whole series, but obviously they pushed us to the limits on overpass, and they won that map in the end.
They pushed you to the limits, they pushed you to a third map, but in the end, you are victorious. You're just like one step closer to get this trophy, to get the Grand Slam. But, you know, Kerrigan, you already know what this means. You know what we want to see from you. Please, do us the honor. And the crowd goes wild.
We sold. The crowd definitely went wild there for just a few seconds. Of course, everybody on their feet now for FaZe, who have actually secured themselves that semifinal berth. You can't ask for much more, Maniac.
No, and I mean, the fashion was here, definitely. The topic.
No, Fasher was in the first two maps.
Oh my God. Two of you, like one is enough.
Oh, there we go.
Two of you. Listen, we had a conversation about what FaZe would show us on the map number 3, and the response is perfect. Like Kerrigan said in the interview, pressure was kept, all throughout the first half. There were danger coming in from multiple areas of the map. You could see in any clutch situation, overpower or underpower, doesn't matter if they didn't have the number, FaZe were dangerous. We have the victors join us right now at the couch / sofa / desk / fan zone arena. Robs and Rain.
No. You guys are aggressive today, and that's what we like to see out of FaZe in the server. Speaking of you guys, that's who we have here on the sofa. Rops, man of the hour here in the last map, and then Rain, you also, you did some cool stuff too, obviously.
You played.
I was there.
You played.
Yeah, he was there. Rain was there too. Yeah, congratulations, guys. Tell me about this matchup for you, Rops.
Well, going into this, we knew they're playing a lot of maps, like the last few months. Like they've played more maps than, I don't know. I haven't seen this since like 2018. That's how many maps they played. So we could prepare pretty good, but still, we didn't know what they're gonna come at us with. But we knew where the beta was gonna go. We were predicting that they're gonna pick Overpass, and we were certain on our Inferno pick. Just the third map was up in the air, and I think Yes, Overpass was a really tight match, which could have gone both ways. We had a lot of moments.
Couple of blunders.
Just a couple of blunders. But happy to close it out clean in the end on Mirage.
Yeah, fair enough. You talk about these blunders. What was the topic of conversation from map 2 to 3? We saw you guys walk by. We were on the desk. Faces were obviously stern and agitated a little bit. What was said for that reaction that we saw in Mirage?
I mean, I think the run on Overpass, the 14-14 round, when he was hiding in the smoke, I think we all screamed like, Shelfie A player, he should be in the smoke. And then we all kind of just rushed the situation a little bit, tried to plant the bomb right away instead of just waiting it out. And we gave him the opportunity to win the round. And I think I missed like 10 bullets on him as well, so that doesn't help. So,
oh man, you were there too.
I was there as well.
He was there.
Drunk. I've been all over the place today.
No, but Robs, tell me how frustrating it is, right? You pull that clutch on Inferno out of your ass, you save your team, you win it, and then you lose to Pistol. How much does that suck?
We're used to it by now. So,
He's in FaZe after all.
It's just FaZe, but I couldn't believe myself either when I hit the last shot. So that was unbelievable, and the kit was right where it needed to be, so that was a sick clutch.
Yeah, that was pretty sick, man.
Brokey with some lucky stars too from Tetris. He's able to somehow defend the bomb after it's been planted over there. He takes down 2 with AWP. I think Guy ran out of bullets. Was it Zorti maybe was the last guy? Yeah. Some blunders. Interesting stuff right there. So now that this is over, tell me about this crowd. I mean, you guys have played in front of the biggest crowds that the game has to offer. And now, look at all these people standing behind the camera.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice feeling. They give a nice vibe. It's not the biggest arena here. I don't know if you call it that, but so it gives still a crowd feeling, and it's very nice to play.
Yeah. Do you hear any of the oohs and ahs through the headset or no?
If I hear what?
Like ooh, like
yeah,
when there's
you
feel a little bit.
You feel like you're playing a LAN.
Okay.
There was a lot of moments in this game where you could hear it. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
A
lot of highlights.
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, you were talking about this environment. Do you feel like the game went a little bit crazier because of the environment as well here? Like all the clutches and these moments. Do you feel like they played a bit crazier as well?
Because of the crowd?
Yeah, just overall the atmosphere here in studio with a little crowd as well. Does that help?
Maybe it could be just a placebo, but I think we saw the classic phase. We could, pull out any disadvantage round out of our asses. I think we were in many 2-on-5s, 3-on-4s, which we just pulled back and we found our way in. And that's what we want to see. That's the classic phase, and we can win from any position.
You guys had a couple, we talked about it on the couch, there were a couple of Mirage deciders in the last few months that didn't really go your way, and there were strange games too, but either you didn't have money for the whole CT side and so on. So was there any things like added working on Mirage, or was anything mentioned in that sense, hey, like we're not going to make the same mistakes perhaps this time around, and you were very decisive from the get-go against FORZE here?
I think Kerrigan had a really good game plan in his head, and he learns a lot from his mistakes, and the plan he had and the calls he did today was really good. It's a lot of calls that take a lot of confidence as a caller to do, and he did all of them really good, and I think we all praised him very high for this game.
I think also what has really helped us is the month break between Katowice and now Pro League. It's given us so much time to create new stuff and
for sure
create a new phase. Basically, we have so much new stuff to play. We haven't even shown, I think, half of the playbook we have on Mirage so far. So I'm really happy that we got this time, and I think it was much needed.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about There was quite a bit of time between Katowice and now, and I think people struggle to put a pin on FaZe. And can you give me a temperature check on your level right now, your confidence in your own level in the team? Where are we looking at?
Oh, you take this one?
You're here too.
It's really good at the moment, you know.
Yeah.
We have so much preparation, and I think we've, like Robin said, we have 1 page out of 11 on each map that we've used so far.
No, at
in the
one point
tournament,
it felt like we have like too much new stuff. It's
Yeah,
like,
it's
we
like-
couldn't like catch up, you know. Like Carrigan is calling this and that, and they're like, okay, where is this one? We're flipping pages.
Yeah,
there's so much stuff.
You can't, like, you need the binder with different colors.
Yeah. 1 book per map, basically. That's what it feels like at the moment.
One,
my old brain is like, whoa.
One Harry Potter
brain.
size book. Hey, gents, I actually found one of these that works. Should we take a little picture here and then perhaps you guys scoot in and then make it look like we actually like each other and stuff?
Like
we're actually
all
friends.
buddies.
Like a family. Now, I am
Get over
holding
here,
this.
man.
So, yep, there we go.
Selfies before the selfies.
I think this works.
Nice quality.
Huh? Did I get it already? I don't know if it worked.
Yeah, well,
it's probably just a picture of you.
Yeah,
it's just a picture of you.
No, that would be so disappointing.
It's just you.
That would be entirely too much, actually, and naturally now it's
No
Now, if
photo
you want to
finish.
see the kind of picture he makes, is that an artist? That's great. That's
did
a
do it
great
with the
selfie.
camera.
Maybe it's out of
Anyway,
film.
yeah, probably. But we're not out of time because we do need to
That's
talk.
a beautiful.
Thank you so much, Janko. Thank you so much. We do need to talk about our DHL MVP, which ultimately means you need to get your Twitch fingers ready and start to use those Twitch channel points to vote. Now, at the conclusion of the grand finals, we will catch up with the winner, and that's how these votes go. So make sure you use them right here and right now. I almost guarantee you Howie's going to be on here at some point. It was undeniable Rops was going to be on here at some point. But if we look at the FORZE side, what are you guys thinking from that side?
They are playing so much CS, and you know, they are able to just show up now in LAN as well. They played a lot of like qualifiers.
He was there as well.
I was there.
There he is.
Apparently.
There he is. But I mean, FORZE, great potential. I think hopefully they can get to more tournaments as we go on, and we'll see more.
Yeah, and
Good eco highlight right there.
Yeah, there we go.
2 block skills.
Hey, do you know
Both-
these guys
I'm
don't have
MVP, guys.
they don't have a lot of time to work with,
Yeah.
you know. But
If you have requests, what plays you want to be, you have to send us a message. Like, can we have this ace, please?
All right, I'll do it
you know,
like
in my
next
highlight.
time. I'll get
just
3
you
block
guys.
kills.
This will now just be BM if Carrigan is in the 5th guy, right? It's like everyone besides him. That would be a bit.
He was in the
That was a
server
great
too,
situation
right next
too.
to Howie.
And this was
Yeah.
calculated.
Hey, Finn was
Calculated.
trying
That's
out.
actually
Yeah.
crazy. This clutch is actually crazy.
When he was
to put
there
up.
on live, you know what the last guy was?
Oh, Kerrigan looks a lot
everything
different than I remember.
calculated.
Yeah, he sure does.
No, but these are generated by stats, right? So Resalt.
Well, is that AI generated? Not picture actually?
Well,
Not people.
it's ChatGPT. Just to be completely honest, I think that they actually do
That
write
was
the majority of the
that was almost as good as your highlight, Howie.
Almost.
Almost. Anyway, like I said, use those Twitch channel points to get your vote in, and we will catch up with the winner at this conclusion of the grand finals, which I'm sure FaZe Clan want to see themselves in at the very least, guys. I'm not going to say the word that we're all thinking, but I will. Intel Grand Slam.
Yeah, it's definitely in our minds.
Well, I mean, it's weird. Every event you go to, this event, are you gonna win the Grand Slam?
Yeah.
Next one, are you, this one, this one. It's like,
As if you guys are not in every event there to try to win the
obviously,
event.
Yeah, we're trying out here, guys. Like, come on, give us a break.
Yeah, can you not ask us, and
Yeah.
that's when we'll do it.
It's obviously more and more pressure, but we're trying.
Part of the game, that's what they say. That is the Intel Grand Slam. FaZe do have their eyes on that going forward. And for us, guys, I don't know if you don't have anything else for these fellas, right? Maybe they want to go do their live.
Well, I have like 3 or 4 more questions, but
probably let
we'll
them
do it
go,
later.
We'll do it later.
We'll do it later.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Yeah, we'll talk about it off air, which is sometimes for the best of conversations. Speaking of which, we got more of those to come when we come back. We go to a quick break and we jump into all the hootin' and hollering, as I was once quoted saying.
Red beans and ravioli.
Get out of
Only €9.99.
Easy peasy.
Lemon squeezy.
What in the f*** is going on right here? Move, move, move!
Oh, you like this, don't you? Oh, yeah.
And now, moving on to the monitors.
You guys ready for me now?
My name is Kadian, and if I had to describe myself in 3 words, it would be passionate, charming, and like winner's mentality.
So our team Green Flags is that we just have a really good connection outside of the server. We do everything together and we just have a really good time together. The key to our heart in Heroic is probably just being really social, being able to play a lot of football with us. If you're up for a good pancake, you can definitely win our heart.
I've done it a few times now, trying to pursue people, trying to get them to join our team. On the outside, we make everyone think that we are super good friends, and it's all just fucking bullshit, but they don't know until they join. It's perfect. I tell the guys that's negotiating, you can get them, you can push them for a lower salary because they want to be a part of this. It works so fucking good. You're asking me why you should pick us as winners for this group? I mean, if you were asking me why you should pick us as winners of the tournament, maybe I would try and give you some arguments, but look at the fucking group, mate. What happened in these seedings?
Red flags? I don't know what you're talking about. Like, we don't have any red flags in our team.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
Yeah, look, tell me what's the vibes, what's the mood? Yeah, I just hit up Mikey for the juice. Yeah, ain't no capping, I'ma tell the truth. I've been winning for so long, it's hard to lose. Yeah, be my source, Christian like Dior. Yeah, I can't start when I'm far, I just get back up. Yeah, I've been quiet all along on my TP toes. Yeah, I can't keep it to myself, I just give and go. I'm a visionist, yeah, you can't picture this, yeah. Ain't no way you cannot work me, boy, I live for this. Yeah, sipping essential, that's the essentials, I'm influential. Yeah, straight fundamental, that's fundamental, on instrumentals. Yeah, speed of the tempo, yeah, we got potential. Shoot a movie like I'm Denzel, running my route to the end zone. And they still can find me, man, you know where to find me. I'm tryna get me a Grammy so I can dedicate it to my granny. Look, tell me what's the vibes, what's the mood? Yeah, I just hit on Mikey for the juice. Yeah, ain't no capping, I'ma tell the truth. I've been winning for so long, it's hard to lose. Deal, be my source, Christian like Dior. Yeah, I can't start when I'm far, I just get back up. Yeah, I've been quiet all along on my TP toes. Yeah, I can't keep it to myself, I just give and go. Yeah, I just turn my L's into W's. Yeah, I just told my sins, yeah, I'm done with you. Yeah, stay in your lane, don't you pick and choose. I can't waste my time, I got a lot to lose. To the game that we all on, that was doubting us all along. Now we charting in Hong Kong, what competition, they all gone. Bless, stress, play the game like it's chess. We next, that's a check, over stripes, yeah, yeah. Look, tell me what's the vibes, what's the mood? Tell me what's the vibes, what's the mood?
Diamonds, dancing on my wrist and ears. I'm shining, just in case it wasn't clear. Real life, all the haters disappear. Feel like I'm the player of the year. I got the money to buy me whatever and know it's a wonderful feeling. Got me some bread, but I ain't gonna stop until I can go get me $1 billion. How about the coupe or the foreign? My life isn't boring, it's what I imagine. Got me a bag and I'm happy that I can be living a life that is lavish. Making the play, I'm on my way, oh that's a regular day.
He ain't working, he ain't on the grind. Something they never could say. Run it up, clock still ticking.
It's time for the DHL Drop. Every week, CSGO talent go head-to-head to beat the buzzer. You can join them by typing !DHL Drop in the chat. Answer the questions correctly to get added to the global leaderboard. The higher you climb, the closer to earning a prize you are.
I am the man with the red button. I am the man in charge. Here, watch this. That means it's time to stop, or time to start. For us, it is exactly that. In a game of Would I Lie to You, which is ultimately going to be pitted up against these four gentlemen over here, who I don't think are on teams this time around, gents.
Yeah, we are on teams.
We are on teams.
I want to make that.
No, I can't hear you at all,
Chad.
Chad.
I think you've turned off your mic.
No, it's on.
Oh, there we go.
Maybe
There we
that's
go.
it. All right,
Chat's in.
that was, all right. But I always envisioned that you, in another life, would make a fantastic game show host. And I just want to say that I feel that you're doing a fantastic job.
Thank you. I learned everything I know from OJ Borge. So, I don't know, he kind of lives his life as a game show, and I feel like I'm right there next to him. Speaking of which, guys, do you mind if I maybe give you something to hold on to? Oh, I almost killed Rush. Sorry. There you go.
man.
Just hold those.
Okay.
Because it's a DHL drop. I just dropped you some boxes, okay?
Thanks,
Yeah.
Trace.
All right.
Nonetheless,
we're
who's
on a
going
team,
first?
Me and Rush.
Okay.
We're team winning,
Rush.
and they're team losing.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah.
All right, fair That's not going to be confusing at all.
No.
Team winning and team losing. Who wants to go first?
I'm
You
down.
pick. You're the host.
Hey, losers go first.
All right.
Sounds so abrasive. That's not what I meant, but...
It's fine, Trace. We all know what you really meant.
Mm-hmm.
I have an intense fear of water-submerged animatronics and refuse to go to theme parks out of the potential of seeing one.
How often are you coming across water-submerged animals?
They're pretty common, like
At
legitimately
theme parks,
quite
especially
common.
in the UK, where like everything's a little shittier than the rest of Europe.
So are you meaning like if you went to like Disneyland Paris and you're on a ride that was on the water, you wouldn't go... If the ride, you're not physically in the water, but you're on the water, would that scare you from the ride?
Look, to be specific, it's called submechanophobia. That's what it's known as.
Submechanophobia.
Submechanophobia, and it's basically like, like if you had like a shark animatronic that's in the water and at some
Like
point
Jaws?
it comes out.
Yeah. Okay.
That makes me feel uncomfortable. I don't like the mechanics in the water. I think it's weird.
You don't want to be electrocuted?
Yeah. No, I just don't like it. I don't know. It gives me that weird like. Ugh,
So the electricity was an afterthought, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Huh.
Because so it's like a phobia, right? It's like irrational.
Like I know it's weird,
Yeah.
but it's just they do freak me out. I
If you
just
said
think
it was
they're
like
an odd
electricity
thing.
related and you didn't want to get
Then I could
electrocuted,
believe
I
it.
can maybe, but the fear of the actual like
just the idea that it's a
submerged
robot
animatronic-
underwater.
You like spiders, Rush?
I don't hate them, but I don't love
Okay.
them. They're just chilling, man.
It's like I'm arachnophobic, right? I don't know why I don't like spiders. I know they can't hurt
That's okay
me.
though.
But that's this is so out there.
Yeah, this is
And the fact that
really-
he was prepared with the terminology for it.
Maybe he's got that wrote down as well.
Maybe. What do we think here?
He didn't look at his paper.
What is the answer, guys?
Gosh, I think
is
he's
it a
lying.
lie or is it
I
true?
think he's lying.
It's so ridiculous.
If he started with
it
the
is,
truth.
Jackie, though, it's so ridiculous it could be true.
Yeah.
And
you go with this.
I think he's lying, Trace.
Okay. Is he lying? What do you think at home? We're going to find out. It appears though he's lying.
Okay, yeah, just
Hey.
it was
We're lying,
the,
okay.
what was the phobia name?
Submechanophobia.
Is that real?
That is actually a real term.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, well, let's get you to winners.
Do you want to
as
go
you're calling
first?
each
Yeah, I
other.
can do one.
All
I
right,
can
you
do
give it
one.
a go, mate.
Don't look, Harry. When I was young, I had an iron dropped on my head.
How young?
Wow.
Very young. Very
The
young.
couch is
I don't
yelling
know how
out
young.
here.
But I actually think I remember you even telling me this story at one point.
Maybe it's a setup to this moment right now.
Yeah, you
5
just
years
started
ago. 5 years
pre-planning
ago.
this years in advance.
Was the iron plugged in?
Sure, yes. No, I don't believe so. I don't know.
What was
I
your
don't know.
reaction? Like when it like hit
I think it was
you?
like,
Yeah, right, that's a bit of an odd reaction.
Where on the head did it hit you?
Electric, yeah.
I think somewhere around like here.
So the forehead.
Yeah, just like bang on.
Oh,
Okay.
so that's why you have the
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, explains a lot.
yeah.
Wait,
Okay.
what is the?
You know, it's Rush. Like
The mental.
Oh,
yeah.
I understand.
Hold on. All right.
Yeah.
Rushley,
Yeah, okay.
tell me some more about your experience here. What happened?
Wait, who's asking the questions? They're not you.
I'm part of it.
I'm
Yeah,
part
open
of
them up.
this. This
He's
is my
allowed.
job.
Come on,
So
man.
apparently, I'm told. I think.
You don't remember the incident?
No.
You get memory loss after?
Well, it wasn't iron. No, there was some ironing going on, believe it or not. And I was
The iron was on.
Maybe so. But anyway,
you can't iron if it's not on.
Well, anyway, I was knocking about. You know how the cables are pretty long on the irons, right? Apparently, I was giving it a little tug, as I often do. And
okay, let me stop you right there. 1 second. Public service announcement. If you are watching at home, you want to get involved, you want to hear maybe someone's lying, maybe someone's not. Use exclamation point DHL drop space A for true or space B for false. Now, I can imagine what I'd be typing in chat, but that's not up for me to decide. Have you guys come to a conclusion?
What are you thinking, Jackie?
I think it's true.
I think it's true because I think he's told me this story before, and he's trying to be purposefully vague and withholding.
I don't remember exactly what happened.
Yeah, man, we're gonna sign up with the truth on this one.
Huh? And survey says.
I thought it was a lie, but I guess I did have an iron on my head, so.
Wait, that actually happened?
It did actually happen.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's told me about it.
Right?
That was his first error, was telling me every secret.
I tell that's the problem. I tell people everything. It's so hard to know what I have told and not told.
He's a bad liar. Rush is the worst person for this game.
Go.
It's a hard lie when they know.
Here we go.
Okay. Me and Mezzi have a long-standing beef due to an incident in a custom games server.
Custom games in CSGO?
Like server browser in Global Offensive.
What was the map?
It was just retakes. I used to cast in retake servers.
Oh, one of
to
those
try
guys.
And like
cringe.
Get that. Yeah, it is cringe. It's cringe, but I used to do it.
How long ago was this?
So this would have been probably about 7 years.
He's lying. Retake
6
servers
years?
went around 7 years ago.
7 years ago. I don't recall.
I used to play
You were
catch.
12 years old 7 years ago.
That just isn't true. I'm 25 today.
That's also not true.
I was 18 years of age.
It is your birthday, right?
Yeah, it is my birthday.
So how old did you turn today?
25.
Okay, that seems a little bit.
Okay, what's the beef over?
Okay.
Because if you were in the retake server commentating, why is there a beef?
Well, because I played while I would commentate. I would just try and feed so then I could flick between the people. And so we lost this one round and I was kind of toxic, right, in the past.
Oh,
and Rush can maybe attest to this because he used to know younger me.
The old Harry. Yeah.
I was like a bit of a keyboard warrior, and so I started typing mad shit. I guess Mezzi was just there trying to have a good time.
How old was Mezzi at the time?
I don't know. We were beefing. I wasn't like, yo, man, fuck you. And also, how old are you, by the way? Like, you know.
Has the beef been squashed?
Well, yeah, like to my knowledge, we've spoke since then. I used to go by a different name.
So Mezzi didn't know that it was you?
Yeah, maybe. But like, I used to go by a different name back then, and so maybe he didn't know it was me.
I think he's lying.
The thing is, if he said back then, it's a tough one because if he said
retake servers 7 years ago.
But if he said he was owning Mezzi, like I don't know if Harry was as skilled back then. To be honest,
I wasn't owning him. The shit talk was fully on the basis of like he had an issue with me. Essentially, like feeding and dying and like not taking it at all
it's a retake
serious.
server. I want to submit my answer.
Hold on.
I'm sure
Harry,
retakes in some capacity were a thing, but
Harry, what was the conclusion of the story between you and Mezzi? And that's all anyone needs to hear.
What do you mean? The conclusion?
Did you guys just log off?
Yeah,
after that?
no, yeah, you know, we just like swore. I think I called him a dog and I wrote something about like epic land. No, not DAWG, like the. Yeah.
I think he's lying.
The OG.
So I don't know. I don't think he'd remember if it was Mezzi or not in the first place. So I think he's lying.
Yeah, I think he's lying, Trace.
Is it a lie? Yes, it is a lie. Imagine that.
Was retake servers 7 years ago. What are you trying to pull the wool over my eyes? I'm a dinosaur, mate. 7 years ago, I'm saying there's no retake servers. That's where you stuffed up. If you said that you were combat
so
surfing...
factually, I did use the cast in retake servers, and they defo did exist. They defo did. I'm kind of sad that's what hung you up on it.
In Australia, we didn't have any servers. So
who's next? Is it you, Chad?
It's me.
Let's see what you got.
I got head lice on a family vacation to the USA.
Okay, when?
I was about 12.
You were 12.
Somewhere between
going
the
to
age
the
of 10
big
and 12.
US. Going to the big US of A. 12 years old.
It says family vacation right here.
Family vacation, not a Home Alone situation.
You think
went there?
No, my parents won't leave it. That would be in Australia then.
Okay. How much did the trip cost?
I was 10 to 12. I didn't pay for it.
Come on, man. You gotta remember these finer details.
We can get my dad on the phone right now. I think he's sleeping though. Which one?
Which hotel?
Well, this was on the way from Lake Tahoe, right? We were driving. My dad was driving us around
so you remember all this, but suddenly the cost of the flight, that was never supposed
Why would he know the cost
we
of
were
the
coming to
flight?
Lake Tahoe, like...
It was, we were going from like Vegas to Lake Tahoe or something to go skiing.
Now, I'm going to look geographic. I'm just curious now. Just go ahead, please. Carry
I think that's what it was.
Yeah,
I was 10 to 12, man.
10 to 12 as well.
I don't remember exactly.
Okay, so headlights. That's what you're saying this was.
Yeah, how did you treat
How did you? Yeah, how did you deal with it? Okay.
So you know the comb. You know how there's that comb that you can get, and it like you do that through your hair, and it kills them.
them all.
Any sort of solution or just the comb? Because I've never heard of someone using only the comb. I'll say that.
Well, I don't look. I was a kid. I don't really remember. But
This isn't a good defense. This doesn't hold up in a court of law. I was a kid.
yeah. Okay. Well, you got any other questions?
Okay. How was the holiday?
Up until that point, it was pretty good. Having headlights kind of made
it
things a bit
ruined
itchy.
it. Like it put an end to the holiday. Everyone.
Well, it didn't put an end to the holiday. We're in America.
How
The
soon
US of A.
What, you think we
after
just
the
get on a-
headlights did you realize? Like, what was the incubation period? How many days?
No, so the thing was, we were, like as I said, mentioned, we were driving. Did you check the geography on it?
I
all?
did.
Okay, so we were
There are
driving,
roads.
and I was laying down in the back
guess.
seat, and my sister, which you just learned about my sister just before, right? My sister was in the back seat with me, and she's like, "Mom, there's something crawling around in Chad's hair." And that's how we discovered that I had headlights.
I don't know.
How did
'cause
she see
they're-
that?
They're
Do you know how
microscopic,
big?
but
Nah, this has got to.
There's
I
no
think we
way.
can. On that basis alone, right? He just seems to have a general lack of understanding about how headlights
Is
work.
it true or not true?
That's a lie.
it's a fake. Yeah.
Survey says.
Now, it is a lie, however...
Should have said
However,
that.
She saw them crawling around.
No, the story...
Aussie
had
lights
bionic
are built
eyes.
different.
Listen, the story's the other way round. It was my sister with the headlights. It's a real story.
Did you see the
but
headlights?
Yes. I was in the back seat with her, and I saw the lights in her hair, and I told my mum that she had headlights. It's a true story.
I mean, I was also, when I looked at the geography, Chad, I was going to ask you if you've ever been to Reno, Nevada, maybe Reno 911, because there's really the only reason you would come out that far.
My grandma used to love gambling, so we're talking about Reno all the time. But I don't know if I ever went there.
Oh, I thought it was just because you guys were big fans of the show. Nonetheless, we have some more, and I do believe this one goes over to your side, Harry.
Okay.
Or losers, that's what you want to be called.
Do you want to do yours, or should I do mine?
Well, I'll go for one.
Go on,
Right. Before I became a commentator, I was a trained exotic animal handler, and I used to work closely with flamingos, gibbons, and giraffes.
At what age were you?
Huh?
At what age?
This was, I think I started when I was about 8 years old, but
Okay.
it was like a trainee program where I used to work in a zoo. That then went on for about 3
What was
years.
the zoo?
The zoo, London Zoo.
Okay.
Yeah, what now, Chad?
Fair enough. Okay, so you were working. So when you were working with them, it was more something you as a kid were interested in, and you got sent there to look after animals.
Basically, I was brought in like a trainee program. They gave me a little outfit. They made you feel like you were part of the team, and it taught you about like working as you grow up.
Okay, you're like Bindi Irwin.
Yeah.
All right.
Or
fair
like
enough.
Joe Exotic, maybe even. You're the Joe Exotic of esports.
Oh yeah, that's why I go for the outfits. We have a very similar vibe.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's when you were younger. It was at a zoo with exotic animals. You've been into the London Zoo?
I think I actually have, yes.
Are there any flamingos at the London Zoo?
I went when I was young, so I don't really remember. But
the
it's
when
like
I was a kid
the whole-
defense coming out again.
But you were a trainee, so it was
Yes.
like multiple days. What was it? It wasn't just like a one day.
Or was it
you
like
went-
once a week?
No, this was like a period of basically. I think we did it for multiple years. I signed up for
Was
a
it
school
through school?
program.
Okay, through
Did you get paid?
No, not in the end.
He was 8 years old.
But I was
Did
young. Yeah.
Did you pursue animals later in life in a similar way?
Only off like being a fan of animals. That's why I know so many about animal facts, because I learned a lot of it when I was there, and it kind of just stayed with me.
Tell me something about a gibbon.
About a gibbon, gibbons, interestingly enough, are one of the only monkeys that have the ability to use the back of their feet to launch themselves higher than other monkeys,
Hang on a
specifically
minute,
this
though.
back
Is it-
area.
Is a gibbon a monkey or an ape?
I think it's actually just an ape.
You have to
I
say
think
monkey,
this is
though.
true. Because it does kind of fit.
Answer,
Jackie.
please.
You want to go true or false?
What? Tell me something about a flamingo.
No.
What do they eat?
Oh,
No.
Ooh.
Just give me the answer.
True or false? I think it's true. I can see that being true.
I can see it
But you
being
think he's
true.
lying to us?
Well, I don't know. Is
He's
he?
got a bit of a wry smirk.
It could be true, though. That's
I
the
think it's
thing.
true.
All right, let's go true.
True.
They say true, and the answer is false.
Hey.
My man has sold you the car. Who's going last here? Is it Rush?
A gibbon a monkey. I knew it, man.
Rushley, is it you going?
Yeah, sure. I can go
You
again.
knew it because he got a gibbon a monkey.
Yeah, it might be an egg, I don't know.
Rush actually volunteered when he was a kid, believe it or not, to work in the.
He's been there before. In
Where
the,
was it?
the gibbon factory.
Where are you from?
Scunthorpe.
Scunthorpe, the Scunthorpe Zoo, of course.
Yeah,
That's the one.
of course. Anyway.
Here we go. Next one.
I once committed forgery and got caught.
Well, hang on a
okay,
moment. So, okay, wait. When you say committed forgery, were you like taking money out of a bank that like didn't belong to you? Like what? There's like different levels to forgery here.
I believe this one was more on the counterfeiting side of forgery.
Counterfeiting.
Oh, wow.
Okay, but like,
So,
what do you
yeah.
mean? You believe it was more on the counterfeiting?
But he got caught,
Don't,
so-
don't
I
speak
got
so
caught.
vaguely. You know, it's all out there. It's in the records allegedly. So
Well, no, this
be
was
a
like
bit more
this
candid.
was not a serious way. It was a school situation. You know, I was young. I don't remember all the details, Harry.
Oh, yeah.
But you know, got in a little trouble. You know, all this kind of stuff.
So
and,
wait. Can you just reread what it says on the card to me one more time?
I once committed a forgery of the counterfeiting variety and got caught.
Caught. Okay, but like by whomst?
Just teachers and those kind of things. This was a school
Teachers.
situation.
So this was a school.
situation.
So you got
Yes.
caught committing.
Just some mild counterfeit.
What did you
mild.
do though? Did you like fake your name on like a school slip card? Did you
I
fake
think
some
it was
money?
a situation where, you know, money's pretty cool in that, you know. So it was just like a situation where I think we had a little magazine and there was like a picture of a 20 quid note and it looked pretty cool. And it's like, oh look, I have it looks like I have some money right now.
Because here's the broken part. This could be true in like some demented way. I could see how Rush views this as committing forgery. Because this very well could have happened. But firstly, it's not forgery. And second,
of the counterfeiting variety.
You were a kid who cut something out of a magazine and then got in trouble.
Well, we may have used like a printer as well in some situations. I don't know.
Okay, last questions. Last questions.
Okay.
Last questions. That's it. Give me the answer.
I don't think this is true.
I don't think it's true, but I could totally see him being like, it is true, I did do the magazine thing. But once again, like, just not what you're saying it is. But we'll say a lie. We'll say a lie.
You're saying it's a lie.
Yeah,
Thank you. That's really all I needed to hear. And the answer is... It is true.
And there it is. I literally called it. I knew this would be it. It's a win-win for Russia over here,
I was
really.
young. I didn't know it was a bad thing.
Gents.
The teachers told me it was certainly a bad thing. I didn't use it though. Just want to put that in record. It was not a.
Well, I'm glad you figured it out before you joined the real world, Rushley. Speaking of which, I'm assuming that everybody wants to know who won that. Is that where we're going?
Didn't we tie? Wasn't
I think
it?
we
No,
tied.
I've been keeping account. I think the best way to do this, Rushley, Harry, if you guys could stand up, please. We're going to have a little bit of a situation.
What,
we gonna fight it
standoff
out?
here?
No, these two are going to stand off.
I didn't even get into my good lives.
That was a good card. I can see it from here. It's written
Yeah.
very out loud. But basically, in this moment, I just want to say from the very bottom of me heart and from everybody around here, happy birthday.
Yay!
Happy birthday. And now, let's sing.
everybody.
Happy birthday to you. Hit it. Yeah. Happy birthday, dear Sherry. Hey, look at the cake. Look at the cake. That's pretty sweet.
Wow.
Can we get a close-up on the
show
cake?
this? Look at this.
That's a real
Look at
deal
this.
thing right
Zoom and
there.
enhance this.
That's custom.
Enhance.
Can't buy that in the
it's so
store.
good.
It's got your names on it. Get your favorite old game.
That's
I guess.
incredible.
Has my
That's
name on it.
so well made. Oh, am I going to cry? Is that going to happen? Maybe. This is...
Wow,
Thank
look
you.
at that.
Good job, Heku.
The confetti almost made it, but it's all right.
That scared the
Close
hell out of
enough,
me.
yeah.
Anyway,
Aw.
so that's why I was asking, just to clarify, it was your birthday, so we didn't do all this and waste all our time. Wasn't entirely sure, but you did admit that. Rushley, how old are you today?
I don't want to talk about it. I'm 30 years old, man.
You could have made something up right there. We are
Could
on
have
the
just
game
said
show.
29.
He's
25.
And is he telling the truth?
I checked his
No.
About
Wikipedia
his
page.
age?
He is actually 30.
Yeah, he
Okay,
is
just want
30.
to make sure.
Yeah.
It's the truth.
Well,
Does
gents,
that mean we win?
No. Actually, you did tie. Chad was exactly right. But ultimately, this
But
has
we're
been our
both winners today, right?
our
it's
DHL
true.
drop. That's exactly where you found yourself. If you were in the midst of the fury, if you were in there getting your Twitch votes in using !DHL drop space A or B, whether you believed them or not, well, then I guess you've been playing along with us. We're going to go to a quick break so we can come back and finish up and rather start our last series of the day.
Yeehaw!
Knee howdy.
Making magic when they need it most.
Gold medal on lock. Until then, yeah, I'ma settle on top. Still don't believe me? Just turn on your TV and tell them to watch. They play me cause my game's crazy, but I came ready with the juice. My game too cold, your game too slow. You hype trains, don't know what to do. New levels, new devils. That means it's time to grind. So what you saying? Hand to the plow. New heights to climb. If this my moment, my time to shine. This little light of mine, I'ma go so hard that I might be blind. We've been working in the off season, getting started when they all leaving. Yo, this finna be a harsh beating. You in for a long evening. Most of y'all could get caught cheating on the real, still wouldn't call it even. If we seen them in the streets, they don't really want beef like all vegans. Lord Jesus, you don't know what you up against. Bruh, when? Man, this finna be a breeze like a gust of wind. Trash talk, I'm under skin. Pass y'all, then rub it in. Y'all better hurry. This Stephen Curry versus Shep and Birdie in above the rim. Ragdoll, y'all bad dog. Can't help, I let her win. Highlight real be something like this. Gold medal on lock. I'ma settle on top. If they still don't believe me, then turn on your TV and tell them all watch. Tell them all watch. Tell them all watch. Tell them all watch. Get about my way. Get about my way. It's here on lock. It's here on lock. We run with the winners, and if you a winner, then you with the squad. Yeah, yeah. We coming to get it. We coming to get it. You ready or not? Tell them all watch. Tell them all watch. Tell them all watch. Tell them all watch. Get about my way. Get about my way. It's here on lock. It's here on lock. We run with the winners, and if you a winner, then you with the squad. Yeah, yeah. We coming to get it. We coming to get it. You ready or not?
Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy, on the road, here we go. Yeah, we winning by a landslide. Never see me coming, I'm a landmine. Yeah, I ain't taking orders in command like, yeah, you about to see me on demand like, you know on demand. If you ain't know, you about to understand. Yeah, I got the team by my side, right hand. Yeah, take it to a string, you ain't seen it like that. Yeah, and it's the dream, and we coming for the bag. Yeah, and we ain't never going back now. Future expedited, now we on the fast track now. They won't lend a hand, now they see us on the map now. It's time to act out. Here we go, at the top of the class on a roll, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know. Maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, ayy, on the road, here we go, yeah, at the top of the class on a roll, ayy, and it's time to run it up, yeah you know, yeah, maxed out, put the pedal to the floor, yeah, on the road, here we go.
I think drinking soda would give me goosebumps.
The choice is yours. You take the blue pill, you wake up in your bed, and you're coaching that spawn-based Counter-Strike you've always been dreaming of. Or you take the red pill, and I show you how deep the casting rabbit hole goes.
I'm gonna need me them ups every damn round.
That's an interesting one. Heroic. A little bit of a history before I taste it. This vineyard has been firmly settled in Denmark for generations. It's almost like a family business. They've protected their grapes against any international attack. They've stayed firmly within the family, and critics have doubted them over the years, saying lacks complexity, but I can smell it in this glass. Yeah, the years have done wonder with Heroic, and what I hold in my hand is probably an acclaimed vintage. It's a Grand Cuvée. It's a Heroic that's winning awards, and they might not be done.
A rematch of the Katowice semi-finals up next now returns as the EPL Season 17 quarters. It's Heroic versus NAVI in a matchup that many are calling way too close to call. Unfortunately for you gentlemen down here on the sofas, you do have to decide who you are going with.
Well,
Janko, why is it so close?
I don't know, Freya. You tell me. Like, they played in Katowice, it was 16-8
It
for
was pretty
Heroic.
convincing, yeah.
So why is it going to be close? I don't know why everyone's saying it's going to be close.
I agree with you, man. I totally agree.
Historically, Navi have had the run on Heroic. Sure, the form is good right now, but Navi are a team we know that warm into tournaments. We've been doubting them along the whole way, Janko, and they've gotten better every game. Even if we look at the head-to-heads from the last 18 months, it's 4 in favor of Navi, 2 for Heroic.
It's also a different
historically,
context.
also Astralis had Heroic's number, and I don't know, NIP had their number, and so on.
If you want to go back 100 years, man.
How back in history do you want to go? These are not the same teams, even from last year. Your history doesn't matter here, Hugo.
2022,
I like
old news, you know. 23 has been all
back
about
when
Heroic.
Navi was beating them, MPL didn't even play Tier 1 Counter-Strike, and Bit was a rookie.
But
sorry,
do you
which was
remember
his
Simple's
best
word?
years.
Do you remember Simple's word after they lost to Heroic? Because these were really harsh
What
but
did he say,
true.
Matthew?
Where he said, you know, some of my teammates basically shut the bed. They didn't do what they have to do. They didn't take any risk. This is a different context. First of all, obviously not as impressive as Split can be full, but also there's been time in between. So now we need to see a Navi that shows a bit more confidence.
Did Simple say that after Katowice?
I believe so.
Yeah, he did. And he said about
He said
changing
something
the
about
positioning, and
that
that's
some
exactly
players
what they
didn't
did.
step up and did what they have
they
to
were
do.
saying the same thing at Rio.
And that was harsh.
Hold the phone, hold the phone, hold the phone. Matt Vito.
Oh,
Anubis. Was that what Arcadian was whispering to you earlier, Janko?
Yeah, that's what he was
Nice.
showing me. He was showing me that they were going to play Anubis. Would have been cool if
baby.
they
I like
like
that.
introduced that, but never mind.
The first time Heroic have played Anubis officially.
And this is also weird to me, right? When I saw it, I thought he was trolling me. I thought he just wanted me to say it on air so I could make out to be a dumb guy. But
We'll never let that happen.
It didn't make sense because you just won, as we said, 16-8 with how the veto went last time around. So I guess they're trying to stay one step ahead of Navi.
It was Navi's pick.
No, it's Navi's pick.
No.
Yeah.
No,
but
no,
Heroic
no,
not
by
allowing
banning
it.
Heroic
By
not
allowing
banning it is allowing it through. They knew Navi were going to pick
That
it.
makes sense.
They thought Navi was going to pick Ancient, so they are one step ahead. They ban it,
The
and
mind
then
games
that
are mind
puts
games.
Navi. This is their thought process. This puts Navi in a precarious position. You either blindly go into Anubis because you weren't expecting it, and you just have to go without any prep and research and sort of just play your own game, while Heroic would be heavily prepped for your Anubis, or you just go for something third, right? That you're more familiar with them. Because if Ancient was your go-to pick, now you have to come up with something else. Maybe, a map that Heroic already beat them on. What was it, Inferno last time around that Heroic picked, that Navi picked. So, I mean, it's a big gamble from Heroic, and it all depends on how good their Anubis
I
is.
want one word from each of you. It's either going to be Navi or Heroic with that Matt Vito in mind. Alex, you start.
I'm saying Heroic.
Heroic.
Well, Heroics all round. Apparently the Danes are going to dominate in this one, but we'll be finding out after a short break. When we are back, Anubis, first time on the cards to see Heroic on this ground. We're going to see how it goes down.
Making magic when they need it most.
Making big deals, doing big things, making big moves. I got big rank. Just know that I'm getting rich. Big dough, big stacks. Out here doing big shows. That's a big fact. Making big calls, getting big racks. Just know that I'm getting rich. I was raised to be a rich man, standing on my own, no kickstand. Big man with a big plan. When it come to getting money, you can bet I'm a big fan. It's all about that revenue. For every move you make, I'm 3 steps ahead of you. And I can promise you that you won't find a better dude. So remember 2 words that I said to you. Paint a picture, I make G's. Smile for the bank, now say cheese. You want some money, better say please. And while I'm getting this, I'm getting rich. Big bills, big bank. Out here making big deals, doing big things. Making big moves, I got big rank. Just know that I'm getting rich. Big dough, big stacks. Out here doing big shows, that's a big fact. Making big calls, getting big racks. Just know that I'm getting rich. No doubt I'ma count it up. Ain't no need for rounding up. Climbing like a mountain up.
think I'm mounting up. Turn 1 to 20, I turn a 20 to 50. Turn a 50 to 100, I turn 100 to plenty. Stack, 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 stack. While you subtract, track. I be getting rich, money making Mitch. Gotta count it and recount it so quick I forget. Never do I quit, working every shift. I'm addicted to this money cause I'm getting rich. Big bills, big bank. Out here making big deals, doing big things. Making big moves, I got big rank. Just know that I'm getting rich. Big dough, big stacks. Out here doing big shows, that's a big fact. Making big calls, getting big racks. Just know that I'm getting rich. Ay, 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 I just wanna have fun. Come and pick me up, meet me at the spot. Up all night to the sunrise. Pop back cool, get ready for the ride. Gonna feel good. Gonna feel good.
Making magic when they need it most.
Ooh, yeah, it's Heroic taking on NAVI in our last quarterfinal. Winner of this going on to face off against the Informed FaZe clan, chasing the Intel Grand Slam dream. I'm Harry, joining me. I've got Hugo B. Byron and Chatty B. Birchall.
There is a B in there. That is true. There is definitely a B in there, and birthdays all round. Look, let's get into this one here, gentlemen. NAVI versus Heroic. This is going to set up the semi-final against FaZe, who we just saw topple FORZE. There's a lot of words that I just said. Whether they make sense or not, that's up to you at home. But let's get into this. Anubis, the only time we've seen Heroic play this map was when it was with Config standing for Stown at the end of last year at the Blast World Finals, I do believe. It's going to be curious to see how they perform on this one right here. Let it through in the veto. NAVI have picked it and bit. Well, trying to pick Cadian towards middle. Does fire off the P250.
It's a mind game matchup, that's for sure, especially with a veto like this to pull this out in a playoff match. Heroic are risking it all. NAVI will take middle. Bomb outside of the A side. Cadian going for late mid info. He's committed to this one. He's fighting for his life and he'll get bit and get out of dodge. They're chasing. Cadian's running, trying to hang around for a little bit more, but they split him from both sides. Cadian nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
That is so clean, and he's still got more to do. Cadian with 3 to his name already, pushes up close. He's trying to get even more. Won't fall after 1, leaving this all on Simple in the clutch. Yabi and Stown both in the connector, and the bomb pulled. Simple is lucky to make it into the site. They didn't catch him crossing, and so now he's got a chance in this one. Simple makes it look too clean. Beautiful in that clutch.
Oh, that one's going to sting for Cadian, right? His 3 kills over towards middle were beautiful. He was stubborn about not giving up that space, but one in the name, one in the game, kicks that off on the pistol round here.
That's unbelievable. Just the way he plays that as well. They chase him. He goes ring around the cake, and he finds both headshots, isolates the jewels, breaks the server with that last one.
Having his cake and eating it right there. Here you go.
Dear. Chowing down.
And this is right the CT side of Anubis, where Heroic are starting here.
They needed that pistol.
Right? It could have been huge. And Cadian again towards middle. This time, Electronic gets his head ripped off the shoulders. This is a great start for the captain. On Heroic here, at least as far as the aim department is concerned. We see Bits silence MP5 come out to play again. He really likes this one, doesn't he, boys? We've seen this more than a couple of times.
And what a head-to-head, you know, not the most typical, because of course one side is a captain, but the AWP is Simple v Cadian, not exactly the best of friends. And both off to fighting form to begin this quarterfinal matchup. Heroic with a pick, but as we know, you can never get comfortable on CT side of Anubis, even with a 5v4, and especially with a weapon disadvantage. But only 1 AK, it's at least on number 1.
Yeah, that's a key point right there. We've spoken to different players here. Jerry saying, hey, this map, it favors even disadvantaged situations in post plants. So If Navi can get in towards the site here, they're still on to win this one, opting to make their way across the bridge in middle. There is a bit of a gap presented here. It's just Shush and Cadian starting to rotate back now. That may have been heard on the wood.
Still, he's been beasting with the pistols over in mid. One kill already in this round, and he skirts out of the danger zone. Simple taking the mid space. One man over in main, and Shush, he's pushed up with the 5-7. This is a good fight for him. On the smoke fade, Perfecto's going to look to move in, and Shush just turns around. Now he's sandwiched.
Yeah.
They do well to isolate the main player. Running low on time now in NAVI and Heroic. They could stop this. The plant just goes down. Perfecto with 2. Can't manage anymore. It's a damn good try in the 1v4 with the last second bomb plant coming in.
And Cadian immediately injecting energy into the team as well, right? They get robbed of a pistol round that he should have closed, but Heroic at least find the force, and some say it's better.
Yeah, he's going to be feeling good about that as well. So sure, the pistol round didn't go their way, but the second he gets the opener with the Deagle there, so things are starting really hot here for Cadian. This is the opening pick in towards middle. Yeah, okay, that's a pre-fire right there. Definitely didn't get any indication that one was coming. And then Tassus, you see here, almost denying that plant going down to begin with, but still able to do enough here to get this one done, and that is a great way to draw things level 1-1. But Navi, of course, they're going to force buy back into this, and a couple more AKs into this round of play, even better equipped in the AK-47 department for round number 3 than they previously were. And Cadian straight into the AWP.
Yeah, I'm getting the impression Cadian means business today. Yeah. It's been a hot start for him.
You've got to start hot. This is their first game in the playoffs.
They don't want it to be the last. Missed shot for Cadian, but there's cover from a rifle or a MAC-10 up close. Navi have to look elsewhere. They've heard that AWP, and of course Cadian's going to start to make moves around the map, stay mobile. A map that 2 and 3 AWPs can even be viable at times. Cadian wants to be in 2 places at once. He's now back in mid. Heroic need to resmoke this B site. They've still got the cross info, but Tesses didn't realize Simple already made it. 5v4, Navi can just walk in.
Stoun's in so much trouble here. What's he meant to do? Oh, the drop down from Yabi. That's from nowhere.
Yeah, nice way to apply the pressure. Bit's got to keep looking behind now, but he nails the shot. They haven't cleared out Stown, so he's still a threat in the back of the site, and that double from Stown
still might not be enough.
Might give Heroic a reason, though, to give it a bit of a peek in, just see if they can find something to kickstart this, to finish what Stown started. Cadian's hopping down. Util hold. Molly's going to force the swing out of the backside player, but a missed shot. And that looked like it was the staging platform for Heroic. That Molly gave them the fight they were expecting, gave them the fight they were looking for.
I feel like this is one of the highest level matchups we could have in Counter-Strike right now in terms of individual ability and your leadership. Sure, Electronic under a lot of pressure, and his individual performance has dropped off, but in the Pro League, he's been playing fantastic for NAVI.
What do you make of that there, Hugo, with Cadian scoping at where the step was? Do you think he was looking for where the step? You think he was looking for a player? He had a player coming through
I thought it was the step, but then he looked onwards into the cave as well, so it's a little bit of both. He was looking for the step. I actually see a lot of players miss that silent jump. You can uncrouch in the air and hit that silent jump, but obviously a new angle. It's the same idea of, like, I see this all the time. Players walk into walls wrong. Like if you're running backwards or sideways, you clip because you don't exactly know the map like the palm of your hand, right? You've played a Mirage a million times. You know exactly where you can go. People are still figuring out there's teething issues on a map like Anubis, a new map, any new map. So yeah, that's somewhat clearing below, I think, but it's also, looking for the step. He did miss it.
And still made it.
Yeah.
Nice and noisy. Didn't really cost them too much. They weren't in too much of a stead to clear out that round. And now another force buy back from Heroic here. They have Shush in the side. He doesn't have a smoke.
But this isn't A anyway. NAVI are trying to sell a lie to Heroic. Cadian has a very hard shot, probably just information off of this pixel in dark. They make contact on A first before the B play comes in. That will be a kill with a nade from Bit. Nice response, but now Simple doesn't need to die. Cadian hits a banger, and a smoke at the doorway for NAVI is a problem.
Alarm bells are going off, but it's just the scout in the site. They might want to pressure this. With that kill from Simple, it's going to change the nature of the round. Suddenly it's a B play, and Yabi's going to miss this timing if he sneaks the whole way. He will be coming in on a backstab a little faster than Na'Vi are ready for, all the way around the rugs. And Cadian still holding with this scout. It was a lights-out opening shot, but this one, that's asking too much. Sails past Na'Vi, they cross into the site with 2, and Cadian is beheaded. Yabi's backstab! Oh. This had to be it. 9 HP, and he's swung immediately by Perfecto. Won't give him the room to play out a 1v1.
Quite a key there. Simple drops the AWP on the way into the site to get the AK so he can cover off that planter, and that's going to be a key in getting that frag on the flank. So Perfecto does scavenge it back. They get it in the hands, and what this means for Heroic now is an eco. But one of the things that I'm looking at with Heroic is the way that they're going to be playing with the rotations on this CT side. Now, when we saw FaZe play this map the other day, one of the keys for them was just aggression in different areas. They were pushing all across all different avenues. But right now, Heroic, they've had that drop down from Yabi. They've also been, you know, dealing with, like, Cadian staying on B and only looking down to canals. That's interesting to me, that they were dealing with that rotation in that facet. They weren't passive, like he was standing in the open, essentially over towards B here and just focusing down canals. So it's going to be curious to see a team like Heroic who are really good at rotating, right? They're a really quick team, bang, 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 reacting off of the info. That's the one. And I want to see how they go about a map like Anubis, which we know the rotation points with this crossover from bridge and canals. It's an interesting dynamic.
Well, for this round, not an interesting dynamic, but Heroic will just stack, put all their pennies in the pot. 4 players at B with a flash as well. Na'Vi should just be able to farm. The flash to lower is nice, but there's a rifle at range, and Perfecto is just going to take the bullets, bodyguard his teammate Bit. Needs help from above. It's done a lot of damage. They're playing with it. They chase him down, and Electronic gets a kill, and even though the site is lost, Heroic, if they wanted to, could save a gun.
Tessas gives the gun to Stown.
Another flash coming here.
Yeah, lining up the flashbang to try bring the AK in, but the flash is missed, and with it, the hope of winning a miracle round with just the USPs out the window. Being through the smoke, that at least stops the MAC-10 from chasing them, which is a nice bit of security to have. It is still sad for Heroic. They're going to be left with the feeling that this could have been that much more.
Yeah, on one side, they got good value for what they invested, right? Getting to save this AK-47 and grabbing a couple of kills is always nice. But when you have an opportunity like that and something like a missed flash, and on a map that you don't historically play. Last time I remember Heroic doing something crazy like this in the Vita was when they had like Dust 2 slip through. And I think it was maybe against like Furier or someone. I forget which team it was exactly, but it came back to bite them in the ass. It may have even been Mouse. It was a couple of seasons ago when Dust 2 was still in the map pool. And it didn't necessarily work out for Heroic here. So another risk taken in the Vito. And as we've mentioned, this is their first matchup in the Pro League playoffs. Fortunate based off of their group result. But you're going up against a Na'Vi who have been whirring through this bracket now, taking down outsiders, 0-0 Nation as well, who look to push them in their opening affair in the round of 16. And this is actually going to be a tactical timeout call from Heroic. Exists their legendary Counter-Strike player in his own right. One of the Brain Trust members here.
Yeah, Harry found the match.
Yeah, it was Mouse.
Season 16, Heroic actually picked it, Dust 2.
It was wild. I remember. I was like, what's going on here?
They got 40 rounds.
Yeah, not ideal. Less than ideal.
Suboptimal. And will that problem... It's hard to tell, right? It's, you know, Heroic may have ideas, but it's hard to tell on the CT side because, firstly, they've not been put through the ringer in officials, but also to see Na'Vi 4-1 up and, you know, finding this lead right back is not uncommon on a map like Anubis, where even the best teams in the world are struggling with the defense. Second map 10 we've seen on the CT side.
Where Vitality completed the 14-1 comeback, right?
True.
Where one CT round was enough.
Oh, so Heroic are fine now. They can just let their foot off the gas.
Yeah, and just sail this one home. But it is interesting that this is our first, like, quote-unquote, proper gun round, and we still have a MAC-10 residual for Teslas here from the virtue of the save. So this is the type of round where we can really look into the CT setup. Yabi and Cadian in middle. This was interesting. They're both just standing quite staunch there in the little hut, hoping someone would peek, but not being obliged from Na'Vi. You can cheat Cadian over to help out Shush towards A. You've got Teslas and Stown trying to lock down over towards that B bomb site. And Teslas is just on the jump here. So you can see this, if they swing and explode, he can't really do anything to help Stown. So there are some issues with doing that jump spot. It's not the same as like overpass behind the truck or behind the dice box. You can get run down a whole lot more quickly here.
Na'Vi exerting a lot of pressure on A main here. Shush has clearly a smoke ready for this Molotov. It's going to be a different one, maybe a one-way perhaps, but he's going to have to pop it on the fire and stay alive. Flashed out, back to the safety of the site. 40 seconds, Na'Vi have put some pressure on, but this is still going to be an A execute. And they're not really poised for it. Electronics B, MPL's trying to take mid with him. This has to be a split quick.
Yeah, Yabi even slowing it down with the molly is big, right? It just kind of throws the timings through a bit of a loop. It's going to make this first point of contact, you know, a little more main focused as opposed to the mid-split component, but there's no eyes on middle right now. Heroic conceded it entirely, and so Shush is getting pincered. They get run over by Na'Vi.
And just enough time to plant here. That will have to be a save from Tessus and Stown. And Tessus, well, he's upgraded from the Mac 10 at least. But Na'Vi are really just being a nuisance here with the pace.
Yeah.
They're not giving Heroic anything within the early stages.
And I don't think they were even guaranteed to know that was an A player, even though Na'Vi were in main with 30 seconds, because Na'Vi threw an A-con smoke from outside A, right? That doesn't make it, you feel like you're getting mid-split. That's why Heroic are rotating CT. And Heroic have already seen rounds where Na'Vi are in main with 30, 40 seconds, but they run back dark into the B-bomb site. So there's no guarantees right now. Fakery from Na'Vi on this T-half. Some good exits from Stown, just trying to keep his gun going. Taking the AWP here would be a big weapon for Heroic. Oh, now they've heard it. Oh, he dies to the bomb.
Around the corner and pick that up if you test us here.
They expect more men. There are no more men.
Yeah, it was just simple on the around the world maneuver right there. So that's going to be a 5-1. This is Na'Vi running away with the early stages of this one.
Great beginning.
Yeah, it's just hard to get like too invested in the early stages of an Anubis. Like, how can you, right? How can you sit here and go, okay, well, 5-1, Heroic are in danger. We've seen the crazy things happen on this map before, so we're kind of just along for the ride. I think if we look at a positive though, KD 3-1 in opening, 3-0 in opening duels. Yeah, that's not too bad.
You know, and considering it is Na'Vi's pick as well, it's not, oh wait, hold on. This is a fast B push without a flash as well. They just come storming through main, and MPL on his default is caught. Back to the drawing board for Na'Vi, and they've got to get the bomb out of spawn first.
It's actually really big that the bomb was left back in spawn. I think Na'Vi would have just gone fast A. They had 2 players over at main who were kind of, you know, like getting ready to commit to that. If you see 3 players at B, then you know serious concessions have been made on the other side of the map. That's usually the threat that you're under, right, with like trying to lean into an A play super early, is that they might have 2 players here, and the early crossfires that can be set up are pretty good, right? But when you see 3 players going through long like that, you know it's like max 1 over on the A side of the map. And I think Na'Vi did want to go A, but then there was that realization of, crap, the bomb's in spawn, we've got to go back and get it. And so it's not allowed them that kind of fast reaction. That's a big deal for Heroic. It's allowed this, you know, 5v4 advantage to play out and stick around, and now they've been able to shuffle up the defense more appropriately into the 3-2. They're even pushing through main. This is the freedom from bringing that third B player back. And it's showing in this round. Sure, they lose one more man. It's starting to fall apart, though. A good start to the round. Can Yabi close it? He's gone. It's just down 1v2 through dark.
Nade on the bomb, it's good, but it's not going to take any kills here. Flash to try and pick Perfecto out of the picture. Electronics tucked in, and he flicks back. Down now, no kit, takes the fight, but Perfecto swings and wins. Na'Vi keep converting. I gotta say, I love that one way for Electronic. Heroic got a main smoke in for B, but Electronic popped one just in front of Jail, and he climbs up on that brick. He can see everything. The temple rotate, back plat, down dark. He's got the whole map here, and Heroic probably can't even see a thing.
Yeah, that was really nice. I enjoyed that a lot, right? That smoke actually gives an avenue for Electronic to go for that play. Without it, right, you'd be throwing a different B main lurk smoke, right?
It's the effect of, you know, you say this all the time, Chad, like the CT smoking a B main can screw you over. Let's players cross it, let's players come through. Again, Heroic, no flash needed, by the way. They're throwing themselves out A main, but another advantage, will it even matter?
Yeah, they're kind of treating that like long on Dust too, right? Just swinging out and taking that fight on the corner, right? You have a whole lot more corridors to have to worry about here. And speaking of worry, on the other side of this smoke for Cadian is Bit. They're about to touch Tips. Cadian's is bigger.
Lucky no one swung there. He pulled his knife out. He'll even escape.
I can't believe they both get back across.
Surely.
Surely
the Heroic second round.
Has to be the round. And you can see their grouping as well. They're just playing the Wolfpack.
This is like the start of another one of these like Wolfpack gambles though, right? They kind of left A.
Blank.
They will have a fast flank, sure, but I think it's if you give the plant over, that's how this round gets weird. Cadian, he needs to, at bare minimum, stay alive.
Both here. That's info on both. That was simultaneous mollies.
So now they know. And the backstab is coming in. Shush moving up behind. He's got Yabi with him. Cadian misses the timing on the cross into the site, but he drops down. Oh, misses the spray! And now the pressure gets to him. The backstab arrives. Electronic gonna try and do this alone. Surely not. Damage done. Doesn't know where the second man is. That's his big worry right now. Don't have the kid. Electronic spammed out over the top of the smoke. And so it gets a little hairy, it gets a little scary, but Heroic will pull up and win that one.
What do you think about that mid-round? 4v2, they play an anchor on each site, and then they double push mid to flank.
Very heroic, isn't it?
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
very heroic indeed. I'm surprised that they just gave up the site completely like that. But and Cadian could look very, very silly if they didn't win that round right there with the maneuver he went with. But Shush getting very fortunate with the spam through the smoke on the Perfecto, and then they're able to isolate Electronic, who doesn't know where both players are coming from. So salvaged, but it's very, very close here. Look at the money for NAVI within these early stages. You can see just how close some of these rounds have been. If we take a look at the spread of 5 consecutive, the round where NAVI had the most staying alive was 3. The rest is 2 or 1. So just some very close rounds have unfolded, and more aggression here. This time straight down to Canal. Stown taking the fight, finds the burst, and Cadian, they'll combo up for the second here. Mid aggression as well as dark aggression. Simultaneous has left NAVI stranded.
I'm starting to see why Heroic want to play this map, right? Want to let it sneak through in such an important game. They want to change the narrative of, oh, there are no aggressive moves you can make on CT Anubis, because Heroic, even if they're dangerous, they're making them work, and they are forcing them near every round. Mid pushes in mid rounds, dark flash, long swing. They've done it all.
It's really cool to see, man. You know, we've kind of been wondering, because for the, you know, sometimes it takes a while for like the actual kind of meta of a map to establish itself, right? Like the longest while at the beginning is like kind of counterplaying what becomes meta, and things change a lot over that time period. And Heroic, they've really been keen with a lot of this early to mid-round aggro. And it's not like what we've seen with other squads. That is a convincing way to take that round 4 alive. I like the aggressive moves that we're seeing, and Cadian's getting hyped up now.
Yeah, because he knows what that means, right? This is a chance for them to just bring it to a 2-round game. NAVI had forced into that. Now with the loss bonus where it's at, they will have to take a bit of a save here. So they dealt with this very easily, and it's on their terms. Heroic are deciding how these rounds are going down, right? If they can take these opening fights, find the opener, it's going to give them more options later within this half. They're not going to have to be aggressive all the time. It's going to cause NAVI to start to stall out the clock a little bit, and then at that point, if Heroic are good with their utility, they might be able to stall out these late rounds. This scenario right here that is presented for the Danes is just simply keep as many players, oh, dearie me, as alive as possible. So don't go down Yavi and Cadian, because you need to start building a little bit of that CT bank. When you look at the players in this team, though, you think that it can suit Anubis quite well here. Like, Shush can be your A anchor. Okay, done. Right? Cadian gets to be a bit more rotate heavy with the AWP, clearly taking point over towards middle in a lot of these rounds here alongside a Yabi. Very good aim for the middle position as well. And then Tessus and Stown. Well, we're talking about Stown, who can do secondary AWPing. That's perfect. He's over towards B already. And Tessus, well, I didn't even talk about that aim. Everybody on this team has very good mechanical ability, right? So you have some solid pieces that you can apply here on Anubis. It does feel like it would be a good map for them as well, like with the way that you can rotate around so quickly and using canals and faking teams out.
The grouping and the roaming is the key on CT side as well. Heroic love that on every map. Like, that's why I love watching them on Vertigo, because they'll just give up bomb sites and play retake. And this is a map where you have to make concessions at times. You have to give up A. You have to play towards heaven, because of how many spots get mollied.
Yeah, I do think it is a pretty like, for example, if you ever see like an A play about to happen and there's one guy there solo anchoring it in that moment, you know that it's probably going to work for the Thieves, right? Like, and so I think Heroic have already shown us this. They're keen and they're not afraid to take risks, knowing that, sure, it might be a gamble and it might betray you in a handful of rounds, but it's also going to up the odds of you winning some of these really tricky takes to hold back. Another clean round on the board here.
I think one of the keys as well is, right, we're talking about this being a map that Heroic don't play, and that this is coming out and kind of throwing the veto into a weird position. But you have to look at the amount of times that NAVI have played this map as well, right? Sure, 100% win rate, that sounds pretty damn good.
Pretty nice.
But it's 3 times, and every single time it's been 30 rounds or more. 16-14 against Complexity, 19-17 against Liquid, 16-14 against Spirit. So it's not like they've necessarily been the most convincing victories. They're victories, yeah, but they've had to work hard for them. They've been pushed through in this new map of play. So let's see if Heroic can change that tune and rewrite history today for Navi's Anubis.
And of course, the amount of data, you know, it's one way. Heroic can prep Navi, Navi play their own game, which sure, everyone wants to do on a new map anyway, but if Heroic have any inkling of what Navi's default looks like, what they do in these crunch time rounds, in these late game scenarios, they've got the data that Navi don't have on them. So especially for a matchup like this, it does give Heroic potentially a bit of an edge. It's high risk, high reward, but that's his whole squad anyway.
Oh, Yabi trying to use this little wall as a bit of cover here to back off on the fade of these smokes. Meanwhile, bit over towards A main, jostling for position. Util deployed on either side. Lurk smoke. Not perfectly placed there. Will at least keep the Inquisition of Shush.
He's close enough. He can play ahead of it, play over it, and make sure no one's doing anything funny.
We're at the 50-second mark, and I still can't tell you where Navi are going to end this round. There's no real clear indication.
They're leaving both options open. Go mid and see how we fare. We've got an A player and a B player. Someone will be left to the wayside, but they've got to frag out in mid first.
Yabi not getting pressured yet. They don't have really a way to make this too uncomfortable for him either. They can lob a molly and try click. Oh, back turned. He gets pounced on by Simple, and now the mid to B's opened wide up. Tess says we'll hear this. We'll get that forward warning, but there's a man in main. Simple holding the rotate out of the A connector. Looks to up and leave now. They might try going back, but Shush is right here. Shush could end the round. Hiding in the smoke. Silent killer. Shush drops the bomb and steals this one from Navi. There isn't time. And so Heroic find 5 from nowhere.
And they were set up for a B split. That was the entire round, but Tessa's got away from them. He swam through. He ran back into that B side. Navi couldn't get the trade, and so with already a kill through the smoke on A, they thought that site would be weak. They probably thought it'd be empty.
But that's one of the things right there as well, because you don't have a lot of data. Sure, if you're coming into this map, I'm sure Blade said before, well, Shush is the anchor player. It's likely he's going to be the A player. But when you've got 14 seconds left, right, it's probably not clicking as quick as it should.
Yeah.
And they've jumped into his jaws here. So the game now, just one round is the difference. Tassis has actually gone over towards A this time. He set up an aggressive smoke. Speaking of aggression, Shush leading the pack here. Yabi will finish off that frag, and they're going to keep on pushing. Look at all the smokes. They've used the aggressive maneuver. I love to see it, boys.
Chad. You love this one. Yeah, we were seeing Ents throw these out of spawn as well. I knew you'd like it. Perfect play. Double smoke X second. They have all of the canals right now. All of both.
We've seen them do a bit of everything here, right? We've seen B main pushes at least twice. We've seen mid push comboed with dark push, and now we've seen a full-on A set piece that is premeditated.
And we were saying, you know, at 6-1, how can you be worried for Heroic? It's early days. Well, now I'm certainly not worried about Heroic. They've come in with a game plan. They come in with aggressive moves. Yabi's dancing right now. He will get finished off. Bloody hell.
Oh, dear. It's thinking, hey boys, can you come over and kill him for me? I can't
he didn't
really
even try and get
anything.
out. He was just hopping.
I'm really loving this game though, right? Like considering how it starts as well with Navi, it looks like it's going to be like every other Anubis game you've watched where you're just struggling to find CT rounds. But Heroic are really looking to change that narrative by offering up a CT side. MPL can't connect the Deagle, and so that window of opportunity to get into the B side's just closed on them. Heroic are about to tie this game up at 6-all. And I do like how across these last few rounds, one of the things you were talking about earlier, Chad, was, you know, they don't have to be aggressive all the time. They don't have to keep going for these moves. And now it feels like it's very intentional, pulling them out whenever they know the money's going to be a bit rough for Navi, right? When they're not going to have to worry about as much utility coming their way, they don't have to worry about like an AWP holding a long angle or AKs in a crossfire. They're taking liberties in those rounds to keep it very fresh in Navi's mind that that's how they're playing. But then the moment we have the guns come back out, we've had like the slower rounds from Heroic. We even had the round where Shush robs it by hiding in the smoke, and that only happens because Navi didn't even start taking middle till there was like 30 seconds left on the clock. They've been conditioned by Heroic over these last few rounds, and the Danes, they feel like they're in full control of the game now.
Yeah, and there's enough bank now for at least another buy here for them. So even if they do lose this follow-up round here, they should be good to try and close out the remainder of this half. But what's the change for Navi? Right, based off of what you're just saying there, if we continue this cycle of conversation, well, do you keep doing the slow defaults and expect the aggression? Or do you now have to speed it up and try and take some map territory somewhere? The other option is doing a bit more of a faster set piece as a unit. It doesn't look like any of those ladder options are coming into play here. Still looks like just the default spread.
So yeah, I'm sure part of the call is like, hey, they're the ones making plays. Let's react to it. Let's actually catch some kills first because we're going to get fights. It's a beautiful shot for Bit. He's still having a quiet game though and eats an AWP shot on the way out. Again, this walk into B main and it's big info. But you see MPL, he's learned. Twice he's been caught on B aggression. He won't let it happen thrice.
And the fact that they've given them all this room, now this is a difficult clear here for the combo of Tessus and Stown as they're creeping and crawling their way. Will they clear this angle over towards Spawn? Stepping into it, lining up, and MPL goes down. So that is going to spur Na'Vi into something, I'm sure.
Stown, oh, he's going to find the Dark player. And Na'Vi were just grouping to try and spring a bit of a play in towards B. It will hold Dark, swung there. Smoke in their way. Two players over towards Long, Electronic and Simple. Still in this round, still in with a chance, but they need the goods to be offered up by one of these two back in main. Tessez tagged up on the swing, Stown caught facing Electronic with the opener. He's given them a reason to believe, but with the bomb getting away from Na'Vi with so little time left, he's going to do it all over again, and Cadian bests him in the head-to-head. Heroic now up in the lead at 7-6, and they could win this out on the CT side of Anubis.
And Bit was the man that got the opener in the round. He's the last one alive, saving in Spawn here. So you could see just how they got picked apart, and it really fell apart with MPL getting isolated on that duel. I don't hate what Perfecto did, because MPL calls two players pushed. Perfecto's trying to contain them, so at least they know which side of B they're on. And this is the death that unfortunately makes this round unravel against Na'Vi here.
It's frustrating for MPL because you feel like, what did he even do wrong? It didn't seem like anything, right? He's just playing the jiggle timings, and Heroic are spacing so nicely that they just, you know, they're going to trade at worst, but it doesn't even come to that. Now just this AK with pistols.
Yeah, and this is where you do hope for something a little bit more direct here, Hugo. I don't have any issue with the Tech-9s around this AK, but you've got two methodologies. You allow this AK to work and hope that Bit can find you multiple kills, or you go fast and furious with the Tech-9s, and it looks like, well, we're getting neither right now as Cadian. He's about to be in a whole lot of trouble.
It's a close player
he
as well.
He is dead, yeah.
Punished.
Well, that's the MPL's revenge.
Even lobbed in a flash. I wondered if that was for him to try and grab the AWP on the back of. But
could be a big nade. Yeah.
Yeah, they blew the AWP away. Tess says, you cheeky devil, you smart man. Now they run at him. Oh, the big brains make him an easier target. Yabi back in the site, trying to wrestle with the AK, but he can't hold on. And so this one has gone so wrong so quickly for Heroic. It started with the captain falling. And then one by one, piece by piece, this round has fallen to just one man. And it's not going to happen, not today. Simple with the reply. And Na'Vi come up with a 7th. They tie this game up again. They at least want to win out this first half.
I'm surprised Cadian goes for it, even though it is a change to have the AWP there in main over the M4s. Like, you know eyes will be on that position with the game plan that Heroic have brought to this table.
That's his first opening death as well. Right? So the pistol round, he had the second round force as well. We had an opening pick here. He also had an aggressive A main play, if I do remember rightly. That was great, like nice heads-up play with the AWP, but it was too little too late. The swarm of Na'Vi was coming.
Oh, they've seen this before. They're going to boost over the smoke now. Na'Vi have a solution to the problem, and they pick Yabi out. They won't even fight for it. They've got their kill, and they know there's more where that came from, but now they can group and attack it a different way.
Great adjustment, though, to immediately be ready for it. After you've seen it come once, the second time you're boosting up and over, and you're leaving, well, Shush in the open seas here. He's still forward, and this looks like a position he
must have faith in the boat. Yeah. Oh, snipes it, but now he's got to flick back. They're about to trade him.
Why wouldn't they just molly him? Yeah, they will.
Oh, no way he lives. He can run
This is such a filthy little spot, man. Look at how hard it is for them to clear him.
All right, well, that's something we might see a little bit more of.
I'm stealing that one.
Not too bad from Shush there. So brings them back, draws at level, 4v4 now. Electronic close mid, and that is the biggest problem for Stown as the double AWPs have been brought out, tagged on through, down to 48 points of health. He hits Electronic as well here, so an exchange.
They called for the big guns. But Simple's had to swap off.
It's the bomb in middle, though. Like, I know that Electronic can pivot away here, but they need to manufacture an opening and quickly. There's 30 seconds left.
Yeah, he's just going to be a turret in mid. Cadian reposition ready for Simple down below. And he's going to set up for this long peek as well. Easy shot for Cadian. 20 seconds now and the bomb is lost.
Yeah, no time, no chance, surely. Cadian just looking to send them packing.
Wow.
And so Heroic close out this first half at 8-7. And that's from being 6-1 down to open up the map. They put up one hell of a CT side. Now they swap over to the T side of Anubis, where they could upset everything early by stealing away Navi's map pick.
Till I get the call, no cell phone. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah. Made in this image, I'm a young man. You talking to the real me. Yeah. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah. Man, you talking to the real me. Yeah. Made in this image, I'm a young OG boy. Cause I just wanna have fun. Come and pick me up, meet me at the spot. Up all night to the sunrise. Pop back cool, get ready for the ride. Don't it feel good? Don't it feel good? Don't it feel good? How you feel? Turn it up a notch. Pop up clean room, everyday celebration. Take a trip vacation. You deserve a day, you deserve a day off. Bargain for too long.
Making magic when they need it most.
It's clear Heroic have put some effort in here. They win out that first half 8-7. Navi left around behind, playing catch up as they move over to the CT side. And Heroic honestly impressed me a lot in that first half. I think it started off in such a dire straits as well, with Cadian 3K'ing the pistol only to lose to a simple clutch. Then on top of that, you know, as they go through, they have a couple of cool opening round ideas, but fail to stick the landing, couple of misguided stacks to open up. And then suddenly they clamp down on Na'Vi, only allowing them one more round in that first half past the original 7 rounds of gameplay.
Well, Hugo, is 8 enough on the CT side?
I would say yes, but let's see if Na'Vi have some moves. I imagine Heroic are going to be running a rampant pace here. The
fake.
pistol already setting up. Quick into A. Bit's going to get cleared. He's having a stinker.
Shush
And it is a fake. The bomb's going back to B.
Look at Shush. He's pushing into CT spawn already, and the fight is still going on.
They're fighting for heaven.
Hey, guys, you've all over-rotated, and Shush is in cave. Watch this, MPL.
He's dead.
Knife in hand.
Free kill. Free
Absolutely free.
Ooh, don't go too far, though, boys, because now Perfecto's ready for the deep positions.
Okay, they know about Shush. They know that he's a little deeper. How long do they spend clearing him?
Arcadian.
Up close in the cave. Ulvaret is not his friend. Shush is overran. This one could get away from Heroic in spite of this huge opener. In spite of the FDB site. Yabi left fighting alone. Arcadian's wrapped all the way through Temple, but the bomb is not planted for here. They don't have a kit in hand right now, so he's got 10 seconds to play with. Cadian moving in. They don't know where he is. They've got no idea, but he starts running, and that gives Perfecto that 1 extra second to turn around.
Both pistols here for Na'Vi, and both somewhat labored, right? You mentioned that simple clutch. This time around, it didn't feel like it should have been theirs whatsoever. They were completely faked out. They were talking about their sister Dayton Squeak. That's a reference that I'm not sure you two will get, but if anybody at home is as old as me and has seen the movie Basketball, maybe you will. But I know Trace will. I'm sure he's not listening right now.
Oh, he listens. He goes up to his room and puts it on the big screen.
Yeah, he does, actually. He has it on the TV round the clock.
Oh,
hey, Trace.
He enjoys the Counter-Strike network, does he? Well, with the plant, Heroic are actually not opting for the full-on force buy. They've only partially invested here, so this is curious.
I don't see this ever, especially not on such a T-sided map, but ever after planting T-side pistol, saving round 2. That is a rarity. Heroic trying to make their own destiny, create their own luck. Fights in middle, and it's not looking pretty. Rifles will come in to finish the job, though.
You do like to see that, right? Understandably so. It's a left eye peek for the player coming out of Temple. It's never a fun fight.
Should have 2 here.
We'll get it. We'll get the promise too. Cadian, tap on the bomb, brings them in, brings them up close, and Perfecto shuts him out of it again.
Oh, I'm curious there with Cadian's decision-making, right? He was guaranteed that kill. That's why he stepped out to kill MPO, and then maybe he thinks that if he doesn't get that frag, maybe he gets run down while planning anyway. Or he could have sat the plant, probably got the 800 in, right, and then died and not had that frag. So it's an interesting trade-off that they opted for there, but we know that they're going to be buying it with the AKs, and Na'Vi do as well. Simple rotating back into mid, gets caught out, gets 1, and that's about it.
Because they all have upgrades, and I think 2 of them had armor, Na'Vi might almost misread the situation because of the rarity. I guess they would have seen Galils, but they saw armor pistols, and they saw pistols on everyone, no Glocks. So
but there just wasn't a lot of utility.
Yeah.
Right? If it was a full buy in that environment, there would have been a lot more utility, or as you mentioned, Galils, and well, I guess they know the AKs are in play right now. That's an interesting smoke from Simple. Might use this to scale on down.
You see this a little more shallow sometimes because it puts a lot of pressure on, but this deep, Heroic are just going to go thank you and put down another wall with it. So
I hope they boost over it.
Yeah,
if there isn't a gap on the right-hand side, which there could be, I think Stown, I think there is because he's kind of shooting over that right-hand side of the smoke, and that's nice. And let him know that no one went pushing with that.
Simple's starting to cheat over towards A right now, but Simple gets the luxury of being the player that you say, I play everywhere on this map. So his senses mean an awful lot, and Electronic as well. Is his Spidey senses tingling on the Tass says, not looking, goes down, freebie, 5v4 for Na'Vi.
4x3. And a 4-on-5 in favor of Na'Vi. They wait patiently. Simple making that rotate back to the B site from CT spawn. Bomb heading there. Well, no, rather not. It's flashing in the dark. You always feel like the bomb in the middle of the canals right now might go back to that A site and help out Shush. Yabi needs to fake Whisk down. They have 1 Molotov to do this entire round.
They need a kill.
And Na'Vi still have 2 on A.
Oh, that little jiggle.
Huge.
I can't believe Bit just snipes one. Yeah, it's down. Any kills he gets won't matter with the bomb already lost outside of B. This is a done deal. So Na'Vi sticking the landing in this first rifle-on-rifle round, getting out with a couple of AKs as well. It's a nice feeling.
Pretty unorthodox approach from Heroic so far, right? I know we've only just seen one gun round, but that wasn't traditional either, right? The fact that they went for that type of a fake, it's like, well, you're in the site, sure, but we know teams can play retake on B, and unless you're going to get kills or plant the bomb, why would they rotate? And the fact that Bit, as you mentioned, jiggles out, gets that kill immediately, bomb spotted, rounds over. Who cares about the B players anymore? It doesn't even matter.
So committed as well. It's not like they're like lurking and trying to fake B with some util. No, they're in the bomb site. So watch this be the most CT-sided game of Anubis. It wouldn't surprise me right now for Heroic, maybe a bit of more than they can chew when it comes to these T rounds.
Inferno next, right? So it'd be curious to see how that one unfolds here. Gideon lined up with a scout and an AWP, and well, here's a push over towards B main.
Yo, can't win that, but his teammates will. Simple holds the line, and so yeah, Yabi gets one with the gun, and so yeah, it's cool, but it's not really giving them a lot. That flash play, that's brutal. Yabi calls the bluff, walks the smoke, but he needed the double. No one's stopping Simple right now, who's on for all 5 in the round. Cadian's all the way over in mid. And Simple's not in position to spam. And I feel like Bit would beat him if Cadian drops down to getting that kill. So, Cadian going back to long is the best way for Simple to lock in the ace.
Go on, lad. All 5. As we wait with bated breath. Electronic here to steal it. And Simple now considering Dark, but he spots him, and that's the ace for Simple. 11-8, the CT side start to pick up steam.
Well, these are 2 great starts to the halves from Navi. Right, we had the first half, they were up 6-1. It was bloody good. It was looking like this was going to be a quick map. Heroic responded later in the half here to get 8, and well, speaking of 8, they're still on that right now. So Navi, are you just good out the gates? Or can you get this one done and dusted? Well, if Simple's going to have a couple more rounds like this, I'm sure you can. The flash was good, but Simple's better and handling business here. No dramas at all as we do get back in the buy here.
Beat the molly. He got one boosted in. He is sending it. Yabi, oh, the jump. That is awkward. They would have heard him up close, but now they know they're out anyway. Perfecto pick. Yabi running them down. MPL can only take one with him, but the flank is fast for Electronic, and with low players on Heroic, the job is not done. Going through Temple to A is their best play, and they've realized it.
Oh, I don't know about that. Look at Bit. He's crossing the mid-bridge back on over. He's the A player, so they have to have a good idea that he's somewhere, and Tessus is just running knife out into Bit, bomb down, and now it's just Yabi on 25 points of health.
Molly's the bomb as well. He thought they were already through. Maybe he thought he was a little late to the party.
Did he hear steps?
Yep, he's aware when there's one, there's often 2, and he can't take him. Electronic with a triple kill keeps things right for Na'Vi with that fast mid flank.
They're getting really tricky with it, right? They didn't want to hang around on B. I think they felt there were too many angles that they had to worry about or consider, right? You worry about Dark. They could be flanking around from B main, CT spawner, of course, Temple here. So they took a bit of a risk. And in some of these environments here that we've seen Heroic on the T side do this, they've outgamed themselves in, I would say, 3 rounds, where they could keep it simple, stupid, and go for trades. They're trying to be very heroic about this, which makes an awful lot of sense. But now burning their second timeout, we're getting into deep water right now, and Na'Vi looks like they're going to really punish Heroic for their petulance here of picking, well, not picking, but allowing Anubis into the pool.
Yeah, that's obviously why they were aware of Electronic. He got that B flank off, right? So they realized the fastest route is back through middle. The way he came, he can guarantee safety.
I just have a fun anecdote I was reminded of from Mr. Esio, the stats genius. He was mentioning how back when we did have Heroic here through in the group stage, he told a story, Cadian, this is the one, about how they played Anubis in Prac against Rooster on Anubis without any utility and owned them, and then was hoping that that information would get back to Dexter because they're Aussies, so that Mouse might think that they would play Anubis, right? Well, maybe there's like 4D chess going on here because now they are playing Anubis and they clearly have a couple of ideas how they want to approach the map. This isn't a team that isn't pracked on, it doesn't have any ideas. They know what they're doing.
Did you say they played with no utility?
Yeah, like what he meant was that they didn't know any
They
nades.
didn't know
Yeah,
nades,
they just wrecked them.
That's not what you were talking about the other day, where you were talking about old prac methods of playing with no sound or no comms or no nades.
And that was back before mollies existed, so you can see the difficulty level in that now has definitely intensified. This was running away quite quickly from Heroic. If we don't see a T round soon, right? In the first half, the conversation was, yeah, okay, Navi are running away with this because it is the T side and they were popping off. It was like, okay, great. Heroic put up some resistance. They actually put up a great half. But right now, very worrisome signs here.
Barrel could poke out. Electronics alone.
Shredded by the MAC-10. Serious bit of real estate to have mid like this. A smoke could lock Simple out of the round. But they don't commit to the push. Shush is the man with the util. He's sat back outside of A. Looks like Heroic are just going to group for the A play. Most of the attention going to be put on main. Cadian left mid on his lonesome. Applying pressure a little bit later. You have to really hope that when they see this many bodies over towards main, including Tesses, who got the kill in mid, that this triggers Simple to move back over and give a bit of room to Cadian in middle. He can influence the rotations. He can lock out Navi, but that spray misses. It's still a 3v4. The numbers still lie with Heroic, but Simple's been here since the site was taken. And when he hits a shot like that to open it up, what more can he do? A 3-on-3. Simple has closed the gap on that man advantage. MPL's walked into the site, will give a kill over, and with Simple dead in the heavens, Perfecto tagged up, his best play is to save that AWP.
Oh, after you hit that no-scope, you just have to go for it. It was made, it was written for Na'Vi.
They're hunting this.
Yeah, Heroic going to send for the AWP, and Perfecto fights on forward.
Dead.
Oh, he realized that it's too late. They were above him as well. He was a dead man no matter what.
I feel we've already had this conversation once this game, Hugo, but the fact that there have been a couple of close rounds here in the spree for Na'Vi mean that their money is in a worrying position right now. So you can see why Perfecto wanted to hold on to the AWP. You know, the loss bonus is bottom of the barrel because that's the first Heroic T-side round this half. And now, with where the money's at, you may as well take the eco because everyone should have just enough in the next round of play to be able to buy. So
and even the AWP.
And that sucks because Na'Vi, it felt like they were really running away with this one, and now they have to concede potentially double digits to Heroic here. It's just 2 Deagles, a P250. We'll make that 2 of those as well. And a 5-7 for Perfecto.
Great grenades as well. Nothing comes for free. They molly in front of Dark, which means this is a way easier angle to clear for Shush.
They are going into the stack.
Yeah, but they'll pick them apart. There's one. And Heroic have the numbers. I'm not worried.
Glyph player spotted. Perfecto getting spammed. Gonna find one, but that's the extent of it.
I'm a little bit worried in the next round of play for MPL here. He's playing over towards B, right? He bought a P250, I believe it was. So he only has 1900 left over. He only gets 1900 on top of that. His buy is either going to be a FAMAS or an MP9 with util. So for him, the next round is going to be a bit touch and go. We have Electronic with 4.2k. If he is to drop an AWP, he's going to be lighter on, so might need some donations from Simple and Bit. He's looking to grab anything he can right now. A saved AK would mean an awful lot, but Yabi says no, no, no. A headshot comes through. And we do find ourselves just a 2-round game.
Who got the spawn for B main?
You want to have a look right now? We've got Electronic.
I was going to say, like, if MPL got the spawn, you could have, like, tried to set him up on an A1S, something like that, right? Have this be the round where you're a bit more proactive. But if he doesn't have the spawn, it really ain't worth it. He's just got to be the kind of anchor man on the FAMAS. So less than ideal here.
All right, here we go. Huge round now to decide the remainder of this game. Stound's holding for the jump throw of a nade. Did you catch a headshot there, do you think, Chad?
Wow.
He was looking.
It'd be special.
Yeah.
It'd be something to remember, I think.
A fairly weak A defense, not just because it's one man, but Bit's having a bit of a stinker right now. 6 and 18. He's got to be very careful, as Shush has been probing in many of these rounds. And talking of which, Electronic moving through mid as Cadian holds with an AWP. He's out. No, he's back to the gun. Right time, right place, hits a shot. Simple tries to trade, but they're going to swing him together.
Oh,
he couldn't pick his
no.
side. He thought the rifle was coming first. It was just nades for Cadian to swing for a second.
Split A, boys.
They're not ready for that one, I'll tell you that. But Heroic have a man up, and they're going quick.
Into the stack, though. MPL and Perfecto both still here. MPL deals with the first. The FAMAS doing work.
Oh.
But his teammates fall so quickly, so concisely, and with Bit on the other side of the map, it's a done deal. And, you know, with the kind of game the Bit's having, this is one of these rounds where, you know, maybe you could have tried to float the idea. Maybe you could have tried cheating over a little bit sooner. But He's having a really rough game. He's just going to hold on to the M4, play it out in the next. There is this AWP in mid. There's a part of me that would maybe even love to see him try and grab it, but...
I'm surprised to see him not going for it here because Simple can change the outcome of the rounds, but I assume he expects it to be watched, which it is now by Cadian, who has just gone to the bridge, and he can see that the AWP is still dropped over towards middle here. So they've contained this. All they need to do is watch it now, and that'll be the round. So it's just a one-round game. And I understand why Bit, after getting that mid kill, floated straight back towards A, because they just killed the mid defender and Simple, who's everywhere, and that leaves Bit stranded on his lonesome, and he showed leg in middle. So at this point, you think, well, A has to be empty, but Heroic went the stubborn route and went through B and were able to trade on out there. If MPO gets the second, maybe, just maybe, that's a little bit of a different conversation to be had, but this whole half is shaping up very, very nicely here.
Yeah, it's a good map for info for Tees in the sense of, like, if you are an A anchor and you run the rotate to mid to help out, every footstep's getting hurt by any one of the canals of the boat inside of A main. They're going to hear you leave. So you feel like as an A player, especially on your own, the second you leave that site open, someone's walking out of main. That timer in the back of your head is always screaming, they're heaven, they're heaven. Now NAVI sent straight to hell on this eco. Just Bit with a gun. Everyone else on pistols. He's going to try and force a kill. Simple by his side. No armor. Will have to grab the weapon. And he'll swing out into the waiting arms of Tess's. 3 kills for the price of none. Heroic discounted in this round, and now they can just split B.
Okay, well, we're all going to be tied up here. 12-12. Next buy round should be pretty tidy for Na'Vi, considering the 2,900 loss bonus coming through, and that AK wouldn't do too badly either. Whoa! Damn, that's 2 AKs available right now. That was some messy spray there from Yabby, who has been having quite the game. They are going to plant Fishtail over towards the site. You don't want to give over the AWP, but they'll at least let Shush off the leash to try and remove these 2 AKs that have been scooped up, because that is going to be a huge boon, I would say, for Na'Vi going into the next round of play, even if they can just hold on to one of these. It's actually pretty sketchy when you look at the radar, right? Like, it's just Tessa's on the bomb. Heroic are very aware that Na'Vi aren't going to go for this and they're going to save. But, like, there is an avenue right now for Na'Vi to push on down and be safe over towards Boat or push up behind Cadian here. So, looks like Shush is getting ever closer, however.
Oh, he's on it. He is on it. Fires off that one bullet. They try to swing him. Oh, MPL does make a break for it and deals with the point man that was hunting them down. So at least gets out with the 1 AK for Na'Vi.
I want to remind everybody again, Na'Vi have played this map 3 times. They've won it every single time. And every single one of those matches, it's been 30 rounds or more. 16-14, 16-14, and they had an overtime affair in their 19-17, I do believe. So this is the thing. We're going to go all 30, right? You can feel it in the waters right now. You know we're going to go deep. But the question is, does one of these 2 teams get it done in regulation? And does Heroic break the streak for Na'Vi on this very map? Well, Blade, he's opted to take the timeout here. You can see Motormouth right now with the instructions in the 30 seconds where he's got 4, 3, 2, 1. He's going to have to shut up momentarily here. Simple with the AWP out again. Saved AK still in the hands of MPO, who did donate that AWP to Simple. And Perfecto into a silenced M4, which silenced M4s are back in fashion, boys. It seems crazy this event. Hardly any A4s in play.
Yeah, I think people just got, immediately you hear about the damage change, 1 shot more, and that freaks you out and you swap off. But the benefits of the A1S are, you know, not changed by the damage being lower. It's still the silencer, the fact that your opponents often don't know where you're shooting from, the smoke spam, all these things and more. And the price, of course, the biggest.
The price. More gun rounds.
Yeah.
More gun rounds.
Almost every AWPer plays A1S for that reason. What have you got for us down? Oh, the timing, but Perfecto flicks back in time. Keeps Na'Vi up a man.
That feels so much more risky than, say, like a Mirage connector lurk through a smoke, because at least you can go left or right here. Sound only has one option. Straight into the loving hands of Perfecto here. But they've seen enough and rerouting back over towards A. The question is Bit going to be left to his own devices right here, or will there be a rotation back in time? Utility being juggled, and there's plenty of it. Molly for heaven, smokes available.
Cycle these nades, but they're not using them. Are they going to go back? Yeah.
It's actually cost them a lot of time here, though, Hugo.
Yeah, they even accidentally just left one behind. So whatever they had planned with the nade stack, I'm assuming this is for Fountain, over towards the A site.
Usually behind the cake.
Yeah, actually, or back kick. Yeah,
they have
that's
all B long info now. The full rotation's on here.
Watch
Heroic are too late.
Watch Bit get blown to pieces. Oh, going close. This is nice.
Look at the radar right now. Heroic looks screwed. What's going on here, boys? There's a lot of conversation.
If anything, I think Na'Vi have been pretty restrained with how much they're pulling over towards A and mid right now. Bit mollied out into the open, and then these nades that made their way into main get lobbed behind Cake, bring Electronic down to 3, but they thought he should be a dead man.
I think after you double nade that, you think it's empty. You think there's no chance a player is there, but 3 health, the difference for Electronic.
And this one here, it seemed a bit odd with Stown going for that play, right? Just pushing on through the smoke on a timing, hoping to catch that dark position off guard. He gives up a freebie right there. The rotation back over towards A. It seems really strange with all the dropping of nades. The execute wasn't even pretty. So a bit of an odd one there for Heroic. But remember, this is the first time we're seeing them with their starting 5 playing on this very map. To go back to when Config was standing in for Stown. They allowed this through as a bit of a bogey.
Lost it in overtime to OG.
Was that the round with the Dexter clutch? Was that a different match? You were casting
What?
that, Harry.
That was against
clutch,
Liquid,
was that
wasn't
against
it?
Heroic?
No, that was Liquid,
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
All right.
Yeah, because it was in the arena.
Oh, what a push.
Oh,
MPL just straight into that fight. Simple. Doubles up the account onto Cadian. And just as the game, we thought it was getting close, I feel like the rug's been pulled.
What a horrible way for this to fall apart, if that is the case for Heroic. Otherwise, 3v5 with Perfecto jiggling mid, maintaining info without risking his life.
I feel like the biggest difference in these last few rounds have been opening kills in favor of Na'Vi. That's the difference. Otherwise, Heroic, when they started to actually slather some on the board, they were the ones finding those opening picks. And here they have to operate 2 men down with loss bonus at 1900 into the next. They're in the worst possible spot they could be right now.
Oh, dude, I mean, you know, if this were another team, they would already be looking at a save. And I know it sounds crazy, like the idea of, you know, just not even playing this one out, but sometimes that's how it feels. Oh, they even missed a flash into A. Like, this is ugly, man. Testes pulls a nade, his teammate is slaughtered, and they are cleaned up. It's a flawless round out of Na'Vi, 5 alive when all is said and done.
It's not the polished Heroic, is it, right?
No.
There's just a couple of little details here that just seem off. And this is what happens when you take a risk like this. They didn't want to brave the green pastures.
Well, is it the end of the world? That's my question, right? Because as good as Heroic have looked at one point in this game, they had a great seat side. Yes, it sucks to lose from the lead they had, but considering it's not their map pick, are you worried for Heroic in the series, Chad?
I think if you give Na'Vi anything, if you give them even a taste of weakness here, that they're the type of team who are going to surge forward off of this. And when you consider the type of form Simple's been in for most of this game, he has cooled in the last couple of rounds, just up to 21 kills type with Electronic now, but he has been in good form. He's got an ace on a gun round. He's been looking like he's reading the play quite nicely here.
Beautiful.
Okay, he flashed for himself there, Electronic.
Yeah, bounced.
I like that one. Nice little self-setup.
Yeah, I mean, how often did Na'Vi go a 1-0 up in a series? Often a team from the back foot. And now Heroic afoot, 1 man down below. Middle still being contained by Electronic. He has a re-smoke available. Heroic send the bomb all the way around the world. So Shush's position negated on an island. Electronic buying more time. How the hell do Heroic dig themselves out of this?
I feel like it has to be A. What are you even going to do over towards B if you're not committing, right? If you're not pushing up through Dark and taking this fight and sending Simple back, then you're in a lot of trouble. The jiggles are there. Simple takes that one. He'll take it every day of the week. And now what do you got left? You're just limping.
Oh, lucky bugger.
Dude, I mean, ironically, actually, feeding Electronic down in Dark now might just lead to Stown getting caught on the rotate. Thankfully, he didn't actually commit to holding it. And so Stown's been allowed to pass by for free. Means they're outside of A main, pushing in with 30 seconds left. Na'Vi already scrambling bodies over to reinforce the A site. They're not feeling any pressure in a 5v2.
No plan.
Electronic can just rob the bomb plant. Here he is. Gonna steal it away. And even though the trade is immediate, it's not enough. Na'Vi and their excellence on Anubis starting to shine through in these last few rounds. And it's making all the difference. Heroic can't find that opening kill, that little bit of leverage to give them a chance on the T side.
Oh, this one is going to suck here. They've called their third tactical timeout, their last chance to have a conversation here before this one goes down the gurgler. And what are you going to do? Mac 10's, Tech 9's fast? What else are you meant to call here? Your options are so limited in what is a good call.
And the B hits have not been pretty for Heroic either, right? At least Navi had a couple of ideas in their pocket, some nice B splits, mostly an empty half, but yeah, to think the Heroic got 8 CT rounds to start Anubis, and then they just go cold. What a win for Navi this would be, poising them for a run into the semis.
Yeah, FaZe waiting. That's an interesting matchup, right? Well, either is. FaZe Heroic, FaZe Navi. I'll take either. Thank you very much.
Especially with the form we saw FaZe in today. Yeah, okay, they lost the map, but there was some unbelievable individual moments. This is a lineup for Tessez. Hits the wall, keeps running, waiting for the time to strike. Is this going to kill Electronic? Are these going to bounce?
I think it's going deep, right? This is for doors.
Ah, that's cool. They threw 3, one from A.
So that one there, I've seen teams use that flash as well through the doors, and it catches players over towards the connector position.
It's a nice little trick, and there's no doubt Heroic have done their homework.
I think you love that, though, if you're Electronic. Like, that's one of these, like, gimmicky moves, similar to, like, a boost or, like, a little one-way that you try to pull out to squeak a man advantage during, like, a desperate round, right? And there's no round more desperate than 12-15 down, about to have the map stolen away, and he didn't take a lick of damage. Now he knows they're probably not going to commit to mid on the back of it, so we've got 3 players over towards B. Stown will find one. Simple dead down in dark. Perfecto trying to hold on to the site, but he burns in the molly. NAVI, this one's up in the air. They're a man down, looking at a retake. This was just pistols for Heroic, a desperate force buy. Flashing through, Electronic tries to be a self-starter, but ends up getting shut down. It's left a bit. Bottom of the board, 8 and 20 in the 1v3. Gap in the smoke, but he doesn't want to chance it, doesn't want to make matters worse, so he's just going to try and up and leave, but try is the operative word here. Cadian is hunting. Cadian is really looking to rub salt in the wound here.
Isn't this insane?
Yeah.
This cost 15-12, and he had left the side completely. Yeah. Like, imagine if Bit tried that round. An egg on the face right there if Cadian was over here and towards CT
No, he's going to get it. Oh,
thank goodness.
Why is Bit ready for that? I can't tell you, but hey, we were just saying Heroic didn't have any nice B hits. That was a cool execute, right? The mid-nades fail on a broken buy. They have a double smoke exec from Cadian, and it works really well. Tech 9's overwhelmed Navi. And Chad, a few rounds ago, you said, we've got a 30 rounder. We got maybe even OT, so why not take us there?
Well, this is the thing. If Navi win now, this would be their most commanding victory on this map so far.
Wow.
Wouldn't that be crazy? Or we make sure we stick to the script, because there's a reason we come in early and we do a table read, and Navi, don't break that now. We've got 4 players who are really getting things done. 24 for Electronic, 23 for Simple, 21 for Perfecto, 18 for MPO. On the other side of the server, top of the charts, Stown with 23, and his impact in this round was felt. That Tech 9 up close and personal, taking down the big man. Yabi with 22, 19 for Cadian, 17 for Shush, and 16 for Tessus. I feel like I'm reading the lottery numbers.
Did I win?
I hope so.
I'll share the love.
Iron Maiden, respect. All right, well, here we go. Do we go the distance? Or are we going for speed here on map number 1? Another 3-1-1 split here for Na'Vi. So Bit really hasn't been tested or pushed too much over towards A here, like we traditionally see on Anubis with the defaults. I'm going to try and molly Perfecto out, and yeah, he will have to respect this. So being licked on down to 75 points of health, we'll exchange a nade.
Simple's been nailing these shots.
I have this weird feeling that, like, if we go 30 rounds, I think that's where Heroic look to exploit Bit. Right? Like, right now, it's kind of creative, the fact that they're not going A, and that Bit never really gets to warm up into this game. He's really struggling. He would just love a chance at some easy fights on players, you know, coming through the A main smoke and the likes. And so it looks like they want to try and pressure him now. These are the engagements he's been waiting for, right? These are the moments that can bring him back to life. He gets the opener in this round. Simple's over in mid as well. The AWP strikes, but here's Simple with the reply. Got close. They both missed that shot. And so they live to fight another day. But Cadian, he was about to go through that. MPL stared right at him.
That flash stopped Cadian.
They're coming for this, though. They're going to have a look towards heaven here. Heroic need to be really careful. This isn't a good setup.
Yeah, they can't overplay their hand here, right? In the last few rounds when it felt like victory was assured, they've been going hunting. Instead, they give FPL the double, and Stound's got to do it alone now. His teammates feed the beast, and Na'Vi rise up in that retake. They take Heroic's ambition and they use it against them to lock them out of Anubis and go a map up in this quarterfinal.
Shock and horror around. You wish you could forget, and Heroic will have to. They've got to move to the second map of the series. It's their pick. It's Inferno, backs up against the wall in the quarterfinals. It has not gone to plan so far.
Making big deals, doing big things, making big moves. I got big rank. Just know that I'm getting rich. Big dough, big stacks. Out here doing big shows. That's a big fact. Making big calls, getting big racks. Just know that I'm getting rich. I was raised to be a rich man, standing on my own, no kickstand. Big man with a big plan. When it come to getting money, you can bet I'm a big fan. It's all about that revenue. For every move you make, I'm 3 steps ahead of you. And I can promise you that you won't find a better dude. So remember 2 words that I said to you. Paint a picture, I make G. Smile for the bank, now say cheese. You want some money, better say please. And while I'm getting this, I'm getting rich. Big bills, big bank. Out here making big deals, doing big things. Making big moves, I got big rank. Just know that I'm getting rich. Big dough, big stacks. Out here doing big shows, that's a big fact. Making big calls, getting big racks. Just know that I'm getting rich.
Making magic when they need it most.
Well, the Anubis pick from Na'Vi pays off, but for Heroic, a bitter taste left in their mouths. On the flip side, though, for Simple and his crew, the sweet smell of success. Not only, Harry, a map victory, but one in less than 30 rounds. They made history here today.
Yeah, NAVI history, right? It was sick to get to see because I don't think NAVI were expecting that much of a challenge from Heroic in the first half, right? The CT side that Heroic put forward was actually a very, very good one, I thought. They came into that with a lot of ideas. There was this real feeling to open up when they were 6-1 down that like, oh God, they're just going to get steamrolled. They build back into it. And I think that's why the loss actually hurt so much for Heroic is that they'd already done so much work in the first half. They had the easiest stretch left to try and get through, and it falls apart in a really sort of desperate way that I don't really think it felt like it was going to after you saw that first half.
I'm not going to put everything on that final round, but was kind of indicative of maybe Heroic getting a little bit too overreactive there in those final moments.
Definitely. I mean, I think that the attempt into the A site through mid, in particular, with that missed flash, and like I think you on the cast were saying like, some teams would be saving, Heroic are going to give it a go, and then it was just so limp, like a missed flash into essentially running out with your knife out and quick switching and getting double spray. It was just hectic and ugly.
Yeah, and like that like what ended up being the final round that felt like it wasn't going to be the final round was like a super weird vibe. They're in the 3-on-3. They go and chase the mid kill. I don't even necessarily think that's like the worst decision ever because you know that more guys are coming through heaven. Right. So you're choosing in the moment, like I guess the path of least resistance, but really they should have never been in that position anywhere, right? Like you had a second man come up to join Cadian after he tried getting too aggressive over in mid, and so they were out of position and they were trying to make the best out of a bad situation, but the situation never should have gotten that bad to begin with, if this makes sense, right? I don't think we should have had so much focus towards hunting that mid kill down so desperately in the first place. It felt like they got very hung up on that. And yeah, like it was just a very odd round for us to close on. And I think it kind of took the steam out of what was otherwise like a very well-played game from Heroic.
Yeah, like in the second half, Heroic, the T side, you kind of felt that they don't have much experience with this map because they just kept on banning. In the first half, they did really good. But probably that's because NAVI had no idea what they're working with. Like, who's their mid player? Who is maybe their beacon? You don't know. It might be like Jabby, it might be Stun. Like, so probably the first round they just spent like just learning of like who is playing what.
Yeah, because we'd seen Heroic play this map, once back at the World Finals, and that was when Config was in the mix. So, it's up in the air what positions they're going to play. Speaking of individuals, let's check in with our Air Force Aim High to see who we should be looking at after that particular map. I'm interested to hear your thoughts before it comes up. Electronic.
I was going to say Electronic, I reckon.
Yeah. Great guess, and you're right.
Oh, sweet.
Explain why.
Oh, well, I'd love to. In fact, I'll tell you why. As I frantically scroll towards his statistics.
Some great kills.
He did have some great kills. My facial hair is battling with the microphone. I'd like to apologize for that. I'm not doing it deliberately.
That is the worst feeling. You can hear it in your own ears.
No, but it's only when I move. So I just have to kind of sit like a statue.
Very stationary. It's good, Alex. Yeah.
No, but dude, Electronic was a beast throughout this game. I think this is why NAVI are being so successful at this event, because Electronic has just been on another level, and he's doing all this while cooling, while trying to manage guys like Bit, MPL, trying to really, give them the room and the resources to be successful. He's doing a lot of stuff on his own, right? Like he doesn't do a lot of resource-intensive plays around himself. Even on CT side on this very map, he has his own like self flashes into middle, anything just to kind of like remove the responsibility from others. He's very self-sufficient. He's putting up great numbers. He's been phenomenal in terms of like the cooling. I think like there was some really well-cooled rounds in here, especially when Heroic started picking up speed and momentum to kind of reset the team and bring the vibes back for that second half. Not an easy undertaking, especially not versus this Heroic squad. They're super high energy. They're going to be feeling good going into that second half of play. And Electronic still, corralled the boys into a win. So yeah, I think Electronic is playing phenomenal at this event, and with bearing that in mind, I think that's why NAVI looks so deadly.
From second half to second maps, we're going to be moving on to Inferno. Obviously, the pick of Heroic coming into things. Last time around, a 16-8, Jackie, was pretty convincing for the Danes.
Yeah, definitely so. And of course, will that happen again? Obviously, a big question. The one factor that I will add to that as well, Fred, just for NAVI, NPL. I think that was actually a great map for him to start to get into his groove, right? It's one of those where this is good signs of life for him now to show that he's going to have a lot more stock in Na'Vi the longer it goes on. So hopefully that helps out in Inferno too.
Yeah, he was good on Inferno previously as well. That was one of his best maps. Has kind of petered off, though, in recent history.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to comment on his CT side in particular because, I mean, the T side, it was kind of middle of the pack, but he had a lot of impact in the nightmare role of use your own intuition to push B main when you're not going to die. And of course, a couple of times it did fall flat. He learned his lesson. He started doing some very diligent clears and had a really solid CT haul, which is a big, big role to play for someone like him. I don't feel like, you know, I can imagine on multiple occasions he's made a call and then people get mad at him for not making a call because he's kind of gone to B. You know, there's one guy coming B, and it's a bit kind of quiet and low energy. And I don't blame him. You know, I feel like, you know, you're surrounded by just mammoth
You're trying to
players
find
and
your space in that
personalities.
roster, right?
Yeah, I think the hardest thing for anyone like, you know, someone in MPL's position coming into that team is, you know, you have so many legends, so many playmakers. You kind of feel like your one job is like, I just can't die. I can't be like that guy who throws the round away, right? And then you end up kind of playing more timid than normal, a little more scared. Maybe you're giving like the opponent more space than you normally would. But it was actually quite good today. I felt like MPL wasn't problematic in that nature.
Yeah.
There's certainly been a couple of series now where you can tell that sort of pressure specifically gets to him because he does start to just become a little more quiet, a little more timid. I'm not getting that vibe from MPL today.
He wasn't a liability in that first map. And
No,
that's
not one
excellent
bit, not
from
one
him.
bit. And I
Harry,
think that's key.
very quickly, I know it's your birthday. I know you blew out some candles over there. I know you probably made a wish, and that wish was probably for a team to win this series. Who's going to win? Who did you wish for? Would that be giving it away?
Yeah, actually, I don't think I can say my wish.
It doesn't come true if you say it, Harry. You could say the other
I'll
one.
give my prediction.
Yes.
And I won't tell you who I wished for, and we'll see what happens.
Right, yeah.
I think Heroic bounce back.
Right.
And I think they take it, but that's not necessarily my wish.
I like that prediction. We might get the wish in the end. Who knows? But we do need to go to a break to find out exactly what is going to be going down. It's Inferno, it's the pick of Heroic. Time to see if they can bounce back.
He's still gonna go for it.
Look, since I blew up, everybody telling me that I'm the man. Same people gave me the finger, they reaching out for me to give a hand. In a different city and my pills came, cause this tour don't happen, I feel pain. And the girl with me say she down for life, but she don't even know what's my real name. Just try to get what she came for. And ain't nothing I got safe though, cause when the money go wild, everybody get a piece, but it's looking like I ain't on the payroll. Got a big house made out of Play-Doh, and a plastic crown for my halo. But still a long way from my tank low, cause my Tesla charged for them bank rolls. And I'm grinding, money on my mind, and I'm headed to the top. I won't stop until I find it. Write my name in diamonds, but all these lights are blinding. I wonder, is it worth it? Feel like I'm losing my mind, yeah, remind me.
Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is gonna guide you, baby. Don't let them rain on your spark. Keep it close to your heart. All of the pressure's gonna drive you crazy. Close your eyes to the madness. In the morning, it's all gonna vanish. Don't be afraid of the dark. Be careful with stars. Not every light is
la mer, je suis au boule. Check. Je vais mettre les choses au clair. Rafale de rime, y'a tout le monde à terre. Comme je charbonne jusqu'à pas d'heure, je me déplace plus si c'est pas pour un gros salaire. Je suis à la mer, je suis au boule. Remballe ton verre, je bois au goule. Le chemin est tracé, je roule. J'avance, mais le passé est lourd. La vie n'est qu'ironie, l'amour est tyrannique, je suis peut-être né à
Making magic when they need it most.
Are you ready to rock and or roll? It's Chatty B joined by Machine and Jackie to bring you the second match of Navi versus Heroic. One of these two teams will be locking themselves in for a semi-final berth against FaZe Clan pursuing that Intel Grand Slam. And Heroic, well, they're on the back foot. After allowing Anubis through in the veto, they are 1-0 down in this best of 3. And now we move into their map choice of Inferno. Jackie, do you think this is going to be a swift Navi 2-0? Are we going the distance today, mate?
There's so many different ways that this could be taken, but I don't think it ends here. I don't think it ends now. I think everyone in this building should strap in for 3 maps and get damn excited for what you're about to witness.
I mean, this is going to be some real high-quality counter, just as Anubis was, but with the extra flair of a very known terrain.
Oh,
Inferno, between both of these teams, it's a bit of a mainstay, as Freya reminded us over on the couch. It's a 16-8 last time they met, and that was Heroic getting the best of Navi, but that was just kind of getting the demon off their back. I want to make it clear, Navi...
What is this?
...have gone for 3, well, actually, correct myself, 5 pistols in the apartments.
This is very interesting
2
indeed,
dual
right
Berettas. Is it like an anti-strat?
I don't know. There's no halls pop available here, and if they do something up mid, there'll be 3 players behind them, which I don't think they'll be expecting. That was a decoy to fake out the top banana play here, and it's forced Perfecto all the way back towards the coffin's position. Bit can leer forward and clear out through the window room, but look at Yabi. Sneaky stuff into the flowers. A difficult clear for Bit.
Yeah, he's actually going to be spotted looking. Nice angle from Yabi to at least relay the information. 1 in the apartment still. He's actually going to go looking. This is where MPL should be activated. Double nades towards the coffins. That's quite indicative of a B all in.
Well, they're coming back now. I think that info might draw them back. This is potentially a B fake here in MPL. Wow. He's not faking.
Yeah, straight to their head. And here comes trouble. Bomb should make it in, but Electronic and Perfecto are looking to delay.
He's down, waiting in the smoke. Spam off from Electronic as he backs off. He actually saw the feet on the push through the smoke. Cadian dropped with the dualies at middle, and there's 3 of them remaining. Bomb plant, it's down. He got into the close angle. Electronic, stuttering his way through the fight, eventually survives, and it's just Shush.
Not pretty. Not pretty at all. Shush demanded a 1 versus 5, and he actually gets a couple of opportunities. Like, he could have perhaps put a couple more bodies to rest, but it's pretty clean from Navi.
You see how comfortable it is? They're diffusing while he's still alive.
Yeah.
You know, it's a 1-on-5. This is how good things are for us right now. Yeah, you sit. You can fight towards CT. That's all good. We'll defuse the objective right here. And MPL just gets back in position for that one. So on the drive-by, that was a beaut. And Cadian, well, he was tussling with way too many there.
Chad, I mean, I'm not smart, but when there's 3 CTs in apartments and you try and hit B into 2, how did it go so wrong for Heroic? We're just unable to find those shots?
Because you wouldn't expect to see 3, right? When you see Bit clear out window, you maybe think there's 1, right?
Yeah.
He's just playing for info. You don't expect so many, and Cadian was just retaining 1 player, well, what he thought would have been 1 player, pushing it turned into 3.
I see, he got the info way too late.
And I feel that maybe they wanted to fake B and fall back as well, but the info just here, there, and everywhere made it a very discombobulating round for poor Heroic here.
Shush rocking a Galil. Let's see how threatening that can be. And Simple, he's looking to get as much cash as possible. He's actually got Bit to drop him a shotgun for that apartment's hold.
I'm curious here. That's Navi winning all 3 pistols thus far. So these are fantastic starts and halves for them. If it can continue here with this second buy into the force buy of Heroic, then they'll be very happy with this. But look at how passive they are on this B site. Electronic and Perfecto, neither taking early contact. Well, this is very old school.
Yeah, Perfecto's full baiting Electronic. And with that smoke, he will have to draw attention towards the cross. Electronic none the wiser from his boosted position. NPL's been summoned. Molly forces out Perfecto behind the pillar. Should still have a fight. And where did his health go? Yeah. Spray from NPL brings Shush low, and that was the rifle. And the AK from Sound fills the feed. A good one on the Deeg puts us into a bit of an interesting post-plant if they can get those digits punched. Smoke still up, plant safe, free smoke. Looking very promising for Heroic to take this second round. Better than a pistol.
Oh, massively so. In terms of the util they've got left, it's that smoke and a singular flashbang left in reserve. Simple switch to the dualies as well. So the side arms looking to disarm the situation, but Bit bites their head off in two. And Tessus now has a lot to do at the back. Throws out the flash, teetering on the edge. He knows that one man's coming in. Yabi in the rear with the deagle strikes, and they do bring it back. 1-1 apiece.
Yeah, beautiful stuff right there. And I'm asking myself throughout that retake, where's the kit? Where's the chance to actually win this round right here? Well, as soon as you see Yabi locking the door, you knew all hope for NAVI was dashed right there. So this is good stuff for Heroic to bite back into things almost immediately here.
It's everyone's favorite Counter-Strike franchise, forced by Wars. Heroic kick open the B site, and we'll get to see the response from NAVI. It's not going to be pretty. An MP9 at the high end, Deagles scattered around, and 3 dispatched towards A to start. Let's see how early this banana fight is won. Cadian respects the smoke. Electronic will tuck in.
You see, not wanting to take any risks here from Heroic, right? They don't need to challenge top banana right now. They have the weapon advantage, they have the util advantage. And if they take their time and allow Navi's very few smokes to fade, they can execute with a breeze, and Cadian just leap forward towards the top banana position here. And this is exactly what they want to do right now, is set up and execute straight in towards the B bomb site.
They've got so many nades still. I think Simple's rotating off of that fact alone. Bait and switch. He drops away to boost Simple up, and they're going. Looking for the clear. Gets the info down. Mouth moving a lot. Nothing to report, but still no frags. Finally, it's Tessus who will put one to rest.
Electronic, though, he could be the live wire to send a very frightening shock. He turns, he ducks, he hits one, struggles to connect onto the second, though, as Yabi puts him down. And this is still such an awkward round. Simple on the walk in with a deagle. What?
Hold on, they're so low. And the bomb's still not planted. Bit could have perhaps slipped on into a 1 versus 3 that is attainable. That bomb, that will put Shush out of the round. He's the one that's full health with Tessus at 4. He's not much of a bodyguard. This is winnable for Bit. Swings back around, Tessus spotted out. Shush known to be around that coffin side, can't isolate the duels. They're making it as difficult as they can. Going forward, and Shush will close. High-octane Counter-Strike, and some credit to Tessus. He gets 3 there. He had a bit of a quiet one on their T side of Anubis, so seeing himself kind of shake it off, they could have a long series ahead of them.
It's crazy when you look at the details of a round like that. If Electronic gets that first kill cleaner, does he get the second, right? That's a question you have to ask yourself here. And again, Simple pushing through in the second wave of that smoke. He's got kills in 180 directions. You can see it pivot right there like a turret. Moments away from disaster, and Tessus crosshair in the right place, right time for MPL. But Shush, as soon as they knew that Bit was off the line at coffins, he just sprinted straight off to get that plant. So well handled from Shush there. A lot of other players would have just stayed stranded at oranges, waiting for that duel to come their way. And this will now just be the closest thing to a full eco I think NAVI know how to pull off. It's Simple with a deagle, the rest with USPs. And Heroic looking very good for their third round here. It is crazy to think like NAVI only got 8 rounds against them on Inferno in the semi-finals of Katowice. And I know the MPL situation, I'm well aware, right? You don't have to remind me of it, but it's just so hard to look past 4 of these players. Won a major together, right? They did an awful lot together when NAVI was the best team in the world, and how far away are they from that NAVI? Well, that's a big question. As they look forward into mid, the trades are there, decent damage, and it's a 2-on-2.
Yeah, with weapons retrieved, and it's not impossible for him to find that headshot. Yabi makes it so, though, and puts NPL with just a USP and a warning shot as the smoke
That's
blooms.
Unfortunate, isn't it?
Just obscures his view.
It felt like there would be so many more options available to him there, but not to be the case, and he didn't get to pick up a gun after that flurry of frags in middle here. And to note, NAVI, that's 2 rounds back-to-back that were very, very touch and go. An opportunity for them to pick up either of these. It slips by the wayside. All 3 rounds now the Heroic have won. They've had 2 players survive, so their economy hasn't started to get out of control here. And NAVI, well, their economy doesn't look great either. Simple still manages to get out an M4. Did someone drop him that? I'm going to have a check here. No, he's been able to buy that for himself, so he has been dropped utility as part of this. And that's something you're going to see a lot from Heroic on this map, is Cadian going back to spawn and recycling these extra nades through. They like to go for openings with the first set, then they'll go and top up, and then they'll give themselves a second wave of options here.
Safe. First look out of those B players. No more flashes available to them, though. That's going to limit their options significantly. And this is where, again, Jackie, we find ourselves in this position where Heroic have way more in the tank when it comes to utility for the close. And still with 70 seconds left, there's more. That's an incendiary kind of flash from Heroic to keep them from pushing.
Just has to be a gamble here, doesn't it?
Very least, the pivotal utility they need is there. And this could be a pivotal play. Perfecto. Electronic Rava with the swing. Hits the headshot onto Shush, but it's just the 1-for-1. And you kind of give up quite a lot of info off the back of that. And Heroic playing into it, reading it, reshuffle their push now up towards A.
Yeah, Bit could have a multi-kill if he gets this timing right. Oh, back turned, and Tessus turns on a dime for that spray. Good one back from Cadian as well. Catches NPL. That's the A defense gone before Simple could even arrive. They'll go for a nice safe plant.
And a save.
And a save.
Someone as good as Bit mechanically should make that kill. I very rarely say like a player should have made a frag or whatnot, but somebody mechanically as sound as Bit should have had that frag every day of the week. Back turned. He put plenty of bullets in that direction. He makes that kill, then maybe there's an opportunity for a retake to be on the cards. He could have doubled up here, but not getting anything right there. And Bit was really struggling on Anubis. He wasn't having the best of times whatsoever. So that one is going to be very frustrating as Heroic will get themselves up to a 4-1 lead now with 2 saved M4s, an opportunity for 2,900 loss bonus. We can discuss what that means in the drop department here. But just executing into B, getting stopped at the door, rotating back to A seems quite simple. And it seemed when that push from Electronic came through that they had identified that it was a B stack. Because you have to know as Heroic that their economy isn't great. And unless you hear SMGs like MP9s, then you're not expecting too much utility. So they braved that. They made the right call when right now they are really, I want to say, yeah, come.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, hard to argue against that.
It felt like he had a long time to make that kill. But regardless, we can get back underway here with the triple nades. So where are these headed? Simple Bit and Electronic with those bad boys. And well, they're not all together here at all.
Yeah, no one's in Banana. Just as kind of comical, had a light chuckle of 4 people charging up second mid the time they bring the HEs into play. And already they have apartments.
It's risky to take apartments against what you expect to be a lighter buy here. They didn't actually force. So I think Blade wants them to get out full util, all the guns, all the goodies, maybe the simple AWP here when possible. Like seeing a double rifle save push through apartments, that can be pretty common. Pistols like 5.7s up in the boiler and halls can be very potent.
It's down. He's the man making the first play in. Elbow's been spotted. Tuck off on the boost, but they just dropped down. Perfecto and the Orcs would fight.
Ooh.
That's not how that one's meant to go.
No. Oh, hang on. How's this going to go? Simple with a spray down showdown. Man makes a massacre at middle. Bit with the timing as he got this one in the bag. His teammate will. NPL says bye-bye to Yabby. And all of a sudden, it's just Stown left.
Oh, that is I mean, look at the lineup. That is a perfect encapsulation of where the round went wrong for Heroic. After Stown jiggles out and eliminates that totem boost, and with limited rifles, as you'd highlighted, Chad, you know, options were limited. It turns out sometimes Simple can just do simple things, and he does make that one look easy.
Right, that's the type of players that you're going to need from him to get yourself back into this half here. Now, conversations are being had at the moment on map, CT-sided, T-sided. Well, I'm the one flying the flag for the fact that at the moment Inferno seems quite heavily, well, not heavily, 9-6, right, or 8-7. But back in my day, and I'd love to use that, it was like 10-5, it was 11-4, it was a CT-sided map. And now to see it start to transition this way because the util sets are so strong from teams, understanding the map control, when they can punish the finest details on a map like this. Timeout is from Heroic for a conversation.
And I think another reason why that's gone that way is because we had more and more teams playing those percentages. How often back in your day were people doing 4-man saves after one entry?
I'd say never.
Yeah.
It didn't really exist in the same way. Like saving was, oh, this guy's saving? Really?
Yeah.
Like, you're not trying a 1-on-4 retake of a bomb site? No, okay, fair enough. I guess.
Loser.
If you don't want to try.
Yeah. Oh, you trying too hard. Oh, that's my favorite insult. That's my favorite insult in a competitive FPS tactical shooter.
Let me plug in the mouse.
I think these teams are allergic to banana.
Yeah, well, Simple's going to have a lot of friends coming his way. And he immediately hears that and reacts accordingly.
I just love these little nest eggs of utility around the map now. Like, it's like, all right, I'm going for an aggressive push. I'll leave this here. And if anybody needs it later, you know where to
I
find
can
it.
come back for it, yeah. Everyone just kind of determines where their little cachets shall be.
You can see how worried they are about an apps pop. Right, this type of a smoke and play, and the fact that he's looking for like feet coming through the cusp of it, they're very worried about an apps pop here. And Heroic being denied quite early, know that they can flow up Banana. They still have a very decent fight for this. Cadian has an AWP, and it strikes an electronic. Here comes the pressure for Perfecto.
That's a gift, and that's a nasty death to concede. The molly will buy time. Rotation is on its way. Look at those dots move. Does the cavalry commit to this? Oh, and another one back. Perfecto does manage to level the odds. They're going to rotate. And Testis is the one investigating. We get another head-to-head here. Let's see if Bit can make this one a bit cleaner. As Testis is going to be throwing out that... Oh, does he fake it?
It can't be the same mistake from Bit as last time, and it won't be. Hits the head, drops the flash as well, but will he still be standing? Yabi tried to hit the right hook. It's Shush that finishes him off, but is it too little too late? 25 seconds on the clock, a 2 versus 3. It's not going to be easy.
Simple on cold box could be the final blow to Heroic here to close that gap to a 1-round game. It's a common clear. Could even wall bang it if they felt it, but now Shush meets his fate, and it's clean from Na'Vi on the close. Bit delivered that time. A similar state of affairs. This time he leaves with 2.
And the difference in that was Tessus was facing him. So maybe Bit needs them to be looking his way. He needs the harder kills. Bit, the easy ones, like, no, this is not fair. This is not gentlemanly at all.
It's dishonorable.
Yes.
I will not shoot my opponent. I like a fair fight, me.
Indubitably good, sir.
Indubitably.
Notably, Simple picked up Cadian's AWP, decided he wanted an AK instead. So we're going to be rocking 3 AK-47s on the Na'Vi side as aggression, name of the game. Simple already starting to barrel down mid here.
He's just charged straight in and already takes down out. Could get more. He's going to get run down, but he's got support. Look at that. That is a quick end to the round if Jabby and Cadian can get nothing more.
Cadian just tech-9'd from T-stairs to top mid onto Bit. That's a long-range Tech-9 kill right there.
I looked away from the screen for a second, and Yabi and Cadian connected a shot each. I mean, 2v5, still a long stretch away. But Yabi, I wouldn't put it past him if he could get a decent clear onto NPL. Hidden well. That's the jewel. This is the jewel. And he's found it. Takes the head off of NPL. Problems for Na'Vi. Losing this round could get under their skin.
They have another smoke as well, Jackie.
Oh my. So much riding on this right now. The AUG in the hands of Cadian sets himself up in sight. Perfecto sprinting his way up middle as well. Sets his focus on the apartment. He's going to go for the long rotation through. Both of them have kits. You've got a bit of extra utility to work with as well. Yabi's pushed down to Boiler. Perfecto with the timing. If he could slot himself in.
He's not going to clear Boiler. He's going to go holes.
He can walk his whole way around the back. Yabi just waiting. Cadian on the front of the site. Here's the utility going over. Electronic jumps up. Cadian jumps down. Spams the trigger. Hit in the side of the head by Perfecto. They've got to get on it now. Yabi's here. He's trying to cover it, but he falls. They're on it.
Snatched that one away, didn't they? That was a close one indeed. I thought that Yabi had outmaneuvered them right there. If he stayed in apartments, Perfecto doesn't make that flank. There is no way that Na'Vi can win that round. Just not expecting that play so late.
Right down to the wire, Chad. I mean, it had to be that defensive shot as well. You take him off the bomb, that's GG. There were so many grounds for Heroic to take that one as well. You see Cadian, that standoff in Graveyard with Electronic. That's the shot we were talking about. The double Tech-9 finds in mid that got a whole 2v5 shaping up nicely.
We just have a bit of a technical timeout here. Just an audio issue we called from the side of Na'Vi. So we'll go on this sorted ASAP. Just that dug at range, right? If you do take your time with the taps on the Tech-9, yeah, you can hit the Hades, but it's definitely not designed for that, right? This is a bit more of a run and gun scenario. But good to see it landing a couple of crispies.
It's definitely not a spam gun anymore, though.
No,
like, you don't see people get far at all with just, you know, the running and mashing. It's more of like a considered tracking while moving and going for those taps. Long range, though, yeah, they're a little bit different.
Simple. It kind of feels like using like a railgun almost, right? You got to like hit the flick.
I mean, very different price points. I feel like if I was putting a railgun in Counter-Strike, it would probably be more
like $16,000. Yeah.
Just insta-gib any part of the bot. I mean, we've kind of got that. It's 4750.
Yeah, just no crosshair in the middle of the screen,
that
right?
would make a difference.
Imagine that. All right, guys, we give you the AWP. You can also have a crosshair on your screen, but it will cost you 16K.
Listen, Chad, I don't know if you've heard, but, you know, these Sharpies can put a crosshair on your screen.
That's true.
Ooh.
I know in like DayZ, for example, people are super cheese. Like they will put like a crosshair on
tack or something.
Like they will use different settings to put. Yeah, it's super cheese.
I had a friend of mine that literally had a magnifying glass that you would have it on the top of the monitor.
Come
bring
on
it down
now.
so you could see from a further distance.
For like armor and that
yeah,
kind
literally.
Of, yeah, okay.
Okay, all
That's
right.
proper tactile. Next thing is be turning the lights off and playing with night vision goggles on.
I thought I was a nerd, right? I used to take like a little baby spirit level to Lamb. This is before the monitors had these like nice adjustment things to make sure she was level.
Yeah.
And well, hearing this stuff, it sounds crazy. But as you can see here, Simple is getting the assistance that he requires to sort this one out. And if you are watching at home, use the hashtag ESL Pro League to let us know how you're viewing this one. And also in Twitch chat, we'll tune in and see what you're doing. And we've got a couple of lovely individuals out there in our audience today. So thank you very much for showing up and enjoying the Counter-Strike here in Malta.
If you lads were wondering, by the way, about Simple's hair inspiration, I asked him about it. Apparently, he's rocking a retro David Beckham look.
Damn.
Yeah.
wow.
If you're familiar.
No, I am familiar.
Yeah.
Bend it like Simple.
Bend it like Simple indeed. He's found his inspiration, and obviously he was a cultural sensation, was Beckham.
Yeah.
He was a fashion inspo for many a young boy growing up in the UK. But Simple, yeah, shouting out for number 7. And the lads getting a little leery as we do head over towards the evening. Good to see you all here having fun and getting into the spirit of things.
It's good to see apple juice is popular here in Malta.
Yes, very, yeah. The Maltese apple, a unique variety.
Very sweet.
Not so sweet for Simple as he's still trying to get that one resolved.
I'm having a look at Twitch chat right now. I'm keeping up with it. What is that? That's Owner Pixel. I think that's Owner Pixel right there on the cellular telephone device.
They know he's watching.
Oh, that's amazing.
Give us a wave, will ya? Twitch chat are liking the David Beckham situation, Alex. That's cool.
Oh, good.
Yeah. A couple of people remember the big man himself. What else we got here? I'm checking the Twitter sphere. We'll see if anyone is getting activated.
What was the last thing you did for the first time, Jackie?
That's a good question, Alex.
Let me know. What's the most recent thing you've done?
I think I used a yo-yo for the first time.
Did
I
you?
think that would be
Quite late in life for
yeah,
your
no,
first
I never tried one.
You missed the wave.
No, I missed the trend, yeah, but I gave it a go and I was trying to learn how to walk the dog.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of just instead dropped the dog.
Yeah, I gave juggling a go.
They're in. Oh, we're back.
Yeah, we are.
We're back. We're back in action. All right.
Oh, nice.
All right. Let's get this one back underway. 4-4. A bit of noise we can hear. All right.
Malta bringing the heat.
It's a good vibe on a Friday night.
It is. It's fantastic.
Respect.
Got the weekend ahead of you. Vibes at an all-time high and some great Counter-Strike to watch to while away the hours. Heroic counting on Yabi for this one.
Oh.
Down might have to be the backup, and it doesn't matter because to meet the fate in mid, it's nothing to be celebrated here. At least Down has some Kev with that AK-47. Could say the same for Cadian, but just 13 points of health. Already Heroic's options are limited.
It is interesting to see Navi go for these more heads-up duels. Like we saw them push down mid in that previous round with the Tech-9s in play, where we got Cadian and Yabi trying to close out that 2v2. Now they're flashing and fighting top mid again, so they don't want to give too much room. And if I'm going to have any criticisms of Navi's Inferno, it would be playing in the dark too much and gamble stacking. This is one way to remove that option. Now it is high risk, high reward, but they've been rewarded with a 2-man advantage.
Would you say that a lot of the best teams in the world have thrown a bit more of an aggression into their CT sides recently? I'm thinking G2, I'm thinking FaZe.
I think those names right there, and you add Heroic to that list, are the ones who are doing it the most consistently and constantly, right? Whereas Navi, they put a lot of stock in their individuals multi-killing, right? But with a move like that at the start of the round, it's great. It means that they now can go back and play defensive. As Simple munches away at 2. 10 kills now, as it's just Katie and the Walking Wounded on 13 points of health.
There's nothing to be done here.
Can buy next round, kind of. Yabi, $150 to his name. We'll get 2,900 coming on through. Cadian saving. He's not going to get any extra cash, so Cadian will not have any utility behind this saved AK-47s. Lose it. As look at the creepy crawly electronic here.
Right after time as well, if he does go down there and clear it.
Oh, he does! Oh, no! Electronic gets him!
Oh, $100 to Cadian's name.
Oh, dear.
That is the worst possible scenario. They would have had a buy with 4 AKs and Yabi on a Galil or a Tech 9. That feels miserable for Cadian. He needs a donation. He needs a handout.
Oh my god, it's one of those where in his brain he's like, I won't clear it, I'll just lightly pretend to. Actually, joke's on you, you're dead.
Oh, and just as the clock struck 0 as well, yeah, you just have to laugh. There's a very famous saying, if you don't laugh, you'll cry.
Cadian got nothing. He just got drop flashes to throw. He literally has a Glock.
He is essentially a moving decoy.
Oh, Sanji, he's back.
And info gain. Go on, Shush. Not interested in that one. Expecting some supportive utility in response. And ouch, a full airstrike.
Plenty more where that came from as well. Look
Yeah.
at Perfecto's utility. And guess who's rotating over for a little bit more? It's Simple has another HE. Fortunately, they haven't lingered in Banana. They've dotted on back.
But, for these last, what's it been, run of 4 from Na'Vi, it's felt like Heroic haven't had the chance to do what they were doing initially. Have the space, go for the full site take and set up for a post plant. We just have seen Na'Vi so disruptive in the early, as Chad has been outlining, that they haven't got to do that. Still feels like this might be their best shot yet, Jackie. We've got some nades in the sky. And they're heading in towards 2. I mean, we've got full 5-man Danish squadron about to try and take that A side. I say that with bated breath as the bomb's maneuvering backwards, but Shush has got full on control. Yabi's in the apps. This is a very interesting split and pick maneuver.
This is really bizarre. I mean, you've been able to creep your way round onto Arch side. Stounds found the frag onto the first man. Bit has to bite back, and you're still now walking up Banana where Perfecto's lying in wait to tear you to pieces. Annihilates them with the AK and leaves it down to just 2 with no real time. 20 seconds on the clocks, and Perfecto, he's still waiting for more.
What are they hoping for? A push and damage here? Like, you want to get Yabi off of this Mac 10 and pronto. If they don't die quick, they're going to feel what Cadian did. MPL with the double up, and that is going to be another round for Na'Vi now.
Chad, their cash is getting out of control. After the buy, still Simple sits on 10.
And no AWP. Just keep rifling.
I mean, looking at the way Simple's fragging with the rifle, I don't think you need any help with that AWP.
It feels like Heroic, late then they had so much space, but this was the same situation on Anubis. There were a lot of strung out very late into the rounds, which doesn't give them options. If you don't make the kills, you lose the round. That's it. You need to make the frag to pull the rotation. It's great to be threatening and puff up your chest and be on one side of the server, but as I mentioned, Na'Vi, when they're in the dark, they're happy to rely on their individuals for multi-kills. So if you're going, one for one, and then the guy's grabbing a second, well, that's it.
Yeah, and I do think there's definitely been an extra bonus that Heroic have relentlessly been dying to their own guns. I mean, Na'Vi have been holding on to these AKs religiously, deliberately and religiously, as most religions are. But 4 AK-47s still in the mix with plenty of cash to go for. This is going to be a tough one here for Heroic to actually just make that number anything close to 6. As we discussed, this kind of 9-6 division more on trend as it stands. Nades early, thrown out towards Banana, and it's Shush again that gets a face full of shrapnel.
And Simple's just doing what he's done again and again. Run down middle, turn it into an abattoir, farm up those frags and leave them looking lifeless. There is a bit of a flank, but I don't know if they'll even make it in time. Yabi with a tech hits 1 at top mid, grabs the AK, but NPL says bye-bye.
This is brutal.
They're scrimming on him.
Oh, man.
What is the thing you don't want to do against pistols? Close the gap.
Yeah, fight close.
Yeah.
Hey guys, they're probably on a half buy here. Should we rush down mid? Yeah, why not actually? I can't see how this one goes wrong at all. They are just lobbing them out of the server here. Now look, that is a classic old anti-eco strategy on the CT side to run at them and take those fights. But normally with SMGs, not with 3 AK-47s. And okay, I'm loving this from Na'Vi.
This is cool. I reckon I know how they prepared for this match. It was Blade, locked them all in a room and made them watch the Katowice game in slow motion. 0.5 speed.
Eyes held open.
Eyes held open, Clockwork Orange style. And you just watch it unfold, and now they're mad. They're angry, and that's not bad from Yabi.
He doesn't know. Unconfirmed damage here, right? So
it might have a ramification. Yeah, we'll see.
Indeed. It is going to force Bit to turtle up, and he doesn't have a smoke in this position of Pit right now. So that, for him, is suboptimal. I am feeling like Na'Vi have found their ego with the way that they're playing. It's like, oh, we remember who we are, right? We can frag. We have some fantastic individuals in this team. And Heroic on the other side of things are not getting the room that they're looking for. They're not really forcing openings anywhere. You were pointing it out, Alex, in the early stages of this game, nobody was going banana from either team.
Yeah, just an absent void. And that's a nice smoke from Heroic. You can see it does give them a lot of space. Kind of undisputed space as it stands. But this reeks of an A hit, especially now you've seen the bomb, and Tessa's nearly met by Simple. Good catch from NPL. He's continued to put up a good defense for Na'Vi. Now he has a whole team coming towards him.
NPL hiding behind the box, waiting to pop off. Here's his way up. The spam's not going to do enough. Most of the men are gone. The HE though, oh, it goes miles off. It can't save the round. Perfecto bounces out, barely getting out of there. And they've got the bomb down now.
Damn. If that nade connected onto one of these players, look how low they are. Yabi's heard this. Yabi has definitely heard this. He knows exactly where Electronic is. He wants to rip this rifle away. If they knew how low they were in this round, maybe it would be a consideration here. Cadian calling the immediate evacuation. I'm surprised that they're so eager to do this after how Anubis ended. But boys, this isn't going to ruin the money at all.
Oh, that's for sure. If anything, it's going to damage Heroics more. Let's take Electronic down. Seems Heroic have definitely got a couple of fans here. We've got a split crowd.
Okay. Well, Heroic back into some winning ways here. That streak of 6 finally comes to a close. And now we see how Na'Vi respond. And look what the change-up is. Simple opting to bring out the AWP. Big green now in the server, at least on the Na'Vi side of things. And another timeout called. So the second for Blade. So we lose a round. Let's have a chat, boys. I would love 8 is what Blade's saying right now. And you know what would be even better than 8? 9. And guess what's still on the table? 10. So let's see if we can grab these final 3.
Grabs the mic, pulls it close to his mouth, said, guys, I put on 0.25 speed.
Blade just torturing his team.
Yeah. I mean, he's got to try every trick in the book to get these boys back to their winning ways. And I mean, I have really enjoyed what we've seen from Na'Vi laid out today. I'm sure Heroic haven't, but still, competitive T side is possible. 5 is definitely not to be snuffed at. They did pick up that second round conversion after losing the pistol, which was a big one, and running away with an extra 3 off the back of that. So now it's their turn. It's their turn. They got 1. Can they make it 2 consecutive? Simple, what are you up to? Jumping at the half wall. Cadian coming and trying to gun for it. Simple trying to bait switch. What is going on? There's nade damage and it works. It's actually the master bait as he does go down to his own
molly.
Molly?
What did he die to there? Did he throw him?
Saying must have been a molly. It can't be full damage. It's molly.
Did he nade himself?
Nade himself?
He could have naded himself.
We'll work that one out because right now Electronic's just eating dirt as well. NPL and Bit, it's the young guns on A, which may be irrelevant. Look at them. They're investigating CT spawn. That molly does trap NPL. He can't go anywhere. Bit has no info. And they're running and gunning it. The last time they did this... okay, are they triple bluffing? What's going on? No. And now with Stown dead, they call A clear. And Perfecto's actually in a place where he could disrupt a standard plant. Do they plant by coffins? Oh, they get the info.
Yabi's isolated from this play completely. All 3 are going to retake through Banana here. There's no util left on the Heroic side of the server. There are kits available for Na'Vi and flashes for Bit to set his teammates up on the retake.
It's quite a great smoke, actually, considering they're doing this banana retake. Yabi's got to steal a flashbang. Weren't ready for that. Perfecto's still turned by virtue of the angle.
Here comes Bit's second flash.
Oh, good damage from Tessus. Still a 2-on-2. This can go either way. Oh! Perfecto straight through the coffins and puts Tessus in one. Just needs to get him off the bomb. If he can just stop that defuse. And he's done so. Perfecto nails it. Navi superstar clutches up, and that was unfavorable throughout.
What happened to Simple? I want to go back and investigate here.
Oh, I love it, Malta. Killing it. Killing the game.
What happened to Simple here? So there's a molly behind him. Is that he released a HE? So he's dropped the HE. I think that's just on the... Oh, dearie me.
Don't laugh at the goat. Come on now.
No, it's just... first of all, what was going on at half wall? He was jump spotting with the orb.
I don't know. It's funny, Chad, because you just said, I think they've found their ego again. And then Simple starts going for jumping no-scopes at half wall. I think he wants his Cold Terror moment.
Oh, dear.
Sheesh. Let's go. All right.
Well, they've won the half.
Yeah, that's a good haul. action up mid off a flash. It's NPL this time. They've actually got Simple in pit. God, he's everywhere and anywhere. He can go wherever he wants.
This is the best thing about being Simple is, when you break down where Simple plays, and I said this on Nubis, he can play wherever he wants.
Yeah.
Literally wherever he wants.
It's a real luxury. Not many people get the gift of truly just deciding on their own decision where they want to play every round from, and it's his own intuition. Oh! Electronic beheaded. And Simple set up for nothing as he does tag up Cadian, but he hits the headshot. The Dane bests him, and Stown single-handedly has cleared out B.
Okay, well, the bomb will make it back over on Tessus here. Now the question is, can NPL and Bit hold on to their rifles? They don't have to. Well, actually, I tell a lie. Electronic only has $450 to his name. And, well, for Simple as well, he's pretty strapped for cash. So they do have to. They want to have a decent buy into the final round of play here. Shush and Stown already starting to hunt towards CT. Yabi has already identified that there are still players over towards A. And Cadian knows as the leader that NPL and Bit are two of these A defenders. So look at them starting to take this hunt.
They're going full John Rambo for it. NPL, can he blunt the blade? Hits the first and stops Shush from making the round even worse. But Stown with quite truly an astounding round. I mean, 3 frags. The first 2 were some of the biggest impact we needed from Heroic as well.
Yeah. This is great on the hunt, isn't it?
I mean, I don't see a world where Bit doesn't have some contact. He could, of course, defend his honor with headshots, but he is going to have to. He's been spotted out. Here comes Yabi, and down goes the rifle.
I don't think he heard Yabi drop in a pit because of the shots that were starting to come in from that long side as well. So Yabi with a really good timing, a good play right there, and they remove everything. Now, Perfecto has a lot of money. It looks like he has opted to actually drop the AWP to Simple first. So they could have probably dropped across 3 rifles, or he could have kept the rifle and dropped 2, but they've instead gone with the AWP here. And I think it's working out. What is Bit going to work with here? An MP9. Okay, so there isn't a mission. It is just the MP9 for the final round for Bit here, but everybody else with the rifle, defuse kits, util. Can Navi pull 9 across the line as Simple's AWP sounds off?
Yeah, just first step, I think, for Heroic's flowchart is having everyone weather the first barrage from Navi on Banana. And they've done so.
Mid was just blocked as Heroic was starting to opt to come back to deal with top mid here. So if they wait for the next 15 seconds, they can get the molly porch. But they might want to explode here. It is Heroic.
It's NPL falling away.
Long pressure.
Yeah, and he has to acknowledge that. With Bit only on an MP9, it has to be NPL to take the long-range engagements.
There's no help. There's
Bit.
none.
Oh, spotted on the Balk. He has to go forward. A nice close-range engage and uses the mobility of the SMG. Hang on. Electronic unaware. Stown on long. They just paused, cut noise, and it's worked so well for them. NPL could do, has to do a lot, and that's a good start.
He gets the first tag out, but he's still got to convert them into frags. They know where Bit is. NPL, he's bobbing, he's weaving, he's spamming, but it's nowhere near enough. They're crumbling to dust.
Yeah, it's Perfecto and Simple. There's no reason not to give it a good shake of the sticks. You might want to wait for Simple. If I was Perfecto, I'd like to see if that man can make any space. The bomb's not planted. The clock will be extended when that bomb goes down. That was a perfect time to throw that lurky boy smoke. You can perhaps creep around it, through it. Flash to try and draw attention, but there is still that graveyard player. Simple hoping Shush has one inquisitive release of the crouch key. Destined for 7. Simple still with that AWP on his back. Perfecto's hit 1 now. Simple comes into the mix, hits another headshot. There's a world, but it's not this one. 8-7 on the half, a competitive one, and still up for debate. Do we need 3 to separate these 2 quarterfinalists?
like a mountain up. Everything I'm mountain up. Earn 1 to 20, I turn a 20 to 50. Turn a 50 to 100, I turn 100 to plenty. Stack, 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 stack. I used to track. I be getting rich, money making Mitch. Gotta count it, every count it, so quick I forget. Never do I quit, working every shift. I'm addicted to this money cause I'm getting rich. Big bills, big bank. Out here making big deals, doing big things. Making big moves, I got big rank. Just know that I'm getting rich. Big dough, big stacks. Out here doing big shows, that's a big fact. Making big calls, getting big racks. Just know that I'm getting rich.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get it, no call it quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. My heart on my sleeve. Shield my greed. That's how I get it. Success ain't no giving. Some days I don't eat, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. They don't wanna when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know this because I've been in it. I don't need the brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. Plus a family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem. I ain't perfect. Let them watch me elevating. Got them nauseous cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the housing. Woo! Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Watch out, get ahead. Woo! Watch out, set it up, bet you I shut it down, watch out, get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner, got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare, I'm a line, but the winner about the cage. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get it, no call it quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick.
Making magic when they need it most.
As tight as you like at the half, 8-7 with Navi leading by 1 round. The superstar Stimple having showdowns at middles, making some major moves. Or is it going to continue? Stop, Alex.
You thought
Don't
you'd get
giggle
away
at me.
with that
Don't
one.
giggle at me.
You
Come
thought
on.
you'd get away with that one.
It slipped out. Come on. Trying to hype it up, trying to get everyone excited.
Well, I'm hyped.
It's all gone wrong.
I'm definitely hyped, Jackie. And you can see the fans are too. ESL.gg/fancam so we can see your beautiful mug.
Well, what's going on there? I think someone was in the kitchen cooking some dinner there on the far right of the screen. So,
I mean, that's
yeah.
more realistic for how our fans, Counter-Strike fans, are watching this. Sorry, narcissism just slipped out for a second there.
Classic.
Well, Navi favoured to take this one here, and it's 8-7 on the first half of Anubis as well, but that was in favour of the Danes, and right now they are on the back foot here ever so slightly, but they can turn this around.
Liggity split.
Yeah, I wouldn't write them out of this one just yet, but if Navi grab this, it'll be all 4 of the pistolas.
That's Spanish for pistol, Jackie.
Oh, thank you for letting me know.
No worries.
It's very multicultural broadcast, isn't it?
Oh,
It's
absolutely.
nice.
We're
It's nice.
very inclusive.
That's why we have a guy called Trace on the show.
Yeah. It's the only 3 we'll be seeing in Counter-Strike, but...
Right now, they have 2 smokes, a flash, and a molly. Now, there's a few options available here. If they were to go and do long smoke and moto smoke, molly back pit, Shush is in trouble. If they try and fake B, there's a 3-man stack, so the fake isn't what they're looking for. If they try and hit B, that 3-man stack also is retained. And here we can see they've congregated now over and towards the apartments. Now, if Electronic does molly pit on a good timing here, there's a lot of strife for poor Shush.
Ah, it's short side. Yeah, Shush. We'll have an opportunity.
There's the molly.
And they're coming, gunning, and it's only 1 from Stown. The molly's perfect. It's NPL that burns him out, and already options limited. Electronics got a lot of restraint on that, not going for the fight.
Especially on the reload.
Tessus checks him. Oh! Ouch! Tessus has made a round out of this one. Simple, quick to try and change the dialogue back, and does actually hit Jabby with some heavy flak. Tessus low as well. Shouldn't be any way back in with these USPs.
But have to give it over. You may as well save the Kevlar on Yabi here. It was with that smoke. But for Tessus, he should hang around and try and get a kill. Already with 1 to the name, he's not saving Kevlar. This is just about damage here if Yabi can, if Tessas can find it. Looks like they want to try and exit towards the long side of things here. So Tessas here in these steps, pivots back in time, takes a couple of pot shots, and misses absolutely everything. Bit will take him at range, and that is going to be Na'Vi with all 4 of those pistolas that I was talking about. So they're up to 9. And a tidy one there. The molly, it was actually Electronic dropped it across to MPL and went, you throw this, mate. I'm going through the long smoke, actually.
I have other plans.
Pretty good plans here. So, okay. Well, the next big question is, how does this Heroic force buy look? Because it's Heroic. Of course, they are going to do exactly that. 3 MP9s, a Deagle, and a Scout. This is actually pretty tidy looking.
Yeah, all it takes is Cadian to hit a couple of these on his Scout adventure.
Are they pushing mid?
Not the whole lot.
They are?
Yeah. 3 SMGs down mid. Perfecto. He's going to get a rude shock as he's already lost Simple. Fist to desk, perhaps, says NPL. Oh! Loses out to Yabi. A stunning headshot with the scavenged AK-47. Now they got the man advantage, and that damage has been done. Look at Electronic. Look at Perfecto. This round already just smells like a second round conversion.
They still have U2 here. They don't know that the side's clear right now, but if they can hurry the hell up, then this flank from Tessas and down is not so worrying. They are taking their time. Electronic out first. They have very low on HP, all of them.
Oh, he didn't clear Boiler. That could be a very well-timed flank here. Okay, Perfecto could be in trouble. That's the bomb moving across. He can hear all of this, but is he aware of the balcony position? Does he choose to take that fight first? It's down surely with the MP9. Wants to get that info before the AKs can close. There is no kit, so they do need to make haste.
Yeah. Slowly pushing up now as well. The timing's perfect. He peers out. Tessas turned. He's tackled. Down with a fast flick on the MP9. Battles back. Now it's a 2 versus 1. Electronic having some fun. The SMG Madman back on the box. He's seen it. And he hits it.
Sheesh. No, seriously, like that felt like it was Heroic's round to lose. How did it fall apart like that?
I can't believe that exchange over in apartments, right? So Bit just runs back in that position, not expecting anybody to be there. So the kill, of course, goes against him, but Electronic, you were talking about it on the couch before we got into this map of play. He's been having a field day. Now look, this is going to be his 13th frag, the final we're about to see up and over this smoke. And that was actually a CT smoke that was lobbed out as they were trying to retake from top mid. So used it against them there. That one, oh no, Heroic, this is the game right here. They force spot again.
What's going on? They've been watching too many ENCE demos.
Okay, there's a lot into this. If they lose this round, sure, they're going to get 2,900 loss bonus into the next, but they're going to be in a hole. They're going to be down 12 to 7.
3 pistols, Chad. This is going to be so hard, and it's against a very diligent-looking Na'Vi. And after recovering that round, Na'Vi, they're flowing on a bit of a flow state. Comfortable, not in a rush. They'll let the Electronic work with that MAC-10. I say that as he actually picks up the bomb. Might not be on part of the scouting party after all.
I think in a round like this, if you don't really know what the team's buy is going to look like and you're presuming, because in most of these scenarios it should be an eco or just pistol upgrades, going up short is really scary against those stacked pistols. Going long feels a lot safer because you know you have the range advantage, but they're actually going for an apps pop.
Shush could smoke this. That will force him to change their plans. He hasn't got much more time, though. It has to be now or never. Util heard B, and information gained. Cadian will take the frag. And M4 revealed, so now they start their commitment. And Shush, okay, 1.5. Trying to be the hero. Electronic jumps through. A double from Stown on the M4. All of that risk, but they reap all of that reward. Heroic, they put the game on the line, Chad, and they end up leaving with rifles and an 8th round.
That's insane that they're willing to go into that buy again and back themselves so hard, and both of the rifles finding impact in this round. Cadian grabs that first on Perfecto towards top banana, and they're hunting Bit right now. He's going to be hearing these steps. He understands that he is under a lot of scrutiny right now, but will be able to retain at least 1 AK. But this back and forth affair is going to continue here. Force by wars are on, and I assume that Na'Vi will do their very best to try and win a round back from Heroic here. I don't expect an eco out of Na'Vi by any means. Really well-placed utility there from Shush, right? It left it with not too many options, and there was no long smoke, so Stown just gets that double kill. Great work from him. He's going to find himself up to 14 kills now, topping the scoreboard, at least as far as Heroic are concerned. Bit on the other side. He's looking a bit more like himself, 16 frags. 2 AKs, and this is the same type of buy, but on the other side of the server now. So 2 rifles and 3 pistols. But lighter on the util department here for Na'Vi, and this is where things are going to get a little bit more skirmish, right? Like, how are they meant to get into the round? They're going to have to force a fight somewhere, and if they go towards B, there's 3 here.
Could get uncomfortable. Oh, they might have heard something there. That's perfect. Couldn't have a better util package. A flash and an incendiary cancels Na'Vi's play, and then a smoke on top to delay. Yabi, in the meantime, caught Perfecto towards the log position. That was just with a straight smoke spam. And getting info with that nice strafe. Down, gets it safely. Bit communicating a lot. Long, flash. They know Simple's in the corner. He's got it dead to right, but Simple strafes out. It's NPL that goes wide. Simple will convert. And that bomb's on its way in. Look at this one way, just a little bit of vision. Trying to jump in, catch him by surprise. Both of them jump into the jaw of Shush. Now only 1 from Cadian as they look to convert with the plant.
Bit saved AK, 2 kills. That right there is huge. He holds it, he grabs 2, and now he puts Heroic in a situation where they're going to have to go fishing here. Will there be a mistake from Na'Vi overstepping the line?
All right, so the reel's, you know, in the water. Or the bobber. Can you tell I haven't fished?
Yeah, I think it's... Is it a bobble?
Bobble? Bobber?
No, that's a Christmas thing.
But now it's worked, and now the fish has... I'm going to leave this analogy alone, because they're coming in. And another great headshot, Heroic. Put it onto the one-on-one. Bit, though, with that AK, can actually close. Finish what he started! It's a quad out of Bit! They needed him to step up, and he was absent on map 1. Now he makes his intent known. As Na'Vi have been given a gift off the back of that. When you talk about forced by wars, Chad, they just gave Heroic a straight, immediate taste of their own medicine.
But Heroic are going to buy back in here because only 1 player survived.
Right.
And this is where Heroic may end up losing the game. I mentioned it last time when they went for the forced buy again. They're doing it once more. This time they have 3 M4s in play. But Na'Vi, with only 1 player staying alive of Bit, you can see right now they have to work with 2 MAC-10s, a Galil, and then 2 AK-47s. And again, they're starting the round with a default spread. So there's an opportunity once more for Heroic to find a couple of picks with these rifles.
Simple talking a lot.
If it was more direct, if it was fast, that would be the type of round where Na'Vi could really use their momentum and run over Heroic here. But by going default, and they're going to jiggle corners, they're going to go for these peaks, they're going to walk into these rifles towards B.
Active defense, but look at that flash. It was an immediate catch. Both doing the dance. Simple now already into the site, just entry fragging with that AK-47. Look at Electronic. Pushes the CT.
Crazy.
And gets himself a double on the Galil.
That's those ego plays again, right? Like, you're in. You could just get in the site and play yourself a bit of a post plan. Electronic wants this one done and dusted, and so does Simple. Just Shush now. 1 man standing, 1 man alive.
I don't know if Heroic have felt this Na'Vi. I mean, their head-to-head is crazy. It's like 11 to 22. In this, to 11 to Heroic, 22 to Na'Vi. Cadian makes no secret of feeling like Na'Vi have had his number the majority of the time. It feels like, you know, the one team that they always, I think in his words, we could play them 10 times, we might win once. Well, they won once in Katowice. Now left with nothing already, a map down, 12 in the bank for Na'Vi. I think Heroic are just getting rumbled, mentally and otherwise. We'll see this one from Simple. You can see that perfect timing. The flash popped, there was no chance or time to react, and they were actually playing an active 2 CTs in the open defense. The perfect counter being a flash and a Simple. This one is Heroic accepting defeat. At least for round 21.
But this was the hole that they kind of dug for themselves, and I understand why. The rounds were close. They even justified one of them. But right now this is securing 13, and okay, next round they will have what should resemble a very tidy-looking buy with the 2,900 loss bonus coming through. But at that point, you're 5 rounds down. And Na'Vi are really feeling themselves here as we get a little bit of a Kirby type situation right here, but MPL does recover, grabs 3. Can he make it the 4th? The Glock finally finishes off Cadian, and the crowd like that one.
I was actually waiting to see Perfecto's fist. I was like, come on, mate. You got to give him that one. Yeah, give him some knuckles. Let him know. 13. Locked and loaded. As Heroic will take a timeout, exist on the mic, trying to get his troops back in order, get his chickens back in a row. Probably not ducks. No ducks on Inferno. But taking a look at the scores, it is, yeah, it's a great performance out of Bit. Rocking a solid 20 frag haul, and right behind him is Simple and NPL after that multi-kill on the anti-eco. Here it is. Gets himself up from 14 to a nice juicy number. And talking of juicy numbers, 13. It's getting into that dangerous territory now. Heroic running out of options and opportunities.
A smile on Perfecto's face there. So things are going well right now. But with the full guns out, Jackie, maybe not for too much longer. This is going to be one of the last opportunities Heroic really has to say a lot in this matchup here. They lose this round, they don't save any guns, they'll have to take a partial buy, and then it'll be 15 for NAVI, essentially, when Heroic will be buying back into the game.
This is basically do or die from this point forward. Cadian, it was very close to dying, but luckily enough, his teammate in Stown stands strong, shuts down NPL, and gives you the opening frag. There's a battle back though, a banana, and Perfecto, the Potassium Punisher, peels Yabi open.
Okay, well, that's one way to draw this back into 4-on-4, and he's going to force the rotation. And look at this in mid, simple, cheeky business on the cusp of the smokes. Down's going to find him.
Good awareness. Fully switched on, yeah, but there is an immediate punishment. Nice from Bit. Now it's Electronic's turn to be caught unawares. Can Bit be the redeemer?
Well, the next fight is Perfecto, and if he wants to try his luck over towards B here. So Tansis is with a smoke. You can see him going to deploy it now, and this is very early within the round. We still have a minute on the clock. It's just that this mid-round is already underway. So many frags have come through, and Perfecto and Bit lying banana here.
Seems likely Perfecto is going to be aware of likelihood that Tassis is alone here. Cadian was waiting for the Q. He will rotate up on the death of the defender. It's a 2-on-2, but that bomb's gone down. Insignificant damage.
Where's the kit?
Absent. It's on coffins.
Right there, okay, perfectly placed.
Molly and a flash. Cadian going to try and clear. Well, is he ready for this angle? Perfecto. Pulling his weight and then some. Can Shush come up clutch? The incendiary redundant. And they could even double swing on this. I mean, Shush to peek into them or save the orb. His options limited. A nice shot, but no time. No time at all. And no time like the present to get out of there. Save that AWP. A nice shot just to maintain it. But that number grows for NAVI. Up to 14.
I'm curious now. What I said before was that they were going to take a half buy and then buy again on 15. But with the saved AWP, this could be the situation where they decide to buy again. And they really, right now, are going to be edging that way. Shush has dropped the AWP over to Cadian. Makes a lot of sense. He's bought himself in with an A4. Upgrades for everybody else. It's 2 MP9s. This has gotten away from Heroic here. This has really gotten away from them.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. Last chance saloon, Jackie. You know, get your shots in now. Because Cadian's got his AWP, but others not functioning at full capacity. I thought we were about to see Shush flirt with some aggression there. But nice chip damage on the nade. It does land. And it seems like NAVI are really just going to demand top banana control. They take it by force. Around the smoke. Concern perhaps for anyone that lingers. Cadian's waiting for this peak. Oh! Bit takes down the AWPer. I mean, what is he supposed to do? Cadian didn't even have a half a second to react.
Stown got the AWP at least, and he is a secondary AWPer for this team.
Yeah, but he's going to have to kill the whole team. And he's forward at this. He's asking to be flashed. He's asking to go down. Or a dry walk from Perfecto. Oh! Gets a no-scope. Maybe there's more to be said about this one. The site's open. NPL with some initiative. We'll get that smoke down. Doesn't want to lose the bomb. We're waiting for Bit to clear out the pit, but this is hard now.
They should go for this with 2 MP9s. You don't want to save these. Actually, I don't know. This is a terrible situation to be in for Heroic. I don't envy them at all.
NAVI are gunning for a 16-8. That's exactly how it seems to be going down. Tessus walks into the crosshairs. It's too simple for him. And Yabi, yeah, perhaps he's got a chance onto Simple, looking the wrong way. No, absolutely not. Triple from Simple. And it looks like NAVI are securing themselves a spot if one more round's time. FaZe versus NAVI. That would be quite the affair. And a whole lot more good Counter-Strike around the corner for us here at EPL. But Heroic, they've been knocked full off kilter. Like, they're dazed, they're discombobulated, they're confused. And now it will just be the same, Chad. It's MP9s, 2 M4s, and it might be some aggression. Yeah, Tessus holding pedal to the metal. Good trade from Cadian.
Molotov out. Simple and NPL again battling for control of brackets, but it's Bit that hits the head of Stown. There's only 3 men standing. Yavi blind, dazed and confused. Shush on the balcony. Abuses one. But you are not in a good spot. Cadian, the only man left. Can the IGL really do anything here? The brains of the operation. Can he brawl right now? Sees one in pit, but it's not enough. 16-8, they lock it down. NAVI have done it as Heroic fall.
Damn, beautiful stuff. They've started all the way at the start of the playoffs. NAVI have had to play 3 best of 3s to meet FaZe. Semi-finals secured for NAVI.
This is wild scenes from this NAVI, right? We come into this year, MPL, he's on the roster permanently, no more SDY, questions around this team, weird setups, and you look at Anubis from Heroic, allowing that to be played here within the series. Is this another one of these scenarios where Cadian's going to regret the choices in the veto? Well, NAVI, they won't. They're very happy with this, picking themselves up a 2-0 victory here. Heroic eliminated from ESL Pro League Season 17.
Yeah, revenge. Revenge. Dish best served cold, and indeed it was NAVI, though, absolutely red hot. It looked incredible from them, and it looks like Simple standing by with Heku as we get to hear from the champ himself.
I mean, Simple, congratulations that we could hear. The audience was supporting, it was cheering for you guys. During the media day, MPL said that your hardest opponent in your bracket is going to be Heroic. Is that how it actually was?
Yeah, nice. He is very smart.
I mean, he's definitely trying to do his best, but Simple, like, you guys started in the 3rd seed, and slowly, now like you got to the semifinals. Did you when you came here in Malta, did you feel like that's how it's gonna happen, or there were a little bit of doubts?
No, I didn't have confidence that I had before we played Outsiders, but just how our team plays. It's NAVI. We always get in better form during the tournament, and NAVI always can surprise or not surprise, just to show how they actually play.
You definitely surprised us, but tomorrow you're gonna play against FaZe, and right now they are in the run for the Grand Slam, and if you would win against them and win the whole tournament, then you'd be in the run for that Grand Slam again. Is that something that maybe sitting inside of your head somewhere there in the back?
No, not really, because it's going to be a next game. I mean, if it's going to be our first win. So I'm just looking forward to play FaZe Clan, because I don't remember when we faced them last time, but it's always fun game against them.
It's always great fun. Simple, you probably know what you need to do now. Please, that camera, we need your autograph. Everybody, can we hear it for Simple? Thank you very much. Freya, where are you?
We're over on the other side, and man, NAVI, they are back with a damn bite. The fact that they claim sweet revenge over the likes of Heroic for that fumble back in Katowice and a spot in the semi-finals versus FaZe. That is going to be a very tasty morsel indeed. Chad, I loved how you were framing it during this series. The fact that NAVI, they have found their egos once again. They remembered who they are.
Yeah, they were taking a lot of fights, a lot of peaks here. They were more than happy to take the duels against Heroic, who is normally the team who are the ones setting the tempo. And I think NAVI understood that. We need to be the ones who are dictating how this game is going to flow. We can't let Heroic constantly be pushing us around the map.
How often, Chad, have we watched Heroic and it's their dominance in part is driven by the fact that they are always getting to play their game. It's Heroic playing their game and you just have to be on the receiving end. NAVI found the kryptonite to that. They were just so consistently disallowing Heroic from getting the round that was called at spawn into reality. And I think that was like, that is the lion's share of why that felt so uncomfortable for Heroic, especially on Inferno. You know, I think we're talking about Inferno. Anubis was an interesting one. I feel like I learned a lot about both teams in that one.
Now, I don't want to interject here, but which one of these apple juices is for Heku?
That is for Heku.
There you are.
Right there.
Do you like apple juice, Heku?
There you go, lads.
Yeah, that one looks like a really cold one in comparison to the rest.
Yeah,
Nice and
well, you know,
frosty.
some are colder than others. Cheers.
Cheers, lads,
All
and
right.
cheers to Navi.
Yeah.
To Navi.
To
Navi. Born to conquer.
And to somebody that none of us picked. But we're going to forget about that because I think everybody said Heroic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Hugo was trying to say Navi.
Yes.
But Yanko wouldn't let him.
True.
No, he
It's
bit
actually Yanko's fault.
We've been influenced by the biggest
Bloody
influencer
arm
in the
off.
world.
It's all Yanko's.
Yeah.
Now, I was having a look. I don't know if this is accurate. I just Googled FaZe versus Navi because Simple said it's always a good game when they play against Navi. I think I have to double, triple check. I think the last time they played may have actually been the IEM Cologne Grand Final.
Bloody hell!
Wow.
Oh wow!
Right.
For real.
So
For real?
I'll have to double, triple check when things get updated. But that was just me having a quick goog,
Yeah,
having
let's
a gander.
Okay, well,
Get on the
HLTV is updated. I'll tell you
Oh,
now.
nice, okay.
Scroll.
There we
Scroll.
go.
Down you go.
IEM Cologne 2022.
There it is.
Wow.
And that was the
okay.
full 5 mapper.
Yeah.
Oh, that was one of the
Oh,
best
boy.
round finals.
Yeah, that was mad.
Like ever. Yeah.
16-14, 16-9, 16-19,
Some OTs in there.
16-13, 16-13. My facial hair's doing
Is it
that
mine?
thing again. It's
It
me.
could be
it's
mine.
me. It's always me.
Could be both of you.
Yeah, maybe we both need clean shaven
Double
tomorrow,
trouble.
Alex.
Shut I?
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Definitely not ever.
I did it once because it's so annoying.
Nah,
I'm
it's
so
me.
sorry. Are you sure?
Yeah.
I don't know. But either way, I did it once in New York, because I messed up shaving. I was meeting up with Henry, and the look he gave me when I came downstairs to the lobby and he saw me without my facial hair, he didn't recognize me and was disgusted in one look. You know, like imagine one man's face just kind of warping into like kind of disgusted confusion.
Who
it was
is
like,
this and what have you done with Alex?
Yeah, essentially. So now I'm kind of haunted, and I guess I'm stuck with it. Sorry, audio. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, whilst they try and fix that, maybe we should check in with our DHL MVP.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. And we can mute this mic.
Yes, you guys know the drill by now. It is time to vote for your DHL MVP, potentially at the end of this tournament. You've got 5 options from this particular match, so use your chat points wisely. First option is simple. We talk about egos. He was feeling himself in the service.
I think it has to be simple, doesn't it?
Yeah.
With the amount of impact he had in that game.
I'd say
Anubis,
so.
he had that ace right over there, that spray down top mid as well. They got 8 rounds on that CT side. I think Electronic had a pretty good game.
Definitely.
MPL in the conversation.
Yeah.
He had,
I think that's fair.
That's a little eco
Jackie,
spray down.
sell me on MPL. Sell me.
Hey man, you know what? Honestly, NPL on Ancient, like legitimately, the guy actually was going off. He had some big rounds, so I'll give him that there for Ancient.
Electronic, I think it's definitely a fair
Oh,
shout
this
into
was
the
a
equation.
huge
This
round.
was disgusting.
Do you know what? I don't think I didn't do enough justice to the first kill. Like that range with a Mac
Yeah.
10, and he
Oh, man.
really tamed that spray. It was like a kind of bursty, long range Mac 10 frag. Really impressive and super impactful. Like you know it's an important one when it's a 1v2 and Simple's out of his
This
chair.
was huge, man. This
Oh,
where he
yeah.
spammed the player through the
So
coffin.
disgusting.
And I don't remember seeing this at the time, but he got that 3rd kill with the guy coming out of the smoke, right? Trading his teammate. Actually, you know what? Give it to Perfecto.
Yeah? Is that where your points are going?
No,
I mean, you gotta get in the chat to vote,
they would
chat.
go to Simple.
They have to.
Who am I
Yeah,
kidding?
Yeah,
Who
I
am
think
kidding?
just for Inferno, like it was the most ego challenge CS ever, and I was just so happy to see it.
He's back, baby. We love it.
Well,
we love to see it. Particularly, I mean, we were talking about last time these two teams faced off. Obviously, semi-finals of Katowice. It was an uncharacteristically quiet performance from Simple.
Yeah.
Way below a sub 1.0 rating.
And that's where we were all kind of like, so why is MPL playing Connector on Mirage? You remember? Like,
Yes,
it was like, wait,
yeah.
Simple did call him out as
yeah,
well.
and then there was last, it was like, well, you have to ask the coach that question. Hello. Why did he give me the, why that Simple? Come on now, man.
He's ready for the game tomorrow.
Yeah.
Hey,
Bye.
he's smiling, all right.
Just a prank, bro. Just a prank.
It's just a little goof.
Yeah. But I guess you should be happy with the performance here today, right? How could you not be?
I have a question just about rating. Is anyone is familiar with rating 2.0? Like I'm just asking. I'm not trying to. Yeah.
So
okay.
it starts with damage.
Right. So I see he has 98 ADR, but I'm looking. He on the T side of Anubis, he got 11 kills for 10 deaths.
but he ended up with 1.46 rating.
On the T side.
Like,
Okay.
so do you think that's just based off of the ADR? Like he was doing so much damage in the rounds and getting, like, I don't know. Just
Probably to do with the KAST as well, right? Within those rounds of getting those kills.
Okay.
We might need to call Striker or Petter
let's get him in.
someone.
I mean, yeah, just one of the HLTV wizards. I'm interested, just because, I mean, his rating in the full series makes a lot of sense, and it is about the same.
I kind of treat the HLTV rating like we treat money. I don't understand what it's based on. I just kind of use it.
Yeah, you have to kind of respect it.
Yeah.
Because I know, I don't know how they calculate, but I know a 1.44 is not on the post-match screen all too often.
Yes.
For simple it is. And I mean, a very solid haul. To be fair, Stan was actually kind of considering similar numbers for Heroic in defeat. And it was a convincing defeat on Inferno as well.
Yeah, completely
it was.
flipping the script from last time around. Like literally same scoreline, but psych, it's actually Navi to take it.
They did. Yeah, and a lot of the rounds, like from Heroic, I think one of the keys here with Heroic is because they're one of these teams that we talk about being proactive, but they're also very reactive to the information that comes their way, right? It felt like their T sides, they were very strung out and they were losing fights. And it wasn't like one and trade. Like there was some, think about Anubis when they had like 2 guys going B and they took B site, and then it was like Katie and someone else taking A main and they both just died. It's like, well, that's the round. The bomb's down. We had that happen a couple of times. I think it happened on Inferno as well here. So Heroic maybe not feeling the mojo today.
I'll tell you who was feeling the mojo, Chadney. The Maltese crowd
actually
blew
respect.
me away.
Yeah.
Bro,
They're sick.
We've casted quieter Spodek games.
That's
all
true.
I'm saying.
No,
like,
seriously.
No, like
These are like
legitimately.
hardcore fans
Like that was
turning up.
louder than a 10,000 stadium for certain matchups.
And look,
And pretty even over Heroic and Navi as well, to be fair.
Yeah.
But
Let's
let's be honest about this, right? We're in a small place. The population of this place is 500,000 people, right?
Isn't there more Ubers than cars?
There's more cars than people.
More cars than people, yeah.
And there's definitely
Read
more
that when
people
you arrive at
in
the airport.
Amsterdam than there is in all of Malta.
So the
You
thing
can
is,
attest
to
to that,
get
Jackie.
a turnout at all, I'm blown
Buzzing,
away. I'm blown away. Like a lot of people have like, there's not many. For Malta standards, that's a lot of people.
Oh yeah, no,
It's
legit.
a tiny island, guys.
It's a tiny island. But I think it's one of the smallest in Europe. And you don't.
is.
Yeah, right. And don't forget that not much Counter-Strike. There's not much esports around here. Like I mean, I say
Besides us, Hunyanye, Kiyoshima.
Precisely. You know, like.
Really taking one for the team. You know, you're really pulling the
But
numbers
it was
up.
actually really cool. I'm actually going to go out there over the next couple of days and just kind of try and network. I want to make some friends. If these people are playing Counter-Strike on the island, it's time to make some friends.
You need some new
get that big
teammates.
five
I
star.
do. Honestly, I've been solo queuing Facets. It's not the one. It is not the one.
Guys, I do have an update for you.
Go on.
Very exciting one. We have confirmed that Paris will be the final CSGO major. The following major in March 2024 will be Source 2.
My God.
Okay.
Okay.
You were right, Chad. You were
This
right.
is sick.
You heard it through the grapevine, didn't you?
I heard a rumor. I don't know.
Just a little birdie.
But it's
Yeah,
been
you don't have to say
confirmed
where
right
from.
now.
Yeah.
I look. To be fair, when I heard it, I was like, "Is this real?" I didn't think it'd be real.
It's going to be a long gap, isn't it?
A huge gap.
Yeah.
10 months.
The second half
Thank
of the
you.
year is going to be quite barren.
Weird. Yeah, but
Yeah, I'm confused.
I think it's going to be like it makes sense from a player perspective. Like as in,
100%.
like I would hate to be thrown into a major as we've just got our hands on the game, and because it was either going to be we've been playing Source 2 or we've been trying not to play Source 2 because there's a second major coming and we have to focus on Go. But you'd have had access and you'd know it was coming. I don't know.
The status quo changes regardless.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Like,
Precisely.
I think this is a good ramp in for everybody to get involved and
Yeah.
to get the
Yeah,
prac time in.
definitely,
But the status quo will change. There will be some players who will transition from this version of the game to the next version of the game, and they just won't be able to cut the mustard.
I like that that's actually been set out though, because I think we had, who was it, Carrigan and Twist up here on the
Yeah.
sofas with us, and we were talking about, when is the right time to actually bring CS2 as the next major? They were saying we actually kind of don't want it post-player break because then everyone's not going to be using the player break properly. We want some time off. We need that rest and relaxation. So the fact that we are missing out a major at the end of the year, slightly heartbroken selfishly, but I think it makes sense for the ecosystem, right?
You know what's crazy with all of this though, right? Is people think that they get a choice. Like this is what's crazy to me. It's like, when will we do? No, it's when Valve flick the switch and go, no, this is the game now. Like this is what we're playing now. Like the old one, it doesn't
It's
exist
gone now,
anymore.
yeah.
I know you loved it. I know it was the best Counter-Strike that has ever literally existed. but this is the new one.
That was consistently breaking concurrent player records.
Insane.
Mad, isn't it?
Consistently.
Yeah,
Right.
I think this is the best way to do it, though, because it's like someone that lived through like Source into CS:GO and saw everything crumble, and no one wanted to adapt, no one wanted to switch. The fact we completely negate that doesn't ever have to be a possibility.
Yep.
Everyone on the same page.
Yep.
That's great.
We've learned from history because it was messy with 1.6 and Source. Because what happened then was some people stayed with 1.6,
Yep.
some people went to Source. It split entire countries, like in the sense that America became a Source country. And there was still 1 or 2 1.6 teams. The UK become a Source country. There was maybe still, like 1 or 2 1.6
Couple
teams.
players, yeah.
But most people were geared, and this is because the money was there, right? Source gave us CGS, the money was there, and that's why. Whereas Europe, they were like, we're not playing this trash. Like they stayed.
We had 1.6. We kept on having 1.6, definitely.
And so France was pretty good in Source. Obviously, Very Games, we talk about those type of teams. Like there was some Danish teams that were good as well in Source. But realistically, Europe and the best Counter-Strike in the world stay with 1.6. And we avoid all of that now. So that's good.
I mean, change is scary. Human beings are naturally just adverse to change. It's like, but I already have grown to have expectations, and now they're all going to be thrown out the window, and that goes everywhere. But when you think about it, I think you can channel that fear of change into excitement for longevity. I think that this is like Counter-Strike's been around a long time, but right now we've just been given like the golden key to this game lasting another 10, 15 years.
Exactly.
Before, and I'm not just putting a cap on it, I'm just saying there is so much more to be looking forward to.
Yeah.
And I think you can maybe slowly transition from the fear of the thing I love is changing to the thing I love is going to exist for a very, very long time.
Yeah. It's kind of a beautiful moment. I don't know. It's been an emotional kind
Hasn't
of
it?
week, right? I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just because I don't have access to the beta yet. Maybe Valve can sort me out. Harry promised me.
Yeah.
Tonight, maybe. I don't know. Fingers crossed. But yeah,
We'll
the
both
fact
get in,
that,
Freya.
Yeah,
I'll manifest.
Jackie, you're
We'll
not
both
in.
get in.
You're still
Don't
not
worry.
in.
Do they,
I'm going to manifest.
do they follow you?
Yes.
Are you tweeting at them?
They slide in their DMs.
They've got a lot going on, man.
They have, but like a cheeky
They're only
emoji.
small.
Throw like a little hand.
Put an eggplant in there or something.
Yeah.
See what happens.
Chad.
I'm just saying.
No, because it's
No,
important
you know, like
to
the
get
bear, like
nutrients.
with the fingers. There's like the little bear, like with the fingers.
Don't do the fingers. Heku. And now I've learned about your emoji game. I'm judging.
But she's trying to be cutesy about it.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
you
like,
innocent?
I don't know. I just think
I don't
about
know,
like
Jackie, we'll converse.
We'll
Because
just-
we
yeah,
both need
exactly.
to do it. So
We'll
maybe
just
we'll have a
manifest
two-pronged
about it.
attack.
Yeah.
Do you know how many versions of Counter-Strike I have lived through now?
Go on. Did you play like the 1.45 and
I played 1.3.
Oh,
I played 1.5, 1.6, right? Obviously. CZ, Source, CSGO through
you
the,
just reminded me Condition
entire
Zero
CSGO.
existed. Oh,
I forgot about that.
The CSGO where it started, where maps had too much fog that we had to make our own maps so that you could see from
SC
T-spawn on
editions.
dust to the doors. No G up.
the P90 was the best gun in the game.
Oh my God, that's where I got it from.
Yeah.
And now another version. I know I'm old, but it's kind of wild that I've seen all of these things with my own 2 eyes. So, like,
You're solo peepers, Chad.
Yeah,
He's solo polo peepers.
It's and this is the thing, right? I'm just reflecting on all of the different iterations and all of the different pushback. There was even pushback when we went from 1.5 to 1.6 because 1.6 had the FAMAS and the Galil that didn't exist in 1.5. Right? Like it's kind of weird to think about, right? But every time there's been a change that has been somewhat resistant or not liked, and now that I'm a little bit older and I've seen these things grow a little bit more, I'm not as resistant to the change. Like, I understand why pro players right now are mega protective of, I don't like this. It's a new dynamic, I don't like it. Because what it means is they are now required to use a new tool to create a new way of approaching the game, which will inherently change their current approach.
You were explaining something recently, Machine, about like learning new things is actually better for you.
It's it's good for your brain. It's very good for your brain. Apparently,
stops the Alzheimer's.
It stops the Alzheimer's. Yeah, experiencing things for the first time is something you do much less as you grow old, and it's a good theory that it also makes time move slower. So if you as you get old, it feels like those years are just passing you by, and like I lost 3 years, like just kind of blacked out, and it was
In the
gone.
pandemic.
Yeah, the pandemic into like struggling to travel for events, and I was like, suddenly I'm 29. I still felt like I was 26. It was just crazy. But maybe what I should have been doing was doing more things for the first time. What was the most recent thing you did for the first time?
Ooh, I've actually been trying a lot of different things
What did
over the past. Food is a big one.
Okay.
I know that's kind of a cop-out
No, it's
answer,
not.
but I was a very picky eater when I was
Yeah?
younger.
An evolution
very,
of
very
your
picky.
palate?
Definitely. Launders and Scrawny got me to try oysters for the first time.
Oh,
that
I-
was
oh,
disgusting.
it
But I
is.
did it.
But you
and
tried
that's,
it.
Yeah, that's the important thing about it, yeah. Painting, I've been painting a lot recently.
Hell yeah, we're doing watercolors. You're more of an acrylic gal.
Acrylic. I mean,
Yeah.
it's cheap and cheerful and easy. If you go wrong, you can just rip
It's
it out of the
vibrant.
sketchbook and yeah.
I love that. I love that. Just also scratching that artistic itch.
And that right there is a great conversation starter, what Alex has presented. You can all write that one down.
Yes.
It's really good on dating apps.
Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't where I found it.
That's what I used.
The same line?
Yeah.
Oh,
Really?
damn, respect.
Successfully or not so successfully?
Oh, yeah. I mean, let's just say Chatty B was a bit of an AIM star in his day.
Always hitting those shots.
Yeah. He didn't,
And
he
anyway,
didn't miss. He didn't miss. So moving swiftly
good night,
on.
everybody. It's only 10:30. It's not even after dark
I
yet.
mean, producer's telling me we've got 3 more minutes do we need to end the show. So 3 more minutes of filling. I did want to ask you two gentlemen, considering you have had access to CS2.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Can you, because I've seen, a lot of people praising it, and that's great. I want to hear your best bits of it and maybe the bits that you want to see change. Can you give me a high and a sort of, I don't want to say low.
I was having issues with lagging when I've been playing, and I've been
is
like,
that because you're here?
no, it's not, because it's not internet. I actually did a Degster, so my computer is too good that I was getting over 1,000 FPS, and it was causing issues of me rubber banding around the server, and then I would get kicked from the server. All I had to do was limit my FPS to about 400.
Boom. Oh, yeah, I saw someone tweet about it. Like, you
Yeah.
can just set your FPS to your monitor refresh rate as well. That's like apparently a good fix. If
Yeah,
you wanted to.
I made a tweet today. I put a video out of me lagging across the thing, and then I retweeted it, and I said it's unplayable, right?
Yeah.
Which it is. And people replied to me who are not following me, right? And they're like, it's a beta, of course. It's like, bro, I tested the game in their office, and it wasn't like this.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not just playing the game for the first. I'm ego tripping right now, but it's like, I didn't just tweet this as just some guy who's picked the game up for the first. I've been very fortunate. It wasn't like that when I played it in their office. So for it to be like that now, I'm like, ugh. But the best bit, Freya,
Yeah, what's the best bit?
the smokes.
They look, I'm jealous.
No, I had to say that because everyone's going to hate that. I think that the dynamic of the smoke is quite seriously something which I think is really cool. I think the idea of it right now, people are heavily resistant to it, and the way it currently functions might not be the way it functions in the future. Is ways to change it, right? The timing on how long the nade blows the smoke away for example. But the idea now of having another dynamic in the game that creates more choice is better. Everything that Valve have added to do with choice, right? We added Molotovs when we came to CSGO. We added nade dropping in recent history. Anything like that there's a choice means that you get to be more tactical about your approach to the game. We all have the same tools. It's how you use them. And that's what Counter-Strike's about.
Preach. I mean, to add on to that, I think that my highlight is that for everyone, watching the pros, when I'm watching their streams, or even when I'm booting it up, I can immediately feel like I haven't lost anything. I don't feel like I'm not hitting shots I would have. I don't feel like I don't understand, or I'm hearing sounds that don't make sense. It feels like, if anything,
Feels like Counter-Strike.
It feels like Counter-Strike, but also I would say that the sound is better. Like I just feel like my positional awareness, or like when I hear a step behind me, I can see where they're coming from the sound. I mean, maybe I'm being a bit dramatic. But
I think it's like I noticed as well. Like I noticed when players were making steps in like lower dark, it was much easier to identify were they at the lower dark point of being at doors, or at the lower dark point of just coming down the stairs. I felt like I could tell that a whole lot better.
I started actually I understood why players would rush to the bricks of B-side dust too, because I can immediately call if it's A, a rush, B, how many people are a B-side, like just from the sound. Like it's yeah, it's all there. It's all there, and it feels great. I'm even, not having a bad time solo queuing.
Like, I'm so excited. I'm just sat here like, oh man, I just want to get on it. I want to touch it.
I want record. I hate Dust 2. I've always despised it, and yet I'm having fun on Dust 2. So that's some of the highest praise I can give.
Yeah.
That's fair, man.
That's pretty sick.
I love Dust 2, Alex. So
it's
a UK staple.
It's a UK staple. That's why I left at 18.
Let's bring out the brackets, because we do still have 2 more days of action left here at EPL season 17. Maybe some unexpected results coming through, but in the end, we do get some very, very tasty semi-finals.
It's not what anyone expected, though, is it?
No. NAVI FaZe Clan. I mean, I was expecting Heroic, for sure. And then the Ents one, that's the big one. The fact that they took down G2 and Vitality, that's mad.
Yeah, when do they stop now? Like,
Not here.
I mean, G2, Vitality, Freya's already said it. Laid me up. Like, what do you... Like, what happens if Cloud9 fall 2? Do we have that ENCE final? I mean, it's certainly not out of the realms of possibility. And considering how the HLTV interview Nerds just gave, saying like we didn't even have much time to practice, I'm like, come off it, mate. You can't be dropping lines like that when you're in the semi-finals. But I mean, respect. I feel like a bit of a broken record, but it just makes me want to praise the talent scouting team at ENCE again. Yeah. Because time after time, they pulled Spinks out of nowhere, and they've just done it with Nerds, and it's respect.
Endpoint Academy, I think it's called.
Endpoint.
Yeah.
Mighty Max.
Should we pick a winner?
Oh, poor
right
guy,
now?
actually.
Should we pick a winner of the whole thing?
The whole thing.
The whole thing.
Okay, I was going to ask percentages, but yeah, sure.
If it's a Cloud9 FaZe grand final, Cloud9 win. Actually, no. FaZe overcome their biggest nemesis of Cloud9 in the grand final to win the Intel Grand Slam.
It's poetry.
And Axel no longer haunts them.
Love that.
Okay.
I like that as a storyline. Or alternatively.
Or it's FaZe Cloud9 and Carrigan just starts having like horrible PTSD.
Axel, no! No, Axel, leave me alone!
And in the back of his head, he's hearing something like Pyramids, Clay, and he sees Stewie 2K on Inferno. Brah! Maybe.
Oh, dear.
Sounds true.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see.
Who are you guys picking?
Oh, you know what? Let's go for ENCE.
Okay.
Let's say ENCE actually are able to pull it off.
The biggest underdog, I
mean,
like
if
it.
you've made it this far, right? You're showing so many strengths. What's the point in stopping now?
Pekka, get it in quick before we go. They're
Let's go
playing
for
us
FaZe.
off.
Let's go for FaZe.
Okay, that's a brokey vote.
FaZe?
That's a brokey vote
FaZe.
right there.
You've got to stay true to your home country.
But wait, get one more in. What would FaZe get if they won the Pro League?
They would get the Grand Slam.
Oh, the Intel Grand Slam.
That's right,
What it
baby.
is. That's what it is.
That's what we call it.
Yeah, man. I mean, gentlemen, thank you so much and ladies, thank you for joining me up here. Thank you guys at home for joining us as well. 2 more days until we crown the champion of ESL Pro League Season 17. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
See ya.
Tschüss. Sayonara.
There's a kid! Robson done it! He's insane! Free! That makes it look easy!
Favorite old game,
That's
I guess.
Hey, look at the kid. Look at the kid is. We are back after this.
Sayonara.
Making magic when they need it most. He can still sing it. He can still. Oh no, Val, they
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dallas, we're back. Counter-Strike is in our DNA. It always has been, and it always will be. And now we are once more returning to where it all began.
It's so easy, you be thinking it's absurd. Gotta see the glory in the hurt, see the glory in the hurt. See the glory in the hurt. Okay, body still water, I'm playing this so sturdy. I don't need magic to know that he worthy. He coming with the beef with the ones who get jerky. And on the shoe, he in the clutch, Jamal Murray. His plan got a plan, you ain't stressing the thing. You need more than Golden State to put some stress on the king. I don't flex, I just take a step and Elohim do the rest. Please don't think it's sweet, he got a sword, it's for your chest. It's for your soul, you worry about the goal, you can only take it home. Where I'm from it's not here, so I leave it all alone. Get the lyrics out the spirit, then I put them in a poem. Talk to God, I'm on the phone. He said I need to trust. He be the anchor when the waves is too much. I gotta thank him cause his way is so tough, but his faith is so amazing, so my praise it go nuts, and my praise it go nuts. I can't miss, no Beverly, you can't hold me. Knew that it was my time and I ain't need a road. P139, that's the word. This provision, this precision, you ain't gotta see the worth. Every situation different. Trust if you're feeling out of luck or if you stuck, homie, you just can't miss this. It's so easy, you be thinking it's absurd. Gotta see the glory in the hurt, see the glory in the hurt.
Who you got your money on? Coming to kill, but you gotta put down a mill just to make a bill. Cause I'm never the underdog. Who you gonna believe? I got the proof, shouting the truth from the top of the roof. I got the receipt.